Is my sound is audible?
Yes.
Just give me a second. Let me connect to this Mumbai machine.
Sir, one quick question.
Yeah.
So you generated the Mumbai EC2 instance, right?
Yes.
So once after creating that one, did you generate the putty or just
Generate.
your putty? When we search for the putty, there will be two, right? Putty gen and putty, right?
Yeah, partition and party. Yeah.
So did you update that one in the putty gen, the Mumbai one?
See, only one time we have to create the PPK file, no? We don't
Oh,
have to
okay.
create multiple times. Okay. If you are using the exactly same key pair, na, like currently in this Git Mumbai Cloud 27 one, I always
Uh-huh.
attach this key pair, Cloud 27 Mumbai PPK, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
from the party side, whenever we want to use it, we will use select this PPK only. Okay. So
Okay.
that is the thing.
But in AMS, AWS, actually in the EC2 instance, we connect to the Mumbai database, right?
No, not like this. Whenever you are launching the EC2 instance, like whenever you are launching the
Yeah,
EC2
okay.
instance, for
Yeah.
example, so you always select a key pair, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
So
yeah.
so here you
Yeah.
generated so many different key pair, right? Now,
Correct.
in my case,
Yes.
there are so many key pair are there. If I'm
Uh-huh.
going to attach Cloud 27 key Mumbai here, right?
Uh-huh.
So if I
Uh-huh.
want to log into this particular new EC2 instance, which is having this key pair attached, okay.
Uh-huh.
So I have
Uh-huh.
to go to the location where we generated. So you'll see that this is the place where I download all the key, right? So this is
Uh-huh.
the key file, Cloud 27 key Mumbai, PEM file, right?
Yeah.
That is,
Yeah.
so from this PEM file, I created this PPK file.
Correct.
Making sense? So this
Yeah.
PPK file we have to use it. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you are going
Uh-huh.
to attach a single key pair for 5 different EC2 instances, so you'll be using the single PPK file to connect to the 5 EC2 instances using Putty.
Oh, okay. I'm a bit confused. Actually, I generated Mumbai database key pair, and again I went to the Partigen, and I'm creating a new session, and I'm trying to connect with that one. So
No,
I'm
see,
always getting.
Putty chain is the process to change your PEM file to the PPK file. So now the question is, do you have the PEM file
Oh,
or the PPK file with you? You have
uh,
PPK file already?
yes.
So if you have
Yeah.
already the PPK file, then there is no necessary to go to the Partigen. Partigen is a
Oh,
software which help us to convert the PEM file to the PPK file format. That's it. If
okay.
this file we already have, then there is no any issue. And still, if you
Mm-hmm.
are getting the confusion, then let me give you the simple solution. Whenever you are creating the new key pair now, so
Uh-huh.
from here itself, you can directly download the PPK file. That also can be the possibility.
Oh, okay. No need to
Okay.
go to the Partigen, right? Okay.
Yeah,
If
so
we.
you'll be directly creating a new key pair, okay, and this will be
Uh-huh.
downloaded directly in the PPK format only.
Okay.
Partigen is a software. If you downloaded it in the PEM format, so they will help you to convert it in the PPK format.
PPK.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
So
So
they are
here.
clearly saying, yeah, if somebody is using Putty to connect, then use directly this PPK file. That's it.
Okay. Oh, okay. That is the mistake I'm doing then. I think. So once after creating the key pair here, just whatever, for example, my first one is Patti Connect, my key pair name with the
Now
Patti
take an
gen and all.
example. Okay, see,
Mhm,
take an example. You downloaded this PPK file directly from here. Okay,
mhm,
and that
mhm,
exactly same PPK key pair you attach to this particular EC2 instance. Okay.
mhm,
So if you attach to that exactly same thing, so now you already have the PPK file. So whenever you will be launching the putty, right? You will be launching the
mhm,
putty like this. So first thing you
mhm,
have to write your username at the rate IP address. Then you will
mhm.
be clicking on SSH, click on auth, click on credentials. In the first browse segment, here you have to select the PPK file, which one you just downloaded. Okay. And that
Yeah.
PPK file you have to select it. Simply click on open. Okay. And click on open here. You'll be able to connect to this machine. That's it.
Okay. Mm, yeah, I will try one more time then.
Okay, or still if you're getting confused, so I think you can watch the third or fourth class video recording where we clearly explained all these things. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that will be more
Even
helpful.
yesterday class, actually, if the recording is available, I will watch that one and then because yesterday
Yesterday's
also
class
we
recording is
created.
not uploaded?
Yeah, it's not available. Yesterday's one.
11/9/2023. Okay, yesterday was 12. Okay, they did not
Yeah.
upload it. Okay, I will say to
Mm.
the team they will upload it. Today's and yesterday's recording both. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're saying like that, no, you can just ping them, the management. Okay, they will do that. No issue. If you're saying that
Yeah,
video is not there, you can just ping them.
I messaged them actually. They're saying they're not feeling well. So today she's going to do it something. Yeah, she left a message too.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Good.
Mhm.
Okay, so hope this is clear to you now.
Mhm.
Okay. So let's again come. They are asking us to run the command called sudo yum update. So let me just do that. Meanwhile, I am opening the GitHub also. github.com. And if you remember, this was the repository that we created yesterday. Okay, in which we created 2 files and 4 commit we done. Okay. And this is our Mumbai machine. Inside the Mumbai machine, the first thing I am becoming the root user. And here we created a directory with the name called Mumbai Git, if you remember. Okay, so I'm going here. If I do here git log, so what are the things we are seeing? You'll see that only we are seeing 3 commit here. Making sense? We are seeing only 3 commit. But actually, how many commit happened here? 4. That means the last commit, what the US employee done yesterday, right? There was a last commit, if you remember, that US employee done. And basically in that commit, he added 3 more lines in the a.txt file. But if you'll see in the Mumbai employee laptop, there is having a a.txt file, but if you'll see the content of a.txt file, he's having up to Ruby only. Okay. But after Ruby, they added 3 more lines, Go, HTML, CSS. Okay. So this thing is unaware. This Mumbai employee does not know anything about that, right? So if Mumbai employee want to update everything, he will simply do the command called git pull from the origin master branch. That's it. I'm saying that you have to go to the origin URL, basically this repository URL, and from the master branch, if whatever the changes is done, just pull it. And they're going to pull it, and they are clearly saying that somebody added 3 more extra line inside the a.txt file that I added here. Okay. And now if we'll try to read the a.txt file, see, we are able to see Go, HTML, CSS. Not only this, previously we are able to see only 3 commit. Now if I'll do the git log, so we are able to see the 4 commit. The last commit done by the US employee is also this one. So basically, till now what we done? We done the git init command, git add command, git commit command, git push command, git pull command, right? These all things we done till now. If you want to end from this screen, simply press Q for quit. So up to here, any confusion, or you want me to show me this entire flow one more time? Tell me all of you. Do you want me to upload one more file here, or is it clear up to here, whatever the flow we done till now?
Yeah. Can you please upload one more file?
Okay. So take an example, we are creating a new file again and creating a file with the name called test.java file. Okay. Test.java file. Okay. Let's give it. And inside this file, I'm writing some content. Something like this I written, and simply I'm saving that. If I'll do the git status, they will clearly say this file is added in the working space, but currently it is not moved to the staging area. That's why Git is not tracking this file. If I want to make sure that Git will track this file, what we have to do? We have to do the git add command. They are only guiding us. So if I'll do the git add and then the file name test.java. If I'll press enter, this file will be added. If I'll do the git status, now the file become in the green color. That means it got added. Okay. To the staging area. Now we have to commit this file. I will say that git commit -m and I am adding the test.java file. So I'm just giving a message called adding test.java file. That's it. As soon as I'm going to do the commit is done. Okay. And I think yesterday I did not save that token actually. So whatever the token I generated, that I forgot to save yesterday.
The notepad you copied.
Yeah, but I did not save that notepad file
Okay.
actually. Okay, let me just create a token again. So for creating the token, you know that we have to go to the settings, we have to go to the developer setting, we have to come to the personal access token, class 6. This was the token, I forgot that, so I'm just deleting this token and I'm creating a new token. Clicking on the classic, give your password, click on confirm. Expiration, make sure here you are selecting this repo, come down, click on generate token, a token will be generated. Copy this, save it in a notepad file. Let me save this file first itself so we can use it. So we saved this file. Now I'm copying this token. I will come to the GitHub. I will say that Git, I want to push these changes. So they will ask for the username. I will type the username. Now they will ask for the password. I will just paste the token. I will press enter. This thing is going to be uploaded. If I'll do the git log, I can see that one more commit happened, the 5th commit. Okay. If I'll say that git, can you show me the log in one line format? So they will show it in the shortcut format. These all 5 commits. Okay. And if you want to see the details, like what are the changes somebody done during this commit ID, so you can just copy this and you can type it here, the command called git. Can you show me about this particular commit ID? So they are clearly saying somebody created a file with the name called test.java and they given this message and they added this two line. And we can verify here from here also. If I'll go to the cloud 27 repo, and if I'll go to the test.java file, it's got uploaded and the two line of the content is also there. And who uploaded the code? Mumbai employee. That is also this node. Okay. So this was the entire flow that we were doing in the last class. So now, hope this is clear, this flow now. Fine.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me just go to the next part. Which topic I have to show you. So git show commit ID, this thing I already shown you. Git log -- one line, that also I shown you. Okay. Other than that, yeah, now we have to understand the gitignore. Okay. So what is the gitignore? Let me try to understand you here. Let's clear this. Sometimes what happens, this is a repository, right? This is a repository. Here our developers are writing the code. Okay. But when the developers are writing the code, they require some password, they require some token, these all things they will require, right? Like take an example, currently we are downloading some Git token, right? But this token I will be generating for my own purpose, right? And if that token I am saving it in a file inside this exactly same repository, because maybe I have to require this token every time, right? So rather than opening the notepad file every time, what I done is I created a token and I saved it here itself. Okay. Now the problem is if I'm going to save the token at this particular directory only, okay. So whenever I will do the git add, git push, right? So maybe that token file will be uploaded here to the GitHub repository. And if that token file will be uploaded to the GitHub repository, so any person in the world who is going to have the access of this particular repository will be able to see my token or password, right? So to solve this purpose, Git added a concept of called gitignore. Okay, what they say, Git says that first you have to create a file with the name called gitignore. And you know that if file will be started with the name called dot, then what we say to this file type, anybody know that? If the file name is starting with dot,
Hide.
no, if the file is starting with the dot name, in the Linux we saw that, right?
Yeah, that file is in the hide mode, right?
Come again?
Hide, and we can't. Everybody cannot see that file.
Yeah, that will be basically the hidden file. That is the
Hidden
thing.
file. Yeah.
Okay.
So dot files are the hidden files, right?
Yeah, dot files. If any file name is which is going to start with the dot, that will be treated as a hidden file. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is the thing. So we have to create a file with the name called hidden file. So take an example, you are creating a file with the name called .gitignore, and you have to create the file with the exactly same name, .gitignore only. Then only Git is going to ignore all this file. Okay. So Git say you have to create a hidden file, and inside this file you have to give me all the file which you want to hide it. Okay. So take an example, I'm saying to the Git that if any file name is starting is having the name called password, okay, or if any file name is having the name called token, okay, or if any file name is ending with the .css extension, take an example, I'm just giving it, okay. So what you have to do is you have to ignore that particular file. You have to ignore that particular file. Let's save this. Now what happened is we created this gitignore file. Now you have to simply do the git add, okay. And if you'll do the git status, you can simply say that they will say that somebody added a new file with the name called gitignore. So you have to now add this file. Either you can give the name called git add dot gitignore, okay, or you can simply write the dot also. So Git is going to add all the files which is present in the working space that is modified. Automatically they will add. That means if there are 5 files are present in the red color, Git will move everything in a staging area if you are using just a dot here. So now if you do the git status, this file is moved. Now if I want to commit this, I will simply say git, I want to commit using the message called added ignore file, like this. So commit is done. Now we are simply going to do git. Can you push this? Okay. Username, password, enter. So first what you have to do is you have to create a gitignore file and that you have to upload it here. Okay. So now we created this gitignore file. This is visible here, and inside this we said that if file name is starting with password, token, or it is ending with .css extension, you have to simply ignore that particular file. So now the benefit of this is, okay, if somebody is going to create a new file, okay. So take an example, first I am creating a file with the name called b.txt. Okay. So as soon as I am going to create a file with the name called b.txt, okay. So you'll see that a file got created b.txt. Okay, if I'll do the git status, this command is going to say that one file with the name called b.txt is added, right? And if I want to add this file, I will do the command called git add dot git commit -m. Okay, and this is going to commit the file also, like commit -m, give the message like b.txt file added, something like this. Okay, that means at any point of the time, whenever I am adding a new file, right? So automatically they are getting to know that a new file is coming. As soon as I will do the git status, we'll see that one new file is started to come. Okay. Now let's create a file with the name called password. Now I'm creating a file with the name called password and writing something like secret text or something here. Okay. Save this. Now if I'll do ls, a new file also got created, password, right? But now if you'll try to do the git status, they will not say that any new file added. See, they're not saying any new file added. Why? Because I said to the git already that if somebody is creating a file with the name called password, we have to ignore that. And that's why if they are finding the file with the name called password, they are ignoring it. If I'm creating a file with the name called token, touch token, that will be also be ignored. If I'll do the git status, see, they're not finding anything that token file is added. Okay. Similarly, if I'll do something like I said that if any file ending with .css extension. Okay, so take an example, I'm creating a file with the name called kissn.css. So again, they are going to ignore this file. If I do git status, they are not able to understand that any new file got added. But other than this, other than password, token, or .css extension file, if you are creating any other file in the world, like I'm creating a file with the name called kissn.txt. So as soon as I'm creating this file, I will do the git status. They will find that a new file got added with the name called kissn.txt. So I have so many files here, right? Password file, token file, kissn.css file. But if I'm going to do the git add dot, and if I'm going to do the git commit -m added some file, and if I'm going to do the git push also, username, password, press enter. So we done all these changes. Okay, but now you can verify here that you will be not able to see password, token, or CSS file here. See, not there. There is no password file, there is no token file, there is no .css file. That means if you want to store some data that you want to keep it personal to you only, that means it will be present in the same location, but it will be present inside your local repository only. It cannot be pushed to the GitHub repository. Then what you have to do, you have to create a file called gitignore. Inside that you have to mention the particular file name. Making sense?
Yeah.
So hope this part is clear to all of you. Okay. So this is about the gitignore. Here I shown you the examples, everything. So there is one more thing, like whenever you are doing the git log, right? So they are providing you so much things, right? Now, if take an example, if somebody want to find a log, so you can just write like this also, git log, can you grep the log only where the ignore is written. So you'll see that there is only one commit happen in which somebody added the ignore message. So that also you can find it. If I want to say that is something any message related to a.txt file is there. So I'll just write here a.txt. So I'll find that okay, there is two commit actually happened. One commit somebody updated the a.txt file, in one commit somebody added the a.txt file. So like this way also you can find it. If there are so many logs are coming and if you want to find some particular logs, you can always use the grep command. Now we have to understand the concept of branching. Okay, so what is the branch? Let me just show you. Okay, so what is the branch concept? Branch is something like this. Take an example currently in this GitHub repo. This is the master branch. Okay. So master branch is the main branch in which we create all the files, whatever the files that is customer is currently using. Like currently, take an example, the WhatsApp application is there, right? So whatever the latest version of the WhatsApp application you have installed in your mobile phone, like take an example, 55 version. Okay. So whatever the code of that 55 version will be there, that will be present in this master branch. Okay, but it is not like WhatsApp 55th version is launched in the market, so their employee is not working on the 56th or 57th version, right? Because they will be definitely working on some another version that is going to be upcoming in nature, right? So rather than doing the changes directly in the master branch, because if they will do directly the changes in the master branch and if something wrong will happen, right? So then again the entire customer is going to be affected. Okay. That's why rather than do the changes directly in the master branch, what we do is we create another branch parallel to this master branch. Okay, and whatever the data is present here, okay, whatever the data is present in this, so what I was saying, yeah, so whatever the data is present in this master branch, everything will be replicated in that particular branch also. This is making sense? Okay, and rather than doing the changes here, we'll be doing in that particular branch is just like a parallel concept, right? If you know the concept of the parallel world, right? So everything is going to be exist as it is only. Like if there is a first branch in which 50 files are present, so if I'm going to create a branch one from the master branch, so that branch is also going to have the exactly same 50 files. Okay, but whatever the changes you are going to do in that particular parallel branch, that cannot affect your this main branch. Is this making sense? Or you are getting confused?
Yeah, little bit confusion.
Okay. So see, take an example. This is the master branch. Okay. So in the master branch, we added some file like index.html file, CSS file, ABC file. 3 file I added. Similarly, here also you are seeing that currently 5 to 6 file is added. Okay. Now all these files are added. Now I hired a multiple developers, right? I hired multiple developers. And I said that developers, what you have to do is you have to edit this json.txt file and you have to do some changes here. Okay. Now the question is if they are going to do the changes directly in this master branch. Okay. If they are going to directly do the changes in the master branch, And see, when the developers write the code, it is not happens like the first time developer will write the code and everything will be correct, right? Definitely can be some bugs will happen. Testing team will test the code. If that is working, then only they will say that, okay, this code is working fine, right? So you cannot upload the code directly in the master branch, because if you are directly uploading the code here and if something wrong will happen, all the millions of customer who is using the WhatsApp application like that, everybody is going to be affected. Making sense? Okay,
Yes.
that's why what we do is, rather than doing the changes directly here, we created a new branch parallel to this. So this master branch will be still present like this only, this straight line. Okay, but now there is a new branch again. And if we created this branch at this point, then what is the meaning is, whatever the file is present till now, like whenever you will create a new branch from a parent branch, okay, so whatever the file will be present in the parent branch, everything will be copied in the children branch also. Okay, it is something like this. If there will be children will be there, they will be having all the things that is parents have, like take an example, whatever the parents have, the properties, everything will be given to the children also, right? So they will be having the access of all the things. So exactly, if this master branch having the three files, so all the three file access will be given to the branch one also. Okay, exactly same content, everything. Now, if the developer want to do the changes, do here. If you want to edit some file, if you want to delete some file, if you want to add extra 4 to 5 files, do everything inside this branch one. Why? Because if something wrong will happen also inside this branch one. So since no customer is using this branch, all the customer are using the code from this particular branch, right? So our customer is not going to be affected. Okay. And once you are done with your work, right, then you will ask us to merge request. You will be asking a merge request from the manager. Manager will check the code, right? And he will verify the code, is your code is working perfectly fine or not. And if everything is correct and manager is happy that yes, your code will be good addition for the master branch, then only he will add the code in the master branch. Okay. Basically, there will be a person who will have only the permission to add the code in the master branch. You cannot directly upload the code in the master branch, because if something wrong will happen, everything is going to be corrupted. Okay, so that is the thing. Similarly, you can think like this scenario also, that there is a master branch. Okay, inside that 50 files are present. Now we hired 3 employees. Okay, for the first employee I given some another work, for employee 2 I given some another work, for employee 3 I given some another work. Okay, so if all the 3 employee want to work parallelly, so what I can do is I can create 3 branch. Branch 1 for the employee 1, branch 2 for the employee 2, branch 3 for employee 3. All the employee will start to do their changes in the branch 1. He will do in the changes in the branch 2. He will do the changes in branch 3. Maybe after 5 to 10 days of time, this employee 1 said that my code is completed. Then manager is going to check the code. If code is perfect, then he will merge the code from the branch 1 to the master branch. That means whatever the changes he done here, right, that will be reflected back in the master branch. Similarly, whatever the changes this employee to in the branch 2, if the merge happen, then it will be reflected here. But take an example, this branch 3 code is not satisfactory, right? So then manager is not going to merge this code. And if this code is not going to merge in the master branch, this master branch will be remain unaffected from the branch 3. So like this way it is going to be happen. So to show you the scenario, okay, of the branching, let me do one thing. Let me just restart the session, become the root user. If I'll do the git branch, okay, if I'll do the git branch, okay, not git branch, basically first we have to go inside the Mumbai git directory, then only we can run the git command. If I'll hit the git branch, right? So you are seeing that currently how many branches present? Only one branch, that is the master branch, right? Now, if I want to create one more branch, so what I will do? I will do the command called git. And before that, let me show you one more interesting thing. If you'll see here, git log -hyphen one line or git log command. Okay. So you are seeing here, there is 2 things at this particular commit, master and origin master. Making sense? These 2 things. Okay. Can you tell me difference between this master and origin master, whatever the things is coming in your mind? Anything you can think of? What is this master? What is this origin/master?
origin master may be the original master file, master directory, and
Okay.
the first master is the branches.
No, see, this first master is the local master branch that is present in my local machine. Okay. And this
Mhm.
origin slash master is basically the master branch that is present in this GitHub repo. Okay. So if you are seeing that master and origin master is at the same position, that means whatever the things I am seeing locally I am seeing that this is the last commit 4B641, right? And if
Yeah.
origin master is also pointing the same position, that means from here also we'll see the last commit is this one only, 4B641. Okay. That means whatever the changes you done locally, everything you uploaded it to the GitHub. That's why both are synced at the same position. That is the meaning here. Okay. So this is the one thing you have to keep in mind. When I will explain the branching, then this concept will be clear. So now if I'll do the git branch, you know that only one branch is there currently, that is master branch. If I want to create a new branch with the name called branch1, I will just type the command called git. Can you create a branch with the name called branch1? Okay, I'll press enter. And if I'll do git branch, so see, one more branch got created, branch1. But currently I am present in which branch? Master branch.
Master.
If I want to go to the branch one, so see in the master branch, how many files are there? This many files are present. Okay. In this master branch, this many files are present. If I'll move like git, can you check out to the branch one? So now what happened? I moved to the branch one. I can verify. See, currently we are present in the branch one. But I said you, whenever we'll create a new branch from the master branch, okay, what is going to happen is whatever the file is present in the master branch, everything will be copied in the branch one also. See, everything is copied here. Making sense? Okay. But currently we are present in the branch one. So what is the meaning here? I am saying here, now taking example inside this branch one. Now just think like this, employee one is working in some project. Okay. Now he is in the branch one. So employee one, what he done is he is creating one more file here. Okay. He is creating a file with the name called branch one file. And he is adding some content here. Okay, 3 line he added. If you will do the git status, you know that they will say that one extra file got added. What we have to do, simply git add dot or git add file name. Then we have to commit this file. Git, I want to commit this file, and here I am giving the message called branch1 file added. Something like this I given this message. Okay. Now what happened basically? Currently we are present in the branch one. That is the first thing you have to understand. Inside the branch one, I created one more extra file with the name called branch1 file. This file was not present in the branch one previously. I created it. Okay. Now I'm going to check out it. I want to move back again to the master branch. Okay. Now if I'll say currently we are present in which branch? Master branch. But in the master branch, if I will able to see that, will I able to see branch1 file here? No. That means whatever the changes you done, that will be visible only in the branch one. Since currently you are present in the master branch, you will be not able to see the branch one file here. Again, if you want to see it, you have to simply say that git checkout to the branch one. And when you will check out to the branch one, here you will do the ls, you will be able to see the branch one file because now you are present in the branch one. Okay. And once we committed the code, even if I'll do the git log, you'll see that last commit, it is clearly saying that Mumbai employee committed that, and he committed the code in which branch? Not in the master branch. He committed the code in the branch one. Okay. And in the branch one, this message is added. Branch one file. Okay. Let me just quit it. And let me show you in the smaller format, then it will make more sense. Git log --- one line. So you are seeing here origin master and master is present at this particular commit ID. Okay, and branch one is present at this particular commit ID, right? What is the meaning of this? That means our branch one know that there is one more extra commit happened with the name called 593. But is this branch one is uploaded to the GitHub? No, right? That's why we are able to see only one branch here. We are not able to see here two branches. Making sense? So what is the step we have to do to upload this code? we have to do the git push, because after committing the code, we have to always do the git push, right? So because I am pushing the code first time, so they will say that you have to hit this command git push set up a stream, because we are going to push this code in the branch one. So I will just copy this and I will paste it here. Again, they will ask us the username, and again they will ask us for the password. And since if I'm going to paste this, now what is going to happen is, previously you are seeing only one branch here. Now you are refreshing this page. There will be two branches will be here. See, branch one is also coming. But in the master branch, you are not seeing any file with the name called branch one file. But now in the branch one, you'll be able to see that there is a file with the name called branch one file is present. Okay. And not only this, if you are going to do git log -- one line, so you can clearly see that branch one and origin / branch one both are synced at the same point of time. Okay. That means whatever the commit happened, like that 593ED, right? So this is known by the local branch one also, and it is present in the branch one also. And that's why in the branch one, you'll see that the last commit, whatever the last commit it happened. Okay. So the last commit they done is the 593 on, and that's why it is visible. Okay. So this is the thing. So how to create the file, how to go to the new branch, right? But currently this file is not moved to the master branch, right? Currently this branch one file is present in the branch one only, but this file is not present in the master branch. Okay. Now my manager checked the code of the branch one file. Okay. And he's happy with this code. Okay. Like currently he saw that there is a branch one file is there that is committed. Okay. And he is checking git branch. He is currently present in the branch one. He checked the code. And in the branch one file looks perfectly fine. Then if we want to move that, whatever the changes you've done in the branch one file, okay, that I want to move it in the master branch, then what we have to do is, first we have to move out to the master branch. Let's go to the master branch. And when you reach to the master branch, currently there is no branch one file is present, right? Now you have to simply say that git, I want to merge, okay, I want to merge the branch one. That's it. Automatically they will merge the branch one to the master branch, because currently we are present in the master branch. I'll press enter, they automatically merged it, and they said that I found that in the branch one only one changes is there, that there is a file is present, branch one file, in which somebody added 3 lines of the code, that I merged it here. If I'll do ls, see, branch one file is visible. We are present in the master branch. Okay. Still we are able to see the branch one file because this file is got merged. And if you'll do the git log -- one line, so what you are saying, your master branch, origin branch one and branch one, everybody know about this commit, the last commit in which somebody added the branch one file. But your origin / master, that means the master branch that is present here in the GitHub side, okay, they still don't know anything about the branch one file. Okay. So what we have to do, because after doing the changes, after we done the merge, right, we have to push the changes also. We'll simply do the git push, write the username, and write the password. And since we are going to upload this, now if we'll do the git log -- one line, see, everything is as present at the same point. Master branch, origin master, origin branch one, branch one. That means if I'll refresh this page, now in this master branch also you'll be able to see branch one file here. Because everybody is now aware about this commit ID. Master branch also and the branch one also. And everything is synced. That's why everything is going to come at the same point. Is this making sense to all of you?
Yeah. Actually, in the repository, if there are multiple files, and if we want to push, like, we don't want to push all of them, only few files, or like 3 files are there. If we want to push only 2,
Okay.
how
So
do we?
that's what I said, if you don't want to push any file, you have to keep that particular file in the gitignore file,
Oh,
right?
okay. We don't move that back into
What?
work. We don't move that file back into the working directory. We no need to.
No, see, you are saying that you created 3 files, right? And you want to
Yes.
just move to staging area only 2 files out of that, right?
Yeah.
So the one way is you will be using the command called git add, okay, and you are giving the file name. So you'll be giving only that particular 2 file name only to add it rather than using the dot symbol, okay? But in
Okay.
that case, if you do the git status, okay, so always it will say that one more extra file is present that is visible always in the red color because you did not added it, right? So
Yeah.
if you want that red colored part will be also not come. So that's why we created a gitignore file, right? Inside this gitignore file, just mention that particular file name. So from the next time, Git is not going to track that file. And
Oh.
that's the reason why we created the gitignore file.
So that gitignore, we do it in staging area
No,
or local?
gitignore,
Little,
we are doing it. It is just like a file now.
yeah.
Gitignore is just a file. Once you
Okay.
commit this file with the name called gitignore itself, so Git always try to read the file here. So if your file is present inside this, name is present here, then Git is not going to track this file whenever new file will be created. Okay. If your name is not there, then only Git is going to track. So this file you have to create in working space, then move it to staging area, and then you have to commit it also. Once you will commit the git ignore file, that means you are saving it in the local repo, then only Git will start to read this file to
Oh,
ignore.
okay. Okay.
That's why first we committed this file, then only we created the password file or token file or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I shown you the concept of merging up to here. Okay. This merge concept I shown you how to merge the branch one and the content will be merged. Okay. Now there is a concept of the conflict everything that we'll be taking in the next class. Till then, you can just practice it. Anybody done the setup of the Git or still you have to do?
The GitHub download and account setup, right?
Yeah, GitHub setup like installing everything.
Yeah. Actually, I did.
Okay. So just try to practice up to the merge command. Okay. And if any issue is coming, you can just note it. You can ask in the next class. Okay.
Yeah.
And in the next class, the next topic will be basically starting it from the conflict side. Okay. Because sometimes what happens when we try to merge the code from different branches, there are some issue also comes. Okay. So that also how to fix it, that we'll just try to check it in the next class.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is my sound is audible? Okay. So in the branching concept and merging concept, anybody have any question? Yesterday's part? Anybody? Merge part was clear to all of you? Is the merging the code from the branch one to the master branch was clear to you? Any question in that? Anybody?
I have to practice that one, sir. Yes. Yesterday's recording was uploaded late, right? So I'm still at the day before one, the 12th one. So yesterday's
So
maybe tomorrow morning I'll practice and I will get back to you if I have any questions.
okay, no issue. Okay, so try to do that. Okay, and
Sure.
just remember one thing that I should explain here itself. So see, currently we are present in which branch? That we can find it using the command called git branch. Okay. Now, do you know one thing that currently we are in the master branch? Okay, and here if I will create a file, okay, take an example. Okay, there are so many files actually. Just give me a second. Let me delete all the extra file. Okay, password token CSS I can delete it easily. So let me just delete it. Okay, this is done. So now it will look more fine. Okay. Now we know that if I do the git status, nothing is changed, everything is clean because we deleted the file which was already in the ignored version. Okay. Now you know that we are present in the master branch. Okay. Now in the master branch, if I'm going to create a file currently, like where we create the file, in which stage, working area, staging area, or commit area, we create always the file in the working space itself, right? So if I am creating a file here with the name called, okay, so I created a file, new code file. If we'll do, it is visible. Now the question is, currently I created this file, okay, and I am present in the master branch. If I will switch to the branch one, what do you think? Will this file will be visible or not in the branch one, new code file? I created the file. Yeah. What are you saying?
No,
Okay.
it's not visible.
Any other thing anybody can think of? See, currently this file is present in the working space. Again, I'm repeating that. Okay. This file is currently present in the working space. We did not move it to the staging area or commit area.
Yeah, we can see that one even in the branch
Because
one.
this file is in the working space. So currently this git does not know now what you want to do with this file, right? This is just a normal file currently. Okay. That's why even if you do the git status command, git will say that somebody added a file. Okay. But I'm not tracking this. Okay. And if you want to make sure that this file should be tracked, then we always use the command called git add. Okay. Once I will do the git add and git commit, then only this file will be visible in the master branch only. Making sense? But until and unless we did not commit it, so if somebody will switch that git checkout to the branch one, so here also I will be able to see new code file. This is currently present in the working space. And this new code file, take an example, this from the branch one, you are going to add it, git add dot git commit -m new code file added. So I created this file when I was present in the master branch, but I committed from the branch one, right? So now this file is going to belongs to the branch one only. Here I'll be able to see this file, new code file. But if I'm check out to master, if I'll do ls, see that new code file is not visible. So until and unless commit is not happening, you'll be able to see the file in each branch locally. Okay, that is the one thing. Okay, so this time, if I'll do, I think one push we are back with it. So origin branch one, all are present at during this commit, but you know there is last commit we done, right? So currently we done the changes in the branch one. Okay, now you want to move that new code file from the branch one to the master branch also. So come to the master branch and then you have to simply say git, I want to merge the code from the branch one. And as soon as I will do this, what is going to happen is, okay, spelling is wrong. Now what is going to happen is automatically new code file will be visible in the master branch also because we merged the thing. And since we merged it, now you'll do the git log -- one line. So see, it is clearly saying that your master and branch one is present at this commit ID. Okay, but your origin master and origin branch one is still present at this commit ID only. They don't know anything about that you created a new code file, and that is true. They don't know anything that we created a new code file. Even if I'll refresh this, they are unaware about this fact. So how to make them aware? We have to simply do the git push. We'll give the username. We'll give the token. Enter it. And since we uploaded, now if I'll do the git log -- one line. So origin master also got updated. Origin branch one still it will be not updated. Why? Because we did not done the git push from the branch one. We done the git push from the master branch. That's why only this will be updated. Okay. If we want to make sure that in the branch one also we'll push it. So we'll first move it to the branch one and then we'll do the git push one more time. Git push. Username. Password. Now what happened? Okay, I think password is wrong. Now let me copy it one more time. So this is done. Now if we'll again move back to the master branch and you are going to check the log, so you'll see that everything looks perfectly fine. All are synced to the last commit. And you can verify it from here also. Previously the new code file was not visible. Now it will be visible. Yeah. Okay, so this is the concept of the merging that we explained in the last class. Now today we are going to see about the concept called conflict. Okay, we are going to see the concept called conflict. So merge is clear, right? Should I go with the conflict now? All of you? Okay. So let's see what I am trying to do now. Okay. Try to understand. It is a little bit complex to understand conflict part. Okay. But if you're able to understand this, everything will be fine. Okay. So for the conflict, what you are going to do is I am creating a file with the name called new file. Okay. And make sure currently I'm is present in which branch? I am present in the master branch. In the master branch, I am creating a file with the name called new file. Something like this I created. Okay. And inside this new file, I'm writing some content. I'm writing the content as hi Kisan. Something like this. Okay. Inside a new file. That's it. I am saving this file. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm simply doing the git add, git commit -m and give the message added new file in master like this. And we commit it and we done the git push. Something like this. Username, password. So basically we created a file with the name called new file. Inside this we written some content, okay, and we committed it. Making sense?
Yes.
And you can verify here. If we'll refresh this page, okay. This new
Okay.
file came. Inside this content is IKeysen. Fine.
Yeah.
Now what we are going to do is, again, we done it in the master branch. Now I am moving back. Git, I want to check out. Okay, Git, I want to check out. And I want to check out to branch one. Okay. Currently, this branch one does not know anything about that new file got created there, right? Now, take an example. The person who is working on the branch one, he also created a file with the name called new file itself. Okay, exactly same name, new file only. But in place of writing the hi Kisan, here he written the hi Kisan, right, in the master branch. But this particular employee who is writing here, he written the hello Kisan, something like that. And he also saved this content. He also done the git add. He also done the git commit -m and new file added in branch one, something like this. Okay. So done. Now git push password, done. We saved it. Okay. Now you know what happened till now. What we done? We created a file. Okay, we created a file with the name called new file in the master branch. Okay, inside this we written the content as hi Kisan. Okay. Similarly, I created a file with the name called in the branch one with the name called new file itself, and here I written the content called hello Kisan. Making sense?
Yeah.
Now, if somebody want to update, like whatever the changes I done in the branch one, I want to merge it in the master branch. What we do usually, if I want to merge the content of the branch one to the master branch, what is the usually thing we do?
Full.
Come again?
Full.
Not pull. We do the git merge, right? To merge the thing from the branch one to the master branch. So first we have to check out to the master branch. Okay, wherever we want to merge it, first we have to go to that particular branch, and we'll simply say that git, can you merge the code from branch one? Now the problem is when git will try to merge the code from branch one, how they merge it? They will check all the files here, right? And they will check all the files here. Okay. If here you created a new file, like previously we created a file with the name called new code file, right? So this new code file was not existed in the master branch, right? So that's why when I done the merge, what they done is they simply added the new code file here. Okay. But now the problem is this time you are going to do the merge. So here they will see that there is a new file, extra file, that is new file. Okay. And when they will try to merge it in this master branch, here they will see that already there is a file with the name called new file. Okay. Now they will check the content. Inside this, they will check the content is hi Kisan in the first line. There they will check the content is hello Kisan in the first line. Then they will get confused that which one is correct, which one is wrong. Making sense? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And since this is going to give the issue, okay. So if you'll try to do now, can you merge the branch ones? There is a issue is coming and they are saying auto merging new file. There is conflict is coming and I am not able to handle. So you have to manually solve the conflict. Automatic merge this failed. Okay, now you have to fix the conflict and then commit the result. They are telling us only. Okay, they are saying I am unable to do the merge. Okay, because conflict is there. Now you have to fix the conflict and commit the result. So what they actually done? So we done the git merge. Okay, so they merged the branch also, right? The problem is when they were merging the new file, so they were confused that which code is correct, whether hi Kisan is correct or hello Kisan is correct. Okay, so you're seeing both the things, right? Hi Kisan and hello Kisan, right?
Yes.
Now they added both the things because they are saying I was confused that which one is to kept, right? So they kept both the things inside this file. Okay, but this is not the proper format to keep the code, everything, right? Definitely this is going to give the issue. So what you have to do is you have to open this new file manually. Okay, you have to open this new file manually. Why it is not opening? Okay, new file. So see, now as a human being, machine cannot take the decision, right? Which code is correct. But as a human being, the person who is writing the code, they will be able to take the decision, right? Which code is correct, which code is wrong, right? So after seeing all these things, I found that, okay, let's do one thing. Both the codes are correct. Let's keep both the line of code, something like this. So I will delete all the extra line and I will keep both the things. Making sense? I took the decision that I have to keep both the code. If I have to do some extra changes, that also I will just add it here. Okay. Is this fine? What I'm doing here?
But there are two different files, right? Two different files developed by two different people.
Yeah, two
But
different.
what if they need both the files?
No, but they given the file name as same, right?
Same, but is this the way actually they can change the file name and keep the both the files?
No. See, file name you cannot change it now. See, you created the file with the same name, right? So
Yeah.
if you know that is the reason that you want to keep both the file, right?
Yeah.
So in that case, what will be happen is, see, what I am trying to explain, that is a different scenario. I am explaining you that somebody written some code, okay?
Yeah.
And on that particular code file only, like in the new file itself, somebody also doing some changes, okay? But rather than doing some changes in the line or something, they deleted the entire content. Getting it? That
Yeah.
if somebody added some extra line in this line and branch one, they added some different line in this one. Okay, so in that case, if they will try to add this, so Git always store the value as per the line wise. Okay, like if you are going to delete a single word also, na, Git will understand that you deleted the entire line and then you added a extra line. Okay, so we are solving the conflict like that way. But if you are saying that both the file we want to keep, in that case, developer will definitely change the file in the branch one and then they will try to merge it, right? Because when we are merging, that time only we are getting the issue, no, that conflict is there or not, right? So manager can ask simply that you can change the file name.
Yeah, but this is file is the same, but
Yeah,
served by
content somebody updated it. This
content
person
is
updated different
different.
content.
Okay.
This person updated different content. Now we have to take the decision that which code is
Yeah.
correct. Okay, that is the thing. Once we'll take the decision, we'll rectify. Okay, then we'll simply save this file and we'll say simply again exactly same way: git add git commit -m and give the message like conflict solve, something like this. I'll press enter. Then if I'll do git push username password, then the push. Now if you'll see in the master branch, if I'm refreshing this, we'll be able to see the latest content. Okay, high case and allocation also. Okay, if somebody will check the history, they can get it. Okay, that the last commit was something in which they solved the conflict. Okay, in which they basically added this line. Okay, so like this way you have to do the changes. Okay, and conflict not like this only happens. Sometimes conflict happen like this also. Let me show you another scenario. Let me first check whether it will work or not. So what I am going to do is, currently we merged everything, right? Everything is working perfectly fine. If I'll do the git log -1 line, you'll see that everything is updated. There is no problem in this, right? Everything is good. This branch one is not pushed to this one. Okay, but let it be. Now what we are doing is, let's clear all these things and take an example. We are going with the file called Mumbai file one. Okay, Mumbai file one. Now from the master branch, somebody was working on the master branch directly. Okay, and what he done is he deleted this code, new line of code. Okay, and in place of that, he added something different. Like he added something like this on the third line. Making sense? Okay, in the Mumbai file one, simply save this file. Then he done the git add, git commit, -m, updated Mumbai file. And we are doing the git push. And so push is also done. Okay. Now master branch people done these changes, right? But the people who is from the branch one, they are unaware about that somebody done the changes. Okay. So he is working in the branch one. And since he is working in the branch one, he can also edit the Mumbai file one, right? So currently the code is new line of code only, right? But in place of this line, he written something different, like something like this he written. Okay, so totally different content. Okay, on the third line. Else everything is same. Only the third line he done the changes. If I save this file, and he also done the exactly same thing. Git add, git commit, given some message. Git push. We uploaded it. Okay. Now if we'll verify it, what we done actually is in the master branch. Okay. In the master branch, we created the Mumbai file one. Okay. Inside this, we done the changes. We basically done the changes in this third line. Okay. Similarly, in the branch one also, we done the changes in this line. Okay. Now I will try to merge the changes from the branch one to the master one. This can be the possibility, right? That somebody worked parallelly in both the branches like that. Okay. Now, if somebody will check out, currently I'm in present in which branch? Branch one. If I'm going to do the checkout, git checkout to the master branch. And if I'll say git, can you merge the branch one? Again, conflict is coming in the Mumbai file one. Making sense? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And what will be the conflict? You know the reason. Let me open the Mumbai file one in detail. So see, everything is same. These two line, no changes, right? So there is no problem in this. The last line, also there is no changes. The problem is in the third line. Making sense? Because the person who is writing in the master branch, he written this line. Okay, the person who was editing in the branch one, okay, he written this thing. Now you have to take decision which code is correct. This one, or you want to keep both, or you want to delete one. Making sense? So for this type of the scenario, we have to take the decision. So again, I will delete all this extra thing. Okay, and then I can again save this file and I can say git add, git commit -m and take all in this file like this. Fine. And since we pasted, now we'll do the git push. We will keep the username, password, yeah. And you can verify. Now this Mumbai file one will have the updated code. We are in the branch one. Actually, we done the changes in the master branch, and we can go in the history also. If you'll see the conflict solve, what was the things we done. So basically, this was the added by the master branch of people only, and this line extra we added from the branch one. Whatever the changes we done, basically, that is just added. Hope the conflict is now clear to you. If any confusion in the conflict, you can ask. All good?
If it is okay, we'll practice up to here and then.
Then you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure, we can do that now. So, okay, so
Yeah.
from stashing, we'll see. So tomorrow is Friday, right? And so most probably tomorrow Git will be over. Okay. So there will be basically 4 or 5 more commands are there, like git stashing, git reset, git revert, right? Git for, git clone, these all things we'll see. Okay.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, you can practice it.
So
Okay.
once this is done, what is the next topic?
Once the Git will be over, we'll be starting with the AWS cloud.
Okay.
Okay. Currently, we just know how to launch the EC2 instance, right? That's it now.
Yeah.
But now we'll be launching much more details about all these things. What is image? What is volume? These all things will explain everything. Okay.
So that will be how many classes? Like 1
Uh,
week or?
for AWS,
Yes. Yeah.
it will be more than 1 week.
Okay.
It will be around 8 to 9 classes, something around, to
Okay.
cover the entire.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then. Thanks all of you. Have a nice
Yeah.
day. Just
Thank you, sir.
practice merge and conflict now. Try to
Sure.
practice it 2 to 3 times. That is more important.
Sure. Yeah, we will. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. So in the last class we checked about the conflict everything. Okay. And we have to start with the word called stashing. Anything you have to ask from previous topic? Anybody?
Yeah, I have one question, sir.
Hmm.
Actually, we are connecting to the Mumbai instance and the US instance, right? To upload
Yes.
and commit the files. Okay. How do we, change the instance actually? For example, US client employee don't want to do that. So if manager wants to d- get it done by a different person, how do we need to delete that instance or?
No, no. See, instance is just like a laptop. Okay, it is not like Mumbai or something. Okay, I
Mhm.
just shown you a scenario here that 2 different employees having 2 different laptop, how they will be communicating from a
Yeah,
single repository. Okay, now
yeah.
a third person is going to come. So again, he will do the exactly same process. Nah? He will also create a directory. He will do the git init. Again, he will git pull the code from that particular repository, like that US employee done in the starting, right? And once all the code he will get it, then again he will follow the same process.
Okay. I mean, like, do we need to delete the users? Like, whenever we initiate the instance, actually, it will add the user ID and the password, right? So,
Yeah, so see that I understood. You are
mhm,
asking for this one, right? Like US employee is committing, then we get the message as US employee committed, right? Like
correct.
that way you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so whenever we do the git config, right? So third person is going to definitely come from their own third laptop.
Okay.
Is that making sense? So
Yeah,
he
that.
will do the config. So he will be doing it with the all his name itself, right? He will be doing the command git config -hyphen global user dot name, and there he will be writing the employee 3 like that way.
Yeah. No need to delete the existing one. Just the whoever
Existing one
wants
is
to
with
do it.
the no. See, existing one is with the US employee laptop
Yeah.
now. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so if he left the company or something, so what we can do is we can just block his access to this Git repo. Currently, we have a public repo, right? So
Yeah.
anybody can pull
Okay.
and push the code. If we have the private repo, we know that which person can commit and which person don't have to commit, right? Like if I will give, like see, currently anybody can commit it, okay? But if
Yeah.
I'll make it as a private repository, then the only email or the only GitHub account I will give the permission, that only person can add it here. Okay, that is the thing. Okay. See, there is two things now, public repository and private repository. Making sense?
Yeah, in real-time scenario also we do the same thing like the token.
Are you
Every time
saying
we get
something?
from the yeah. Yeah. Hi.
Your sound is coming very less actually.
How about now?
Yeah, good. Yeah, you were saying something? You can say again.
Is it good now?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm able to hear you. You can say.
Okay, sorry. Is it good?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So yeah, in real-time scenario, actually, do we generate the GitHub tokens every time, and then we do the push?
No, it is, see, token is basically, yes, you have to generate. Okay.
Okay.
So a manager is going to generate on your behalf, or you will be having the account. So see,
Okay.
actually what happens in the real world scenario now, there will be a GitHub account belongs to the company. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that company is going to create a repository, right?
Yeah.
And inside that, the person who is having, like, take an example, you are working with XYZ company, right? So your GitHub account will be also created from that particular XYZ company email only. Okay. So they
Okay.
will give you the allow permission to that particular repository that this person can work on that. Okay. Like, take
Okay.
an example.
Mhm.
If I am creating a repository, okay,
Mhm.
like this new repository. So here only we have the option to create public or private. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the private, we have the power who can see and who can commit. So if we are
Mhm.
selecting the private, okay, and I'm
Mhm.
writing here cloud,
Mhm.
something like this. Okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
And that's it. I'm going to click on create repository.
Mhm.
So we created a private repository. Now what is going to happen is in this repository, nobody from the outer world can come in. Okay, that is
Oh.
the first thing. Okay. And
Okay.
even if somebody is going to come my account, okay, like take an
Mhm.
example, I am going from the
Yeah.
GitHub DevOps hero. Like if somebody will search like this, so this is my username. Okay. Where is the, it is not coming.
Yeah. It is there.
No, I don't think
I
so.
saw.
Okay, wait, let me do one thing. I'm coming here. DevOps Hero is the only username. Okay, let me just copy up to here. Okay, so I'm coming here and I'm going to this from different browser. So see, I'm not signed in, right? But I'm able to see all the repository because these all are the public repository. Okay,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
I'm not able to see that private repository now because that is not access given to anybody from the outer world. Okay. But even this is a public repository or something, right? This is a public repository that we created. Anybody can see, okay, by coming to this account. Okay.
Yeah.
But you will be not able to commit anything here because you don't have the permission to do, right? If you want to commit or something, either I am the owner, then only I can commit. Who can generate the token? I am only able to generate the token. Is that making
Mhm.
sense? Okay.
Yes.
So I can only upload the code here. But
Okay.
coming to the private repository, what can happen is this is a private repository. Okay. So here also the process will be same only git init, git post, everything, whatever you are doing. Okay.
Mhm. Mhm.
And once this repository is done, so let me just give you add collaborators here. It is there, right? So
Oh.
click on invite, okay? And here I can give the username of the persons. Like if I'm giving some person's username, add people, okay? If I'll
Mhm.
search for username, like anybody can tell your username something.
SUJMAN.
Can you just type it in chat?
Yeah. My username is SUJMAN.
Yeah, just type it in chat.
Oh,
I'll just copy it. Yeah.
in the chat.
Okay, this is your username.
Yeah.
Okay. This one or which one?
Yeah.
This one.
First one. Yeah.
Okay. So like this way, if I'll do the add this one, okay. So now you will get a message here. See, you got a email or something.
Yeah.
Okay, once you are going to accept the invite, then you'll be able to see it. Currently, it is saying as pending invite.
So
Okay.
where do you see the email in my account?
Yeah, you'll be seeing the email in your account now, where on which email you created that. There will be getting a message.
Oh, okay. So in
Right.
my okay. Not in the Git account, right?
No. It is will be in your email now associated to your
Okay.
account.
Okay. I will check that email just to have the information. But yeah, I got the invite. Correct.
Yeah. So now
Okay.
if you will accept it, let's accept.
Yeah.
Accept
I
it.
did. Yeah.
Now see, you are the collaborator. Okay. So now
Okay.
you can see the data, everything. Okay. And I can control like what access you can get, what type of the access you will not able to get it, right? These all things I can come here and I can manage it. And even we can see able to see you, what are the repository you created. This is a public repo. That's why I'm able to see you, right?
Yeah.
So like this way you can collaborate to now this particular repo because you have the access.
Okay.
Getting it? So
Yes.
now you can generate a token from your side, and if I'm giving you the permission that you will be able to commit everything, okay, then they will be able to do.
Okay.
Okay, and here we have the permission where we can manage what are the people can do, okay, in this repository, if they can upload the code. These all are the different settings again, okay, so that we can do. And even if I want to transfer the ownership to some other people, like I want that this repository owner you want to become, right? So I can transfer that also like that way. So there are so many things we can do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let's come to the stashing part now. So I connected to the GitHub machines. Okay, so first I'm becoming the root user. I'm going inside the Mumbai Git directory. Okay, if I'll do the Git status, I think everything is up to date. There is no problem. Even if I'll check git log -1 line. Okay, everything looks fine up to here. Okay, let's clear this all. Now what we are going to do is we are going to see the stashing. Okay, so what is the use case of the stashing? Okay, so that can be a question in your mind, right? So let me just show you. So first thing you have to understand, stashing is going to work only the file which is committed. Okay, is this making sense to all of you? If I'm saying that stashing is a command which can work only on the file which is committed, that means if I'm going to create a new file that is still present in the working space, okay, so stashing is not going to work on that. Okay, stashing will work if the file is already committed, like this all file. Okay, now the benefit of the stashing is, take an example, Mumbai file 1 is already committed, right? So I'm going inside this Mumbai file 1. We are seeing already 5 lines of codes are there, well and good. Okay. Now my manager asked me that can you add some extra feature inside this Mumbai branch 1 file like this, okay? Mumbai file 1. So I started to write the code. Okay, I started to write the code and like I'm writing code 1, my, just give me a second. My code 1, my code 2, 3, 4. Code 4, code 5. Okay, so basically 5 line of code currently I written. Okay, but my goal was to write around 10 to 15 lines of code. So currently this code is not completed. Okay, now in between this only I am writing the code and I am testing it. My manager is asking me that there is some changes we have to do. Okay, maybe in another file or maybe in this file only they have to do some changes. Okay, there is some bug came on the priority basis. So now the question is, I written this 5 line of code. Will I delete this to do all other work, or what I should do? If I'll keep this thing, so again, I cannot commit anything because this change code is not correct, right? So if this code is going to upload to the GitHub, again, it is going to create the problem. Is this making sense to all of you scenarios? That we written some piece of code that is not completed. So if this code is not completed, that means we cannot commit it. Okay. Second thing, if I want to do some other changes in another file or in this file itself, so first I have to remove this code, right? Because whatever the extra things I done, I have to remove it, then only I can fix the previous bug. Is this making sense?
Yes.
So now what we can do is, let's save this file. So if I'll save this file and if I'll do the git status, Git will definitely say that somebody modified the Mumbai file one. That means you have to add it, you have to commit it. But I'm not ready to commit this file because this is not completed. Okay. So for that, Git say that if you have to do some other work and your code is not completed and you want to save this code somewhere for temporary time, so I can simply say git, can you stash whatever the changes I done? Git stash, that's it. What happened? If I'll do git status, nothing. This modified file is gone. Whatever the changes I done in the Mumbai file one, that is gone. Where it gone? If I'll do here cat Mumbai file one, you will be not able to see all this line code one, line code two, like that way. My code one, my code two, whatever I written. That is not there. Okay. Now, if everything is clear, then again it's become as it is as previous it was. Now my manager is asking me to upload some code. Okay. So again in the Mumbai file one only, he was asking to do some changes. Take an example. Okay. He was saying that this T should be capital. This T should be capital. This mine should be capital. And this code should be capital. Something like this. He said me to do some changes here. So I done updated this in the Mumbai file one itself. Okay. I will save this file. Now, after updating, fixing these bugs, what I done, I will do the git add, or you can do the changes in another file also. It is not like you can do only the changes in Mumbai file one. Whatever the changes you want to do in whichever file, do it. Okay. After doing all the changes, just do the git status. Again, do the git add, git commit -m, and give the message like bug fixed, like whatever the manager asked us to do this work on the priority basis. So I done that work priority basis, and I done the git push also. Username, password. Okay, and since we pushed it, now you'll see in the Mumbai file one, if I'm going to refresh this page. So you see that all the things become capital now. Okay, that means we fixed the bug. Okay, now the question is, we fixed this bug. Okay, now what to do? We already done some changes, right? We are already working on one more extra feature for the Mumbai file one. And for that, we already written the 5 line of code also. Okay, now will I write the code, that particular 5 line of code again? Okay, in this file? No. You have to simply say get. You remember I done some stats previously. Can you list that stats, how many stats thing you stored? So stats is just like a temporary storage. Okay, temporary storage. That means you want to do something. Currently you don't require, you saved it in some different directory. Okay. Again, your work is done. Again, you are taking that code from that particular directory and again you are backing it up here. Okay. So they are saying when you done the stats, I created a stats at the rate 0 index. Okay. So now if I'll say that git, do one thing. Okay, git, you have to do the stash apply. So you have to simply write git stash apply like this. Git stash apply and then whatever the symbol it is written here. In my case, here you are seeing stash at the rate 0. I will just copy this and I will say git. What you have to do is whatever the changes you saved, stash at the rate 0. So can you just apply it again back? I'll press enter. And see, again, they are saying your Mumbai file one is modified. Okay. And the benefit of this is previously in the Mumbai file one, these things I added. Seeing this?
Yeah.
This is coming from the stats changes, right? And they are saying previously when you done the changes, na, that time the file was looking like this. Like when I was writing this code, you remember the code was like this. This three thing was a small letter. Okay. But they are saying somebody updated this when you are doing in the stats studies, somebody updated that and they make this as a capital also. Making sense? So we are having the control of everything now.
So
Now, if
these
I,
two files got merged?
no,
That
it is not got merged, like whatever the changes we done previously, right? And that we did
yeah,
not save it and we move it to the stats. That got come back, right? Because this was the condition which we were working on previously, right?
yeah,
Now, and this was the changes that we done in the last commit because my manager asked me to do some fix some bugs, right?
yeah,
So now
yeah,
again we can take the decision that whether this is correct or this is correct. So definitely this will be correct now, right? So what I
yeah.
can do is I can delete that particular thing, previous one, and we can keep all my previous code like this. I can just delete all these things. Code to line, let it be there like this, and delete this updated upstream, and let's remove this test, something like this. So again, I will save this file. Okay. And if I'll do the git status, so again, they are saying file modified, do git add, git commit -m and give the message that Mumbai file 1 feature added. That's it. So commit is done. And once the commit is done, you can push the code. Okay. Like this. Okay. And it is pushed. Now, once my work is done, right? Once my work is done of the stats, right? So now we don't require that stats. Okay. If I'll do the git stats list, we don't require this. So you can simply come here and you can say git stats clear. They will clear that memory. Now, if you list it, nothing is there. Okay. Again, sometimes take an example. Let me show you from the different perspective file now. Okay. So I am again doing some changes in the new file. Okay. I'm doing some changes in the new file. Okay. And here this two line is there. Okay. And inside this file itself, I want to start some write. Okay. Code 1, code 2. So like this way I written 3 lines here. Okay. I simply save this file, but I don't want to save it currently. I have to do some other work. Again, I will do the git stash. So whatever the changes I done here inside this new file, that is removed. Okay. Now, if what I want to do is let me do some changes in the new code file. Okay. So I'm going inside this new code file. My manager asked me that do complete this work first. Okay, so that's why I'm started to write here. This is changes. Save this file. Do the git add. I'm going to do the git add. I will do the git commit -m and give the message code fixed, something like this. So once you've done this, now again I will come back to my previous work. Okay, what was my previous work? My previous work was I started to write something in the new file, right? That I want to get it back. So again I will do the same thing, git stash list. So they will say this was the changes you saved at this. So I will just copy this. I will say get, can you stash, apply this one. That's it. And see, new file is again came back. Now if we'll try to read it, get new file. So see, that code came back. Again, I will try to edit. And this time there is no previous changes we done here, right? So that's why there is nothing coming. Whatever the steps you forward, now you can just write it here like this code 5, code 6, like this way. You can complete your code. Okay. Save this. Again, if you'll do the git stash, what is going to happen? One more time stash happened, right? So again, it's become the empty. Again, there is nothing there. Again, nothing is there. Okay. But now if we'll try to do the git stash list, actually there is two list is there, 0 and 1. Okay. Now you know one thing. This if you I will do git stash apply stash at the rate 1. How many line is going to come? It will come up to 3 lines only. Okay, because this is the first stash. Second, whatever the latest stash you done, that is going to always be present at the 0th index only. If you want to get all the 5 lines of the code that you written, then apply stash at the rate 0. If you want to just get back only the 3 line of the code, apply stash at the rate 1. Making sense?
Oh, the first one will have the
Latest one.
whatever. Oh, okay.
So if I'll do the git stash apply the latest one, so we'll see that cat new file is going to come back with the all the codes latest one. Okay, once your work is done, now you don't want to further edit it again, you will do the exactly same thing, git add git commit -m extra feature edit like this, and that's it. Once you've done this all work, you can simply say git I want to clear all this stash clear like this, everything will be cleared. Okay, so this is the working of the stash to store some data in the temporary storage, okay, for some time. Now there is two more commands that we are going to see. One is the reset and one is the revert. Okay, so what is the reset and revert? So to understand this, let me first push all the changes whatever we done till now. So everything will be clear. Okay, so we done all the changes, everything is pushed now. Now sometimes what happens now, you are creating a file here. Take an example. Okay, currently we are creating a file with the name called test file. Okay, inside this file I'm writing some content. Something like this. Okay, now currently this file is present at which location? It is present in the working space. Make sense? Okay, so if I want to do some changes in the file, we can do it in the working space only, right? Now if I will add this file in the staging area, like I done the command called git add dot, now what happened? This file moved to the staging area. Can I do the changes in this file now? No, I cannot do the changes because this file is in the staging area. Okay, so after staging area, we can only commit it. But now I got something like, okay, whatever the things I written in the test file, that is incorrect. I have to add one or two more lines there, right? That can be the condition. Okay, so in that case, whatever the file you moved from the working space to the staging area, I want to move it back from staging area to the working space. Making sense? I want to move this file from green color to red color. That is my final goal basically again. Okay, so I will simply say git, can you reset whatever the changes you've done, git reset dot, that's it. If I'll do git status, again it's becoming the red color. That means again this file came in the working space. So reset command can help you to move your file back, okay, from the staging area to the working space. Make sense?
So if there are more than one file, actually it's going to reset all of them.
Yeah, whatever the files are present in the staging area, they will move it back in
Working area.
working space. Okay, if you are using the dot symbol. If you are just giving git reset and file name, then they are going to move back only that particular file only.
Okay.
Currently I given dot, right? Dot means add everything.
Yeah,
right?
just
So,
like that.
so like that only. So if you do git reset only file name, so they are only going to revert that only particular file. Now, once we got the file back, now again, whatever the changes I want to do, I can come here and I can do the changes. Okay. So take an example, this two line only is there and I am adding one more line. So like this, 3 line of the code I written currently. Okay. And I saved this file and I done the git add and now I committed the code also. I committed the code also with the name called test file added. And now let me just push it also. It was so now what we done basically, we created a file with the name called test file. Okay. And we created a file with the name called test file. And this is a test file code. We written all these things. Okay. Now, currently I shown you if you move the file to the staging area, then you can do the changes. Again, you can get it back to the working space, right? Now the question is, if the file is committed, then what we can do? Okay. So take an example, situation will be something like this. If somebody open the test file, okay, this code is already completed. Up to here, all this code is correct. Okay, just remember that in this test file, whatever the things I written here, everything is correct. All the 3 lines are correct. Okay. Now what is happening is one developer started to write the code here. Okay, and he started to write some code here. I'm just purposely writing wrong code 1, wrong code 2. Okay. But in the real world scenarios, you know that you will be writing the code and you will be not understanding that whether it is right or wrong until and unless it is not going to break. Okay. So I'm just added. Okay. And what he done is he added some wrong code. Okay. And without doing the proper testing everything, or maybe we did not able to find that this code have some difficulty or something. We just added this file. That means it's moved to the staging area and we committed it also with the message called test file updated with changes, something like this. And we pushed this code also. That also we done. Now the question is, if we done the changes, okay, password. So currently what happened is we done the changes and we added only 3 lines here. We added extra 3 to 4 lines. That is wrong. Making sense? Okay. So if somebody will say you that you have some bugs in this, then how you can remove it? So somebody can tell me that I will edit this file and I will delete this 4 line. Okay. And I will save this and I will commit this again and problem will fix. Right? That is the normal thing you will be saying. Yes or no? If somebody is going to say you have to fix this code. So what you will be doing? You will be deleting this 4 line. You will be committing this code again. So your problem will be fixed. Yes or no? All of you?
Yes.
Now just think this is the 1000 line or 10,000 lines of the file and you did not just added the extra line. There can be a situation you just remove this reset and in place of reset you written something different. In place of this code you written something different, right? Maybe you done 200, 300 changes like that also. Then is it feasible to delete it manually everything one by one? No, right? Because we'll be not able to understand what was the previous thing, whatever the new thing I done, where to revert, what are the things. So for that case, Git say that there is an option called revert. Okay, if you committed the code, you push the code like that. So now it is not like you can delete it or something. Okay, but there is a thing called revert. What is the revert? So if I'll show you here, Git, can you show me the log of -- one line? So you know what happened? Basically, this is the location where we updated the change. This is the last commit where we updated the change. Yes or no? 33977. If you'll see also 33977 is the one commit in which we added the wrong code. Okay. So we know that whatever the changes I done during this commit, this is totally wrong. And up to here, all the things was correct. Making sense? Like when I done the last commit E0ED, if you check in the history section of this, if I'll go in the history. So up to this commit E0ED, right? Everything was correct. This 3 line was totally correct, right? Whatever the changes we done during this commit, that is having the issue. Okay. So I can simply say that git do one thing. Git do one thing. Can you revert? Can you revert all the changes you done during this commit ID? I'm just copying this and I will paste this. Whatever the commit ID you done wrong, right? Just paste it. Git, can you revert the change? Press enter. Now they are saying you are going to revert this file. Do you want to add some extra message or something? So inside this message, I'm just adding, please ignore last commit. Something like this, I'm just giving the message. Okay. And I am simply saving this file. Now you know what happened. They done the change and they deleted the 5 deletion here. Automatically they done that. What is the meaning here? If you'll do the cat test file, you'll see all the wrong code is gone now. Gone? Yes or no? All the wrong code. And
Yes.
since all the wrong code is gone, now you can simply do again git add, git commit -m and give the message test file is fixed. Actually, we don't have to do actually because git status, if I'll do, nothing will happen. Yes. See, git add is we don't require even. Okay, what happened is basically they already done a new commit. If we'll do the git log -one line. Okay. So see, previously this was the commit. This was the wrong commit. Yes or no? Okay, this was our wrong commit. Okay. Now automatically then they done one more commit with this name. Okay, and in this commit they are saying that we reverted this, whatever the changes you done during this commit, that I reverted back. That means whatever the changes you done at this stage, that will be exactly replicated at this commit. Making sense? We just bypassing this. Yes or no?
Yes.
So after doing this change, simply do the git push. You don't have to do the git add git commit because they already committed it. Git push, give the username and give the password. And the benefit is, as soon as I'm going to push it, previously there was wrong code was visible here. Okay, but now if you'll go in this repository and you are going to see in the test file, see that wrong code is gone. But if I'll check in the history, so there is actually 3 commits happened. Okay. So if somebody is going from the history and they are clicking on this, so they will see that, okay, somebody deleted this all changes here because these all were the wrong. Okay. And they given the message also that revert test file updated with changes. Please ignore the last commit. That means they are saying us to ignore the last commit. This was the last commit. So they are saying to the ignore. So see, okay, we are able to see that this was the wrong code added and that we ignored it. So whenever git revert can help you to do the changes, if you done something wrong, you committed, they can help you to do again everything to go back in the previous state. Okay. But if you are thinking that will be able to delete the history from here, that cannot be possible. Okay. That's why people always explain the git revert with a example called like bullet is fired from the gun. Okay, if the bullet is fired from the gun, then you cannot get it back, right? The best thing what you can do is if the bullet got hit to a particular person or something, right? Then what you can do is you can take that person to some hospital. Okay, but that doesn't mean your crime is got neglected. Your police is not going to file an FIR or something like that. Okay, that means manager, everybody is going to see that you done some changes wrong and that you committed also. So people will be able to see. But whatever the consequence you are going to basically happen, okay, that is now not going to happen because this thing, whatever you are seeing at this stage, this is exactly the replica of this one. So that's the benefit of the revert. Okay, but in the
Mostly
history,
at these stages, developer is the one doing all these things, right?
yeah, you will be
Not
doing everything, commit everything. But see now, like when you commit it, right? So you have to revert it. So that's why whenever we see there will be definitely so many commit will be there, right? So that's why when we are writing this message, this all message should be clear. So people should understand why we done this commit, what was wrong with this commit, right? So we should specify all these things here. So people will be able to understand. Okay. And Git was meant only for this purpose only, that whether we are doing right or whether we are doing wrong, you have to store all the version. And that's why they are storing all the versions here. Right? These all are basically the different versions of our application in which we add a different file with different changes we done like that. Is it fine?
Yes.
Okay, now there is one command called git clone, I think. Git revert I done. Git clone. So git clone can help you. Let me go outside from this repository. Okay, so till now what was happening was we were manually creating a directory. Okay, then we were going inside the directory, then we done the git init command. Okay, and then we started to create file, then we done the git push origin master, git push everything. Okay, but now in the real world, mostly what happens now when you join a company, it is not like the first time they are creating the repository. Repository will be already created. Okay, already 10 to 15 files, 100 files will be already present, right? So they will say that this is the repository URL like this. They will give you this repository URL. So you can simply say here, git, can you clone this repository here? That's it. If you press enter now, what they are going to do is they will automatically create a directory with the exactly same name of your repository. Let's go inside this directory. And here you are seeing all the files, everything. So again, it is the exactly same git log hyphen one line, whatever the things you want to do, you want to do some changes here, you can do git add, git commit, everything you can do it from here. Okay, just whatever the commands you are writing, git init, everything you don't have to worry about. Everything is configured here since you've done the git clone. Okay, everything will be cloned and you can clone anyone's repository which are public in the world. Okay, it will be private repository and then you'll try to git clone, then they are going to ask you for the password, token, everything. Then only you'll be able to clone. Fine.
Yes.
Git clone is help us to clone any repository to our local account. After this clone, there is one more thing you have to just understand. Anybody know about fork? Have you heard about fork?
Fork is the branch.
No, fork is basically a thing here. Like, if you'll see, this is my repository. Take an example. We were working on why that repository is going. Okay, we are working on this repository. In this repository, there is an option here. You are seeing fork, this one, and they are saying cannot fork because you are you are the on this repository, right? I am owning this repository, so I cannot fork this. Okay. Fork can be helpful in this scenario. Take an example. I am going to the Google, okay, and I am searching something. Something like this we search in the Google, right? Python basics. Just give me a second. Okay, so I was saying like you are coming to some GitHub repository, right? Like this, take an example. Take an example, we came to this Python examples, okay? And we are seeing here so many repositories here, right? So now we liked one of the repository. Take an example, we like, let's see some basic one. Okay, take an example, I'm clicking on this, okay? So if I'm coming here, so he created so many things, right? He created all the directory, everything. Okay, actually this is so big. Wait, let me just check some smaller one. Python for beginners, learning Python. Okay, so take an example, we saw this project, right? Well and good. Now inside this project belongs to whom? Some another person. Making sense? Who created this public repository? If I want to do some changes to test it or something, right? I cannot come here and I cannot edit this file. I don't have the permission to edit it. See, if I try to edit this, they are saying fork this repository, then only you can edit this file. Making sense? Fork this repository. If I click on edit option, it is not going to work. Edit is just like a fork is basically just like you are creating a copy of this repository in your personal account. Because since this repository is publicly available, right? So anybody can copy this exactly, right? So what you will be doing is you will be simply clicking on fork. As soon as you are doing fork in your account, this repository will be created. Click on create fork. And whatever the code is done, now see, it is saying this learning Python, right? This is now my repository, okay? And that is from this account. So whatever the code he was writing, everything was available here. But here the benefit is I can now edit the file also. I can come here if I want to edit some file, I can write it here and I can edit this code. So fork is basically you are forking the repository or creating the copy of the repository of another person to your personal account. Making sense?
Yes.
So just try to complete this Git practical, okay? And over next weekend, we'll be starting with the AWS law, okay? So over this weekend, try to practice it, Git and all the previous topics, be comfortable in it, okay? And we'll be starting with the AWS. Fine? Anybody want to ask anything or something? No?
I'm still in the practice, so maybe
Okay.
during my next class, if I have any questions, I will ask you.
Okay then. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes.
Okay. So Git was clear to all of you, right?
Yeah, almost clear, sir.
Okay, so today we are going to start with the AWS Cloud now. Okay, so in the AWS Cloud, we are going to follow this documentation. Okay, this documentation I uploaded. Okay, so till now, whatever the things we know in the AWS Cloud, we know how to create the AWS account. Okay, then we know about that when we click on the services, there are so many services of the AWS are available. Okay. Currently we are going through the compute service. If we click on this compute, okay, and in this compute we went to the EC2 service basically, okay, and in this EC2 we are seeing all this entire dashboard, okay, and here we already know that this is the reason, okay, we can select different reason. This is our account, billing dashboard, everything, okay. Coming to the instances part, here we'll be seeing all the EC2 instances created in this particular region. Okay, if we are going to change the region, then number of instances, whatever we launched in that particular region will be this one only. Okay. Now, till now, whenever we are launching the instances, okay, whenever we are launching the instances like this, we are going with the mostly with the Amazon Linux machine. Okay, we are going with mostly with the Amazon Linux machine, and we are going with the Amazon Linux second AMD. But you can go with the Ubuntu also, macOS also. macOS is paid. This is not free tier. See, free tier eligible is removed. That means macOS, if you are going to use, you have to pay some charges. Ubuntu, free tier eligible. That means we can use it freely. Okay. Today, our goal is to launch the instance that is running on the Windows. Okay. Linux, we are already comfortable with. We have to follow something for the Windows. Okay. And now for let's start to launch the instance from the Windows. So name I'm giving. Okay. Now they are saying which image you want to take. I want to select the Windows one. Okay. Now we have so many different options. Let's go with the 22 bytes only. Okay. Whatever the default they are taking. After this, they are saying instance type, whether you want to go with the one CPU, 1 GB or some another machine. We know that for Windows 1 GB RAM is very less. Okay. It will not work that good. Okay. But since it is free tier only, so we are going with the one CPU and 1 GB RAM machine only. Okay. Now key pair, you can select any key pair. Okay. So take an example. I'm selecting a key pair, this one. Okay. Network setting, you don't have to do any changes. By default, when you select the Windows server, automatically they will open the RDP traffic. Okay. When you select the Linux machine, they automatically open the SSH traffic. And RDP is a protocol which helps us to basically connect to the Windows machine. So we don't have to do any changes here. Just the things we have to do is the Windows, select 2022 base, everything will be exactly same. And the storage by default in the Linux case is it was taking 8 GB storage only. But you know that Windows is graphical user interface, it will take little bit more storage. Okay. So that's why they give us the 30 GB storage and we cannot go more than 30 GB also. Why? Because in the AWS free tier eligible limit is the 30 GB only. So let's keep 30 GB only, don't do any changes. And simply click on launch instance. A new EC2 instance is going to be launched, okay, with the Windows machine or Windows operating system. It will select instances and here I am going to filter out the result for the running instances. Okay, now the machine is ready. Okay, now how to connect to this Windows machine, right? So if you'll click on this connect button, here after selecting this box, so there is a second option called RDP client. Click on this. Now they are saying to connect using this RDP client, okay, you have to download a remote desktop file. And make sure this Windows machine connection, you can do it from the Windows laptop only. If you want to do it from Mac OS or something, okay, then you have to use a third-party software. Okay, because by default, Mac OS is totally different from Windows, right? They don't support the RDP or something. If you want to have a support, you have to go with the third-party software. Okay, so they are asking us to download a remote desktop file. Okay, if I'm clicking on this, they will ask us to download this. Okay, so I'm downloading in a folder, new folder I'm creating. And I'm saving this. Okay, so this RDP file is saved. Now, if you want to connect, right, what is the next thing you have to do? Once the RDP file is downloaded, simply open this file from your Windows laptop. In Windows, we already have a software called Remote Desktop Connection that help us to connect to the remotely Windows machine that is running somewhere different location. So if I'll click on this connect button, right? So they are saying, okay, you are going to connect to this particular machine 3.111.37.196, correct? Username is administrator, that also correct. Now they are talking about password. We don't know the password of this Windows machine, so how we can connect? So here they are saying if you don't know the password, you can click on this get password button. And in this get password, they are saying when you are launching the instance, that time you attached a key pair with this name, Cloud27 Key Mumbai. Can you upload the private key file, this one? So I can make sure that you are the owner, so I can show you the password. So I'm going to click on upload private key file and I have to select Cloud27 Key Mumbai, this one. PEM file, not the PPK. Okay, you have to upload the PEM file. So I will just select this, click on OK. So see, this PEM file is opened here. Come down and click on decrypt password. Click on decrypt password. A password will be shown here. Just copy this password. Okay, come here in the RDP, paste this password here and click on OK. And we'll be able to see that, okay, what happened? Password is incorrect. Okay, now yeah, this time it's correct. Click on yes. Now it is going to connect to this machine and see. Now currently we'll be seeing the black screen, but you are seeing that we are connecting to a Windows laptop that is located somewhere else. Since it is the graphical user interface, it will take little bit time to load. Okay, in the Linux it was loading fast because it was just a CLI part, command line interface. But here you are going to see the entire Windows screen as we are seeing in our personal laptop. Click on yes and see this is the Windows machine we connected. Just give me a second. Okay, so now you are seeing this Windows machine. Whatever the things you want to do it in the Windows laptop, everything you can do it. Okay, like take an example. If I want to go here and take an example, let me go with the file explorer first. So see, this 30 GB storage, whatever we can get, that is visible, right? Similarly, if somebody want to open the browser, they can come here, they can open the browser. If you want to install some application, you can do it. So whatever the things you want to do it in the Windows machine, everything you can do it. Okay, but currently this machine is running only on the one CPU and 1 GB RAM machine. So definitely it is not going to that much faster, okay, as we expect. See, currently it will around 1 GB RAM only. So it is not that much faster, but yes, our Windows machine connectivity is done. Okay. Similarly, if you want to disconnect, you have to come mouse upside, okay, and you have to close this button. Okay. If you are going to close this button and click on OK, so it will be disconnected. Okay. Now the problem here is take an example, if somebody is going to shut down this machine, like if I am going to stopping this machine. Now let's wait until this machine is getting stopped. It is stopped. Now let's start this machine again. So, as soon as this EC2 instance is going to start, so whatever the public IP previously this machine was having, right? That public IP is going to be changed. So let's this machine running first. Now once this machine is running, you can verify here. Okay. So you can verify the public IP is changed. Previously the public IP was different. Now the public IP is different. So the problem here is now if somebody is going to click on connect button again you are going to follow. Okay. So and this is the previous RDP file that I downloaded, right? If I'm going to click on this, so they are connecting to the previous IP only, 3.1.1.3.7.1.9.6. That means if I'm going to click on connect, this is not going to work because the IP address is changed, right? Previous IP address was different, this IP address is different. So that's why we'll be not able to connect to this machine, and at some time they will say uh, that connection is unestablished like this. Okay. So now what we can do? Again, to connect to this machine, again you have to manually download this remote desktop file. Okay, again you have to download this desktop file. And this time whatever the file you are downloading, okay, this time whatever the file you are downloading, if you're going to click on open this file, connect it, and again they are asking the password. I'm giving the password. I already have the password. Password, there is no any problem. But see, this time it is connecting to 65.2.150. Click on OK. Then we'll see again we are connected to that particular machine. Okay, and again we are connected to this machine. So making sense that basically whenever we are stopping the machine, the public IP is going to change, and if the public IP is going to change, then we have to again download the RDP file, this file, latest one. Is this thing is clear to all of you? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now the problem is, take an example, if somebody, there is another person, right? They want to use the Windows machine. So for them, what I have to do, I have to give only this RDP file. Like for you also, if you want to connect to this machine, I have to just give you this RDP file, okay, in which basically this public DNS and username is there, okay. And then I will give you the password, okay, then you will be able to connect to this machine. But now the problem is, if I'm going to shut down this machine, right, and tomorrow again I will start it. So whatever the RDP file I given you today, that will be not working for you. So again, you are going to ask me the RDP file. So similarly, if there are a few more machines are there and I want that IP address will be same, right? It cannot be changed. So we don't have any issue. So for that, we have to go with the static IP. Like in your home also, whenever you buy any broadband, right? So they give you two type of the IP address. First one is the dynamic IP. That means whenever you are connected to your Wi-Fi, right? You'll get some IP. Like if you are going to search here in the Google My Public IP, you'll be able to see that they will showing you some IP address. Okay, and this IP address, whatever they will showing you here, okay, this will be random one because we are not paying any extra charges for the IP address. Okay, but now the problem is like if I'm going to shut down my machine and again if I'm going to start it, maybe this IP address can be different again. Okay, that means this IP address will be keep changing. But if you want to fix this IP, then for that we have to go with the static IP concept. Static IP. So there are so many broadband providers are there. They can provide you the static IP. Okay, like in India, take an example. There is a internet provider is the Airtel company. Okay, so if we'll talk about that static IP from the Airtel, they will guide us that how you can get the static IP. Okay, so they are charging around in Indian rupees. They are charging 199 rupees plus GST, something like that. Okay, around 235 rupees per month they will be charging if you want to get a static IP. But the benefit is if I am paying this amount every month, right? So they will give a fixed IP. Then doesn't matter whether I'm going to shut down machine, start it machine, the IP address is going to be the same. Okay. Why we need to fix our IP address? So for that there are so many different reasons. Okay. One of the main reason is just think like this: you are ordering some product from the any shopping website. Okay, and so definitely you will give some address, right? But now that address is dynamic. That means that address will be keep changing. Then that packet will be not delivered to your location, right? Because your address is keep changing. Okay, that's why we have to fix the address on that particular address. That particular product is going to be delivered. Similarly, in internet world also there are so many requirements are there when we'll require to fix our static IP, that for like there are some example for the CCTV cameras. Okay, if you want to install some CCTV camera, so it's prefer to go with the static IP, so we don't have to remember the IP address always. Okay, or we don't have to check the IP address always to connect to our IP address or to connect our CCTV camera. So like this way, there are so many situations. Here also one situation is every time we are shutting down this machine, we have to download the new RDP file because this IP address is going to be changed. Okay. To solve this problem, we can go with the static IP concept. Okay. So in AWS Cloud, they have a concept called elastic IP. Elastic IP is nothing, just the static IP itself. Okay. So if we'll see here, in this elastic IP, if you are going to click on this, okay, so they will say you that currently you don't have any elastic IP address associated. Okay, that means currently I don't have any IP address. Okay, but this elastic IP is chargeable in nature. Okay, in AWS free tier account, they give one IP address free. Okay, after that, one more elastic IP if you are going to create or something, then they will charge you. So if you want to get a static IP, okay, or elastic IP, you have to simply click on allocate. Okay, when you will do the allocate, what is basically happening here is Just give me a second. Okay. So when you are coming on this elastic IP, simply you have to just click on allocate. They will give you a static IP address now. So see, we got a IP address 3.110.11.43. Now this IP address is fixed, right? Now nobody in the world can take this IP address until and unless this IP address is present in my account. Okay, so nobody in the world will take this IP address. In the entire world, this IP address belongs to me only. Once we got this IP address, now I can use this IP address, okay, for whatever the purpose I want. Okay, take an example. I want to uh, attach this IP address. Okay, so I will click on action and I will click on associate. I am saying that I want to associate this elastic IP address, okay, to which EC2 instance I want to attach. So I want to attach, take an example on the Windows machine, Windows Cloud 27. As soon as I'm going to select that and I will click on associate, now what is going to happen is this particular IP 3.110 is attached to this Windows machine. This is our Windows machine, right? Now see what is the IP 3.110. Now this machine is having the 3.110 IP. That IP is fixed, right? So now if somebody want to connect, so definitely they have to download remote desktop file one more time, because for this particular IP we never downloaded this. Okay, so let me download one more time. But now the benefit is, since we downloaded this remote desktop file, the latest one 3.110, if I'm going to open this, I have to give the password, connectivity will be done. Okay, connectivity is going to be done 3.110 machine. Okay, but the benefit is, even if I'm going to shut down this machine now, even if I'm going to shut down this machine, Windows 1, like this, even I stop this machine, so currently it is in the stopping state. Let's refresh this. Meanwhile, you will see that all the instances are in the stopped state, right? If you'll see any of the instance which is in the stopped state, currently there is no public IP address is written here. Go through any machine, right? See, there is no public IP. Here also, stop, there is no public IP. That means if some machine is in the stopped state, that means it is in powered off state, there will be no public IP. Similarly, in our laptop also, if you are not connected to the internet, there will be no public IP. Okay, and once we connect it to the internet, then only it will be public IP. Similarly, here also all the machine are not having any public IP. Okay, but this Windows machine is having a public IP even in the stopped state. Why? Because this is not having a dynamic IP. This is having a static IP. And since we are paying the extra charges for this IP, so even this machine will be stopped. This IP will be attached to this machine. That means even if I'm going to start this machine one more time, this IP address is not going to change. This machine will still have the IP address of 3.110 only. Okay. And since the IP address is not going to change, so now we can connect to that particular machine using the same RDP file also. So let it be running first. Now this machine is running and you can see that the IP address is same only 3.110. And since the IP address is same, so now you can, with the previous RDP file also, whatever you downloaded, because IP address is not got changed. If I'll click on connect and I will give the password, we'll be still able to connect even after restarting the machine. But previously when there was no elastic IP, so every time we have to download the new RDP file because IP address was getting changed. So hope this is clear to you.
Yes.
Anybody have any doubt in this?
So one quick question. How is it related to DevOps?
DevOps, See, you are learning the concepts now currently. Okay.
Yeah,
In the
yeah,
DevOps
that's
also, there will be so many conditions will come where you have to fix the IP. Okay. And that's the reason. Like, take an example, tomorrow you are going to learn the Jenkins. Okay. Jenkins will be running on the AWS cloud itself, right? So
uh,
in that AWS cloud, if you are running and if that EC2 instance IP address is getting keep changing every time you are starting this, right? So if there are
mm,
5 DevOps engineers are there, so you cannot keep sharing the public IP each time, right? There will be a fixed URL for all the person who want to use the Jenkins, and they will hit that URL. They will be able to see the website, right? So in the
mm,
backend, that particular IP address will be fixed. Then only your address or the packet will be delivered on that location.
mm, I'm not just asking about only IP, just I'm asking why we are learning AWS cloud for DevOps.
No, see, where you are going to do the practical of DevOps?
Oh,
That's the
okay.
question. Nah. You cannot do it on your local laptop. Your local laptop will be having 8 GB RAM, 16 GB RAM, right? But
Mm-hmm.
entire company's server you cannot run on your a single person's laptop.
Okay, to connect that AWS cloud server, right? Okay.
Yeah, you'll be requiring the servers, right? And that
Yeah,
server
yeah.
either you can buy it or either you can rent it, right? If you are
Mm-hmm.
going with buy model, then the company will be having a setup the lab in their own office building, right? With the
Yeah.
different servers. But that is a one-time payment, right? So the company who are in the starting stage, they don't know whether their product is going to be hit in the market, right? So they
Mm-hmm.
always prefer go with the rental model. And in the rental model, benefit is everything is getting maintained by the AWS engineers. Okay, we don't have to worry about any power outage, networking outage, something like that. Everything will be taken care by the AWS cloud. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the benefit. Just we have to pay the charges. That's all.
Yeah, and actually, I heard about so many certifications, right, in AWS, which is related to DevOps. Like, the AWS Cloud Engineer certification or a solution architect. There are so many certifications, right? So,
See, as a DevOps engineer, na, your role is not fixed. Okay, it
okay.
depends on whatever the roles you are interested. You are more towards the cloud, go with the AWS related software. Okay, but it is
Mm-hmm.
not like all the companies. As a DevOps engineer, you will be working on the AWS cloud only. Some companies will be working on the GCP cloud also. Some company will be working on Azure cloud also, right?
Azure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that's the thing that depends on situations.
Okay.
But yeah, most popular is the AWS cloud. That's why we are learning this.
Okay.
And not only this, since we have the elastic IP, static IP now fixed with my account. Okay. So now if I want that, I want to remove this static IP from that particular machine. So I can simply come here and I can click on deassociate. Since I done the deassociate, now if we are going to see that particular Windows machine, you will be not able to see that particular IP address here because we deassociated it. And since we have this elastic IP still present in my account because still we are paying the charges, so I can click on action. I can associate this elastic IP address to any other EC2 instance also. Like I can attach to the Jenkins machine. Take an example. Since I attach to the Jenkins machine, now this Jenkins machine have the fixed IP. Now it is going to have a fixed IP like this 3.110. So from now on, if somebody want to use the Jenkins, I will just share a single IP. Okay, and everybody is going to hit this URL and they will be able to access the Jenkins. That's the benefit. But if this IP is going to keep changing, every time we have to update it. So that's the problem here. Okay. Any other doubt, anything? So Elastic IP you can attach to the any of the machines. Okay, but make sure first you have to deassociate from one machine, then only you can associate it to another machine. So from and once your practical is done, don't keep this Elastic IP in your account, okay? Because this is chargeable in nature, okay? So if you don't want to use this Elastic IP further, right? You can simply click on action. First deassociate this Elastic IP because we already attached it to one of the machine. After deassociating, simply click on action, click on release. Release means now I don't want to use this elastic IP, so I can giving back this elastic IP to the AWS cloud. So AWS cloud can allocate this same IP address to some other person. Okay, like this. I'll release it. Now this is released. And since it is released, so now you don't have to pay any charges for that particular elastic IP. So till now, if you'll see what we saw, okay, we saw how to launch the Windows machine, how to connect it. We saw the problem if somebody is going to stop the machine every time you have to download the new RDP file. If you don't want to do this, then you can go with the method called elastic IP. You can go with the method called allocate elastic IP. Once the elastic IP is allocated, you can associate this elastic IP to any of the EC2 instance. We associated it to the Windows machine. Then we saw that Windows machine got the fixed IP. Now if somebody want to connect, okay, so you can connect it. And once your practical is done, you can simply do the release elastic IP address. Then this IP address will be released and nobody will be, you will be not going to no longer associate to that. Okay. And that's why you'll be not getting any further charges in your account also. Now, once we saw this, so the next part will be the storage services. Okay. So we'll be going to see storage services one by one from tomorrow. Okay. So to giving you the idea what type of the storage service we are going to see. So we'll be seeing three types of the storage service there. One will be the S3, second will be the EBS, third will be the EFS. Okay. Now what is the difference between S3, EBS and EFS? So S3 is similar to the Google Drive. Whatever the things you can do in the Google Drive, exactly same thing you can do in the S3 also. Okay. In the Google Drive, what we do, we upload the files, okay, and then we get a link, we share that link to anybody in the world, that particular person will be able to access the file. Similarly, in the S3 also, you can upload the files, you can get the link, you can share that link to anybody in the world, they will be able to access your file. So it is just like a Google Drive only, okay. And in AWS S3, they give you up to 5 GB of storage totally free, okay, in the free tier account. Now, after that, S3 will be going to see one more storage called EBS volume. EBS volume is just like the hard disk of your laptop. Okay. S3 is just like the Google Drive. EBS volume is just like the hard disk. Can you know any difference between the hard disk and the Google Drive, or do you think both are same? Anybody? Is there anything that you can do it in the EBS volume, or you can do it in your hard disk of your laptop, but you cannot do it in the Google Drive? Anybody?
We can format our hard drive and split our hard drive into sections according to our needs, like 10 GB, like if we have a
Okay.
50
You're
GB.
talking about partitions.
Yeah, partition. We
Okay.
can make our partitions on our own, like 20, 10, 20, 20, or 15, 15, 20, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. But in the Google Drive, we cannot do this. Okay. That is
Yeah.
one of the things. Any other thing you can think of?
Uh, mm, but Google Drive, we can share our stuff with someone else, with some other users. We can also share our local drive. Uh, I don't have anything on my mind right now.
Okay. So can you install any application or software on the Google Drive?
Oh yeah.
Right? But that you can do
Yeah.
it on your local hard disk, right?
Yep.
That means running any application, running any code, running any software will require the local hard disk that cannot be done on the Google Drive. Similarly, these all things we cannot do in the S3 bucket also. Okay, when we'll be learning S3, we cannot do it because in the starting itself I said S3 is just like a Google Drive. So that means if I want to install some software, if I want to use it as a local volume, right? That means we have to go with the EBS volume. And EBS volume, we are already doing it from the first class itself. That means whenever we are launching the instance, if you remember, we are selecting the hard disk also at the last. By default, we select 8 GB hard disk only, but always they ask for a storage, right? 8 GB hard disk. This is just like a EBS volume. And that's it, they are talking about EBS. It is just like a hard disk. So if I connected hard disk of 1 GB, 8 GB, so that means inside this EC2 instance machine, you can store up to 8 GB volume. Okay. And now second thing you said that we can create multiple partition, everything. So these are also things we'll be going to see. Okay. When I will show you the EBS volume, that how you can create the multiple partition, how you can format the EBS volume, these all things will be seen. So this is about the second type of the storage, this EBS part, volumes one. Okay, already we created so many EBS volume. As whenever you are launching a EC2 instance, automatically EBS volume is also getting created. Since we saw 30 GB storage we created for the Windows machine like that, so it is there. Okay, so these are the thing. And the third storage we are going to see it as a EFS. EFS is just like a NFS. Have you heard about the NFS? Anybody?
NFS mount, those are the mounts.
Yeah, network file system. Okay, it is basically networking related thing. So it is something like this. Take an example, in your home there is a router, right? That router comes with a USB port also. Okay, if you see some high level router, like basically some standard router, okay, that comes with little bit higher price range. Okay, they comes with the USB port also. Have you seen any router with the USB port? Anybody here? Router coming with USB port? No. Nobody saw that router with USB.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait. Take an example. Let me show you any router here. Let me go in the any sections. Yes, you'll see that some routers comes with the USB port like this, right? This is a normal router, right? But this is a USB port. In this USB port, they are saying that you can either connect a printer, you can connect a FTP server, you can connect a storage. What is the meaning of this? If somebody connected a storage here, like you connected a hard disk to this, now you know what is going to happen as soon as you connect it to the hard disk here. Okay, all the devices of your home, which is either your mobile phone, tablet, laptop, which is connected to the same router, right? Same Wi-Fi router. Okay, then whatever the storage you are present, like whatever the data is present inside this particular hard disk, it can be accessible in all the devices across your home. Is that making sense?
Mhm.
Because we are connecting it
So
at
if
one
we
location.
so if we attach a USB in our router and we have a smart TV and that smart TV is connected to this router through Wi-Fi. So and if we have any video or any, we can.
So it depends on the smart TV operating system also, right? Because see, if a
Mm,
smart TV operating system is coming with any some different operating system like Tizen or something, right?
mm.
So in that you don't get that much permission or something that you get it
But
in
if a
your
smart
Android
TV,
TV. Yeah, if
if
it
a
is
smart
Android, you
TV,
can do it.
okay.
If it is Android TV, you can easily do it because see, Android TV is a open source, right? That means we can do anything. Like see, in the just think like this, na, Android mobile phone and the iPhone, right? iPhone have some limitation there. Okay, you cannot do so many things in your iPhone that you can do it in your Android mobile phone,
But
right?
in a smart TV, if we have net like apps like Netflix or Amazon Prime
No,
or
but that is available. See, that is available in your iPhone also, right? But in the iPhone, you cannot download the crack version easily, right? But in the Android, we can download the crack version of application also easily, right? So
mm,
that is the limitation from the operating system. So it
mm,
depends which operating system you are using in your.
yeah.
If they are opening the jailbreak type of the thing, something where you can do some changes, that time only. Okay,
Mm,
because see, this storage can be connected. So if your Android TV in the Android TV, or take an example, any other operating system also you're using. Okay, but if in that, if you are able to install an application that is related to the FTP server or NFS server, there are so many applications available in the market. Okay, if any application you are able to install in your TV, then you can easily read it. There will be no any problem in that. Okay. Similarly, in our laptop also, how to
yep.
rate it. So there is an option here called the network, right? Whenever you will click on the network, you will be automatically seeing whatever the router is connected. See, in my case, there is a router is coming here, right? So we can read the data from this particular router. Making sense? So whatever
Yeah.
the networking device is connected in your home, that will start to come here. Okay. And take an example, I want to, even reverse can also possible now from our laptop. Like from our laptop is also connected to some network, right? So if I'm going here and if I'm doing the right click here and if I'm going in the properties, so there will be option called sharing. If I will share this, right, then what is going to happen is if the some devices is connected to the same network, they will be able to read this particular path. That means whatever the file is present inside this particular folder, all the person who are from the local network, they will be able to access it. So these all things are possible. So why we require all these things? What is the need of this? The only one requirement, right? Requirement is if there are 10 laptops with me, okay, and I want to share a file with all the 10 laptops. So the first way will be the hard disk way, right? In which I am storing the data in the hard disk and then I am attaching manually this hard disk one by one to all the 10 laptops, right? You know that hard disk or pen drive have a limitation. You can attach it to only one USB port at a time, right? You can attach a pen drive to a single laptop at the same time. Okay. So once the work is done, once we copied the file, then again we'll detach the pen drive, we'll connect it to some other machine. But in place of that, if I'm attaching this pen drive to here and all the 10 laptop I'm connecting to the same router, so we'll be able to access the data parallelly, right? So all the 10 laptop will be able to write the data here, will be able to read the data from here. So everything is done parallelly, and that's the benefit. That also will be seen in the AWS cloud using a service called EFS. Okay. So these all things we'll be seeing one by one. Okay. Tomorrow mostly we'll be seeing the S3 and EBS, and after that we'll be seeing the EFS like that. Okay. So I just given you idea. S3 just equal to Google Drive, EBS just equal to your hard disk, EFS just equal to the NFS based system, that is the networking based file system. Okay. So there are different ways, but in AWS cloud we see it as a EFS. Okay. And in the real world scenario we see it as a NFS. Like in the real world we see it as a static IP. In AWS we see it as a elastic IP. So this is just the naming difference, but the concept is same only. A static IP also giving you the fixed IP, and this one also giving you the fixed IP. Similarly, whatever the things NFS is providing you, that all the laptop can read and write parallelly to a server or a file system. Exactly same thing you can do using the EFS also. Okay, so just practice this Windows one and Elastic IP one, and other part we'll cover in the next class. Okay, so that's all from my side for today. Thanks all of you.
Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound audible?
Yes.
Okay. So in the last class, we discussed about the Elastic IP and the launching of the Windows was seen. So anybody have any question in that?
No, no questions.
So today we are going to start with the storage service. Okay. And the first storage service we are going to learn is the S3. Okay. And S3, I said you that it is similar to your Google Drive, right? So whatever the things usually we do in the Google Drive, exactly same type of the things we do in the S3. And S3 is known as the object storage. Why it is known as object storage? Because whatever the files, whatever the folders you are going to upload it here, they will be known as object here. Okay, that's why we say it as a object-based storage. Okay. So in the object-based storage, you cannot do the installation, you cannot do any run of application, you cannot run the Windows operating system, something like things. These all things you cannot do on the object-based storage. Okay, object-based storage are just meant for storing the files, folders, everything. That's all. You cannot run anything there. So simply you have to search for S3, click on S3, okay, and you are going to see this page. And in this page, in your case, the bucket will be not created. So let me just delete this. Okay, bucket is not empty. So first let me do one thing. I'm deleting. These all things you don't have to do it. Okay, so when you search the S3, this type of the page is going to come. Okay, so here you have to simply click on create bucket to create a bucket. Okay, So bucket is just like a bigger folder. Okay, so in a single AWS account, you can create multiple bucket. There is no any limitation in that. Okay, but make sure all the storage, whatever the files you are storing inside the bucket, everything should be less than 5 GB combined. Okay, then only they will be not asking you for any charges. If your storage is more than 5 GB, then they will charge you. Okay, whatever the charges they have per GB. Okay, that they will charge you. Now bucket name they are clearly saying is bucket name must be unique. Okay, unique means in the globally whatever the bucket name you are writing it here. Okay, no person in the world should use the exactly same bucket name. Bucket name should be unique. Okay, like when we choose Instagram username, Twitter username, we use that type of the method only, right? So here I'm just creating a bucket with some unique name. Okay, this will be a unique name. Okay, so this name should be unique. Nobody should be using this exactly same name in the entire world. Something like this. Okay. Now, in which region you are going to create this bucket? I am creating in Mumbai region only. So let it be AP South 1. Come down. We don't have to do any changes here. I want that this bucket people will be able to connect from the outer world. That's why I'm removing this block all public access part. I'm taking this box. Click on I acknowledge. Okay. And come down. Click on create bucket. So basically, we created a bucket with the name called Keroy DevOps Bucket 1, okay, in the Mumbai region. And in this, it is saying that object can be public because I removed the block all public access part. Okay, so now whatever the object is basically the files. Okay, whatever the files folder you are going to keep inside this, it can be public. That means it is not public, but you can make it public. Like in the Google Drive also, whatever the file I am uploading, by default you will be not able to see. Once I will give you the permission, right, then only you will be able to see. Okay, like this. So similarly, that also you can do it here. So now this bucket is created. Okay. Now the usual scenario will be exactly same what you do in the Google Drive also. Like I'm going inside this bucket. Now currently there is no object. That means there is no files, there is no folder. Okay. So if I'm going to click on create folder here, so they are asking what is the folder name you want to create. I will create a folder with the name called image. Okay. So if I'll click on create folder, so you'll see that a folder with the name called image got created. Similarly, if somebody want to create a folder with the name called PDF, right? So here a folder with the name called PDF will be created, right? How easy it is to create multiple folders, okay? Similarly, in the image folder, if somebody want to upload files, right? So what you have to do, click on this image folder, click on this upload symbol, okay? I want to add a file here, and which file you want to upload it? Just paste that here. I'm uploading a image here. Come down, click on upload. Currently, I am not giving any permission or something. Okay, this permission part we'll see later. Okay, they are saying that you have to do some bucket policy change, everything. Okay, but let's all these things we'll see later. Click on upload simply. Okay, so basically till now what we done. Okay, if we'll try to understand what are the things we done here till now. So basically, first we created a bucket with this name. Inside this bucket, we created two directory. Okay, image and PDF. Inside the image directory, I uploaded a file here. Okay. Now once this file is uploaded now if you want to give this file access to anybody in the world, right? So what we have to do is we have to copy this URL. After selecting this, I'll copy this URL. I'll paste it in the browser. Okay, and I'll press enter. So see, you don't have the permission currently to see the file. Okay. Similarly, if I'll give this in the chat also, I'm giving you this link. Just try to open this link, everybody. Are you able to see the exactly same thing? Access denied. All of you are able to see the access denied?
Yes.
Okay. Now see how this URL got generated is, so see, they are writing the bucket name. They are writing that you are using the S3. You created in the Mumbai region, amazonaws.com. Then you created a folder with the name called image. Okay. Then whatever the file name. So now you got the reason, right? Why they said you to create a bucket name with unique. Because in the world, if some other person also created a bucket with the exactly same name, right? Then it will be create a problem because the URL will be the same for everybody, right? Because take an example, another person like you also created a bucket with the same name. Inside that you created a directory called image. Okay. And you also uploaded a file with something like this name, right? Then for you also URL will be generated this, for me also URL will be generated this, then it will be a huge problem. Okay, that's why they say that if somebody created this bucket, now nobody in the world will be able to create this bucket with this name. Okay, so that's the thing. So once we got the URL is generated, now the question is access denied. So in the Google Drive also it happens, right? Like when somebody don't have the access, it will give you the access denied. Okay, that means you don't have the access to see this part. Okay. So how to give the access everything, right? So if you see here action here, come down, there is an option called make public. Make public means you can make this image public so anybody can see it. But currently this option is disabled. You cannot click on this. Okay. So to enable this option of making it public, okay, you can come to the bucket section, go inside the bucket, go in the permission, okay, of the bucket permission, come down. There is an option called object ownership. Okay, click on this part edit. Here there is an option called ACL disabled. Simply enable this. Click on I acknowledge, save changes. If you enable this ACL, right? If you enable this, where is that one? Object ownership. If ACL is enabled, then only you can control who can have the access. Okay, who can be the owner. Okay, if you want to give access to only some particular AWS account, everything you can just control it from here by clicking on this edit button. Okay, that which person want to give. Like for everybody in the world, I just want to give him the list and read access. Like that way, we can give it whatever the permission we want to give it. You can do the changes as per the bucket level. Okay. But again, we are not going to do this. We just enable the ACL. That means now we can control this permission. That's why we just enabled the ACL by going in the object ownership, and here we done the ACL. Okay. Once we're done this, then again you can come to the bucket section, go to that particular images. If you select this, go to the action. Previously, make public using ACL was not enabled. Now it is saying that they will automatically do some changes. Okay, you don't have to worry about manually doing it. If I'll click on make public using ACL as soon as this, okay, automatically they are going to provide the read access. Okay, they will provide the read access for anyone in the world. Okay, click on make public. And since they provided the read access for anybody, so now if you are going to refresh this page, you are able to see this image. Try to refresh this, all of you. I'll be able to see this image. So that means I can upload any files in my S3 bucket, okay, and I can make it public. Anybody in the world, by just clicking on this URL, they will be able to see that or download it. Make sense?
Yes.
Similarly, take an example. I am going inside the PDF file. Here also I'm uploading a file with the, here I'm uploading a PDF file, take an example. Click on upload. So again, this PDF file is uploaded. But again, you don't have the permission currently. Okay, if you are going to copy this URL, you'll see that it will be access denied, something like this. Okay, so let me try to open it from some different browser. This one. So see, here also it will be showing as access denied like this. Okay, but as soon as, okay, as soon as you are going here, clicking on action, clicking on make public using ACL, this PDF file I'm giving the read access. Now, if somebody will refresh this page, actually they are directly downloading it. Okay, they directly downloaded this PDF file. Okay, I can open it. Or if you'll open this particular URL in the Google Chrome, okay, if you'll open this particular URL in the Google Chrome have a benefit that they can display the content directly on the browser also. Okay, and see, they opened actually the PDF file. So it depends on browser to browser. Some browser directly download the PDF file, somebody directly open it like this format also, and see everything got opened. Okay, so easy it is, right? That everybody can just click on this particular link, right? Like tomorrow, if somebody is asking me that can you share the DevOps syllabus PDF, right? So I have to just share it this URL. That's it to all of you, and you'll be able to access it from any part of the world. Make sense?
Yes.
So this is about the S3 bucket. Okay. Similarly, we can use the storage service of S3. S3 is cheaper. Okay. The charges less amount of money for per GB. Okay. That's why company uses to S3 bucket to dump their data, all the company logs, all the company's related data, they store it here. Okay. And anybody who is having the AWS account access, they can come here and they can see it. They don't make it public for outer world or people because they want that this data should be used internally. So the person who is having the access of the AWS account, they will be able to come here, they will be able to read the data, everything, all these things. Okay. So this is about the S3 bucket. So I hope this is clear to you. Now, second part we are going to see is the EBS volume. Okay, we are going to see the EBS volume. So to understand the EBS volume, I said you that EBS volume is just like a hard disk or pen drive, right? So whatever the limitation you have, right, or whatever the things you can do with the pen drive, exactly same thing we can do with the EBS volume. Okay. So can we buy a pen drive in one country and we'll be using that pen drive in some laptop that is present in some different country without physically giving that pen drive? Right? That cannot be possible. Pen drive should be physically present to the location where your computer is there. Then only it can be connected. Okay. So similarly, EBS volume. Okay. And before that, how you can read the data of pen drive? Anybody? Can you read the data of the pen drive without having the laptop with you?
No.
No, right? That means we'll require some machine. Similarly, for read the data of the EBS volume, you are going to require the EC2 instance. Make sense? Just like pen drive laptop, EBS volume, EC2 instance. Okay. Now, second thing, both should be present in the same location. That means same country, same place, right? So that means if EBS volume is created, okay, if this EBS volume is just like a pen drive, if this is created in EP-south-1A availability zone, okay, then in which EC2 instance it can be attached? It can attach to the EC2 instance which will be running in the EP-south-1A on. Making sense? Okay, that wherever your location of EBS volume will be there, it can connect to the EC2 instance running in that particular availability zone only. Okay. Third thing, EBS volume can attach to only one machine at a time, right? Can attach to only one EC2 instance because pen drive also can attach to only one laptop at a time, right?
Yeah.
So these three things basically we have to understand. If these three things is clear, then you are good with to go with the EBS volume. Okay, so let me come to the volume section. I think I have so many different volume. So some of the things I don't require. So let me do one thing. I'm deleting the Windows machine. I don't require now. Come to the volume section. I don't require this 3 GB pen drive, 4 GB pen drive. This two I don't require. Action. I cannot delete this. Some programs here. Let me just delete this one by one. I deleted the 3 GB pen drive. I deleted the 4 GB pen drive. I don't require this. Okay, actually it is attached. To which machine it is attached? It is attached to 1B. Okay. 4 GB. Detach it. It is just like in the normal world also. You detach, you attach, right? Exactly same thing we are doing. Let it first detach. Then I will show you all this thing. So don't worry. Okay, fetch. Yes, now we can delete this volume. Fine. Okay. Now simply you have to come to the volume section, EBS volume in the EC2 only. Why they kept this EBS volume in the EC2 only? Why they don't create a new resource, something like this, like S3 was there? No, they did not create that, right? Because they know that EBS volume, if somebody want to use it, they have to do it using the EC2 instance only. If you are not having the EC2 instance, you cannot access the data of the EBS volume. Okay. Now I'm going to create a volume. Take an example. I'm creating a pen drive of size 4 GB. Make sense? Okay. So I'm just writing here size 4 GB. Come down. Now they are asking in which availability zone I want to create. So you have to decide it which availability zone I'm going to create. Okay. So let me just duplicate this and let me check in which region I have most of the instances. So I can show the practical. Okay. So currently I have three EC2 instances with me and all the three are present in 1B. Make sense? That if I want to show you this practical, okay, to attaching the EBS volume to any of this EC2 instance, right? So I have to create it in 1B. Okay. So that's why I'm creating this in 1B. Okay. You can create in 1A, then you have to launch the EC2 instance in 1A. Okay. That is the only limitation. Come down, click on create volume. So now I created a new volume of size 4 GB. Okay. Let me give some name here. Pen drive 4 GB, something like this. Okay. Now see, we created this and currently this is in the creating state. That means we are buying the pen drive from the market. Okay. Now see, it is available. Now, to use any pen drive, what are the things you have to do? The first thing, you have to buy the pen drive. Make sense? Okay, you have to buy the pen drive. After buying the pen drive, what you have to do? You have to attach this pen drive. Okay. Now, after attaching this pen drive, the third thing what you have to do is, okay, you have to create a partition. Actually, in the real world scenario, whatever the pen drive you are buying it from the market, they always comes with a single partition in the pen drive. Okay, that means if you are buying a pen drive of 32 GB, you will be seeing a single partition of size 32 GB only. Okay, but when we buy the laptop or something, right, then we see the multiple partition in the hard disk like C drive, D drive, E drive. So these all things you can do in the pen drive also. In the pen drive also you can create multiple partition. Okay. Anybody know that? That you can create that multiple partition in the pen drive?
No.
Okay. So see, in part without creating the partition, without formatting the pen drive, you cannot use the pen drive. But in the real world scenarios, whatever the pen drive you are buying from the market, they already come with the partition. They already format it. Why? Because the people who are buying the pen drive, it is not like all the person are the technical person. They know how to do the partition, how to do the format. That's why they sell in the market by doing all these things. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to create a partition first. Okay. Then after creating the partition, the next step what we have to do is we have to format the partition. Okay. Again, we cannot format the pen drive. We can format the partition only. Okay. Uh, for understanding this logic, let me just press Windows plus X. Then I will go to the disk management. Okay. So have you heard the term called I am formatting the hard disk by anybody? Like they are saying that currently I am trying to format my hard disk. Have you heard this type of the term anytime?
No.
No?
No.
Nobody done here formatting of pen drive, partition, hard drive anytime?
No.
Okay, that's why again. If you did not saw that, have you know the word format, or that also is confusing?
No. We know the word actually. I know the word format. And I know that all the USB drivers comes with formatted, pre-formatted, and we use that. Without the format, actually, we cannot use that one, right? So it won't work, right? So yeah, I know that.
So see, actually the thing is now people say in the real world scenario that okay, I have some virus in pen drive, let me format the pen drive, okay? Or my pen drive is got filled, like let's format the pen drive, or let's my mobile phone storage is filled, let's format the mobile phone, right? This type of the term we say. So basically, format is basically removing all the data, okay? But now the question is, can we remove the data, everything from the hard disk? Again, answer is no. You cannot delete the data from the hard disk, okay? Now again, there will be a thinking will be coming in the mind that okay, I am saying to you that you cannot delete the data from your hard disk, okay, then how after doing the formatting previously we are saying only 5 GB is free, now 100 GB is free, that means data is got deleted, right? So how you are saying that it is not deleted? So basically data is still present there. You are saying that your partition is got deleted because basically when you format, partition table get deleted, partition table will be deleted, then you think that everything is blank, but actually the data is present, okay? And that's why you'll see in many Hollywood movies like that, if you try to watch, they will say that okay, he tried to format the hard disk, but now let's some particular agency, okay, hacking agency or police agency, they are trying to recover the data from the pen drive or the laptop. They say usually, right, that we are trying to recover the data from the pen drive or hard disk. What is the meaning of this? If the data is already deleted, how they can recover it? So basically, whoever created the hard disk, whoever created the pen drive, right, they are following a logic here. The logic is the first time when you are writing the data, okay, in the pen drive or the hard disk, right, it is getting stored there, okay? You cannot delete the data from there, okay? What you can do is you can rewrite the data, okay? You can rewrite the data. Take an example, there was a 100 GB pen drive was there, okay? Or let's take an example, 16 GB pen drive, okay? In the 16 GB pen drive, entire data was filled. Now I formatted this, now entire pen drive become empty, okay? Now in this pen drive, if I did not, after formatting, I did not given a single file inside this pen drive. Okay, I did not saved a single file. Okay, that means I can recover the 100% of my pen drive data, whatever previously it was present, by using different software available in the market. Okay. Now take an example. In the 16 GB pen drive, I formatted it, and then again I added 4 GB file. Now 12 GB is free storage, right? So if you want to recover, you can recover the data of the remaining 12 GB. You cannot recover the data of that part entire 16 GB. Why? Because the 4 GB storage you again added it, so it got rewrited. Okay, rewrited means previous data got rewrited with the new data. Okay, so that data is lost. That data cannot be recovered. But whatever the empty space is there, that 12 GB, that 12 GB data can be recovered still by using some software. Okay, that's why when you will go to some company and you'll ask like what is the probability that I will able to recover my data, right? So they will give you the probability number will be 0 to 100%. That means if you did not added any file after formatting, that means you are able to recover the 100% data. If you added some file like 10% storage, you again used it, 20% storage again you used it, then you'll be able to restore only 80% of remaining data. Is this entire concept is clear? Is it fine?
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Confusing?
Yeah.
Excellent, right? See, just try to think now. Like, see,
Yeah,
there is a
sir, actually, I have one question. First, that you mentioned about the region, right? AP dash South dash 1A. How do we know that actually?
we are seeing it here, na? This is the availability zone.
So if we are creating a new pen drive, it won't be there, right? So we can select any area, right? Or based on the requirement,
No,
we'll
see,
select that.
pen drive, we are not talking about pen drive. We are talking about EBS volume here first. Okay. When we
Yeah.
given this, we retain the EBS volume. Okay. Pen drive is this concept. Okay. So pen drive basically you have to keep it in the same city where your laptop is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means EBS volume also you have to keep it the same location where your EC2 instance is there, right? If your EBS volume is present in 1B, then you have to create the EC2 instance in 1B. Okay, but I done the reverse way because I don't want to create multiple EC2 instance in my account. So I had already some EC2 instance running here, right? All are running in 1B. That's why for showing this practical, I created the volume in 1B on. Okay, if the volume I created in 1A, then if I want to read the data from here, then I have to launch a new EC2 instance from 1A only. Okay, and now the question is how we are going to launch the instance in 1A only. Then when you are launching the instance now in the type of the network setting, okay, in the network setting itself, here you can click on it. By default, you did not have any preference that whether you want to select 1A, 1B, 1C. There is no preference. Okay, but if you select here 1A, then they are going to launch it in 1A only. Making sense?
Yes. Okay.
So
Okay.
this is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to create the partition, we have to format the partition. Then the last step is we have to mount the volume. Mount the volume. If you'll do these 5 things, then you'll be able to use any pen drive in the world. Similarly, you have to do the exactly 5 things in the pen drive volume also, EBS volume, and you'll be able to do this. Okay. Again, all these steps I written much more details inside a file called EBS volume. Let me find a file called EBS volume. Okay, so this is the file. This is having the proper information. I already written this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is 5 cloud. Okay, actually I have in the cloud 26 this file. I already uploaded for them. Okay, not here. I think in the lab section I uploaded. Okay, this file. So this file I'm just going to make a copy. Okay. And this file will be copied here. I'm just going to move this file to the cloud 27 people. Cloud 27 labs. I am pasting that file here. So now you'll see in your location in the Cloud 27, like given that lab file in which edsvolume.txt file, you are going to see all the content. Okay. What are the things we have to do? We have to buy the pen drive, attach the pen drive, create the partition, format the partition, mount the volume. These 5 things we are going to do. How to do? These all steps are written here. Okay. These all are the basically the commands we are going to run it. Okay. So let's come here. So currently we have the pen drive available in the market, right? Which step I done? I buy the pen drive. Okay, so buying the pen drive is done. Now what is the next thing we have to do? We have to attach this pen drive, right? You'll be attaching this pen drive to your laptop. So what we have to do is we have to select this EBS volume, click on action, click on attach. Now you are going to attach to which instance? You can attach it to instance with the name called running in 1B only. So I'm just attaching to one of the instance called EC2 1B Cloud 25 like this, and I'm clicking on attach volume. Now what happened is this particular size pen drive of 4 GB got attached to a EC2 instance EC2 1B. Okay. If you'll go in the storage section of this particular instance, you'll see two storages there. One is the 8 GB and one is the 4 GB. 4 GB I just attached it now, 22/9/2024. Okay. Now once this 4 GB pen drive is attached to this particular machine, now I want to access this pen drive, right? So first I have to start this instance, then I have to connect to this particular instance, then we can proceed with other practical. Now instance is running. Now you can connect to this instance like this. So after attaching, the next thing what we have to do, we have to create a partition. Okay. Now to create a partition, what I said that you have to run some command, right? These all commands is helping you to do the create a partition. Similarly, to format the partition, you have to run this command, right? So basically I retain everything, so you don't have to worry about. Okay. So first thing what you have to do is you have to become the root user, but before that they are asking us to update some software. So let me just do it. Okay. Now let's become the root user. Okay. After becoming the root user, the next thing what we have to do is we have to create a partition, right? So to create a partition, the first command which can help you is the fdisk command, fdisk-l. Okay. What this command is going to say you is this command will show you how many hard disk is currently connected to your laptop. Okay. Or how many pen drive is connected to your laptop. So are you saying these two things? They are saying that one hard disk of 8 GB size and one hard disk of 4 GB size is connected, right? They're clearly saying there is two disks, right? One disk name is this one of size 4 GB, one disk of this name of size called 8 GB. Okay. But in the 8 GB, you are seeing that they have something called partition table here, like this partition table entries. Okay. XVDA1, XVDA128, like this way they created some partition here. But this is missing in 4 GB. That means in 4 GB, you don't have any partition. Okay. Now, what you can do is you can create a single partition of entire 4 GB. Okay, that is the thing you can do, or you can create multiple partition also out of this 4 GB. So what do you want? Do you want to create multiple partition or you want to create a single partition of 4 GB? Anybody?
Multiple.
Multiple. So how much size you want me to break it in this? Maximum we can break it into 4 parts. Okay, that
Yeah,
is the limitation.
2
Okay,
GB.
let's go with 1 plus 3 GB partition. Okay, one I will create of 1 GB, another I will create of size 3 GB like that. Okay.
Sure.
So what I'm going to do is for doing this, you have to write the command called fdisk. Okay. And then you have to give the partition hard disk name. Okay. What is the hard disk name? /dev/xvds. This name can be different. Okay. It can be different name. So whatever the name is coming in your case of that size 4 GB, Just paste it here and press enter. Now they are saying that we are going to create something. Do you know how to create the partition, everything? So if you don't know, press button M for help. If I'll press M, so they are guiding us here that if you want to create a new partition, you have to press N. N is a button you have to press for add a new partition. If you want to save the partition, you have to press the right table and exit W. Okay. So we know that N we have to press and W we have to press, something like this, right? If I press N that I want to add a new partition, so they are asking which type of the partition you want to create, primary or extended. By default, I will take the primary only, and maximum you can create 4. So I'm saying that you can create primary only by default. Okay, so I will just press enter here. I will not do any changes. Now they are saying this will be the partition number 1. Are you sure about this, or you want to give some different partition number? I know that default value will be 1 only because this is my first partition. So let it be same. Press enter. Now, first sector that you are going to start this storage from the sector called 2048. That means the first sector byte. Internally, they uses this type of the mathematics, okay, in the pen drive or storage. So I'll just keep it same. Now I don't want to use the last sector. If I use up to the last sector called 8388607, that is the default value, then what is going to happen? A single partition will be created of size 4 GB. Is this making sense? That means we are taking the space from first block to the last block. Okay, that means a single 4 GB partition will be created. But if I want to create a partition of size 1 GB, I will simply write here plus. See, they are clearly mentioning if you want to specify some size, you can simply write plus size. So I want to specify for 1 and capital G. G is for GB. K is for kilobyte, M for MB, G for GB, like this. I'll press enter. So see, they said that we created a new partition of size 1 GB. And how to exit? Simply press W. That's it. Now, if we'll do again fdisk-l, so see, previously this table was missing here, right, at the downside, but now this table is coming. And they are clearly saying in this 4 GB partition, somebody created a single partition, okay, of the size 1 GB, right? Similarly, if somebody want to create one more partition, you will do fdisk, again give the disk name, /x dev/xbdf, press N for new partition, P, by default it will take the value P, by default number will 2 this time. Starting sector, let it be same only. Now default. So if I not write anything now, so by automatically they will go up to last block, and up to last block if they will go, so total how much size will be remaining? 3 GB only, right? So even if I'll press enter here, so you'll see that automatically they created a partition of size 3 GB because only 3 GB was remaining now, right? Because we are starting from now this block. So once this is also created, simply press W to save and exit, clear it. Now if you do fdisk-l, you'll see 2 partition is there, of one of size 1 GB, one of size 3 GB. Any confusion up to here? Okay. Once the partition is created now, okay, so what is the next thing we have to do? We have to format the partition, right? And make sure you cannot format the hard disk. You have to format the partition only. Like if you are thinking that I'm going to this hard disk and I will be able to do the format, there is no option of format. You can format the partition only. This D drive, this is a partition. So see, there is an option called format here, but you cannot format the disk 0. There is no option of format. That means you can format the partition only. So now there is a command for the format is the mkfs.ext4. Okay, mkfs.ext4. Now the question is, which one we have to write? Should we write this one or this one? We have to format the partition, right? So we'll be just copying the partition name, and we are pasting it here, xbdf1, press enter, formatted. Similarly, I am formatting the second partition also. Its name was xbdf2. You can verify here, /dev/xbdf2. So I formatted both the partition. Okay. Once you created the partition, once you formatted the partition, then the last step, what you have to do? You have to mount the ball. Okay. Now, how to mount the volume? Before that, let me show you a command called df-h. In this command, you will be able to see all the partition mounted. Currently, there is a partition of size 8 GB, 8 GB hard disk that is by default attached. It is mounted to the slash location. Similarly, let me just delete this file first, rmdir, rm-rbl cfs volume. Let me just delete this. Okay. df-h. Okay, so currently there is no mounted storage of partition 1 GB or 3 GB. This is not mounted here, right? Now let me create a two directory here. I'm creating a directory with the name called pendrive 1 GB for your understanding purpose, but you can give any name here, okay? And I'm creating one more directory with the name called pendrive 3 GB. I just want to make you understand, okay? So two directory I created 1 GB and 3 GB, okay? And we know that we have the two partition actually, right? /dev/xvdf1 and /dev/xvdf2. Now we have to simply say that I want to mount the first partition /dev/xvdf1. Okay, this partition. To which location I want to mount? I want to mount it to the pen drive 1 GB directory. Okay, so this is the 1 GB partition. I am attaching it to here. It is mounted. Similarly, I am mounting xvdf2. This is the second partition. Okay, that I am mounting it to the partition pen drive 3 GB. That's it. Now, since we mounted it now mounted is the last step, mount the volume. Now, if we'll do the df-h, you are seeing some extra storage scheme. One of size 1 GB. It is around 974 MB, but you know that is approximately equal to 1 GB only. And this is size of 3 GB, approximately 2.9 GB. Okay. And it got attached to which location? Pen drive 1 GB directory, and it got attached to the pen drive 3 GB directory. Is this clear?
Yeah. What if we want to reformat that one, actually, for example, if we want to add more partitions, can we do that once?
Currently, you don't have the space, right? If you don't have the space, so you cannot create another partition. Right?
So the dev app 2 is having 3 GB, right? So if we want to separate that one into two, like 1.5 or 1 GB, F2 will have 1 GB, and can we create one more F3, and can we allot 1 GB into that?
See, actually, you cannot do like this. In that case, now you have to format the entire hard disk again.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then you
Okay.
can go with it. Okay.
Mhm.
There is another thing you can do. Something is, take an example, total storage was 8 GB, right? And in this, one of the volume is using 3 GB currently, right? And you
Yes.
want that remaining, we have the 5 GB space that is unallocated, right? So if you want to
Yeah.
increase, that can be the possibility. Okay, if you want to increase, then you can use it. Okay, you can increase the partition. That is the another thing. But if you want that I will reduce it, then I will create a new partition. That cannot be possible. Okay, reducing is not possible. Okay, because data will be there now. So how they can reduce the sectors, everything inside that. Okay, so that's the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But like see, currently this 4 GB is allocated, right? But if you know that, one thing you can do is you can come to this EBS volume. Okay, there is an option called this EBS volume, right? This EBS volume. This EBS volume size we can increase actually. There is a action called modify volume, right? See, so this one we can do. We can increase the size from 8 GB to 12 GB, but you cannot make 8 GB to 7 GB. That cannot be possible. See,
Because
you can
data is
always
already there.
No, see, it is always, it will be going in a single direction only. Whatever the volume you have now, you can just increase it. You cannot decrease it. That's the normal thing. Okay, because data is already formatted, already the partition table is created. Okay, so that's why they are saying the size of volume can only be increased, not increased. So I can take the 9 GB. That will fine. Okay, then what will happen is 8 GB is already allocated, and 1 GB will be extra volume. Okay, that we can format it and we can add it. Okay, so that will be the one thing that you can do. Okay. So now we have the two partition, everything. Now how we can store the data inside this EBS volume, like whatever the EBS volume we have this 4 GB, I want to store the data. So whatever the data you are going to store it in this 1 GB and 3 GB pen drive, right? That will be stored in that EBS volume only. So if I'm going inside this 1 GB pen drive, and here I'm creating some file1, file2, file3. So this 3 file I created. Now basically I created a directory. Okay, I created a directory with the, okay, I given some space or something. Okay, but file1, file3 is created. Okay, similarly, let's come out, and I'm going inside the pen drive 3 GB one, and here I'm creating some files. CD pen drive 3 GB, and I'm doing here creating file touch e.txt, b.txt, c.txt, right? Something I'm writing, and I'm storing some data here, date in the e.txt file, cal in the e.txt file. Something like this, I'm just storing the data. Okay, not cal in e.txt. Cal, let's keep it in the p.txt file. Why it is not getting updated? I don't know why it's not getting updated. Cat a.txt reading cat a.txt, it's ready. Okay, so we stored all the data, right, in the pen drive 3 GB one and pen drive 2 GB one, 1 GB one also. That means in both the partition we stored some data, right? Now what you can do is, let's come out. Okay, currently this pen drive is attached here. This pen drive is mounted here, right, to this particular location. Okay, now you want to remove this pen drive. Now currently if you see in the volume action, there is an option called 4 GB, right? See, there is an option called, let me refresh this. Yeah, here you will see there is a, why there is an option called detach is still showing. Does it not say actually, right? Don't know what's happening to it. Okay, they are showing the detach option. I don't know. They've done some changes or something. But actually the detach option should not come here. Okay, because our volume is mounted. So we have to only do the first detach, but I don't know how the detach is now showing. But actually the usual thing is now, what you want to do is, if you want to remove this pen drive from this laptop, either you can forcefully remove it. It is just like plugging out the pen drive from your laptop. Okay. Or you can simply first say, I want to unmount. Okay, you mount. Which partition I want to unmount? I want to unmount the pen drive 1 GB one. Okay, so I just removed it. Now if I do df-h, see, now 1 GB is not visible there. That partition I removed. Similarly, I umount pen drive 3 GB. That also I removed. Once you remove this, now you can close this EC2 instance. You can click on detach volume here. This volume will be detached now. Okay. Currently, this pen drive, you cannot attach it to some another pen drive because it is already attached, right, in use. But as soon as it will become available, then we'll be able to attach this pen drive to some another machine. So see, now it's available. Now you can attach this pen drive to some another machine also. Something like this. I'm attaching this volume, and this time I'm attaching it to some different machine. This machine, take an example. Okay, let me attach it to this machine. I'm attaching this volume. So if I'll see here, we attach this pen drive to this machine. Let me start this machine. Just give me 2 more minutes. That is nearly completed. So inside this machine storage. So see here I attach this 4 GB volume. Currently it is in the attaching state. Okay. Since the 4 GB volume is attached here and it is exactly the same storage, then whatever the file we stored in this 4 GB hard disk or pen drive, right, that will be visible inside this machine also. Previously we are seeing in this machine. So I'm connecting to this machine. And one, what they are failing. Okay, we connected to this machine. Clear it out. I don't want to do anything here. Okay, so here if I'll do the fdisk-l now, you don't have to format the partition again. You don't have to create the partition again because that was the only one-time process. Okay, and this partition, everything is already created. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to simply mount this volume. That's it. That is the only thing you have to do, or mount the partition. Okay, so I'm creating a directory here. Here you can create the directory with the same name only, or you can create the directory with the name called some different name also. I'm just giving it here test 1 GB, test 3 GB, something like this. And I'm saying that I want to mount the partition, the first partition /dev/xbdf1 to the test 1 GB. And similarly, I'm mounting xbdf2 to test 3 GB. That also done. If we'll do df-h, so see exactly same storage got attached to this two location. Now the benefit is if somebody is going inside this directory, or actually it is selected in the root directory. So let me just go to the root directory here. And inside this, let's go inside the test 1 GB. And here you will see all the files, file 1, file 2, file 3 is there. Okay. Similarly, let's come out and let's go inside cd test 3 GB. Here we'll be able to see e.txt, b.txt. It will read the content. Date command output will be there, b.txt. We'll be able to see calendar output also. That means we are able to share the data between different machines. Is it clear? So these steps, whatever you are doing, buying the pen drive, attaching the pen drive, create the partition, format the partition, this is the only one-time process. From the next time, you have to just attach the pen drive and you have to mount the volume. This is the only thing you have to do. Create format, you don't have to do again and again. Okay, that's why I said first you have to detach the volume, then go to the different EC2 instance, then you attach the same volume to this EC2 instance, create a directory and mount that particular to that particular storage directory. That's it. And all these things are well and documented, a screenshot here. This is about the S3 that I already shown you in the starting. Now this is about the EBS volume, how to create the volume, how to go inside this, how to write the command called -L, how to give this type of the command, how to create the partition, right? All these things are a screenshot is here. Okay. You can just create it, but here, whatever the example I shown you, here I shown you is creating a single partition of size entire GB. Okay. But I shown you how to create the multiple partition also. So just follow this and try to complete this practical. Okay. Over this weekend. Fine. The
Yeah.
two limitation of there of the EBS volume, the limitation we already discussed that also in the starting, that it can be present in the same availability zone, then only it can connect. Okay. And the second limitation is it should be connected to only one instance at a time. Okay. Now, if there are 5 EC2 instances there and I want to share the exactly same file to all the 5 machines, so it will take time, right? Because every time I have to attach the pen drive, again I will go, I will copy the file, again I will detach that, again I will attach it to some different machine. That's why there is a concept called EFS volume that will help us to solve this two problem. Okay, whether your EC2 instance is running in 1A, 1B, 1C, doesn't matter. It will be able to connect to any of the machine. Second thing, it can connect to 100 of machine also parallelly. Okay. So just try to complete up to here and then we'll see in the next class. Okay. Thanks all of you.
Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Anybody tried that S3 bucket and EBS volume part?
I tried that IP one actually. It is working.
Which
Maybe
one you
I'm
tried?
the IP, the static IP in the first class. So
Okay, and what about
that
the storage one?
the storage not yet tried. Actually, I'm going to try it by tomorrow's class, and I will let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so today we are going to see the EFS volume. Okay, and there are some limitation in the EPS volume. The limitation where it can be connected to one machine only at a time. Second limitation was it should be in the same availability zone as of your EC2 instance, then only it will work. If your two EC2 instances are there, which is running in 1A and 1B, and if your EBS volume is present, and if your EBS volume is just present inside the 1A, then it can connect only to the EC2 instance which is running in 1A. That was the limitation there. Now, coming to the EFS part, EFS can solve these two problems. Okay, how they can solve it. So for doing this, let me just show you here. First, what we are going to do is I am searching here, not here. Now we have to search here EFS, Elastic File System. This is a network-based storage. Okay, click on this EFS part. In my case, I already have one storage there, so let me just delete it. So you have to simply click on create file system, okay, and give the name here. I'm giving the name as like my EFS something, and click on create. A EFS file system is going to be created like this, but they did not ask about size or something, right? When we are creating the EVS volume, remember, they were asking for availability zone, they were asking for the size, right? But these all things they are not asking. So then what is the size they given? So here the size they are giving only 6 KB, like that it is saying total size is 6 KB. Okay, but this is not the case. They give you much more size. Okay, that much size even you cannot utilize it, that I will show you later. Okay. So if you click on this my EFS part, click on this my EFS. So they are saying basically we are starting this size is this one. Okay. And if I'll click on access point in not access point network. Okay. So they are saying currently we are creating the network. Okay. So see, sometimes what happens now, basically take an example, you are living in a multi-floor building, right? You are living in the multi-floor building. So when you are living in a multi-floor building, that doesn't mean that now you have to buy the 3 broadband connection for getting the internet, right? What we can do is we can buy a broadband connection, okay, to our building, okay. And what we can do is we can attach the multiple router, or we can use the extendable router, right? And on each floor we'll be keeping one router, okay, that will be connected to the same broadband connection, right? One will be acting as a main router, other will be acting as a repeater type of the thing. Like even in the hotels, everything you'll see that for every floor they have a separate Wi-Fi. Okay, or even in the room also they decide that this particular room will be connected to this particular Wi-Fi, like that. So it is not like they are having the multiple connection, 100 rooms are there, so 100 Wi-Fi connection, like that they keep it 100 broadband connection. No, there will be multiple router they set it up. Okay, so exactly same thing they are also doing. What they done is they created 3 network. Why only 3 network? Because currently we are working in the Mumbai region. Okay, and in the Mumbai region, in this particular region, there is 3 availability zones are there. 3 availability zone is like 3 different floors, right? So that's why they configured the network for all the 3 things. Now, if I'll refresh, it will be available, right? So what is the 1A, 1B, 1C? What is this IP address basically? So basically they are saying if your EC2 instance will be running in 1A, they will connect to this EFS volume. EFS volume is basically a network-based storage, right? So you can use this particular IP to connect for 1A. Okay, if your machine is running, EC2 instance is running in 1A, and you want to connect to the same EFS volume, then you will be using this IP address. Similarly, for 1C, you will be connecting using this IP address. Okay, 1A person cannot connect using this IP address because this IP address belongs to the 1C region, 1C zone basically. Okay, but at last, by any of these IP, okay, it doesn't matter which IP you are connecting or which router you are connecting, right? At last your internet is going to be out from that a single broadband connection that came to your home, right? So similarly, all these IP addresses pointing to a single storage by EFS only. So is this part is clear to all of you, this understanding that we have the 3 different IP address for 3 different availability zone? Now, no matter in which availability zone our EC2 instance is running, at last will be connected to the same EFS volume only. Okay, any confusion?
So one connection, we connect all these 3 IPs through one connection only, right? That's how it is going to work. No
No, see,
example.
internally, AWS configured. Okay. So see, something like this, just try to understand now that availability zone is just like a 3 different floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, right? Now all
Okay.
the persons are required the internet connection, right? So first floor person cannot connect to the router of the third floor because range will be not there. Make sense?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they will be connected
To the first
particular
one.
router of first floor only. Similarly, second floor person will be connected to this particular IP only. But at last, all of them are going to get the internet access, right? Because all these router are connected to a single broadband connection, right? So
Okay.
similarly, all these IP address is connected to a single storage. So no matter this person is connecting to this IP, this person is connected to this IP, at last they all are going to access the data from this particular storage only.
Yeah. The
Okay.
storage can be like one router, and these are the 3 connections, right? That's
Like that,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
So once we got this, and see also, since this is a network based storage, so maybe the person just living nearby you, right? They also can try to connect to your Wi-Fi or something like that, right? And they can access this type of the storage. And if this storage is a little bit secure, then it will be really difficult, right? So in that case, that's why they are enabling some security groups here. And that's why they are saying if your EC2 instance will have this particular security group in the list, then only that particular EC2 instance can connect to this IP, right? So basically all the machine are having the same security group here. So whichever the EC2 instance you want to connect to either of these 3 IP, make sure that EC2 instance is having one security group attached to them. It is just like a password or authentication or ID card type of the thing. Okay. If this ID verification will be done with your EC2 instance, then only they will let you connect to this. Like in home also, when we enter the password, then only they let us connect to that particular Wi-Fi router, right? So exactly same thing here it is done by the security group. Okay. Is it clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay, now let me show you how to connect to this particular storage. So take an example, there is an instance with me, which is running in currently 1B. Okay, this instance is running in 1B. I'm starting this. One more instance I'm starting in 1B. First, I am going to show you that it can connect to multiple EC2 instances at the same time. And also I have to connect it in some different availability zone also. So currently it is only 1B. So I'm launching one more instance. EC2 UFS testing, something like this. And I'm selecting Amazon Linux second AMI. Instance type will be t2.micro. Key pair, we'll select one. And here, just we'll make sure that it should schedule to 1A availability zone only. In the subnet, we are giving the preference that you have to start in 1A only. And that's it. Everything will be as it is. Simply launch the instance. So now one EC2 instance is going to be launched in 1A availability zone. That is the thing. So previously three were there, two were in 1B. Now you'll see one is getting started in 1A. All good. Okay. Now all the three machine, 1, 2, 3, right? All these three machine. Let me just sort it out. Now, all this machine, if they want to connect, right, to this particular EFS volume. So first we have to make sure about this IP address, right? If it is running in 1A, we have to use this IP address. If it is running in 1B, we have to use this IP address. Similarly for 1C. Okay. Now, if we come here, let me connect first to. Let me connect to this particular 1B first. I'm connecting to this machine. This is running in 1B. Clear it all. Become the root user. Okay. And just give me a second, 2 minutes. Okay. So we are at this point that we want to connect to this particular storage. So currently, if you'll see here, df-h if we'll do, okay. So there is no storage. We are seeing any extra storage is here or something. Okay. But if you'll try to connect, so first how to connect to this particular things. Okay. So you have to simply use the command here. You don't require to do the format, nothing you have to do because EFS volume already comes with all these things. Okay. So simply what you have to do is you have to create a directory here. Okay. In my case, already there are some directories there. So you can create a directory with the name called, take an example, EFS volume, something like this. Okay. This type of the directory you can create. And if we'll come here, so this is the directory now created. And if you want to mount, right, so you'll be simply writing here mount. And then since this machine is running in 1B, okay, this machine is running in 1B, whatever the EC2 instance I am connected to, this is running in 1B. So what we have to do is we have to copy the IP address of 1B, this IP address, okay. I have to copy this IP address, okay. And I have to come to this particular machine. And just give here colon slash and then give the directory name like EFS1 like this. If you press enter and see, this is not going to be mounted. It is going to give some error here. Okay. So after some time it will say fail to connect or something. Why? Because we missed one thing. What part we missed? I said you that all the EC2 instance cannot connect to this particular IP address, right? The EC2 instance, which is having a security group here, right? With the name called default, whatever the security group here, it is showing default one, right? If this will be attached, then only this particular EC2 instance can connect. So I have to click on action, click on security, click on change security group. And here you have to just search for the default security group because that is the name they are asking for. Click on add security group. It is added. Both are visible here. Simply click on save. Once you'll do the same here, then again, if you'll try to run the exactly same command, and this time you are seeing that it is going to be mounted. And see, it's got mounted. And if I'll do the df-h now, so see, we are seeing one extra storage coming from this particular IP address, 8 exabyte. Okay, E is for exabyte. How big is exabyte? That also I will tell you in some minute. Okay. But meanwhile, this storage is connected to this directory. Okay. Now, similarly, one thing that if somebody is getting confused with this IP address, right? So AWS say we have a DNS name here. DNS name is just like a URL. Okay. So if somebody is going to use this URL, like see how intelligent this URL is. If somebody is going to write the command here, nslookup is a command to find the IP address from the URL. We'll press enter. So see, they are using the exactly same IP address, 14.97, what we used, right? So if I, rather than using this particular IP address, you can use this DNS also. It will also work. And this DNS is so intelligent. If you are going to run it in 1B machine, they will print the IP address of 1B. If this DNS you are running in 1A machine, they will print this IP address. If you are running in 1C, they are printing here like that. Okay. Second thing, what I'm going to do is, first I'm quickly connecting IP address security group to this particular machine also, which is running in 1A. Okay. So here on action. Find for default. Click on add security group. Click on save. Similarly, in this machine also, which is running in 1B, I'm just adding a security group here. Change security group. Here also I'm adding the default. Add security group. Come down, click on save. So now security group is added to all the 3 EC2 instances, right? So in this machine, we already connected the storage. Now let me connect it to 1A machine. I am connecting to this particular machine also. And similarly, let me connect to one more machine. So basically, we are going to connect to 3 EC2 instances parallelly. 2 are running in 1B, 1 is running in 1A. So all the 3 machines we are present. In this machine, we already connected the storage. So let me just show you here again. Here already this storage is connected. Okay. In this machine is also running in, this machine is running in 1A. Okay. So rather than doing the IP address here, right? Either I can mention the IP address, this IP address basically to connect that I earlier shown you, or I can use this DNS name, and this DNS name is again so intelligent that if I'm going to write here the command called ns lookup, and here I will print. So see, it is not showing that particular IP, it is showing the 46.180 and 46.180 in 1A machine, because they know that this command you are running in 46.180 machine, okay? Basically in 1A. Similarly, in this machine is running in 1B. Okay, this machine is running in 1B. Here, if I will do here, ns lookup. So see here it is showing 14.97. Why? Because this machine is running in 1B. So they are automatically getting this IP address. Okay. So rather than manually writing the IP address, you can simply mount with the DNS also. Okay. Now again the same thing, you have to create a directory. You can create a directory with any name. Okay. But for simplicity purpose, I am giving the directory name EFS volume here also. Okay. But you can go with any directory name. It's totally on you. Here you have to simply write mount rather than writing the public IP. This time I am writing the DNS name colon slash and I want to mount it to the EFS volume, and it will be mounted because security group already attached, and if you do df-h, see it is connected to the same storage 8 exabyte. Similarly, I am connecting to this machine also. I will simply say mount DNS colon slash, and here I don't think I created the EFS volume, so let me first create it. So I'm creating a directory here with the name called EFS volume, or take me give some different name, EFS volume new, something like this. And if I'm going to write mount DNS name colon slash to the EFS volume new, and that's it, it is mounted. If we'll do the df-h, this one also connected. So all the machines are 3 machines connected to the same storage parallelly. This one also, df-h, this one also, and this one is also connected to the same storage. Let me show you df-h. It one also connected parallelly. Okay. Now, if all are using the same thing, okay, no matter some are using DNS, some are using IP address, but at last they are connecting to the same storage of 8 exabyte. Okay. So if all are the same machine, so if from this machine, if I'm going inside the EFS volume directory, okay, currently there is no file present. Here also, if I'll try to go inside the directory called EFS volume, there is no file present. Here also, if we'll try to go inside the EFS volume, so there is no file present. Okay. Now from this machine, okay, in this machine, if I'm going to create a here called directory with the name called directory one. So directory one got created. But now the question is where this directory one got created. Is this created here locally in this machine, or it created in the EFS volume? So basically this created in the EFS volume. And since this directory one got created in the EFS volume, so even if you'll go in this machine and you will do ls, so say directory one is visible. And from here also directory one is visible. Make sense, all of you? Because all are connected with the same storage, right? Similarly, from this machine, if somebody is going to create a file with the name called file1, and they are writing some command output in the file1 like this, okay, and you will try to read the file1. So this is the content of file1, right? So this particular person created a file and he added some content, but he added in the same storage or to which this particular persons are also connected, right? So they will be also able to see here that there is a file one got created and in which somebody written this content. Similarly here also. So is this making sense to all of you that we are using the same storage parallelly to all the 3 machines, or any confusion in this?
Clear.
No confusion?
Yeah, no confusion. It is clear.
Okay, now do you know what is 8 exabyte storage is? Anybody?
I don't know.
No. So if you search here 8 exabyte in terabyte, all of you know TB.
Yeah.
TB is 1000 GB approx, right? So 8 into 10 to the power 6 terabyte. So this is such a huge storage, right? 1 terabyte is equal to 1000 GB. Okay, and if you're going to give, see how much it is. You can calculate here. See this? 8 million terabytes, something like this. Okay, so this is such a huge storage they are giving you. Now the question is, are they going to charge us for 8,000 in this one 8 million terabyte like that? So basically they say here that AWS say basically whatever the data you are storing here, like currently your metered size is 6 KB. Okay. Maybe take an example, you fill the data of 1 GB or 5 GB or 10 GB, right? So I'll be charging for that, how much storage you are using for that only I'll be charging. I'll be not charging for the entire thing separately. Make sense? That
Can you
means
please
if
repeat?
see basically they are giving you 8 million terabyte storage, right? So they are not going to charge for 8 billion terabyte because that will be the huge cost, right? So what they are saying is whatever the data you are using, like somebody given me 1 terabyte hard disk, but I am using only 550 GB. So they will be charging only for the 50 GB, not for the entire 1 terabyte. Okay, that is the thing. And by default, in the AWS free tier account, they give you up to 5 GB of storage. You can keep it in the EFS file system. That will be totally free. Okay. And after that, how much they charge? So you can simply search for EFS volume pricing. Like this, you can search for. And if you'll see here, they will tell you that how much they charge for Elastic file system pricing. And in the Mumbai region, there is not written here. So anyhow, let me show you here. It is like for North Virginia region, take an example. It is charging $0.08 per month. Okay, that means if you are going to use 100 GB, okay, if you are going to use 100 GB, so they will be charging you $8 per month. So it is not like any high charges or something, right? For 100 GB, somebody is charging you $8 per month, so that's a normal thing, right? So they charge you for that only. How much data storage you are using? They are not going to give you some unlimited thing or something like that. Okay, and if you are going, and this is about the standard one, that means if EC2 instance is created in any of the availability zone, then it should be connected. But if you are going with only one zone as per the EBS volume, okay, so basically only EC2 instance running in one particular zone will be only connected to your EFS volume. That means you are going to use only one IP address. So in that case, they will be charging you $0.043. Okay, so basically here, if you will try to calculate for 430 GB, something like that, 430, right? For 100 GB, it will be costing you around $4.3, basically half of the price you are paying here, like that. Okay, so like that way prices you can always compare. So just try to practice this EFS volume. I don't want to take more because less people are only there. Okay, so try to complete this EFS volume. My screenshots are here. Okay, everything you can just configure it. Okay. By make sure security group is attached, make sure you are using the IP address. If you are getting confusion in the IP address, simply you can directly use the DNS also. DNS is so intelligent that they can automatically connect to whatever the IP address they required. And I shown you using the NS lookup command also. Okay.
Yes.
Any question, anything up to here?
No, sir.
Oh, okay then. Okay then, we'll meet in the next class tomorrow. Okay. Till then, just practice up to here. There was
Thank you.
very few people today there, so I don't want to take a new topic today. Okay. So yeah, thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes.
Okay. So in the last class we discussed about the EFS everything. So any doubt in that? No.
I have to
Okay.
practice, sir.
Okay. So today we are going to see the custom image for web server. Okay. So what is the custom image everything? So first our goal is we'll be launching a EC2 instance. Okay. In which we'll be trying to host a website. Okay. And after hosting the website everything, then I will say you that why we'll require the custom image, then it will be more clear to you. So first what we are going to do is the basic thing what usually we do, that we have to launch a EC2 instance. Okay, and since we are going to launch the instance for the web server perspective, so we'll be giving the name something like web server. Okay, cloud 27 like this. Okay, so this is the web server instance we are going to launch. This will be launching with Amazon Linux second AMI itself. Okay, fine for now. And come down, instance type, let it be t2.micro. No need to change. Keep here whatever I created for you, that I'm just selecting. In the networking, okay, we are going to host a HTTP website. So HTTP website always works on the port 80. So that's why we have to allow it. So that's why we have to take this box, allow HTTP traffic. Okay, so this is the necessary part here. Okay. That's it. Simply come on launch instance. So now what is going to happen is a EC2 instance. Okay, basically a new machine they given to us. Okay, in which only one change we done from the previous classes, that we opened a extra port. Okay, what this port is doing. So here you'll see in the security, basically somebody opened the port 80L. So that means anybody from the world, if they want to access the website on the port 80, they will be able to do so. Similarly, anybody from the world, if somebody want to log into this machine using the port 22, that they can do. And since these two are open, okay, then see this port 22 is open. That's why from our laptop, we are able to connect to this particular EC2 instance using PuTTY or SSH. Okay. Similarly, if port 80 will be open, then only anywhere person in the world, no matter wherever you are currently, right? Once I will host the website, you'll be able to see it. Okay. So that's the thing. So once this EC2 instance is started, okay, now you can connect to this EC2 instance. Either you can connect using the browser, or you can connect using the PuTTY. Okay. So for simplicity purpose, let's go with on this one, browser itself. Okay. Now the first thing what we have to do is, okay, first become the root user. Okay. Now, what software we have to install, or what packages we have to install, which is going to help us to host the website. So HTTPD is the package name. Okay. So we have to simply say that, yum, can you install a package with the name called HTTPD? That's it. If we'll press enter, they will ask that, do you really want to install it? I will press Y. And now HTTPD package is installed. And since HTTPD package is installed, basically the software we installed, but currently this software is not running or something. Okay. And that's why this software is not running. So if you want to see the website, before that, let me show you here. Our website is going to be hosted on this machine, right? So if somebody, like once the website will be hosted, anybody in the world is going to copy this public IP. Okay. And they will paste it here. Okay. If you don't paste any port also, by default, they open the port 80 only. Okay. That means they are going to the HTTP URL, basically meaning this. Okay. So currently you'll see that nothing is coming, right? Because this website, we are not running anything here. That's why this site can't be refreshed, something like that it is saying. Now we installed the HTTPD package just now in this machine. If I check systemctl, is the status, what is the status of HTTPD package? So currently they are saying it is inactive. And since this HTTPD package is inactive in your laptop, okay, that's why you are not able to see this website. As soon as I'm going to say systemctl, do one thing. Can you start the HTTPD package? And since the HTTPD package is now started, it is running. Now, if somebody in the world is going to refresh this page, you will see the exactly same website. Okay, like if I copy this URL and I'm pasting it chat, if all of you try to hit this URL, you will be seeing the exactly same website in the browser. Just try. All of you getting this right?
Yeah, 1 second, sir. Yeah, we are seeing the same.
Okay. Now, the second thing is, if somebody is going to stop this machine, like if somebody is going to shut down this machine and again they are going to start it, what do you think? This HTTPD package will be in the running state or in the stopped state? Anybody?
Stop.
Stopped, right? Because service will be stopped. So if I
Yeah.
want that currently when I'm starting the machine, that time if this service is running, okay, so when the next time this machine will start, automatically this service should run. Okay. So what will be the benefit for this? Benefit will be this, like from tomorrow when I want to access this website again, right? So I have to just start the instance here and I will copy the public IP and my website will be visible. I don't have to manually come and I have to type the command called systemctl start httpd. Okay. So for doing this, there is a simple command you have to write systemctl. Can you enable the httpd package? Okay, that means enable it. That means whatever the state currently it is, you have to maintain the state. If it is in the running state, so whenever this machine will restart again, you have to make sure that this will be in the running state only. That's it. Once these three things you've done, and our website is also visible, there is no problem here. Website is running well and good. Now, I don't want to see this website. Okay, I want to see some different website here. So what they are clearly saying is you can add your own content also. This content is just for the testing purpose. If this content is running, that means your Apache server is installed. Okay, if you want to add your own personal content, I want to display the name on my website. Okay, this website I want to display my name. So for that, they are saying that there is a directory called /var/www/html. You have to go to that directory. So let me go to that directory cd/var/www/html. And inside this directory, currently there is no file is present. Okay, but whatever the things you want to display it here, right? That you have to create at this location only. Okay, /var/www/html. So here I am creating a file, okay, with the name called name.html. Okay, something like this, name.html. And currently I'm just writing here the name like my name like this. Okay, just I written this, that's it. And I am simply saving this file. So basically we created a file with the name called name.html. Okay, you can create a file with the normal name also. It is not like you have to give the HTML extension or something only. Okay, but this file is now created. Okay, now if I refresh this page, is something changed? No, still we are seeing the same website. Okay, but if you'll come to this particular URL and here you will write the /name.html. I know that I created the file with the name called name.html, right? So see, I'm seeing my name and all of you will be able to see the name if you are going to write /name.html. You can check that. If you'll write /name.html, you'll see the exactly same.
Yeah.
Now, currently this is not any proper format or something. Okay, so if you want to make it little bit heading, okay, so I'll just write it here like this /h1. Okay, then I am closing this /h1. Then I'm writing something /s3. I'm typing welcome. Something like this. I just done it /s3. Save it. Escape. This is just a normal HTML syntax. Now, since we done some changes here, right? And since we done the changes, now if I'm going to refresh this page, so say this page is getting configured, right? This will become little bit bigger heading. This will become little bit a smaller heading, right? So this type of the changes we can do. If you'll refresh this page, you will also see that this type of the syntax changes, everything is happening. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
again, this all things will be done by the front-end engineer. We don't have to worry about that. What are the website we are writing everything. Okay. We don't have to worry about whatever the file they will say us, give us. Okay. That file will just keep it here. That will be deployed here. That's it. But take an example, I don't want to write manually name.html or something. Okay. Because see, this is a home page, right? If somebody will hit www.google.com, so they will always land to the main website only, right? If somebody will write /images or something, then only they will land to the image search page like that. So I want that whatever the content I am writing it here now, like name.html, whatever the file we are writing, that should be displayed at this point. Okay, I don't have to write manually /name.html or /a.html, b.html like that. So for that, they say that if you are going to create a file with the name called index.html, like index, file name should be index, extension can be anything, index.html, index.php, anything you can write. Okay, like let me write index.html. And here I am writing, hi, welcome. Something like this I just written. Okay. Now you know what is the benefit here? Since you created a file with the name called index.html and inside this you written the content called hi, welcome. So now if you'll refresh this page, you are not going to see this page. You will be seeing this page, hi, welcome. And still if I'll do here /name.html, so that's fine. Still I will be able to see the previous thing. from that particular file. Okay, but if you don't write anything, then by default they will redirect you to the index page. And even if you will mention here /index.html, then also it will display you exactly same thing. That means whether you write index.html or whether you don't write it, they are going to show you the same page because this is the default page. Make sense?
Yes.
Now let me just delete all these things. I don't want any of this file. Okay, everything got deleted. There is no file. Refresh this, nothing is going to come. Again, test page started to came because no file is present. Okay. Now, what is my goal? Okay, my goal is to host a website here, right? A good website. So for that, I am going to write the website in PHP language. So I have to install the PHP software also. So I'm just installing yum install php-y. You can write the website in any of the programming language. I am writing here PHP. So that's why I'm installing the PHP software now. PHP is got installed. Okay. And this everything is documented, you don't have to worry about. But here I written everything in a single go that you have to install the HTTPD, you have to install the PHP, you have to go to this particular location, you have to start the HTTPD, enable the HTTPD like this. Okay. Now, once we've done all these things, right? For this, now we are going to create a file with the name called index.php. Okay. This will be our website content basically. So whatever the content we have to write in this PHP programming language that you don't have to worry about, just you can copy it from this pre to pre tag. This is the content we have to write it. Okay. So I'm just copying this from this pre to pre, and I will come to this machine and I will go to index.php file. Again, I'm creating the file with the name called index.php. So it will act as a home page. And here I'm just pasting this content. In this, I'm just writing welcome to DevOps training, and then we are printing the ifconfig command output. Welcome to DevOps training. In place of this, you can just say or something like this also. Cloud 27. Okay, so we just written welcome to DevOps training cloud 27, and then whatever the output of the ifconfig command is there, now that they will print it on the screen only. Okay, so if I'll save this file, and basically ifconfig command, this is the output of the ifconfig command. This output I want to display it in the website. Now, if somebody is going to refresh this page again, you will see. Okay, actually, so see, nothing is coming, right? You know why? Because we created a file in the format called index.php, right? Index.php. And for that, I said you that you have to install the PHP software, right? But we installed the PHP software, but our HTTPD software was running before installation of PHP. Yes or no?
Yes.
So that's why we have to restart the HTTPD. Okay. Restart HTTPD. That's the only change we have to do. So now they will restart. So they will get, okay, now we can read the PHP packages also, because now they will find the software and then we'll be able to see the website. But if you'll be following the documentation, you don't have to worry about. Here I installed the PHP, then only I started the HTTPD package. So it will take time little bit to restart.
For example, if we are out of this screen, if we come back again, we have to restart.
Which one? HTTPD?
Yeah.
No, it is enabled, right? Enabled means if your machine is going to stop also and you are going to start this EC2 instance again, still it will be running on. That's why we run this enable command. So you see that now restart happened. Now if I'm going to refresh this page, it will check the index.php page, right? And they're displaying the content, welcome to DevOps training, and they're printing the ifconfig command output. Why I am printing the ifconfig command output? Because by seeing this IP address, right, 172.31.4.129, you can clearly visualize that this website is running inside this particular machine, 4.129, by seeing this website. Okay, that it is running in 4.129 machine. Okay, this will be useful in the later cases. Okay, so just wait, you'll be able to see the use case of this, why we require to print the private IP address. In the real world, we don't require, but for learning purpose, this is a must thing. Okay, until and unless you'll not learn this, that how the IP address, everything is getting changed internally. So we'll be miss so many concepts. So this is the thing. Okay, now this is a normal website. If you want to add some background color or something, okay, so you can simply search in the Google that PHP set background color. So see, we are going to some Stack Overflow website, and there they will guide us. They are saying if somebody want to set some color, they can just copy this block. I am just copying this. I will come here. I will go to the index.php page, and I want to change some background color. So I will write after the PHP tag only. Okay, that's it. Background color, they are setting it to pink currently. Let me go with some different color like powder blue or something. Okay, and simply save this file. And that's it. Since we saved it, now if somebody is going to come this and you are going to refresh this page, you will be see the website in the powder blue color. Just try to refresh this. Are you able to see this? Is it fine up to here?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, once we done up to here, right, all the things, and you remember all the steps, right, whatever we done from starting. Okay. Now, if I'm going to ask you, can you launch one more EC2 instance on machine, and inside this only you have to do the exactly same thing, whatever I done here. No? At last, I want to see this type of the website, exactly same website. So how much time you are going to take to set it up again, the entire thing? Anyway, you have to set it up entire things, whatever we done just now, from launching the instance to setting up the website. Okay, in how much time will it take?
Maybe half an hour.
Okay. So basically, see, you have to launch the instance again. You have to manually go there. You will be installing software. You will be PHP software. You will be installing, right? You will be writing the website content. Again, you will be enabling the software, right? You'll be keeping your file in the index //www/html location. Then only this website will be visible. But now, if I want to host one more website, like somebody is saying me that can you launch one more EC2 instance with exactly same configuration? I want to see that. So for that particular purpose, rather than doing like this, what we can do is we can clone this. Okay, clone this means, see everything, whatever the things we done, we installed the HTTP package, we installed the PHP package, we created a file with the name called index.php that we kept inside the directory, we started the HTTP, everything we already done it, and that is getting stored in the hard disk of this particular EC2 instance, right? Because whatever the things you do in the laptop, whatever the software you install, everything is present in your laptop hard disk only. That means this 8 GB hard disk, right? So what you have to do is, if you follow this document, the first thing what you have to do is, after your website is there, you have to go to the volume. Volume means basically the hard disk which is connected to this particular EC2 instance. I'm selecting this volume ID. So this is our the volume. This is the volume which is connected to that particular EC2 instance. I'm just selecting this. I'm clicking on action and I'm clicking on create a snapshot. Giving some name, HTTPD 4.27, something like this. And that's it. Click on create a snapshot. A snapshot is just like we are generating a backup of that particular hard disk. Okay. And once the snapshot will be created, where you can visualize it in the EBS section, there will be a snapshot column. Here you can find that. So there are so many snapshots in my case, but you're seeing HTTPD for cloud 27. Currently it is in the pending state. Okay. So let me just wait for that. Okay. Until this pending is getting completed. Once it will be completed, then only we can forward with the next step. So we have to just wait for that. Other than that, anybody who completed the EBS partition, everything? EBS partition practical completed?
I just started, sir.
Okay.
So Yeah, by tomorrow I can give you some update on that one.
Okay. So see this custom image, whatever currently I am generating, this you have to generate, okay? And because if you'll generate it, then only you are going to do the practical. The next 3-4 days practical is totally dependent on your this custom image, okay? So
Okay.
this custom image is the important thing here.
So here actually you created so many 8 GB. Those are the
No, these are for some different classes. No? You don't have to worry
yeah
about
yeah
it.
yeah. So I also created like 3 or 4. Do I need to uh, delete them?
No. Just you should remember that whatever the description you are writing, just make it little bit forward that you can understand, right? Like currently here I'm understanding that this is for yours, right?
Yeah yeah.
Because there are so many 8 GB, then it will be confusing for you, right? So you should write description in good way. That's it.
So because that AWS is chargeable, right? So do we need to delete them, or can I keep them like whatever I create?
So why you are storing the snapshot? That is the first question. Like, do you require for any other
No,
purpose or
no,
like
this is not the snapshot actually. I'm talking about the S3,
volumes?
yeah, volumes,
You're talking
right?
about this volumes.
Yeah,
See, this
correct.
volume is basically coming from this 8 GB is coming from your EC2 instances.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct. Yeah,
So if the EC2 instance is terminated, your volume will be also terminated.
okay.
Okay. Whatever this pen drive one I created.
Pen
Okay.
drive, yes, correct.
This one will be not deleted. Okay. These things are just attached to that particular EC2 instance. If EC2 instance is terminated, this particular will be also terminated. Okay.
Yeah.
By default, they give you 30 GB of storage free. Okay.
Oh,
And
okay.
30 GB, they don't calculate like this 8 plus 8 plus 8 like that. They don't calculate. Okay. Whatever the data you are filling inside this, for that
Uh-huh.
they charge like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. At least for this case,
So,
instance case. Okay.
mhm,
But whatever the things you are taking the pen drive one, like in the pen drive, you created one and you are taking directly 30 GB storage. That means you are utilizing the entire thing.
mhm. So do we need to delete those pen drives?
Yeah, if you are getting the charges, it's better to delete if you are not using that.
Okay. Just for the practical purpose, we are creating
Hmm.
that.
Because
Okay.
maximum 30 GB only. After that, we have to pay
Okay.
some around. It will charge you $1-2 something like that. So it will
Yeah.
start to come in bill.
Yeah. And just one more question, sir. Actually, you said that the storage, whatever we are using, if it is, if we copy the data in those, actually we have that is chargeable, right? So if the files are empty, still they are chargeable.
Files are empty.
Means like empty files I created in the Linux class, right? So those are empty. I did not write anything, but just for the practical purpose, I attached into those
See,
folders.
See, I will tell you, if you are having one or two EC2 instance only in your account now, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and you are stopping the instance once you are not doing it, you are not keeping it running, then you are not going
Okay.
to get any charge. Okay.
Okay.
In my case, I have to launch multiple instances, right? But still you will see the milling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get any charges that much. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I launch many instances. Like if you'll see in my account, definitely there will be 10 instances will be there, 10 I will be terminating like that, right? But see,
Mm-hmm.
charges.
Okay.
Think this forecast $0.63.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
very
yeah,
important,
yeah.
right? And
Uh-huh.
because if you are stopping the instance now, okay, if you are not
Mm-hmm.
using it, never
Okay.
keep instance running if you are not using it, okay,
Mm-hmm.
because that is chargeable in nature. And here we are clearly seeing, see, this is the month end, right?
Yeah.
26,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
But here you will see here, like if you talk about the elastic compute cloud, this is the main thing we use, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
here you will be seeing, take an example in the Mumbai, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So in Mumbai, see, for the T2.micro instance, they are saying that you used 40 hours only in the entire
Yeah.
month. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but we have the power for 750 hours usage. Okay. So
Okay.
that is very less, right? That's why they are using $0 only because you are under the limit.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are saying T2.medium. T2.medium is not free, right? But I used it for some hours. Okay. For
Mm-hmm.
some of the practicals. So that's why they charge us something for that. So in
Okay.
your case, it will be not that because you are not launching the T2.medium. Okay.
Okay.
Similarly, for Windows machine, you remember we launched the Windows machine.
Yeah.
For that,
Yeah.
we just launched it for 30 second or something, 30 minutes only we use like that, right? So for
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
see $0 only because it is again in the limit only, and we use the T2.micro. Now comes to the EBS volume. EBS volume, see, up to 30 GB storage, they are not charging anything, right?
Yeah.
After that, I used extra 1 GB, something like that. Okay, that also a snapshot. It is basically whenever we are generating the snapshot, right? So whenever you generate the snapshot, if it is under the free tier, so they will not charge you. But see, this snapshot got size of 5.27 GB or something like that. So they are charging around $0.26. Again, that is minimal only. Okay. And whatever the these charges you are seeing, like this is little bit big charges, right? $2.26, something like that. This is coming because I used extra volume, 19 GB one.
Okay.
Okay, so like after 30 GB, I used extra 20 GB or something, right? For that, I am paying this much amount. Okay, and that will be the case because I'm launching so many instances. So that's the reason. But that's the case. Like in the North Virginia region, I have so many instances running in T3A medium, and that is a chargeable, right? So for that, they are generating the bill like $3.89, $4.37, like that. Okay, so that happens. But again, these all things are getting covered in the credits. You can also apply for the credits. I will guide you later on. Okay, how to apply for the credits, everything.
Sure, thank you, sir.
So that's.
And actually, in this S3, actually, there is one S3 Glacier. What is that one?
Oh, that is a cheaper version.
Oh, okay.
Cheaper version of the S3. Okay. And basically, read and write speed will be slow. So basically, in the Glacier, we keep the data now, which we don't use frequently. Okay. And maybe even if we require some date, it is something like this. You know, the Google Photos, right? They keep all your photos arranged there, right? But previously, if you remember, it was not chargeable. From last year only, they started to calculate the everything on the your Google Cloud Storage only. Okay, like whatever the Google Drive limit you have now, like in my case, taking example 200 GB, right? So whatever the Google Photos also you are uploading, it will be in this storage only. Previously, it was totally free. Okay. So similarly, S3 Glacier is a something like, take an example, I want to store some data. That data maybe I can use it in 1 year, 2 year, only 1 to 2 times, 5 times, 10 times. That's it. I don't want to use that particular file everyday basis, right? So even if that file loading time will be little bit slow also, that will be fine for me, right? Because I will require only someday access. That's it, right? But for that, I am saving more than 60-70% money. So that will be more beneficial. So all the company whose data that is not that much important, they don't access frequently, they store it in the S3 cluster. And the data which you use on the daily basis, we use it, store it in directly in the S3 for high speed read and write. Okay. So this is the snapshot that got created, Cloud 27 one, it's completed. Once this is completed, then you have to come to the EC2 instance section. You have to select your instance, click on action, click on image and template, click on create image. I'm going to create a image. You can give the image name here. Give some image name that should be unique little bit. So because we are making this image public, so anybody can find this image. So I'm just giving this type of the name. Image description, if you want to say like HTTP. That's it. You don't have to do anything. Simply click on create image. And see, image is getting generated. Where to see this image? There is an image section, AMI. Click on this. Here you will see that a image is getting generated with the name called Cloud 27. Make sense? Let me delete few previous one. Cloud 24, I can delete it. Because maximum you can go with 5 AMI only in your free tier account. After that it is chargeable. Okay. So for that reason, now 4 is there. Good. So this image is there, Cloud 27 one. Okay. And you'll see currently it is in pending state and it is in private. Private means only I can see this image. Okay. And if I make this public, then anybody in the world can see this image, but make sure you should be in the Mumbai region. Then only you'll be able to see. Okay. Because I created this image in the Mumbai region. Okay, the images are specific to the regions only. So currently it is pending. Once it will be available, then we can make it visibility as public also. So if somebody want to use this image only, they can use it. But I will suggest you that go with your own image. That will be more better. Okay, because in future maybe I can delete this image, right? But if you have your image in your account, so you can have it, and even if you'll get the practice also. So just wait for 1 or 2 minutes. This pending will become available. Again, these all things also screenshotted. Like you have to create a snapshot, then you have to click on create image. A image will be generated with the step of the name. Okay. So how to make this edit AMI permission to public, right? That also you can just do it. So let's wait for this. Okay, now this image become available. Now if you want to change it and make it public, you can click on action, click on edit AMI permission, and you can just make it public. Public means this image will be available for all the AWS user. Okay, but it should be available in that particular region only. Click on save changes. Now we made our image public also. Okay, so all the images are public. Okay. Now, once this all things is done, now what was our goal? Our goal was to host a website, something like this, right? So previously you are saying that you have to spend 5 minute time, 10 minute time, 15 minute time, right, to host this entire website. Okay. But now see how faster we can host it. Okay. So I'm just going to launch an instance. Okay. And I'm just going to name this instance as web server 1-cloud 27, something like this. Rather than using the Amazon Linux image, right? If I'm going to use the Amazon Linux image, again, I have to manually install all this software, again, manually create the website, everything. So we will go to the My AMI section. Just now I created one image. What was the image name? Cloud 27 one. I will just select this image. Okay. Come down. All the things will be same only. Keep here, network setting, you have to allow the HTTP traffic, and that's it. Launch the instance. Now we launch a EC2 instance, and the benefit is we launch this instance using our own custom image, whatever the image I created. Okay. And since it is getting launched by the image which I created, right? So the benefit will be whatever the software we already installed inside this machine, whatever the website content I written, everything will be visible inside this machine also. What we have to do, we have to just copy the public IP of this machine. I'm not going to connect to this machine or something. As soon as this machine will become available, let me just search for only running instances. And this machine become available, right? So I will just paste the public IP of this new EC2 instance, and we are able to see this website. What is happened? Is it? I don't know. Why the malware notification is coming? This public IP is getting used by some other person.
I think your antivirus is stopping this one.
No, I don't think so, because this public IP they are thing. This can be because this public IP attached to some previous person. They were using it for some different reason, and that's why. So what I can do is, see, website is coming, well and good, right? Everything is coming. Okay. But to solve this purpose, what I can do is I can simply stop this instance and again I start it. So public IP will change and then I think problem will be solved. Because that problem I think of this IP address only. Sometimes it happens. So now instance got stopped. But website was coming. We don't have to configure anything by going inside the machine. That's the benefit here. So now see how faster it was, right? It was taking less than a minute, right? As soon as you are launching the instance, you are copying the public IP, your website was visible, right? And you don't have to do all the steps, whatever the steps you are doing, manually installing the HTTPD, PHP, configuring the website, everything. We are just hitting the public IP and we are seeing this website. Okay, that's the benefit of the creating the custom image. Okay, so we created the custom image. We are launching the instance. Okay, with the custom image and we are copying the public IP. This website is visible. So now this machine is stopped. Let me start it again. I should get a new IP and only that problem will be solved. Okay, 105. I think this is a different IP. So if I'll paste it here, meanwhile let it restart. See, this time this website is coming, right? As I don't know, that was the problem with the IP. Because sometimes what happens now, whatever the IP you are getting, that IP got used by some different person, right? We don't know that particular person used that particular IP for what, right? Maybe they used it for some unethical activities. That's why that particular IP address got exposed. Okay. And when you go with some browser, na, like Brave browser or some other browser that is good with the security, right? So they can detect that particular public IPs of the outside the network, okay, and which was used for some malware threat detection or something, right? That's why they were basically doing that notification. But if that IP will be not used neighbor, so they will show you their website. And that was our goal. And see, welcome to DevOps training Cloud 27. So this IP address is also showing the website. This IP address is also showing the website, right? Do you see any difference between these two? Any difference anywhere? Like see here and see here. Anything different you can notice? In the first line, there is no difference, right? Welcome to DevOps Training Cloud 27. Welcome to DevOps Training Cloud 27. Difference will come in this line. If you'll see IP address here 9.157. Here IP address 4.129. Why? Because this two machine is running the ifconfig command only, right? But inside this machine, if somebody will run the ifconfig command, they will get this IP address 9.157. That's why we are printing here. Similarly, here if somebody will run, they will get 4.129. Inside this machine, it will run it. Make sense?
Yes.
And that's why I written this ifconfig command output in the browser so I can show you the difference. That this website is coming from some different machine, this website is coming from some different machine. But both are showing the exactly same website. In the real world scenario, we'll be displaying the content up to here only. We'll be not displaying this content. So by just seeing this is single line, will you able to differentiate that this is coming from two different machines? Just by seeing the first line, you'll be never able to see, right? So that's why I just written here, and tomorrow I will be showing you the load balancing everything. Because what happens now, take an example, when I launched a website, only 100 people are visiting, right? So that time only one EC2 instance machine which is running on 1 GB RAM, that will be more than enough to handle the 100, 1000 requests, okay? But suddenly 10,000 people started to come my website or 50,000 started to come to our website. So will this single machine will be able to handle? No, right? So we have to launch multiple EC2 instances here, right? And 5,000 people will be coming to this website, 5,000 people will be coming to this website like that, right? So this all things will be seen from tomorrow, load balancing part, okay? Meanwhile, just try to create the custom image, okay? Try to launch an instance, copy the public IP and try to check whether IP address, everything is visible. That's the, then simply just you can stop the instance and tomorrow again we'll be going to start these instances only and we'll be continuing with the practice. This instance you don't have to delete it, okay? We'll be using it for next 2 to 3 days.
Sir, one quick question. So when we create these websites, actually, those are the company websites or the even personal websites also can be created?
You can host your personal websites also. There is no any problem in
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I will show you the DNS mapping also. Like currently you are just seeing the IP address, no?
Yeah.
I have a DNS domain. Okay. I hope it will not expire. I will check that if DNS was available with me, then I will show you to do the mapping also. Okay.
Sure.
So rather
Sure.
than using this IP address, I'll be hitting something like www dot some URL, right? And that URL is going to redirect it to this website only.
Okay.
So, but for that we require the DNS domain mapping account. So I will check if I will have the validity there. I will do it. Okay.
Sure. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thanks. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Thank
Is my sound is audible?
you. Yes, audible.
So yesterday we created a custom image, if you remember, and from the custom image we launched this particular EC2 instance. And now we have the two EC2 instance. Either I copy the public IP of this particular instance and I paste it in the browser, or I copy the public IP of this particular instance and paste it in the browser. We'll be seeing the exactly same website. Only the difference will be the IP address because both are running in the two different machines, right? So website content is same, but here the IP address will be printed 4.129 because this EC2 instance have the IP address called 4.129. This one is going to print 9.157. Why? Because this particular EC2 instance is having the 9.1.57 like that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is this is the web server one. This one I'm making it the name as web server 2. Okay. So now these two machines are ready. I'm launching one more EC2 instance. Okay. I'm launching one more EC2 instance. Yesterday's like only. Okay. And let me give the exactly same name only. Web server 2 we are following. Okay. So let me just follow here web server 3. Just wait a second. Okay, so we are talking about web server 3, Cloud 27. Okay, we are not going to use our custom image. We are going to see the my AMI. Okay, but if you remember, yesterday we made the image public, right? So if we made the image public, then why we are going with this my AMI option? Okay, so I have this account, so I will be having that particular image available in my AMI, right? But now take an example, you want to launch the exactly same image, whatever yesterday I created, right? So what you will be doing is you will be not able to find it in the IAMI, right? You will be going in the browse more AMI section, okay? And in this section, you will be searching something with my name. I created my image with this name, if you remember. Let me just type it here. And if I'll just click on search here, okay, and okay, now they are searching. In the community AMI section, you can clearly see that yesterday we created this cloud 27 one. Make sense? This was the image we created. So if you'll select this, like you'll search like this and you are in the Mumbai region and you went to the community AMI, you'll be able to see all the images that are public from my account. Okay. And see, this is the image we are talking about. So this is the image exactly same. Either you can select it from here also, it will be the same only. Okay. So we selected that image now. After selecting this image, Kisan Drive Web Server 1, we are going to see the instance type t2.micro only, it will be there. Keep here. So I am selecting that Cloud 27 one. It is okay. In the security group, we have to make sure it should be allow HTTP traffic. Okay, and that's it. We are going to launch a EC2 instance. So one more EC2 instance is now going to be launched. And basically now 3 web server is present with us. Okay, let me just filter out the running instance only. And let me duplicate this page one more time. Okay. So now if you'll see here, currently 2 machines are running, but just now you'll see that third machine will also come. Okay, so now all the 3 machines are ready. Web server 3, web server 1, web server 2. Okay, and web server 3 public IP is this one. So let me just paste this public IP also. Okay. And this is also going to show the exactly same website like this and this only. Okay. But here the IP address will be 6.204. Okay. And because in this machine IP address is 6.204. Okay. Now, why we created the multiple web server? Okay, so because see, every web server will have some limitation, right? Because we have some fixed CPU, fixed RAM, right? These machines are running on one CPU, 1 GB RAM machine, or maybe any EC2 instance you launch, right? They will have fixed resources, fixed CPU, fixed RAM, right? So if the multiple people started to come to visit our website, right? Take an example, in the starting only 100 people is coming. Let me just type it in a notepad. So we started a website, okay, and in the starting only 100 people is coming to our website, right? So what we done is for that particular purpose, we created a web server one, and we created a web server one which can handle around 1000 requests. Okay, all the web server which we are going to launch, take an example, it can handle maximum 1000 requests. So I created a web server which can handle maximum 1000 requests, and in this machine only 100 people is currently coming. Well and good, and all the people will be able to see the website. There will be no any problem here, right? And how this 100 people is going to reach to this particular website? So I'm saying that you have to hit this particular IP 3.13.232.38.170. Okay, so I said like this. So this is done. Now, this is working perfectly fine. Now, if people are coming to this URL, these all 100 people are landed to this web server one. Okay. So now, until and unless this all 100 people or 200 people or 500 people, okay, is keep coming visiting this URL, there will be no problem until and unless the count is less than 1000, right? But suddenly, take an example here, 1500 people started to come. Will the people will start to face problem or not? What do you say? Anybody?
No.
Why? Because maximum request 1000 can only handle, right? But now 1500 people is coming. Will our machine will able to handle?
Yes, it will handle because it maybe it will go to the other IP.
No, how currently we are talking here the scenario, no? Only one machine is there. We are not talking
Okay.
about these three.
Okay.
We are having only one machine which can handle maximum 1000. Now we are getting 1500 people requests. So now this machine will not enough, right? This can handle only 1000 requests, right? So
Yeah.
that means 500 people, remaining 500 people will either see the loading page or they will see something like 404, some type of the error will be there like that, right? They will start to find. And it happens. Sometimes we open the Flipkart or Facebook.com and page not load. And we usually think that, okay, maybe this is the internet problem, but that can be the problem of their server side also. Okay. So to solve this problem, what we can do, we can launch one more web server with the name called web server 2. Make sense? With the 1000 max request. Now, if the total people was coming on the 1500, now what I can do is 1000 people will coming here, or maybe we will divide it to the something like that. But again, let's forget about the divide for now. Let it be 1000 people is now visiting here, 500 people visiting here. Well and good, there is no problem. But the problem here is this web server 2 will come some different IP, right? It will having the IP called 3.110.194.187, something like this, right? Now, just think like this. Are we going to say to our customer that try to hit this particular URL? If this URL is not working, try to hit this URL. Like Facebook.com, they say that if the www.facebook.com does not work, go to the facebook1.com or facebook2.com like that. They never say, right? Because customer is not going to like. So similarly, if again more people will started to come, right? So we'll be keep launching the more web server, like web server 3 will be there, web server 4 will be there. So there can be a situation that 100, 200 web servers are running, okay, for the millions and millions of people. Now you cannot say that your customer is going to remember 100 IP address, right? Your customer is going to remember a single URL, single DNS or single IP address, something like that, okay? So for that particular reason only, there is a concept called load balancer. As the name suggests, its work is to balance the load. Okay. So now load balancer, what they do is they say that what I can do is I will provide you a single URL. Single URL. Okay. Basically, they are providing a single URL or single DNS. DNS is just the domain name, www.google.com, like that. They will provide you a single DNS name. Okay. And they are so intelligent that if I will say to this load balancer that if somebody is coming to this URL, okay, you have to transfer the traffic to this EC2 instances, web server 1, web server 2, web server 3. Now, if 10,000 people is coming, okay, or take an example for now 3 machines is there, right? So take an example now 2000 or 2500 or 2400 people is coming, okay. So now this load balancer is so intelligent that they will transfer 800 people to this machine, other 800 people to this machine, and other 800 people to this machine. Basically they will balance the load. If 3000 people will come, 1000 1000 1000 like that. But again, this can handle maximum 3000 requests only because we have the 3 web server only, okay. But balancing the load will be done. There will be never a condition that a single machine is handling 900 requests and these 2 machines are handling only 50 requests. Not like that. They will try to balance it, okay. So whatever the request number is going to come, they will try to distribute between all the 3 machines. So all the machines will able to distribute the load equally. So it will be gives the faster response, because one machine will get higher load, then definitely the loading time of the website will increase. So is this thing is clear now that why we are going to create the load balancer? Because we don't want to give 3 different URL to my customer to access the website, right? So we want to give a single URL. Make sense?
Yes.
Now to do this, let this EC2 instance running here. For creating the load balancer, there is an option here called load balancing. Go to the load balancer here. So in the load balancer, there is an option called create load balancer. Just click on this. First, I am going to create a classic load balancer. Okay. So simply click on classic load balancer. Okay. And they are clearly saying here, if you click here in the learn mode, choose a classic load balancer when you have existing application running in the EC2 classic network. They're saying you can select the classic load balancer when your EC2 instance already running the application. And that is the case, right? Our EC2 instance is already running the application. That's why we are selecting the classic load balancer for the first time. Okay. And we are going to click on create. Now they are saying what is the load balancer name you want to give it. So I'm saying that, okay, let's give the load balancer name as my classic load balancer, my CLB. Okay. And now they are saying about the load balancer protocol or something like that. Okay. So this will be 80 only because our website is going to run on port 80 only. So we don't have to do any changes here. Okay. Simply click on next, assign security group. I will say that simply create a new security group. Okay. And they will create a security group for HTTP protocol. Okay. That if somebody is going to come on port 80 from anywhere one in the world. Okay. Basically, I'm saying that, okay, I am going to create a load balancer. And in this load balancer, I'm saying that somebody will access the HTTP website. That means on the port 80 or from anywhere in the world, you have to allow them so they can see this particular, this 3 website. That is the only goal here. Click on next. Click on next. Now they are saying health check, that how they will make sure that all the 3 instances is running, right? There can be a situation sometime. Okay. Like see, currently this load balancer is transferring the load to web server 1, web server 2, web server 3, right? But can you guarantee me that all the web server, this 3 web server will be running 24/7? They are not going to face any difficulty at any point of the time. We cannot guarantee, right? So maybe due to some technical glitch or something, this web3 become terminated or it got shut down, something like this. Okay. If this is got shut down and 3000 people are visiting our website, right? So 1000 people is coming here, 1000 is coming here, 1000 is coming here. But since this web server 3 is shut down, so all the 1000 people is going to see that website is not available. Make sense? Yes or no? Because the people who is going to come to the web server 3 and in the internally this web server 3 is shut down, so they'll be not able to see the website. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
See, actually, these all things you noticed also. I don't know how many of you noticed, but have you ever noticed this type of the things that you are saying that I'm opening a website from my mobile phone, it is working. I'm opening from my laptop, it is working. From my tablet, it is not working. Have you ever encountered this type of the thing that you are hitting
Yes.
the same website from the at the same particular time, but for some mobile phone it is working, some mobile phone it is not working, right? And all are connected with the same network. It happens usually. Why? Because maybe in your mobile phone you connected to some web server that was shut down and again you refresh 2 to 3 times and now you say that yes, now it's working, now it's opening. So that is the only problem. Okay, so we don't want to face that. Customers would face our this type of the problem that from one device they are able to connect, they are not able to connect. So that's why we are giving a health check option. Health check means you will be keep checking the health. Okay, so now I will specify that every 10 second, every 20 second, they will keep checking that all the three web server are running or not. Okay, and if all the three web server will be running, then it's good. Load balancer will start to distribute the traffic between three machines. But as soon as our health check, okay, we'll get to know that this web server 3 is shut down, they will quickly notify to the load balancer that just remember that web server 3 is out of service. They will write like this, out of service. And since web server 3 is out of service, now this automatically this load balancer will understand that, okay, now from now on, whenever some new people will come, I have to transfer the traffic either in one or either in two only. Because this web server 3, if I will transfer, this is in shutdown, customer is going to face difficulty. So now from now on, if 2000 people is coming, they will try to distribute between these two machines only. They will not try to distribute here. Okay, until and unless this machine is not going to come back. Okay, so that is the solution here. So that's why we are writing here health check, and we are saying here that, okay, you have to check it for every 30 seconds. I am going with the default value only. You can change this all interval, everything. Now they are saying what I will check, how I will get to know that that particular EC2 instance is running or not. So I'm saying that, okay, to know that whether that EC2 instance is running or not, what you have to do is you have to copy the IP address, basically HTTP IP address, okay, and you have to go to the port 80. So basically, see, this is the port 80, okay. And on this port 80, if you'll write the page called /index.php. Why index.php? Because our website content is written in a file called index.php, if you remember the yesterday's class. Okay. So if I'll press enter, and if this page is coming, it is giving you some response. That means this index.php website is running perfectly fine, right? But take an example, just take some different scenario. I'm just giving the name called a.html or something like that, right? So if they will try to see and they are seeing that not found or something, maybe index.php file got deleted from that particular instance, or this public IP is not reachable, right? So they will be not able to access the website. And if they are not able to access the website, then they will claim that, okay, this machine is out of service. That's why I'm saying that you don't have to check for index.html page, you have to check for index.php page, because I written the code in the PHP language. Make sense? This is the yesterday's part only, index.php file yesterday's we created. Then simply click on add instances. Now I have to tell, okay, to the load balancer that whenever somebody will come, you have to transfer the traffic to which EC2 instances. I have so many instances there in my account, but I want to transfer the traffic to this three machine only, web server 1, web server 2, web server 3. In future, if few more web server we are going to create, then I will just launch it and I will add it here only. That's it. Okay. And just click on add tags, review and create, and click on create. Now what is happening is basically they are creating a load balancer. Okay, let it be forget about this. They created a load balancer with the name called myCLV. Okay, and this load balancer they created, and they are clearly saying 0 of 3 instances service. That means currently no instance is working for you. Okay, why? If I will copy this DNS, whatever the URL they given, something like www.google.com, like that only. If I'll paste it here, my goal is I will be able to see the website, but see, it is saying site can't be reached. Why? Because none of your instance is working. If I'll come in the instances section, they are clearly saying all the instances are out of service. Why it is out of service? I said that when somebody is going to be shut down, then only it will be out of service. So because first time they are checking, right? Just now you connected the machine. So they will go to each instance machine. They will check that whether index.php is available in all the three machines or not. And once they will verify that that particular index.php service is available there, okay, then only they will make it as a in service. So let me just again say, see, all the become in service. And as soon as this instance become in service, now if somebody is going to connect to this particular URL, you will be able to see the website. Okay. And now you know the benefit. Currently we are seeing 4.129 machine. I'll refresh this page. Okay. I'm just refreshing the page. I'm not changing the URL. See, I connected to some different machine. 6.204. This is a different web server. Refresh this 4.129. Refresh this 9.157. Refresh this 6.204. That means if 100 people will be connected, all the 100 people will land to some different web server. Is that making sense? By a single URL. See, previously we are hitting 3 different IP to change this, right? Or 9.17, 4.129, 6.204. Now there is a single URL. Customer just have to refresh the page. Sometimes they will connect it to some different machine. Sometimes they will connect it to different machine. So just giving this, copying this URL, pasting in chat. Just you have to run this URL and try to refresh the page 2 to 3 times and just check that whether this IP address is changing or not. Like 3 IP address are you seeing or not after refreshing the page like this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now let me show you one interesting thing now. I said to you that one of the machine is going to shut down. See, if you are going to use this public IP method, right? So I have to manually refresh the page here, right? Currently, this is also working. This is also working. This is also working, right? But you know, like take an example, the machine which is having the IP called 6.204, let me shut down that machine. This is the machine with IP called 6.204. I'm going to shut down this machine. I'm manually shutting down, no problem in that. I'm shutting down this machine. Now this machine is shut down, right? Then definitely this public IP is going to change. And now if I'll try to refresh this, now this website is not going to be visible. See, this page is loading only. Make sense? That can't be right. But since we are using the load balancer, okay. So now in this load balancer, you will clearly see that currently they are seeing the in service. In sometimes they will quickly get to know that one of the load balancer will be out of service. In 30 seconds, they will get to know. Okay. And meanwhile, as a customer perspective, if you're refreshing this page, okay, if you're refreshing this page, just try to refresh this. Are you able to connect to machine or this is not loading or something like that happening? So see, I'm seeing that 9.157 IP. I'm seeing 4.129. Basically, it is refreshing between these two machine only. I'm not seeing 6.204. You can also check. You'll be seeing only two IP address, either 4.129 or 9.157. That's it. Making sense?
Yes.
So as a customer perspective, you are never going to know that some of the web server got shut down, right? But if this IP address will be there, you'll be not able to access this until that website is not going to come back. Okay. And see, we are able to see only two IP addresses here. And you can see in the load balancer section also. Let me refresh this page. They are not updating here. You'll see one of the instance will be in the out of service. Why still it is in service? 30 seconds, not over. Let's wait for a few more seconds. Yeah, see, that's become out of service. And see, they updated that this your web server 3 is out of service. And since it is out of service, that's why I'm transferring your traffic to only two machines. Okay, only two machines, 9.157, 4.129. And as soon as this EC2 instance is going to come back, like I'm again going to start this machine. So definitely this time public IP is going to change. So this 35.154 is not going to work. Okay. But we don't have to worry about it because our load balancer does not use the public IP. They always use the private IP to balance the things. So let's wait until that web server 3 machine is coming here. Was this machine become running, right? So manually, if I have to check, I have to copy this time this public IP. 35 is not going to work, this public IP. And then we'll be able to see 6.1041 machine now, 204 basically. Okay, this machine now. Now this load balancer is currently knowing that web server 3 is out of service, right? But now our machine got active, right? So they will quickly get to know that this machine is available and now it become in service. And since it's become in service, so previously your traffic was going to distribute it between two machine only. Now you'll try to refresh. So see, it will start to distribute three machine also. 6.204 also started to come. Any confusion up to here?
No, sir.
So got the benefit here, right? Now, even if in the worst case scenario, if some machines are going to be shut down, also customer is never going to be affected. Okay. Now, how many of you seen that like whenever you are doing some payment type of the things, so they say please don't refresh the page until your payment is getting completed. Have you seen this type of the thing? Or please don't refresh the page where we are taking your order, something like that in any application,
Yes, yes. Yeah, I saw it.
right? So
Yeah.
basically, why they say it, because if you'll refresh the page, now maybe you connect to some different web server, right? And whatever the credit card, debit card, payment detail, whatever you stored, that will be not saved in that particular web server, right? And you connected to that web server, maybe they can lose the data. It is not always the case that they will lose the data only, but for the safety purpose, they say that, okay, maybe we can lose the data, right? Due to some reason or something. So that's why they say that please don't refresh the page. Okay. And it is not like if you will refresh the page, your payment will deducted, payment will be not there, then you will be raising a complaint, right? So they will take 2 to 3 days time because they have to manually check that whether payment got deducted or not, like that, right? So this is a big problem for them. So that's why they say that please don't refresh the page like that. Now, if you want to solve that problem, if my goal is if somebody connected to 6.204, so he should be connected to that particular instance only. Other people who connected to 9.157, he should stick to this particular web server only. That means even if you will refresh the page, he will connect to 9.157 only every time. Okay. So for doing this in the load balancer, we have a concept in the description. If you come here, okay, this is the DNS name where we took, okay, that URL. And if you'll come here, there is an option called stickiness. Okay, if I'll click on edit stickiness, and here I am saying that I want to enable the load balancer stickiness. Now this, they are saying for how many seconds you want to stick that particular people to that particular web server only. You can give 1000 seconds, 5000 seconds, it's totally on you. I'm giving 30 seconds because I want to show you the practical just now itself. Okay. So now what has happened is if I'll say stick to 30 seconds. Okay. Now let's save this. Now what is going to happen is try to refresh this page 4.129. But if I'll refresh this IP address is not going to change 4.129 for next 30 seconds. All of you can try. You'll be connected to some different IP, but whatever the IP you are seeing, okay, that will be a stick for next 30 seconds. And once that 30 seconds will be over, then again we'll switch to some different web server. So let's wait for 30 seconds to be over. See, now we connected to 9.157. Now I am going to stick for 9.157 for next 30 seconds. So we can give the limit like 5-minute timer, 10-minute timer, right? In the second we can calculate and we can say for that particular second, it should be connected to that web server only. And that's why if you'll see in the internet banking or something, right? Have you seen when you open a internet banking website, they run a timer there, like 15 minute, 20 minute, right? Like whatever the transaction you want to complete, you have to complete in that 15-minute, 20-minute duration only. After that, you will be going to be log out from your screen. Have you seen this type of the thing anywhere? Maybe some government website where you are writing some your information, or maybe some banking website. This type of things happens. Basically, a timer keep running here, like 15 second remaining, 14 second remaining, like that way. So whatever the work you want to do on that particular website, you have to do in that particular time only, or your session will be logged out. That means again you have to do the entire thing. Okay. Why? Because they give that particular timer only. So that means if you'll refresh the page also, you'll be connected to the same web server only. But once that time will be over, they cannot guarantee that you are going to connect to the same machine. Okay, so that is the case. Make sense?
Yes.
So this is about the classic load balancer. There are two more load balancer we'll be going to see. One is the network load balancer and one is the application load balancer. Okay. But why the different load balancer? What is the difference? Okay. So for that, let me just give you one theoretical point here. Anybody here heard about the OSI layer anytime? Have you heard about this or have you seen this type of the layer anytime? Let me just keep this. This type of the layer have you seen anytime? This image is not clear. Okay, this one. That image is not clear little bit. Okay, let me put this image. Okay. So these are the 7 layers of the OSI model. Okay. So whatever the currently I taught you now, that is the classic load balancer. Okay, classic load balancer works between 3 and 4. Okay, layer 3 and 4. Then I will teach you application load balancer. That runs on the layer 7. Okay. Then I am going to teach you tomorrow the network load balancer that will be running on the third one. Okay, layer 3 classic load balancer learns both 3 and 4. Application learns on layer 7. Okay, now what is the meaning of this? So if you'll go top of this level, okay, like if I'm going from downside to the top. So if you'll go to the top, here you will get extra functionality. More and more functionality will be there as soon as you are going to top. Okay. That means if something is running on the application layer, right, that means it will be highly secure. Okay. It is very difficult to hack something like that. Okay. And if you're coming down, that means it will be a little bit unsecure. Security will be concerned here as soon as you are going to down. In the physical layer, there is no type of the security like that. Okay. Now, if you are going up, everything is going to be slower. Why? See, the fastest communication can happen at the physical layer. Okay. Similarly, if we'll go a little bit up like that, so in the application load balancer up to here, it will be the slowest in nature. Okay. So now, which load balancer we have to choose? So if you are going with the security purpose perspective, then you have to go with the application load balancer, most secure one, and they will provide you some extra functionality also. Okay. If you want fastest load balancer, that they can balance the load fastest, right? So then we have to go with the layer 3 network load balancer because that is the last one. Okay, layer 3. And classic load balancer is between the application and network. That means it will be little bit slower than the network. It will be little bit faster than the application load balancer. It will be little bit more secure than the network load balancer, and classic load balancer will be little bit less secure than the application load balancer. Okay, so these are basically the reason, okay, to choose. So network load balancer is the fastest load balancer, application is the slowest, but application is going to provide you the extra functionalities. Okay, so it totally depends on your application to application, whether you are concerned about the security, whether you are going to concern about the fastest delivery like that, right? Like if we talk about a any streaming app like Netflix or Hotstar, right? So when the live cricket match or football match happens, right? So multiple people comes to see the website, right? To see the match particular. So that time we don't care about the security, right? Because if the match is playing on the server, then what will happen? Nothing will happen on that security, right? So we are caring about the fastest response there. That means all the people will not see any type of the lag, right? And millions people will watch the match live, right? So in that case, we should go with the network load balancer that will be fastest in response, right? So this type of the things we have to choose in situation to situation. Okay. So hope this part is clear to you. Okay, and if you want, then you can search in the Google. Okay, OSI layer, you can go a little bit definition on this. Okay, but this is again purely networking related things. Okay, you can go to this particular website or something, and you can read little bit more about this. Okay, but this I just given you an idea. It is not like you should know all these things. Okay, these all things are the syllabus of the BTech CSC only. Okay, so not like that. But yes, if you'll go through it, you'll get little bit more understanding. Okay, so just try to complete this load balancer, everything up to here. Okay, in the next class, we'll be going to discuss with the network load balancer and application load balancer. Fine.
Sir, tomorrow can we go through some of the questions I have? So tomorrow, can we go through
Question
them
related to what?
related to S3 and
Okay.
EB2 volumes?
Like you first some difficulty there.
Yeah. There is no difficulty.
Okay, we'll see that. Okay. Anything other than that? Okay, then. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day. Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yesterday, if you remember, this 3 web server we created, okay, and this 3 web server we added it with the classic load balancer, okay, and the benefit was rather than using the different public IP address every time, or for each web server we are using a different IP address, okay. Rather than doing that, what we can do now is we can have a single DNS URL that is providing by the classic load balancer, and that we can hit it and we'll be able to see the website, okay. And I shown you that if somebody is going to refresh the page, will be connected to the different web server, okay. And if somebody want to do the stickness or anything, okay, that we can also easily achieve. So that is the flow of the classic load balancer. So let me just type it here. So classic load balancer, basically what they do is they create a DNS, okay. Basically DNS is nothing, just a URL, okay. They will provide you a URL, and this URL basically transfer your request, okay, to directly to the EC2 instances, okay, directly to the EC2 instances, and make sure which EC2 instance they do, they only transfer your request to the healthy instances, right? Because if the instance will be out of service, they are not going to send there, okay. So this is the flow of classic load balancer. Now, network load balancer or application load balancer does not work like this, okay. What network load balancer do is they will also provide you the DNS only, okay. They will provide you the DNS, basically that is URL, okay. But rather than transferring the traffic to the EC2 instance, they will transfer the traffic to a resource called target group, okay. Target group is a new thing that is going to come here, and this target group will forward the request to the EC2 instances. This is the flow basically in the network load balancer and the application load balancer, okay. And again, it will only share it to the healthy instances only. That flow will be again same, but the thing is, rather than forwarding this directly to the EC2 instances, they will forward it to the target group. From the target group, they are going to forward to the EC2 instances, okay. So just remember this flow, okay. If this flow will be clear, you will be easily able to understand. So now 3 web server is running well and good. Now we are coming to the load balancer section. I'm just deleting the previous load balancer, classic load balancer. I'm just deleting it. I'm creating a new load balancer. This time I'm going to create a network load balancer. Okay, and see they are clearly saying that network load balancer when you need ultra high performance, because they are faster in nature. Okay, and it's by the ultra low latencies also, right? So just click on create. Okay, and in the create you have to give your load balancer name. So again, see how I am creating. Just try to see it here. First I will write the load balancer name. So I will just write here my NLB, my network load balancer, something like this. Okay, it should be internet facing because I want that from outer world people will be able to communicate. That's why we don't have to write the internal. Okay, this listener protocol will be TCP port 80 only. We don't have to worry about. Now we have to tell about the availability zone. What is this availability zone here? So currently our 3 web server is running. All these web server is running in which availability zone? In 1B. So definitely I have to select the 1B, right? Definitely I have to select the 1B because all my web server are running in 1B. If take an example, one web server is running in 1B, one in 1A, one in 1C, then we have to select all the 3 like that, okay? But minimum at least you have to go with the 2, okay? Minimum this are basically saying is that you should go with the 2. Somewhere they will be written like that. Okay, that is not written, but minimum you should go with the 2. Okay, so 1B I have to definitely select because all my instances are running, and for extra, take an example, I'm selecting 1A also. That's it. Okay, or if you want to select all the 3, that also there is no any problem. In the future, if any some EC2 instances come and they launched in 1C, then also it will work like that way. If you'll select all the 3. Okay, but for now, I'm just going with this 2 availability zone. Click on next. Now in this network load balancer, you are going to notice one thing. They will not do some security check or something here. So currently they are just talking us about the name, everything. That's it. Now in the configure security setting, we don't have to do anything. Just click on configure security group. Okay. In this security group, again, just click on create a new security group there only. Okay, like what we were doing there. And here we have to select HTTP port 80 who can access anywhere. Okay, and click on configure routing. Now see here they are giving a option called creating a target group. Okay, creating a target group. So in this target group, you have to create a target group with the name. So in my case, I think I already have some target group. So let me first delete that. Okay, I don't have. Fine. So basically there is a section here in the load balancer itself downside called target groups. Okay. So currently there is no target group here, but you can see here in the configure routing page, they are saying you have to create a new target group. So I'm giving the new target group something like called my network TG, something like this. That means this target group, I'm going to create it for the network load balancer like that. Okay. And inside this target group, what I am going to attach? I am going to attach the EC2 instances, right? So I will be just select instance. Our website is running on port 80, so we don't have to change anything. Okay. Just click on register target. Now we have to see all the instances, right? So I want to add, like if somebody will come to the network load balancer, I want to transfer the traffic to these three availability zone, right? Web server 1, web server 2, web server 3. So I will just select all these three and click here add to registered. If you do all these three add to registered, then only this three machine will come here. So that means we created a target group with the name called my network TZ, and inside that target group I added three EC2 instances. Okay, and then the only flow will work. DNS will forward the to the target group, and inside this target group I already added the three EC2 instance, so they are going to flow the request. Click on next, review, click on create. So now basically they created the load balancer, close it. So my network load balancer is ready. They given a DNS. Okay, if you'll just copy this DNS URL and you will try to paste it. Currently it will be not working, and you know the reason why this will not work, because this particular load balancer is going to transfer this traffic to a target group, right? So where they written that I'm going to transfer the traffic to the target group. See, they are saying if somebody will come to the port 80 now, I will transfer the traffic to the my NWTG. My NWTG is a target group. If you'll see here, if I'll refresh this page, in the target group section, you will be seeing a target group with the name called my new TG. And they are saying that if somebody from the network load balancer will try to come to this my network TG, okay, see, it is saying that load balancer called my NLB. So if somebody is reaching to this network load balancer, they will reach to the my network TG. And if somebody will come to the my network TZ, then what I will do is, okay, what I will do is I have some target with me, basically this three target. Wait, let me just close. Yeah, so see in the target group, there are three target group are there: web server 1, web server 2, web server 3, basically three EC2 instances. Currently, they are saying target registration is in progress. That means currently they are doing the health check for these machines, right? And currently, if the health check is not completed, then how they can make sure that this traffic will be reachable here? It will be not reachable, right? Until and unless this target becomes status become healthy, okay, it will not able to show the website here. So again, how much time they are going to do this health check part? So you see in the health check, they are saying that for 3 times at the interval of 30 seconds, we are going to check. That means after 90 seconds, this initial status will become healthy, because they are going to check it for the 90 seconds that all the three machines are available or not. Okay. So let's wait for that. So basically flow will be reaching to the network load balancer. Basically to reach the network load balancer, this is the URL. Then you will reach to the target group. And from the target group, there is a target section. Okay. There will be target section. Inside this, it will transfer the traffic to the EC2 instances. And once the instance will healthy, then only it will be able to transfer. So still it is in the initial state only. So wait for a few more seconds. Meanwhile, I am just uploading one more document here for the load balancer. Okay, because whatever the screenshot you will be seeing in the previous load balancer file, that will be little bit old. Okay, so I am updating the latest one. Load balancers PDF. Just give me a second. Fine. This is the screenshot of the latest one, and currently we are doing this one only. Okay, if you'll see network load balancer, we done all these things. Okay, so this is the things we are talking about. So let me just upload this document. Okay, I already uploaded. Okay, your batch is not cloud 26, right? This one. Okay, let's check now. Meanwhile, what happened here? So see, all the three become healthy, right? So they will take time, but it's become healthy. Once it's become healthy, now they are saying is this target is currently passing the target group health check. That means whatever the health check I am doing, that these machines are active or not. So yes, it's active. Now, if I'll try to refresh this page, you will be able to see this network load balancer coming. Okay. Currently, we are connected to 4.129 machine. You know that one of the EC2 instance is running in the 4.129 only. This one. Okay, so currently they are connected to this machine. Okay, so let me just copy this URL and give it to you and try to check that whether you are able to access the website or not. Able to see?
I can see this one now.
Thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so see, basically, if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
try to
I can
refresh,
see it now. Yeah, yeah, I can
if
see
you
it.
try to refresh this page, okay, so see, IP address is 9.157 here, the IP address is 4.129. That means they are transferring the request. Okay, but if you try to refresh the page quickly now, then you will see that this page is not going to change because by default in the network load balancer strictness is there. Okay, in classic load balancer we have to manually enable it, but here by default it is there. If you try to quickly refresh it, they will connect to the same IP address. Making sense? So
Yeah,
you can try it from your side also. You'll be seeing that IP address is not changes if you are quickly doing the refresh. Is it happening?
it is changing, right? To one.
At every refresh?
No, it is taking time, right? So that 90 seconds, I think. After that, it is changing.
No, not 90 seconds or anything.
30
In the
seconds. Sorry.
no, in the network load balancer, we did not mention anything. That was for classic load balancer, whatever you are taking. Okay, in the network load balancer, we cannot decide the time. It happens from the browser side. Okay, so if you will
Okay.
change your browser, then you will be connected to some different machine. Okay, there is a something called browser level cache memory is there. I don't know how many of you know about it, but that basically take care of all these things. Okay, so this is the browser side. It depends on your browser setting, not in our network load balancer setting. Okay, but whatever it will be connected, it will be kept there like that. So this is about the network load balancer. This is faster in response. The only flow you have to just remember that extra thing is coming in the target group. Rather than directly forwarding it to the EC2 instance, we have to add the target group, and from the target group, it will be transferred to the EC2 instances. Fine. Any confusion up here?
No.
Okay, so now let's come to a website called w3schools.com. Okay, so this is a proper website. Okay, now in this website, if somebody want to run the HTML, right? So they will click on this HTML and they land it to the HTML page. If somebody want to run the CSS, they will land to the CSS page. If somebody want to run the JavaScript, so they will learn the JavaScript, right? But now you know that without clicking on this also, I can change this page. Like currently I'm clicking here, then only these all things are getting changes, right? But if I want to jump to the Python, okay, I can simply come here. I can change this URL, okay, and I will write it here /Python, okay, and see, I landed to the Python page. Similarly, if I want to go to the Java page, I can simply write it here /Java/. So see, I landed to the Java page. Again, if somebody want me to land to the HTML page, I'll simply write it here HTML slash, so say we'll enter to the HTML page. That means by changing the URL, we are able to change the page. Okay, so actually you are thinking that you are clicking here, the page is getting changed. Basically here, the URL is getting rewritten. That's why you are able to see the different website. Is this thing is getting clear? As soon as I'm clicking something, this URL is getting changed, right? So
Yeah.
we want to do this type of the setup only. Our goal will be basically that there will be a URL. Okay. There will be a URL. Basically, application load balancer is going to provide us a URL, and you know that application load balancer will provide this URL. So in this URL, basically what my goal is, if somebody is not write anything, they will directly paste this URL in the browser. So they should land to the home page of our website. Okay, like www.w3school.com, that main home page. Okay, this main home page we are talking about. Now, after this, if somebody will write URL, they type the URL and then at last they write URL slash something like chat. So they should land to the chat application code. Okay, like whatever the chat application code I will write it, there they should go. Okay. Similarly, if somebody is writing URL slash search, right? So they should land to the search application code. Something like this I want to do the changes. Okay, so these all are the things we want to do. So what I will do is currently I have 3 web server. Okay, so one web server I will treat it as a homepage code. Other web server I'm going to treat it as a chat application code, and the third web server I'm going to treat as a search application code. But if you want that I want to create multiple chat application, I want to create multiple search application EC2 instances, then again you will do the exactly same way. You will be creating a image out of this chat application EC2 instance like previously we done, and then you will be launching more EC2 instances. Okay, similarly for you can do it for the search also. Currently we are going with one EC2 instances for all the 3 cases: homepage, chat application, search application. So we have the 3 EC2 instances. Okay, web server 1, I am going to make it as a home page. Okay, so I am changing this name as a home page. Okay, and in the home page, I am not going to change any content. Whatever the default page is coming now, like this is the public IP file pasted here. So whatever this default page is coming, let it open. This default page, right? This I will treat it as a home page. This powder blue color background is known as our home page. Okay. Now I'm going to create a web server 2. I am going to change it as a chat application. Okay, it will be act as a chat app for us. And in this, I'm going to do the changes. Currently, it is also showing, this chat application is also showing the exactly same website, right? Like there is no difference between, this is the home page, right? So our chat application should be a little bit different, but currently it is showing same only, right? So I don't want to see this in the chat application. So that's why I am going inside this chat application EC2 instance. How to go? Simply you can click on connect button. Now, after going to the chat application machine, the first thing you have to become the root user. After becoming the root user, go to the /var/www/html machine. Okay. And here only this index.php file is written. So whatever the code you are seeing there, that website, it is written here only, right? But I want that this should be a chat application, right? So what should be the path? Path should be something like this. Okay. This is our chat app. So my goal is if somebody is going to copy this IP address, okay, and they will type it here /chat, then they should able to see some website here. My goal is that, okay. But currently it is saying that nothing is found, not found. Okay. So to display anything in the chat, what you have to do here is, okay, whatever the path you are writing, like I am writing the path called /chat. Okay, so you have to create a directory inside this /var/www/html location with the name called chat only, because I want to give the path name as chat. So I created a directory. Now I am copying the exactly same page index.php to the chat directory. Okay. Now what happened? You'll see at the chat location previously nothing was visible, but now exactly same content is started to visible in the /chat also, because in that particular directory only I kept that page. Okay. But my goal is not to show the same page. I want to do some changes, right? So after copying this file, let's go inside the chat directory, and I'm going to edit this index.php file, which I kept it in the chat directory, and I'm going to do the changes here. First thing, background color from the powder blue, I am making it as yellow. Yellow is for our chat application. Okay. And in place of welcome to DevOps training cloud 27, I'm writing here welcome to chat app. In the real world scenario, whatever the code our developers are going to write, that we'll just paste it here, right? So from now you can see it, okay, that this is a chat app. Simply save this file. Since we've done this, now somebody will refresh this page. So see, in the /chat, you are going to see. So now this is our home page. If we'll refresh this, there is no path we have to give for the home page. Okay. For the chat, to this particular IP address, we have to give the /chat. Well and good. Okay. Now we have to go to the search application. This last one, I'm making it as a search app. And here also we'll do the exactly same thing. First, we'll connect to that particular machine. And previous machine in the chat app, now we don't have to do anything. So I'm just closing that. In the search app, become the root user. Go to the /var/www/html. Here also, we are going to give the path name as /search. So I'll be creating a directory with the name called search. But before creating that, let me just copy this public IP. Let me show you currently, if I will write here /search, it will not work because there is no directory present with the name called search here. Okay, there is no directory. But as soon as I will create a directory with the name called search here, and I will copy this index.php page to the search directory. So we copied, right? So cd search index.php page is there. And that's why we copied here. So now if they will refresh, so see, they are seeing the exactly same page. But again, I don't want to show this page. So I will change this index.php. And here I am making it for background color as orange for search application. And in place of welcome to DevOps training, here I am writing something called welcome to. Okay, and now if you refresh this, so up to here, any confusion is there that this is the home page, this is our chat application, this is our search application. Any confusion is coming in your mind here up to here?
No.
Okay. You can create multiple instances also, like take an example now, tomorrow more people are coming to your website for the chat application users only, right? So I can create a custom image from this particular machine now, and from that particular machine now I can create another few more EC2 instances, right? So our problem will be solved and we don't have to configure the chat app again. So like that way also you can do it. So I'm not going in that because we already explained you that type of the concept. So now our goal is there. Now the problem is why we are not using the classic load balancer or the network load balancer, right? That can be a question in your mind. So you know what the classic load balancer was doing or the network load balancer was doing? This network load balancer or classic load balancer is directly transferring your traffic to the EC2 instances, right? Here also with the flow of the target group, they are transferring it to the EC2 instances only, right? So if somebody is going to write URL, so definitely they are going to forward to the home page, well and good, okay? If take an example, they connected to the .1 IP address, okay? So they will connect it because home page is located in the .1, okay? But again, they will refresh this page. Okay, again, they refresh the page. And this time, take an example, they connected to the chat app. Okay, basically the machine which is having the IP called .2. Okay. Now the problem is here, if we'll do the /chat, then only they will be able to see the chat app, right? But in this particular URL, if they are connected to the .2 machine, and if they will try to do the /search, it is not going to work, right? Because search directory we did not create it in this machine. Like take an example, this is the home page machine, right? So here, if you are going to write the /chat, it is not going to work because chat page you did not create it inside this machine, right? Similarly, here, if I'm going to write the /search, so it is not going to work, right? Because we created chat at this particular location only in this particular machine 4.129. That means whenever I want to access the chat application, I should be connected to the 4.129 machine. Then only I will be able to access. Like similarly here, if I'll try to type /search, it is not going to work because we did not created the search directory here. In this machine only chat can work. Similarly, in the search one, only search can work. In the 6.204 machine, we just created it for the search app. Here, chat cannot work. Okay, so now I cannot tell to my customer that if you want to use the search app, then make sure you should use this particular IP and then slash search only, or use this particular IP then slash chat only. In the W3 School website, what they are seeing, they are creating a single URL, and inside that URL, if you are going to type slash Java, then they will automatically forward you to this page. They are not asking you that you should write that particular IP address only. So that will be our goal. My goal is something like this. If in the URL I don't write anything, they should forward us to the homepage EC2 instance. If I'm writing URL slash chat, they should transfer our traffic to the chat app. Okay. And if I'm going to write URL slash search, so they should transfer our traffic to the search app. That is my goal. Okay. So this type of the path-based routing, we say it as a path-based routing. By enabling the path, we are routing it. We are not saying that randomly connect to any of the machine, right? I'm saying that if this path is coming, that connect this machine. Currently only one machine running for the chat, so they will connect here only. But if there are 5 EC2 instances running for the chat app, then if somebody will come to this URL, they will forward your request to any of the machine, any of the 5 machine like that. Okay. So how to achieve this? So again, for achieving this, you have to create a network load balancer. So first I'm deleting this target group. Okay, currently it is getting used. So first let me just delete the load balancer. Just give me a second. Delete it. Network load balancer deleted. I am manually deleting the target group also. Fine. And now that's it. We are going to come to the load balancer section. We are going to create a new load balancer, application load balancer. Okay. Giving the name as my ALV. Okay. Launching will be exactly same as a network load balancer only. Internet facing, HTTP, port 80. Select the availability zone. Again, I'm selecting 1A, 1B, at least 2. Okay. And see, they are saying you must specify subnet from at least 2 availability zone. That's why we always try to select 2. Okay. And click on next. Now security groups, here just click on create a new security group. Here just keep the rule called HTTP and say that from anywhere anybody can access it, so there is no any problem in that. Click on next. Now they are again asking us to create a target group. Now here the problem comes. Okay, what problem is I can attach only one target group to a load balancer. I cannot attach the multiple target group. Okay, so at this time itself we have to decide if somebody is directly going to write the URL. Okay, they are not giving any path or something, so where you want to transfer the traffic. So if somebody is directly coming to the URL, definitely we should transfer our traffic to the home page only. All of you, this makes sense? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So that's why I am writing a target group they are asking us to create. I'm saying let's create a target group with the name called home target group name. That means it will transfer our traffic to the home page. And we are going to add EC2 instance only. So come down, and now the path they are asking. So I am writing here /index.php. In the network load balancer, they don't ask for path or something, but in application they will add it. So I will just write /index.php. You can check whether page is present or not. Click on register target. Now the question is which machine I want to add it in the home page target group. Should I add all the 3 or should I add only home page 1 in the home page target group? What do you say?
More than one.
Why more than 1? See, our goal is if somebody will not come with
Okay.
URL, right? They should transfer the traffic to the home page, right? So there is only one machine I have currently now with the home page. If I will have multiple machine which can serve the
So-
request of home page, then I can attach multiple one, right? But for now, we have only one option. So I'll be just selecting the home page one.
Yeah.
Click on add to registered. Click on next review, click on create. So now basically what happened is we created a load balancer with the name called application load balancer. This application load balancer is created this particular DNS. So I'm just copying this DNS and pasting it here. Okay. And I'm pasting it in chat also. All of you can try to open it. Okay, okay, HTTP URL is not copied. So let me just copy this entire thing and then let me give you here. Okay. So now you can open that URL. So currently you'll be seeing not this website. Why? Again, you know the reason. Because this application load balancer is going to transfer our traffic to the target group called home TG. And since they are going to transfer our traffic to the home TG, so if you'll see in the target group section, a new target group with the name called home TG got created. So if somebody is going to come to the my application load balancer, they will transfer the traffic to the home target group. And from here, they will transfer our traffic to the target group name called homepage. Currently, it is in initial state. Again, you know the health check process. At the interval of 30 seconds, okay, they are going to check it for 5 times. 30 into 5, that will be 150. That means 2.5 minutes they are going to check. Then only this instance become healthy. So we have to just wait for 2.5 minutes. So currently our load balancer will only able to communicate us to the home page. Okay, I currently did not guide it that how this application load balancer is going to reach to the chat application or search application. Okay, so don't get confused. Currently our load balancer will able to only transfer the traffic to the home target group. That means if somebody is directly hitting the URL on the port 80, they will directly forward the request to the home TG. And home TG, they will come, then they will transfer the traffic to only one EC2 instance currently because only one home page is there. But tomorrow you launch one more EC2 instances and you want to make it as a home page only, right? So just add it and then you can add the extra one machine by clicking on edit button and you can just add one more machine here, add to register and it will be added. So let's wait. Now see, it's become healthy. And since it's become healthy, so now all of you try to refresh this page. Able to see this website? Yes or no?
Yes.
And no matter how many times you are going to refresh, they are going to connect to only one machine, 9.157, because we know that 9.157 machine was only the home page machine, right? So
Yes.
we have only one machine. So definitely, no matter how many times you are going to refresh, every time they will connect to this home page machine only, because we don't given multiple EC2 instance here. So they can distribute the request or something for now. So this is well and good, but this is not my goal. This thing we can achieve it from the classic load balancer and network load balancer also. Okay. My benefit was like basically if I will write it here /chat/, okay. So it should not connect to the 9.157 machine. It should automatically connect to the machine called 4.129. That is my goal. But if I'll try to write it here enter, so they are saying not found. That means they are saying currently I don't know how to reach to the chat application. Okay. Now to let them to reach to the /chat application or /search application, what we have to do is we have to create one more target group. So you will be manually coming to the target group section and you will be clicking on create target group. And I am going to create a new target group with the name called chat.tg. Okay, something like this. And path will be /index.php. Everything will be same only. Okay, click on create. So a new target group got created called chat.tg. Inside this chat.tg target group, there is no EC2 instances currently added. So I will go to the target section, click on edit, and I want to add which machine. Currently, I have only one chat app machine, right? So I will just select this, click on add to register, click on save. So now I said that if somebody will try to reach to the chat target group, okay, what you have to do is you have to transfer the traffic to the chat app EC2 instance machine. And currently see it is status is unused. Why unused? Because see there is no load balancer is attached. Making sense? In this
Yes.
chat.tg, there is no load balancer is there. And I said you that our application load balancer can attach to only one target group. If I will remove this home TG and I will attach it here chat.tg, then they will start to forward the request to the /chat, but the home page will not work. /search will not work. So that's why in the load balancer case, you will go in the listeners, there is an option called view and edit rule. Just click on this. Here, just add one more rule, click on plus symbol, click on insert rule and click on add condition, click on path and say here that if somebody is going to come to the /chat/star path, that means anything they are writing with the /chat, okay, do one thing, just save this file, okay, and just say that if somebody is going to come to the chat, what you have to do is you have to forward that particular traffic to which target group, which one you will forward it if somebody is coming to the chat, home or chat.tg.
Chat.
Right? So we'll just select it here, click on save, and that's it. Click on this save. And since we created this rule now what will happen is previously this /chat was not working, but before that let me show you. Currently there was no load balancer was attached here. Now let me refresh this page again. Target group 1. See, this target group also got attached to the application load balancer. Okay, so basically we cannot manually attach it, but by using the rules option, we can attach. Now, if somebody will come to the chat TG, is this become healthy? Yes, it's become healthy. So now if somebody will write the /chat, they will direct to the chat. All of you can hit the /chat/URL in your that particular. By default, you will see the home page. If somebody is going to write /chat/, automatically they will forward you to the 4.129 machine where the chat application is running. Is this thing is getting clear? All of you just check it. Is it happening or not? /chat/ just write it like that.
Yeah, it's connecting.
Coming chat app.
Yes.
But still you will see that if you are going to write /search/, it is not going to work. Why? Because we did not retain anything about this, right? So again, I will come in the target group. I will click on create target group. I am creating one more target group for the search target group section. Click on /index.php page like that. Click on create. A new target group will be created. Now in this search one, I have to add some target. I will click on edit. And I want to add the search app here. Click on add to register, save it. So this got added. In the rules section, I will click on one more rule, insert rule. And here I am writing a rule that in the path section, if somebody is going to come to the /search/path, okay, /star. So if somebody is coming to this, what you have to do is you have to now transfer the traffic to which target group. Okay, currently they will not take it because just now we created it. Okay, I have to refresh this page. Okay, so let me just click on plus, insert rule, add condition, path /search/star, save it, forward to search TG. So if somebody will come to the search, transfer the traffic to the search TG. So basically we have three rules now. If nobody is giving any path, forward it to the home target group. That means you'll see the home page. If somebody is writing /chat, make sure you are forwarding to the chat target group only. Why? Because in the chat target group only, we added the EC2 instance, which is having the chat application running. Similarly, if somebody is going to come search, forward it to the search target group because there only it is running. Simply save this. And since we done this, now you are going to see there is one more load balancer got created, but currently my LB was not attached here. Now I'll refresh this. Your application load balancer got attached to the three different target group. And since it is attached here, so now if you do the search TG and go in the target section, see it's become healthy. That means they are transferring the traffic here. Now just try to write /search also and see everything is working. Whatever our goal was, that if somebody is not writing anything, forward the traffic to the home page. If somebody is writing /chat, forward the traffic to the chat. If somebody is transferring the traffic to the search, forward the traffic to the search. Any confusion up to here?
It's too fast, sir. So we need a lot of practice actually. There are so many things to write.
Too fast means like concept you're not able to understand or what?
Yeah. I'm able to get the concept, but to practice.
See, logic is same, right?
Same.
In the starting itself, I written here. Okay, classic load balancer, you can directly attach EC2 instance. But if you're talking about network or ALB, we have to go with the concept called target group. Okay, but in network load balancer, we can attach only one target group. That's the limitation here. Make sense? And if we'll attach only one target group, then path-based routing cannot be possible, right? For path-based routing, we should have the multiple target group. Then only we can divide, na? That this group of EC2 instance will act as a chat application, this will act as a search application like that, right? So that support is given by the application load balancer only, because in the application load balancer only, if you'll go here in the called listener section, you will get a option of this one, view and edit rule, that you cannot get it in the network load balancer or something. That's the thing here. Okay, and yeah, definitely it will require practice, so just try to do practice. Okay, custom image, try to create it, then try to create classic, then go with network. Okay, and then only come to the application load balancer. Okay, and if you are good with this up to here, then what you can do is for extra work, okay, you can come here. Homepage, you already have the Apache web server custom image, whatever you already created, that will be act as a homepage only. But for chat app and search app, again, you can create two more custom images. Okay. And then from that, you can create two instances and just try to add. Like for the chat app, currently I added only one machine. You will be adding like that chat app 1, chat app 2. And then just check that if you are writing the /chat path here or /chats path. So if I am refreshing this, are they transferring the request to two different machines or not? Right? So that you can just check it. So it will give you more hands-on on it. Fine. So yeah, that's all from my side for today. Okay, you can refer. So both the documents you can refer it, the new one and old one. Okay, some things you'll get it in the new one, someone you will be getting it in the old one. Okay, and anyhow you will be having the video how to implement all these things. Okay, so application load balancer only we done it. You'll see that rules everything we added. Okay, so in this chat TC we created the search TC like that, right? And then after that we are creating some rules of path-based routing, view and edit rules, right? And here we are just adding the rule like this. Okay, so these all screenshots are there. Just go there and try to complete.
Sir, one quick
Fine.
question. In PHP programming, so in VI editor, we created the program, right? The cut, copy, paste I did from your document. So if when we do the modification second time, so how do you go to the up and down lines? Are you using up arrow and down arrow?
Yeah, see, basically VI editor is basically, see, anything you are doing it in the black terminal, mouse will not work. Okay, you have to go with the up and down arrow only.
Okay.
Okay, and like all the things I shown you, right? Press I button for go in the insert mode, right? If you are not comfortable in VI, use the nano editor, no? That also can work. Nano index.php, like that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, but yeah, but going up and down, you have to always use the up and down arrow only, and right and left arrow like that. Mouse will not work.
And the backspace, right?
Like anything like, but mouse will not work. That's it. Everything you have to control with the keyboard.
Oh, okay.
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 So if you're getting confused, so better to use the nano editor in the starting. Okay. Once you get comfortable, then you can jump to the BI.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then all of you, thanks. Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Hi, all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay, so yesterday we talked about the application load balancer. So that was clear to you, all of you?
Yes, clear.
Okay. So I'm just terminating all this. And okay, so yesterday what we done was we were manually created the load balancer, we manually created the search app, chat app, everything we manually doing it, right? So now let me just delete it, all these things, and target group also let me just delete all this. Okay, so now our goal is basically today we are going to learn the auto scaling. Okay, how the auto scaling is going to help us. Let me just write it here. So till now, what is happening? We are launching a web server, right? And this web server we are launching with some custom image that we already created, right? Now this web server, whatever we launched, okay, so it is getting launched in 1 CPU and 1 GB RAM machine. Okay, so for all the calculation, everything we got to know, take an example that 1000 requests it can handle. 1000 requests it can handle. Okay, so I said you that if 5000 people are going to come, so total how many web servers we require? Minimum 5, right? Make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
So web server 2, web server 3. But till now, what we were doing was we were manually creating this web server, right? Like we manually created 5 web server or 3 web server. Then we added a load balancer, right? It can be classic load balancer, network load balancer, or application load balancer. This load balancer is transferring the traffic to all these web server, okay? All the 5 web server. So sometimes people will be connected to the web server 1, some people will be connected to web server 2 like that. But the problem here is, okay, like currently 5000 requests is coming that, okay, we manually launch the 5 machine, okay? But take an example after midnight, like after midnight, no people are visiting on our website, only 200, 300 people are visiting, okay? So should we keep running these all 5 machines? Because if only 200 people are coming in the midnight for like in the night for the 6 to 7 hours, only 2 to 300 people are coming on the website. Okay, so for that to handle 2 to 300 people, is it feasible that we are running the 5 server which can handle 5,000 requests? No, even we can run one web server that can also handle that request, right? So if we'll shut down this all 4 machines, then we can save the cost. Make sense? All of it? If
Yes.
you're going to shut down this extra machine, then it will save the cost, right? Because whenever you are launching the web server, you are paying some charges to the AWS, right? AWS is charging us on the hourly basis, right?
Yes.
That for this machine, I will charge you this much, like that. So now the question is, as a human being, will we able to monitor and will be able to do all these things? So it will be really difficult for us, right? That who will be keep monitoring 24/7, that when at what time when people are coming out like that, okay? So to understand this logic, what we can do is take an example. I'm saying that, okay, let's start with the web server 1. Okay, I started one web server for now. Okay, or let's start with two web server 2. Okay, web server 1 and web server 2. There are two web server currently running. Okay, and both are capable of handling the 1000 request maximum. Okay, maximum it can handle 1000 requests and maximum it can handle 1000 requests. Okay, now the total load, what is coming currently, total load. So currently take an example, total load is coming 500. Okay, so if 500 request is coming currently, so how it will be divided? Web server 1 will get 250 request. Okay, and web server 2 will get 250 request. Make sense?
Mhm.
Now this 250 request and this 250 request, so it is like how much percentage of this? It is 25%, right? 25% utilization is happening basically currently, right? If 250 request is there, okay, because maximum it can handle 1000. Similarly, this is also handling currently 25% utilization. That means if even if load is going to be increased by 75%, okay, that means if plus 1500 also request going to come, still this two machine can handle. But the utilization of this machine will become the 100%. Make sense? And if your laptop or if your computer is going to utilize all the 100% of RAM, what is going to happen to your laptop? Anybody? Like currently, my laptop is utilizing, take an example here, 54% RAM or 45% of CPU, something like that. If this is going to be 100% RAM, 100% CPU utilization, what do you think? What will happen?
It will stop actually because
Right, my laptop will start to crash, right?
yeah.
Because resource will be full. So that
Mm.
means we should not go up to 100% request. That's the first understanding we get here, right? That means web server 1 can handle 1000 requests, but we should not go up to 1000 requests on each machine. Make sense? Okay. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create a auto scaling. Okay, what this auto scaling will do? We'll say that here you have to see the percentage. Take an example. I'm saying that whenever CPU utilization is going to be more than 70%, okay, what you have to do is you have to increase the resource. Okay, so now what is going to happen is currently 250 request is divided. So percentage utilization is 25%. There is no any problem. Okay, but as soon as take an example here, the request becomes 1500. Total request is coming as now 1500. Okay, so now utilization is 75%, right? And here also it is getting utilized as 75% because here the total request will be coming 750 and here also it will coming as 750. Make sense? Okay, so now if I calculate the average of the CPU utilization of both these machines, what is the average utilization? 75% only, right? Because there are two devices, so 75 plus 75 divided by 2, it will be 75% only, right? So average utilization is currently 75%. Is 75% is greater than 70%? Yes or no? It is greater, right? So if 75%, like your average utilization of this web server becomes more than auto scaling limit. In the auto scaling, I said that if utilization is going more than 70%, what you have to do, you have to increase one more web server. Okay. So now what this auto scaling will do is automatically they will launch one more web server 3 with the exactly same image. And it can also handle 1000 requests. Okay. So now in the starting, when this machine is started, just now it machine is started, how many requests will come here? Anybody? Just now this machine is started. So will any request will come here or no? What do you think? If this web server got started just now, how many request people will be coming to this web server? It will be 0, right? Because if you remember the health check, after 30 seconds, 60 seconds only this web server will become active, then only the request will start to come here. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right? So now once this web server is going to be active after 60 seconds or something, right? Once this web server become active, okay, then request will start to distribute. Now this 1500 request will divide it into 3 machines. So now here this machine will get 500 requests, this machine will get 500 requests, and this machine will also get the 500 requests. Okay. Now since they are getting 500 requests only, so this utilization is going to decrease to 50% now, 50%, and this will also get now 50% utilization. Now, what is the average utilization of all the three? 50 only, right? So this average is less than now 70%. If it is less than 70%, then is any auto scaling is going to trigger now? No. Auto scaling is always going to trigger if the load will increase more than 70%. Make sense?
Yes.
Now take an example. If this request from 1500, it's become 2400. So now how request is divided? 800, 800, 800, right? So CPU utilization will become 80%, 80%, 80%. What is the average utilization now? 80%. Again, it's become more, right? So now what will happen? One more web server will launch. Understanding all of you? These are all things what is happening here. Now, again, in the starting, it will not get request, right? But as soon as they will get the request, what will happen? This 2400 request will now divide it between these four, right? So now this 800 will become 600, 600, 600, and here also we'll start to get 600 requests. And since we are getting the 600 requests, now the utilization will be 60%. Here also it will become 60%, 60%, 60%. Now what is the average? 60%, right? So again, it's become less than. So now there is no auto scaling is going to happen. Make sense? Now, in the midnight, what happened is now the request is coming only, take an example, 200. Only 200 requests is coming. Okay. So now what is the utilization will happen? Here it will come 50 request, 50 request, 50, 50, right? If 50 request is coming, that means your utilization is going to between around 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%. Make sense? So
Yes.
average is 5%. Since average is very less, then what they will do? They will try to shut down the machine, right? So take an example, if they shut down these two machines. So what will be the request now? Here it will 100.
100.
Here it will also become 100. So your utilization is become 10%.
Yeah.
Right? And here also utilization become 10%. Okay. And in the auto scaling, we have to give some more things here. Okay. You have to write here minimum. You have to write maximum. Okay. So if I said that maximum you can launch 10 web server, minimum you can launch one web server. Okay. So they can go minimum up to one only. Or if I say that minimum is two. Okay. So still take an example. Now there is zero request is coming. No people is visiting, right? Still they will make sure at least two web servers are running. Why? Because see, it is not like if you're opening the Amazon.com in the midnight, Amazon.com does not open. Okay. Because maybe 5 people, 10 people, 100 people can visit that particular website at the morning, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. also, right? So that's why we have to keep some minimum web server running. But all the extra web server we can delete it. And as soon as the market is going to trigger, this auto utilization is going to increase, right? Then again we'll add the web server. So whatever you are specifying the minimum and maximum, they will be keep varying between that only. They cannot increase maximum than 10. They cannot decrease minimum than that. And this minimum and maximum you can update at any time. It is not like one time only you have to fix it. After 5 days, you are seeing that your website become popular, maximum 10 web server cannot handle, then we can increase this maximum limit to 15 also, 20 also. It's totally on us. Make sense? This entire calculation?
Yes.
So this entire implementation we are going to do now. Okay. So for doing this, you are going to create a auto scaling group. So you'll be clicking on this auto scaling group sections. And again, I think that whatever the screenshot is here, okay, it is a little bit different. Okay. So just see that what I'm going to do here. Anyhow, I'll upload the one document. I think I have one latest one also. Photos. Let me just check. AWS user creation. Okay, don't think that auto scaling I am. Okay, just see the things. Things are same only, but little bit difference is there. So just see this class. Okay. So you have to click on create auto scaling group. So first thing they're asking what is the name of auto scaling group you want to do. I'm just writing the name as my ESG, my auto scaling group, something like that. Okay. Let me duplicate this page also. Let me just delete one thing if I created somewhere. Just give me a second. I have some template here with previously with me. You can just delete it. So you'll not get confused. Okay. So we are going to click the auto scaling group name, MySJ. Fine. Now see what this auto scaling group is going to do. They are going to launch the instance. Make sense? Because this web server, if they will start automatically, this auto scaling. So basically they are starting a EC2 instance. Make sense? Now to start any EC2 instance, what are the things you require? You require the name of the instance, right? You have to choose the image. You have to choose the instance type, right? You have to choose the key pair. You have to choose the security group, right? These all things we choose, then only instance got started. Make sense?
Yeah.
Volume, these all things. Now the question is, if these all things as a human being now we are choosing, how this auto scaling will be able to choose all these things when they are starting a new web server? Because whenever somebody will start the web server, they have to fill all these data. So that's why they created a launch template. So we will simply click on create a launch template option here. Okay, automatically they will redirect us to a new page. And in this page, we are going to create a new template, launch template. I'm giving something like my web template, something like that. And we are going to create it for the web server deployment. And in this launch template, we have to specify that if somebody is going to use this launch template, which operating system they will be using. So you have to use which image, custom image that we created, right? We created this image, Cloud 27, if you remember. Okay, so this image will select it here. Okay. Now, which instance type we use? We usually use t2.micro. That also I'm selecting. Key pair. So I'm saying that you can use this particular key pair, Cloud 27. Okay. And subnet, so I'm saying let's keep it by default only. I'm not specifying anything. Let them create automatically. Okay, or you can specify it here also that which subnet you want. Okay, so I want that them create automatically. Security group, so I'm saying that okay, do one thing, create a new security group always. Okay, and give the security group name something like my web cloud 27 ESG, something like this. I given the name of security group. And this security group, you have to allow two things. You will be allowing the SSH and HTTP port. Both will allow, then only it will work. How to allow? So I will say that add security group rule makes your SSH protocol is allowed from anywhere. And that's one more rule I'm saying that makes your HTTP traffic is allowed to this particular EC2 instance. These two things I written. So basically, what are the things we configure? By default, they will take the 8 GB volume. So these all things we written here that you have to use this image, this instance type, this key pair, create a new security group, and make sure you allowing the SSH traffic and HTTP traffic, and that's it. So we created a launch template now. Okay. Once this launch template we created, so basically we added a information here. Okay. Now to this auto scaling group, just refresh this symbol. Okay. And here just say there is an option called coming, right? That whatever the template I just created, my web template, just select this. So now I automatically said that this auto scaling group, whenever they want to launch the instance, they will use this template. And in this template, they will get the image ID, key pair, instance type, all the information they will get it here. Okay, simply click on next. Now, in which VPC they are going to create, let it be default only. In which availability zone you want to create, you can choose it from here also. So I'm saying that, okay, and that's why at that particular time in the launch template, I did not specify the subnet. From here, I can specify. So take an example, I'm saying that whatever the EC2 instance you want to create it in 1A and 1B only. So that also I given. And that's it. Click on next. Now they will say that, okay, do you want to attach any load balancer? Because we know that multiple web server is going to create, right? Sometimes 100 web server can be created, sometimes only 2 will be there, right? So there should be a load balancer which will balance the traffic between all the machines. Then only this request will be divided. Okay. So for doing this, I'm saying that you have to attach a new load balancer. Now they are saying which load balancer you are asking me to create, application or network. Auto scaling group can create only 2 load balancer, network and application. I'm going with the network load balancer for now. I'm giving the name as my ESG load balancer, something like this. Now it will be internet facing, you know that. Okay. Automatically they selected these two subnet. Why? Because our EC2 instance is going to create it in the 1A and 1B. Now they are talking about target group. Previously, what was happening was in the network load balancer, we are manually creating the target group. Now automatically they will create a target group. Just we have to click a option called create a target group. They will create a target group with this particular name. Okay, I just added something like TG to understand that this is a target group. So this is also done. Health check they will do. So let me just reduce little bit time to the health check of 30 seconds only. Okay, and come down, click on next. Now they are saying what is your desired capacity. That means in a starting, when this auto scaling will activate, how many EC2 instance you want. So in the starting, I want 2 web server. Okay. Now they are saying if load will be not there, that minimum you want to go up to which number. I'm saying let's minimum go up to 1 only. You can say minimum as 2 also. Let me go minimum with 1. Okay. Maximum, I'm saying that maximum you can launch up to 8 instance only. That's the limit I given. Maximum you can launch up to 8 only. Now they are saying that, okay, how I will scale? Do you give me any percentage or something? So I'm going to write it here target. Okay. And I'm saying if the CPU utilization is going to increase more than 60% or 70%, whatever the value you want. Okay. And give it some warm up time for 30 seconds or 10 seconds, whatever you want. Okay. So I'm saying that if CPU utilization is going to be more than 70%, you have to trigger this change. That means you have to automatically scale the instance, but make sure it should be in this only. Minimum can go up to 1, maximum it can go up to 8 only. So that target we give it. Click on next. Now they are saying, do you want to add a notification or something? That means as soon as I am launching some instance, you will get a email or something. Do you want that type of the thing? I'm saying that yes, I want a notification. So they are saying, do you want to create a notification here? So I'm saying yes. Let me just give the notification with the name called my ASG Cloud 27, something like this. I given a SNS topic name here. Okay, create a topic. Just give the name as my ASG Cloud 27 topic, something like this. Email, you have to write your email. I'm writing my email here. Okay, and let me just open the email, that particular email. Okay, and then the password set. Just give me a second. Okay, so this is the email. Okay, I created it. So here on there are so many testing for the Amazon only. This email is just created for the testing purpose only. So okay, there's some message came. Okay, that is about that my previous limit related to. Okay, so here you are creating a topic, right? So we created a topic here. Now, if I click on next, so see, whenever any instance is going to launch target, there is send the email here. Okay, just click on next and click on next, and come down, click on create auto scaling group. Now, this auto scaling group, what are the things they are going to create? They are going to create here EC2 instances. They will launch two EC2 instances currently. See, two is in pending. One is pending here, one is pending here. This is getting started by the auto scaling group. Similarly, they created a load balancer also. They will create a load balancer, network load balancer they created. They created a target group also. Everything they are created. We don't have to worry about. They created two instances. Okay. If I'll search it here only running instances, you'll see that running instance is visible. And even they will send an email also here. If I'll refresh this page. See, there is a message came, AWS notification. They are saying somebody is trying to add a notification. Are you sure that you want to receive the notification? I will simply click on confirm subscription. So now what is going to happen is from now on, whenever they will launch a new EC2 instance, anything, right? They will send a message here that we are launching a new EC2 instance because load is getting increased like that. Okay. And since everything they created here, see, desired capacity is 2. That I asked for 2 capacity. If I'll refresh this, see, 2 instances running also. And these 2 instances running. And let me just show you the load balancer. This is the load balancer they created. And this load balancer is going to give you a DNS name. Okay. And this DNS, if you are just going to copy it and paste it in the browser, you'll be able to see the website actually. Why it is not coming? So you know the reason, because the target group will be not become healthy till now. Okay. So this is the target group. Inside that some instance will be there. And automatically they added the 2 EC2 instance. And see, currently it is in the initial state. That's why we are not able to see the website. And we know that as soon as it will become healthy, we'll be able to see the website. So let's wait for that. So everything is now getting managed by the auto scaling group. Previously, we are manually creating the load balancer. We manually launch the EC2 instance. We are manually creating the target group. We are manually adding the EC2 instance. Now everything is taken care by them. Still it is in the initial state. They are going to take time of healthy. Threshold is 5, interval is 30. So 30 into 5, 150. So it will take around 2 minutes, 30 seconds to become it healthy. So let's wait for that.
Sir, can we take an example of a flight check-in website or something like that?
Website means checking
the flight check-in, the airways generally, high number of people will check in at the same time, right? So can we?
That you are saying that auto scaling should happen or not, like that you want to see that?
Yeah.
I will show you. I will manually trigger it. Actually, currently I cannot give the 5,000 requests or 10,000 requests, right? So what I will do is I will manually trigger the CPU. Okay. So this auto scaling will think that CPU is getting utilized by people are visiting the website. That's why only. Okay. And then it will trigger automatically.
Yeah.
We'll see that. Let it first be building. It's giving time. It will take some more time. But everything will maintain here. Okay, that whenever they are doing something and they will try to write this all activity also, what are they are doing. Currently they are checking that desired is 2. So that's why they scaled it from 0 to 2. But from now on, whatever any activity they are going to do it here now, they will send an email here also. So that is also benefit. So let's check whether it's become healthy. I think now it will become. Yeah, now it's become healthy. If I'll refresh this, my website is also coming. Well and good. Up to here, everything was same only that we were doing yesterday's. Okay. But yesterday's, if I want to add one more EC2 instance, we have to manually do it here. Right. Now, what is going to happen is I want to trigger the CPU license. Right. So I cannot create a 1,000 request or 5,000 requests just now. Okay. So for that reason, what I'm going to do is I'm logging to this 2 EC2 instance one by one. Okay. First, I'm logging to the first instance. Then I'm logging to the second instance now. Okay. And in this 2 instance, currently I will check that what is the CPU utilization, because if more people are visiting the website, definitely CPU utilization is going to trigger. Okay. So if I'll write it here, the command called top-i, okay, so you'll see that here they are saying the CPU utilization. Currently it is saying 5%, 0%, 5% like that. If I'll refresh like 2 to 3 times this website, you'll see that the CPU utilization is going to trigger. Let me just refresh few more times. So see here it is 0, okay, but some load will come from the Apache server. Then this will be keep bearing like 0.3 like that. Sometimes will be connected to this machine. So here also it will be bearing something. CPU utilization 0% currently. If somebody will try to connect here, like currently I'm connecting from one machine only, it is not getting loaded. But this will trigger something 0.3, 0.3 you saw, right? It is happening whenever somebody is coming in this HTTP website. Okay. Now I want to manually trigger this CPU license. So for this, there is a command I written in the document. Just you have to paste this command, automatically the CPU license is going to trigger. This is for the fake request. Just copy this command, yes greater than dev null and okay. This will create a fake CPU request, and Linux understand that okay somebody is creating a genuine request, and that's why now I will see top-i CPU license become 100%. Let me do it exactly in the same machine also. I'm just running this command and check the CPU license, simply do the top-i. So see, this machine also becomes CPU license 100%. Now both the machine have the CPU license 98%, 99%, 100% like that. Make sense? Our website is still visible. It will be visible, right? Because it can handle up to 100% request. Definitely it will be a little bit slow, but it can handle. So website side, there is no any problem. But the CPU license is 99%, 99%. So now if the average utilization becomes the 99% and 99% like this, okay, so definitely what they are going to do, they will launch multiple web server now, right? 3, 4, 5, like that they will do. And they will make sure that anyhow they have to bring this count to less than 70% or 60%. In our case, we given the 60%, right? So they have to make that count less than 60%. So again, this is going to take time. Auto scaling does not happen in the AWS fast. It will take time around 4 to 5 minutes to trigger. So currently 934 is there. Okay. Just now we increase the CPU utilization. Currently you are seeing that desired is 2 only. In next 3 to 4 minutes, you are going to see that this desired is going to be increased. It will become 3, 4, 5 like that. And as soon as it will become 3, 4, 5 like that, this EC2 instance will also going to be started. Okay, it will keep increasing. So we'll wait for that. Meanwhile, any extra instances is running that I don't require. So let me just delete it so they don't feel any difficulty or something to stop. PI already terminated. So, okay. This Tomcat also I don't require now. Jenkins also I don't require. So I can just delete this. So currently you'll be seeing only 2 EC2 instances running. Okay. But in some time, this is going to trigger. So we'll be just keep checking. And as soon as this trigger is going to happen now, this email will also increase. Okay. So we'll just see that the number of count of the mail will also increase here. Meanwhile, customer don't have any effect. Customer will be still able to see the website. Okay. Maybe there will be a little bit slow loading or something, but customer will be still able to see the website. Sometimes they will see 15.72 machine. Sometimes they will see some different machine. Okay, like one of the machine I think have IP called 43.103 and one is having the 15.72. So traffic is getting distributed between these two. And the benefit is as soon as number of EC2 instances is going to increase, okay, it's the duty of the load balance automatically the auto scaling group that see whenever the new web server will come, right, it should automatically add it in the target group. Then only your load balancer will start to distribute the traffic between these 3 machines, right? Currently only it is distributing between 2 machines. So as soon as new web server will be launched, you'll see automatically they will add the instance here. You don't have to manually do anything. Just you have to keep waiting and seeing. That's it. That's the benefit here. So currently the number is 2 only. Meanwhile, if I show you the screenshot wise, okay, so what are the things we done? Meanwhile, it is happening. So we created a load balancer. Previously, there was an option for creating the launch configuration. Now they changed it to the launch template. Okay, but it is exactly same. We are filling all these details. Okay. After that, we are creating a load balancer, network load balancer. They will create a target group. Then we are creating the desired capacity, minimum, maximum, target tracking policy, average CPU utilization like that. Okay. Then here I added a notification to email. Okay. Then this auto scaling got created. Desired is 2, instance is 2. Currently we are in this stage. Okay. Now, as soon as the desired is going to increase, like when I will manually increase this CPU utilization, it will become 100%. Okay. So you see that automatically desired capacity become 3, instance become 3. Desired capacity will become 4, instance will be 4, and automatically they will launch 2 more. Okay. And as soon as this 2 more will run, so now from now on, when somebody will hit this particular URL, they will not redirect it to only 2 machines. They will be redirected to the 4 machine, 5 machine like that.
That 5 we can change, right, sir, anytime?
Which one?
For example, the traffic is very high. That 5 we can change
Okay,
it.
yeah, this one minimum and maximum you're saying?
Yeah.
You can come in the edit option in the auto scaling group. Okay. And you can always increase this. Minimum, maximum, we can always do it. 938 is already here. In next 2 minutes, they are going to do. And see, scaling up is slow. Okay. And scaling down is also more slow. Okay. Scaling down will take 10 to 15 minutes of time. Okay. So that I will be not showing in the class. What you have to do is, as soon I will show you what you have to do, then automatically it will scale down. But when you're doing the practical for scaling down, whatever I will say, just do it and just keep sitting for 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. You'll see that automatically the number is going to decrease, and whatever the minimum value given, up to that it will reach. That's it. So that we'll see. So let's wait. Till now, it did not trigger anything. CPU utilization, still it is 99% here. It is still 98%, right? So this is a fake CPU utilization only that we just created here. From the yes command, they are basically using it. Currently, there is no load coming from the HTTP side, but as soon as I will refresh this page, okay, they will start to get some load from the HTTP side also, like this. Okay, like this. So have they triggered? Yeah, see, desired capacity become 3. Right, and since the desired capacity becomes 3, so currently your instance is 2 only, right? So they will start a new EC2 instance. If I'll show you here, one more instance is getting pending. Seeing this? They started it, and as soon as this instance will become running, let's wait for this instance to become running. Once this instance will become running, and here we'll be able to see 3 instances. Currently only 2 is there. Three instances come, right? Now if you come in the target group section, previously only 2 instances only they were distributing the traffic. Now total how many instances they are giving the traffic? Third machine also came, and currently it is in the initial state. That means 0 request is coming here. But as soon as it will become healthy, then request will be divided between these 3 machines. Make sense? And see here, we received a mail also. And in the mail, it is clearly saying that your load got increased. That's why what I done is I increase your capacity from 2 to 3. Make sense?
Yes.
So everything we are maintaining. So you'll be at some different place. You are just receiving a mail. Okay, auto scaling happened. Well and good, right? So you can take the decision from here only, and we can verify. So desired is 3, instance is 3. Again, after some time, they will see that okay, still CPU utilization did not decrease in these 2 machines because I created a fake request, right? So these 2 machines will still have the 99%, 98% request like that. So what they will do is they will try to trigger some more instance here. Currently it is 3, but they are going to increase it is up to 4 also, 5 also, like that. Because until and unless that CPU utilization is not triggering, okay, less than 60%, they will be keep increasing capacity. Let's wait for another 2 minutes. You'll see that this capacity is going to increase. But once that desired capacity you tested, okay, then how you will delete the fake request from these 2 machines, right? That will be the question, right? So simplest answer is just shut down this page. If you shut down this terminal, you will shut down this terminal. Automatically, the CPU utilization will be reduced to 0. Okay, or this is just a forceful method. Okay, but actually, if you want to reduce the CPU utilization here, okay, if you don't want directly to do the forcefully, so you can press here Control C. I came here. Okay. Currently, the CPU utilization we are seeing that it is 99%, 100% like this. Okay, there is a command called ps-aux. If you type this command is going to show you what are the processes are running. So see, I created a process with the name called yes, right? And this is a process which is taking the CPU utilization 99.7. Make sense? All are using 0% only. This is using more request. Seeing this? So just see the numbering here. What is the numbering here? 3732. Just write kill 3732. I'm killing this process. Now if I'll do not ps-aux, top-i, see utilization again becomes 0% in this. Okay. Similarly, in this machine also, if you want to decrease, so you'll be type that ps-aux. Okay. Here this yes command is running, taking 99.7 utilization, 3761. Simply say kill and double check it. Whatever the number you are pressing, double check it. It should be of yes only. Don't press any other thing. Okay. And yes, or else if you are not confirmed that you are going to press the right number or something, simply close this terminal screen. That's it. Then also your CPU utilization will decrease. Now again I decrease to the 0%. Okay. Meanwhile, you'll see that some triggered happens. See, they triggered happen because I just now decreased it, right? What triggered happened? 5 instance they launched. And since they launched the 5 instance, see, we got a new message here in my email. And the new message they are clearly saying that we increased the number from 3 to 5. Okay. And we can verify here also. Previously 3 instances were running. Now 5 is running automatically in the target group. Previously 3 were there. Now total 5 will be added. Okay. In which 3 become healthy, 2 are still in initial state. So currently our traffic will be distributed to 3 machines. Okay. Somebody is connected to 15.72. Somebody will be connected to some other machine. But as soon as this will also become healthy, they will start to distribute to 5 machines. And they will always go maximum up to 8 only. So this is the case. See, they went up to 8 because that was a fake request. Okay. But now that request is deleted. So now total 8 instance is running. Okay. But after some time, they will start to do the scaling down. Okay. And they will scale down everything. And not only this, if the desired capacity is 8. Okay. And manually, if somebody is going to delete the instance. Okay. If manually somebody is going to delete some instances like that. Okay. Like that, I'm deleting some instance. So I deleted 5 instance, or take an example, I'm deleting all the instance. I deleted all the instance. Okay. So if I delete all the instance, then definitely customer is going to be affected. Okay. So let me just keep at least one machine there. Okay. Let me delete all these things. I'm manually terminating all these instances, right? But you know that manually I am terminating, right? But auto scaling did not terminate these instances, right? For the auto scaling, the goal was still 8, right? So now the auto scaling will, as soon as they will find it that other instances are not healthy. See, currently it is initial. Let me show you. Currently it is a healthy, right? As soon as this 3 machine will also become unhealthy, something like that, and they will able to find that these all machines are not there. Okay, what they will do is they will quickly launch another EC2 instances, 8 instances. Currently only one is running. Okay, so let's close all this. Let's see whether they are happening or not. So currently all the instances are in the terminated state. Okay, in some time you will see that auto scaling group automatically try to again make the number to 8 because currently the desired is 8. See, 2 more instances getting started, pending. Seeing this? So they will again try to make the number like that only. Okay, so even by mistake somebody deleted the instance, if it is getting managed by auto scaling, we don't have to worry about. Automatically they will try to launch it. Is this thing getting clear?
Yes.
And since the desired capacity is 8, why the instance become 10? Can anybody tell me? Because the 8 is terminated, right? So whatever I terminated, basically 7 instances, that is still present in this list. Right? Currently it is visible here. Okay. So until and unless this instance will be terminated, will be visible here, it will be showing like that only. But in AWS, after 30 minutes, 40 minutes, terminated instance gone, it will be not visible here. Okay. Then automatically this numbering will again become normal. So you don't have to worry about this number. Okay. And if I'll refresh this again, so how many instances they created currently now running it? Let me check it. So now 3 instances is currently running. Are they updated it? So if I'll check it here. So see, only these 3 machines are there. All the previous machine which was terminated, they're gone. Only one machine is healthy. 2 came in the initial stage because just now they launched. Okay. And in message also we got the message. Okay. That we try to increase the machine. Okay. And they are saying some machine here. On the side. See, they're saying that whatever the instance I previously launched, that becomes unhealthy. That means I'm not able to find that instance. That's what I am doing is I'm replacing that instance. And that's why they are sending this message. So like that way they are sending the messages also. But this desired capacity reducing is going to take time, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so that's what I'm not going to show you. But once this entire practical is done, don't keep this auto scaling running because it will be keep running so many instances. So it can cut your charge, right? So just once you've done all this practical, simply delete this auto scaling group. If you delete this auto scaling group, all the EC2 instances, whatever they created, automatically they will delete it. Okay. But the load balancer part, you have to manually delete it. This load balancer and target group, you have to manually delete it. That's the only thing. Okay. But all the instances, everything you don't have to worry about. In next 3 to 4 minutes, they will delete everything, all the instances. Okay, so all these instances will be deleted by them. So currently it is running something, but this all will be terminated in some time. This auto scaling group is going to take care. Okay, see here the status is currently deleting, and they are reducing the number of instances also because now they are trying to delete everything. Currently now they become that desired as 0 because we don't want any instance, so they are deleting. So just try to practice this auto scaling group 1. Okay. And by reducing the load, you can just keep wait for 10 minutes and just check that whether desired capacity is reducing. Okay. It will take around 10 to 15 minutes. The scaling up is going to take 5 minutes time. Fine.
Yes.
Okay. So that's all from my side for today. Okay. Thanks all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Business sound is audible. Okay. So all of you tried that auto scaling part. No issues, right? In the auto scaling. Anybody have any question in auto scaling part? Okay, so we are going with the new topic today. Okay, in the AWS itself, the topic name is IAM. Okay, IAM full form is Identity Access Management. Okay, so basically what happens is till now what is happening, like whenever you are logging to your account, right? Like let me do the sign out here. Okay, and let me sign in again. So basically, whenever we sign in as root user. Okay, root user means the person who is having the entire access of the AWS account. Okay, and then we write our root user email address, then we write the password, and then we log into our AWS account. Right? This is the thing we are doing it from the first class. Now, what we want to do is like this is a single AWS account. I want to keep access to other person also. Okay, like they will be also able to log into this instance. They will be also able to launch instance. They also able to launch the S3 bucket like that. So for that particular purpose, you have to click on IAM. Okay, IAM, manage access. Okay, I will click on IAM. And rather than giving the entire access, I can share my root user credential also, right? But he will be having the entire ownership of my AWS account, and that is not safe. Okay. So for that, what you can do is you can come to the user section. Okay, when you will come to the user section here, in your case, there will be no user will be created here. Okay. So what you have to do is we'll be clicking an option called create user. Okay, and username you'll be selecting. Okay, like take an example, I want to create this user account for the John user. Okay, so I'm just typing the user John. Now the things they are asking is, do you want to provide this John user the console access? What is a console access? Console access means this browser access, right? This is the console. So do you want that this John user should log in it from the browser? So yes, I'll just tick this part. I want to create a new IAM user. Just select the second part. Okay. Now they're saying I will auto generate a password for the John. Are you okay with this? I will say yes. Then I'm taking this box. User must create a new password at next sign in. That means whatever the auto generated password will be there, that user have to change it when he will be doing the first time sign in. That is the thing here. Just simply click on next. Now they will asking that what is the permission you want to give. Okay, what are the permission you want to give? That what are the things John user can do in your account. So I will just click on attach policies directly. Okay, and for now I'm just giving him the access for EC2. Okay, and EC2 also I'm just giving him the read only access. Okay, read only access meaning is that he will be just able to see how many EC2 instances is running everything. Okay, he will be not able to control. He will be not able to launch new EC2 instance. He'll be not able to start instance or stop instance. Just he'll be able to see that. That's it. Read only access. I will just tick this box, come down, click on next, click on create user. So now a user is created. Wait, let me cancel it because I did not copy the username and password. Okay, so see, they created the credentials here, right? They created the username, console, password, sign in URL, everything. Okay. Now what we can do is we can email this instruction to another person, right? So let me just open a private tab here. And I'm going to the awsamazon.com. Okay. So there are two ways to do the sign in. The first way is, okay, for that particular John user perspective, I am showing you. Okay, he'll be doing the sign in here. Okay. Once he'll be clicking sign in, he will be not able to do the root user because he is not the root user. He is the IAM user. So he will select the second option. As soon as he is selecting the IAM user, it is not asking the email address. It is asking the 12-digit account ID. Okay. So what he will do is he will just ask me the 12-digit account ID. For me, the account ID is this one, 5474. This one you are signed. So I will just copy this account ID. Okay. And I will pass it to that particular person, John user. So he will give this particular account ID here and he will click on next. Okay. He will click on next. And then he will write the username. What is the username? He will type, and whatever the password is there, that he will type. Okay. If you don't want that he should manually type this 12-digit account ID or everything. Okay. So what he can do is, okay, I can directly give him this particular URL also. If he will type this particular URL, okay, then what is going to happen? He will directly land to that particular page where account ID will be already typed. Right here, we manually type the account ID. Here, you'll see that automatically this is going to open a page in which account ID will be already typed. So both the way you can use it. Okay, account ID is necessary like this. See, here automatically this is getting typed. Once this came, let me close the previous tab. Now I have to write the username. For this username is John. How we are seeing this username is John. What is the password? I will just copy this password and I will paste it here. That's it. I will do the sign in. And during the first time sign in, definitely they will ask us to change the password. So I have to enter the old password again. Whatever the new password I want to select, that I can just type it here. and then do the confirm password change. Password is going to be changed, and now we are going to log into a new AWS account. Okay, not new AWS account, basically a new owner of this AWS account came. Okay, now who is managing this AWS account? John. Okay, this is my main account. This is my main account. Who is managing this? The user DevOps training. And here the account ID directly coming, right? Downside. But in this IAM user account, you're seeing it is clearly saying that it is maintained by the John at the rate. Basically, the main owner of this account is this one, 547741. And you are just the IAM user. That's it. Okay. Now, as the IAM user, I don't given you the entire permission or something. You cannot do everything, right? Like take an example, if you try to go to the billing dashboard, you will be not having the permission to do that. Okay. So let this billing open. See, you don't have the permission for this as a John user. As a John user, I don't have the permission to see the S3 bucket or something. Okay. I cannot see any S3 bucket that was created in my account. Okay. Nothing is there. Even if I'll try to create the bucket, it will give permission error. Okay. If I give some details here, my test AWS something like this, I'm giving some random name here. And I'm just trying to click on create bucket. This is going to fail because I don't have the permission. Okay, to create the bucket. Okay. Similarly, I cannot do anything even if I'll come to the EC2 instance. In the EC2, I have the permission only for the read-only access. Okay, I can see how many instances are running. So I saw here that 3 instances is there. Okay, so if I will try to select this instance and I will try to start this instance, I don't have the permission to do this. You are not authorized to perform this. That means whatever the permission I will give to this particular John user, he will be able to do only that work. By default, he don't have any permission. I given him the permission for EC to read only access. That's why he's able to see all the instances here. Okay. Now again, if I want that this particular user, John user, can start the instance, can stop the instance, can launch the instance, right? So in that case, what I have to do is I have to go to the user section again. Okay. For this John user, currently I have the permission for read only access. I will click on add permission here. Okay. Attach policies directly, search for EC2, and this time I want to give him the full access of the EC2 instance. Okay, so since I given the full access, add permission, so now he have all the access of the full access, right, of the EC2. Now he will try to start the instance. Previously it was failing. Let me refresh this page. Okay, now if he will try to start the instance, this time there is no error is going to come, and say instance got started. Okay, similarly, that means we can launch the instance also as a John user because now we have the permission to do that. Okay, but again, if we will try to do the S3 bucket, IAM user or other permission, he will be not able to do so because he don't have the power to do that. He have the power for only for the EC2 instance. That's why he was able to start the instance. The instance running. It is taking a little bit time here. I don't know, there is some problem is coming in this instance. Let me start the second instance. This will start faster. So first one also got meanwhile started. Now if I want to stop this, I can stop this. So as a John user, I am able to do the control because I got the permission. So that only things I just want to show you. Okay. So hope up to here it is clear. Okay, that whatever the permission you are going to give to this particular user, okay, he will be able to do that particular task only. Okay. Currently, he is not able to see the S3 part, right? He is not able to see any bucket, whatever we already created. Okay. Like whenever he'll try to go to the S3, he is not able to see anything. Okay. And even I shown you, he'll try to create a bucket, nothing will happen because we don't have the permission. But now if I'll coming here to our root account, who can change the permission? Root only. I'm just adding a permission here. And this time I'm giving the permission for S3 also. And S3, take an example, I'm giving him the full access, not the read only. I'm giving the full access. I'll just select here, click on next, click on add permission. So since I given him the S3 permission now, so now what is going to happen is if he is trying to refresh this page, so previously there was no bucket was visible. Now if you'll go in the bucket section, right, he is able to see the bucket. Okay. Again, there is some insufficient permission is coming, but now see that is gone because it will take some time to reflect. Okay, but now say it's got reflected and bucket is visible. If I go inside the bucket, everything, all the files, whatever the things we created, right? Everything I am able to see because I have the full access of the S3 bucket. Okay, but that doesn't mean that I can control other part also, because for other things I don't have the permission. Still, I don't have the permission for building, so I cannot see the building part, right? So these all are the things that we can manage. So what are the permission you want to give? You can give the permission. Okay. Now there is some two interesting permission is there. Okay. There are two interesting permission. Okay. So first what I'm going to do is accept the change password because this permission got attached directly. Okay. So he can change his password. All these three permission I'm removing. Since I remove all the three permission, right now as this person, even he will try to go to the EC2 instance or something, he will be not able to do so because the permission is not there. So you'll be not able to see the instances also because you are not authorized. Okay. Now there is one interesting permission called add permission. Okay. And the permission name is power user access. If you're going to give the power user access, okay, power user access, this last one. Okay. And click on next and click on add permission. So the person who is having the power user access now, he can do anything in your account. He will have the EC2 file access, S3 full access, auto scaling full access, everything he can do. Okay. So as a John user now, if he will try to refresh this page, now he will be able to see the instances, right? He'll be able to see the auto scaling. He'll be able to see the load balancer, everything like volumes, all the permission he have, right? As a power user, okay? As a power user, you will be having the access for S3, EFS, all the AWS services. Okay, what are the things you cannot do as a power user access? The first thing you cannot do as a power user access is IAM. You cannot open the IAM. Okay, IAM is the main service which help us to manage the permission. So as a power user permission, if you want that I will go here in the IAM section and we'll be managing the user, that cannot be possible because you are the power user, you are not the root user, right? So you cannot change the permission anything. So this is the first limitation of the power user access. Second limitation is power user access. Person cannot see the billing by default. Billing also is disabled for you. Okay. Other than that, everything you can do in the account. Just you cannot manage the permission of the people. Okay. And you cannot see the billing. These two things you cannot do. Okay. Now there is one more permission. Let me just remove the power user access also. Okay. And there is one more permission, add permission, attach policy directly. And the permission is admin access. Okay. Administrator access. If somebody is getting the admin access except the power user access, okay, so now we have the admin access, we don't have the power user access. Okay, so as an administrator access, you can do anything in the AWS account again. Okay, let me show you from the EC2 side. We'll be able to see the EC2, we'll be able to see everything here. Okay, and the benefit of the IAM this one admin account is that they will be able to see the IAM also. As a power user access, you cannot control the IAM user, right? But now as a admin user, you can control the IAM. You can add the user, you can change the permission of the user. Even you are the logged in as a John user, right? You can change the permission of John user also. If I want to add any permission to the John, that also I can do. I can click on add permission, attach policy directly. Let me just give the S3 permission. Even if we give it, don't give it, doesn't make sense because we already have the admin power. So we already have the S3 access, but see, we can add the permission to the John user also because now I have the administrator access. Okay. The only limitation of this account is by default, you will be not able to see the billing dashboard. Okay. Except that everything you can do. Power user access, two things you cannot do, billing and admin, IAM user access, administrator permission will give you everything. Only the billing access will be disabled. Any confusion up to here? This permission to me? Any confusion up to here?
No.
Okay. So this is the thing we created up to here. Okay. And now the next thing is, and see, if you want to send a mail instruction or something, so this type of the email automatically got generated. Okay. So this is the thing. And once you will try to do the login, you'll be able to see everything. Okay. Then there is a concept of group. Okay. So let me again come to my root account. And, I'm removing all the permission. I'm removing the admin permission also. Just remove it. I don't have any permission for this user John currently. Okay. Now there is a group already created. Let me just delete this group. So now we don't have any group or something. Okay. So I'm creating another group here. Okay. Group, and group I'm creating with a name called DevOps. Okay. Take an example. Inside this DevOps group, I want to add some user. Okay, so it's totally on you which user you want to add. Whether you want to add the user now or no, that also your choice. This is optional in nature. If you want to add John user here, then you can just select this box. If you don't want, don't do anything. So currently I'm not adding the user to group. I'm just creating a group here with the name called DevOps. And I'm saying that inside the DevOps group, whoever the person is going to be added, whoever the user is going to be added, okay, they should have some permission. Like first permission, I'm giving him S3 full access. Second permission, I'm giving him EC2 full access, something like this. Then I'm giving something called auto scaling permission. Also take an example. Auto scaling full access. So like this 3 permission I added. I am clicking on create group. So now what happened is basically for this DevOps group got created. Okay. And in this DevOps group, currently there is no user is added. Okay. But 3 permission I added here. Okay. EC2 full access, S3 full access, auto scaling full access. Okay. That means if somebody will be added in the DevOps group, what are the permission they will get it by default? This 3 permission. Okay. So currently as a John user, if you'll try to see this is a John user. If I'll try to refresh this, I don't have any permission, right? I'm not able to see the instance. I'm not able to S3 bucket, see nothing like that, right? Because we don't have the permission. But as soon as here, I'm just going to this add user. Either you can add the user from here also, just click on add user button, you can add it, but you can go to the users tab, go to the John, okay. And here you can also say that I want to add this John user to a group, like add user to group, and I want this John user to add it in the group called DevOps. Both the way you can do it. So since I added this John user in a group called DevOps, so whatever the permission was attached here, EC2 full access, auto scaling, S3, right? All 3 permission came here. EC2 full access, S3, auto scaling, all the 3 permission came here. Okay. And since all these 3 permission came here, so now the John user will try to refresh this, he'll be able to see the instances. See, he's able to see the instance. So that's the benefit. Okay, that means you can just add some permission to the group, and to this group, whatever the user will be adding, all the permission of that group will be added there. Okay, and if somebody is already added some permission in the DevOps group, right, and now I want some extra permission to the John user, that also I can do. I will click on this add permission, attach policy directly. Take an example. I just want to give one more extra permission called, let's give admin only for now. Okay, click on next, click on add permission. So I added one more extra permission, right? But this permission I added directly to this. Okay, and this permission I added from the group. Okay, so as soon as this group will be removed, like take an example, I'm removing this group. Okay, I'm removing this group. So now what will happen? Whatever the permission came from the group, that is gone. Okay, now we have only the permission from all these things. Okay, I think S3 I manually added. That's why it is showing. Let me just delete it. But it is like that. It is coming. And as soon as somebody will add the group here, like I'm adding the group called DevOps. So whatever the permission was there, everything will be added. Okay, so this is the thing. And now you'll see in the permission. So see, all the 3 permission came there. So hope this is clear to you. Any question, anything up to here?
I think we need a practice, so then we'll have questions, sir. As of now, no questions, sir.
Okay. So what do you want me to do? To continue or just wait up to here so you practice?
Yeah, we'll practice up to here.
Okay. So basically, see, whatever the screenshot you are seeing it here now, this is little bit different because if we'll try to see, this is not the way we attach the permission or something. We came to the users. Up to here, the section was same. Okay. But see here the username and this part was different, right? Here they are giving console access, but this time they were giving some different option, right? So that's why rather than going to this documentation, I uploaded one documentation here called AWS user creation one. This is the latest one. So just refer this document, and this is the document we are referring to, right? Username, enable console access, auto-generated password, right? These all things. So this is the new screenshot. You can check it. But doesn't matter whether you are doing this or you are seeing the previous thing. If you know the concept, no matter like after 10 days or after 1 year, even AWS will change the part, right? But if we know that console access means browser access, then you will take this automatically. These all things, whatever they will say, we'll just keep reading and then we'll be doing that like that one. Okay, so just you can do this. And this CLI part of this, I will be taking it in the next class. Okay, so basically next class will be creating the user for the CLI. Currently, we are creating the user from the browser. CLI is if somebody want to launch the instance, right? If somebody want to launch the instance by here, you will be typing some command here like AWS S3LS, something like this, and it is going to log into your AWS account, okay? And it will read how many bucket is created in the S3 bucket, and they will be listing it here, okay? So that type of the things we can do. So these all things we'll be seeing it in the next class. So meanwhile, just practice up to this user creation, okay? And try to give them power user permission, administrator permission, EC2 access. See, like if I'm removing the permission, what is happening? Okay, these all things we can just check.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then just practice up to here. Okay, so we can
Yeah.
continue in the next class. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, then thanks all of you. Have a nice day. All of you. Is my sound started?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday we were talking about the IAM, okay, and we created one user, we added some permission to it, right, and then that particular user was able to do that particular work. Okay. Today our goal is not to access the AWS using console. Like yesterday, whatever I showed you, this is the console. That means browser access. Okay, but there are other ways also to communicate with the AWS cloud. One quite familiar is the Terraform that we'll be going to learn in the later part of our training. Second is the CLI. Okay, what is CLI? CLI is something like this. You are communicating with AWS cloud using the command line interface. Okay, and to work with the AWS CLI, the first thing what you have to do is you have to download AWS CLI for your laptop. Okay, if you search for AWS CLI and you will go for install or update like that. So you are going to see for the Windows, like take an example, if somebody is going to download for Windows, there is a software available here, .msi format, right? So just you have to install this. Okay, the software is going to be installed, and once the software will be installed, it will look like something this. Okay, if you're searching AWS and it is coming something like this, that means AWS is installed. Okay, or other way to confirm that whether it is installed or not, you can type the command called AWS -- version. Okay, again, it is not like you have to remember here only they are telling us that to check whether it is installed or not, you can type this command AWS -- version. Okay. So I'm just typing this command, and if some output is coming, so see, I'm getting 2.8.13. So that means one installation version is there. Okay, currently they have 2.10. In my laptop, I have installed 2.8. There is nothing any difference much. Okay, but yes, AWS CLI is installed. Once this is installed, then you are ready to go. You are ready to run the command everything. Okay, so this is the first thing you have to do. So as per this documentation, if you'll see, okay, for doing the CLI part, I will tell you how to create the user everything. But first you have to download this AWS CLI and make sure for the Windows you downloaded this MSI. Okay. And this type of the file will be downloaded. You have to install this by simply clicking on next steps. Okay. And after that, if you will try to hit the command called AWS -- version, if you are getting some output, something like this, that means your AWS is installed. Okay. And you can now use the CLI. Once this is done, then we are ready to do all other part. Okay. Now the question is, we installed the AWS CLI, right? But this AWS CLI is going to reach to the AWS cloud. Okay, so how they are going to reach to the AWS cloud? For that, they will definitely require some type of the authentication method. Okay, so for doing that only, we are going to create a user. Will be coming in the user section. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new user here with the name called AWS CLI, something like this. Okay, and I'm not going to give the console access or something. That's why I'm not taking this box. Okay, I just want to create this user. This user will only able to log in using the CLI part. That's it. Clicking on next. Now, what is the permission you want to give? Okay, so if you want to give all the permission, you can give it, or whatever the permission you want to give, you can just give it. Okay, so for simplicity purpose, what I'm going to do is I'm adding some permission. I think here in the DevOps one, we added some yesterday's permission. EC2 full access was there. Auto scaling was given, and let me just check it. Wait, let me just check that what are the permission I given for this DevOps group. So for this DevOps group, I think we given the permission for EC2 S3 auto scaling. So yeah, that will be fine for us, right? So I'm directly adding this particular user to the DevOps group, or you can manually add the policies also. Yesterday also I done it. Okay. Or for simplicity purpose, let's do one thing. Go to the attach policy directly and let's attach the power user access. Okay. So he will be having all the permission in a single go. Let's do that. Okay. Click on next. Click on create user. Now a user got created, AWS CLI. What is the permission this AWS CLI have? So currently he have the power user access. That means he can do anything except the IAM credential change. Okay. And second thing, billing part. Okay. Now, but currently this user got created, but we did not got any login ID, password, something like this, right? Which we have to tell to this. Okay. So for that, you have to go to the security credential option. Okay. And here you're saying that console sign-in is not enabled because we don't want that somebody will be able to do this access from the browser or something. Okay. We are coming to the access key. They are saying you can generate the access key for the programmatic calls, that is from the AWS CLI, this type of the tools you want to use. Then you have to create the access key. So simply click on create access key, create the access key for the CLI, click on I understand, and click on next, click on create access key. So a access key and secret key got generated. Okay. Once this access key and secret key got generated, then what you have to do is you have to simply write the command here, AWS configure. Okay, something like this. Once the installation of AWS is done and you have the access key secret key there, okay, and make sure that access key and secret key will be visible only one time. Okay, so you should paste this safely to some other place. Okay, else you have to delete previous one and you have to create new one. Okay, so you have to simply click on AWS configure command like this. I'll press enter. Now see, they are going to ask something. What are the things they are going to ask? Okay, so first they will ask us the access key, then they will ask us the secret key, then they will ask us the default region name. Okay, in my case, I'll be doing everything in the Mumbai region. Then they will asking for the default output format. We don't have to do anything, and simply will press enter. So basically, you have to type the AWS configure command. Here you have to type your access key. Okay, so what is my access key? This one. So I will just copy this access key and I will paste it here. Press enter. Now they are going to ask the secret key. Okay, so again we have to copy this secret key and we'll be pasting it there. Okay, so that is the flow we'll be having. Okay, after pasting the secret key, we'll be pressing enter. In my case, default region name is AP South 1 only, so I will keep it as it is. Okay, if somebody want to change, okay, this default region to some other region, that means whatever the EC2 instance you want to create in that particular region. So that particular name you have to give it. In my case, it is AP-South-1. You have to type US-East-1, then only it will be changed. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just stopping the sharing the screen. I will paste the secret key. Okay, and again I will share my screen. Okay, so I done that. Access key I pasted. After that, I pasted the secret key also. I pasted the region name also and output format also I done. Once everything is done, this access key, secret key, everything we pasted. Now we don't require anything. Okay. Now we have to understand that how we are going to communicate, right? So if you'll type here, if you don't know the command, if you'll type EWS here, so EWS will itself will guide you that if you don't know anything, you can use the EWS help command. So I will say EWS help. So now they are trying us to guide us, okay, for different use cases. Okay, so if I'm going to say here, let me make it bigger. Okay, so see, they are telling us something like what are the things you can do in the AWS. If I keep pressing a space bar, they will be giving some little bit more details, right? Now take an example. I want to find that AWS, I want to see all the EC2 instances present in my account. Okay, so I will say AWS, do you have anything related to EC2 is written here? So if I keep coming down, we'll keep finding it somewhere EC2 is written or not. Okay. So we are going to see at this particular point here, the EC2 is there. Okay. Here the EC2 is there. Once we got the EC2, then we can just do the control C here to quit from this screen. And now we know the command AWS, there is a service called EC2, but again, I don't know how to use this service, right? So I'll be using the help. So AWS will guide us that how you can do with the EC2, what are the things you can do. They're guiding us, right? And they are saying that these many things you can do in the EC2 instances. If I say that is anything called describe the instances or list all the instances, something like that is written somewhere or not. Okay. So if I'll say that AWS EC2 describe address, describe flow, describe instances, right? Something it is there, right? Describe instances tells or describe instances, something like that is there, right? So take an example. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this describe instances. Okay, I will just copy this like this, and then I know the command, right? What I have to do, I have to type AWS. There is a command called EC2. Can you describe the instances for that? And that's it. After doing this, if I'll press enter here, so see what AWS will do. They will try to do the login and see they are displaying us some information. Okay. And it is not like some random information or something they are providing us. They are providing the exactly same information from this account. Okay. So in my account, if you are seeing that total how many instances is there, 2 instances is there, right? So here they are also telling that you have an instance running from this image ID with the instance ID called D8CA. Is it correct that my instance ID is D8CA? Okay. And now after that, they are providing that your instance type is T2.micro. You are using Cloud 27 key Mumbai. Okay. Other than that, the first instance is running in 1A. See, it is running in 1A, T2.micro. Everything they are providing us. Okay. If we'll keep coming down here, okay, so they will provide a little bit more details that IP address of your instance is 40.103. If I'll check, yes, 40.103, well and good. If we'll keep coming downside here, okay, so they are going to provide some more little bit details, like your instance name is EC2-EFS testing. That's also correct, right? If we'll keep coming down, then we'll go for the second instance, and for the second instance, they are saying IP address is 44.226. Just check for this 44.2. That means whatever the information is written here, that we are able to see it from easy it is, right? Okay. Now, once we got all this detail, let's clear this screen. Again, let's search for AWS. Again, can you little bit help me? Okay, so you'll be just typing this. Now, let's take an example. If you want to find something for S3 bucket or something, you given something like that. So you'll see here they written S3, right? So now again, I will close this. I will say AWS. There is a thing for S3. Can you give me again help about this? So they are saying in the S3, you can do so many things. You can copy the file, you can move the file, you can remove the file, you can list the file like that, right? So I want to do the list. I want to see how many buckets are present. So I will say AWS, do one thing. Can you go to the S3 and can you list all the bucket? If I'll do ls, so see they are clearly saying one bucket is created with the name called Kiroi DevOps bucket 1. And if we'll quickly verify by going to the S3, so you'll be seeing that a bucket will be created. A bucket is basically already created there, right? So they're showing the name Kira DevOps bucket 1. And that's what they're saying it here from here, right? That this bucket is available. Okay. That means we are able to communicate using the commands. Okay. And the exactly same thing you can see it. Like take an example, somebody is facing difficulty, right, to understanding the concept from here, right? So in that case, you can simply search for AWS CLI commands, help, something like this in internet also. You'll be landed to one of the page interface. Okay. In the whatever the things I was showing you now using the AWS help command, okay, that only they are guiding. You can type the AWS help, you can type the AWS EC2 help. If you want to describe instances, you can do like this. It will describe all the instances, right? There is some extra thing you want to do, you can do it. Okay. If we'll check in the detailed page, let me do one thing, get it started. If you go to AWS, 80% use the AWS. Okay, do one thing. Rather than searching like this, it's better you can search like this. AWS CLI. Take an example. I want to search for S3. Okay. So yes. Now this time they will guide us to the good page. Okay. And see here they are guiding us that about S3. And I've done the AWS S3 help, right? So you remember this copy, move, RM, LS. These all things only they were showing us. So exactly same thing we are getting, right? If somebody want to go to the previous page, so what you can do is you can just remove this S3 section from here, this URL, press enter. We should land to the back page. Okay. So we landed to the AWS page now. Okay. Yeah. Here all the services are there. Okay. So we search for the EC2, right? So what we done is why it is little bit slow. Okay. EC2, click on this EC2. Okay. In this EC2, we selected describe instances, right? So here we'll be finding something called describe instances. And in the describe instances, when we type the command, right? So here they will be guiding us some commands also, that what are the types of the commands you can use it, right? So you'll be seeing here that they are saying if somebody want to get little bit information, you can write the command called AWS EC2 describe instances like this. If you want to describe some particular instance, then you can mention the instance ID also. So they are guiding us how you can write it, how you can filter the result, right? So everything we can take the example. There are 12 example, 15 example, everything it is visible here. Okay. And exactly same thing you can see it from here also. If you do the AWS EC2 describe instances, okay, and help, right? So you'll be getting the exactly same way. If you'll keep coming down and if you'll see that are they provided us some examples. So exactly whatever the things you are seeing it in this documentation, you are seeing the exactly same thing here. Okay. And if you'll keep coming up little bit. But only thing is it is in the black and white format. There it is in the browser format. That's it. But they are guiding you everything. See, AWS EC2 describe instances, filter, something like that, right? Then they're guiding us some example 11, right? To describe instances, partition placement format. Here also you'll be seeing example instances in the partition placement format. It is exactly same thing. Just you are seeing it from here. Here you are seeing it from here. So you can compatible with any of the way. All good up to here?
Yes, sir.
Now, my goal is to launch the instance, okay, to launch the instance or to start the instance or something, okay. So to start the EC2 instance using the command line, so see, anything, whatever you want to do from the command line, right, you should know how to do it from the console. Then only you'll be able to do so. Like if I know that how to launch instance, I know that I have to click on launch instance button. Okay, then let me open a notepad here. The first thing they okay. Okay, so the first thing they always ask us about the name. So whatever the name of the instance you want to give it, okay. So you can just give it here like AWS CLI EC2, something like this. You can just give the name here. Now, after giving the name, they always ask us to choose the AMI or the image, right? AMI or image, whatever you want to say. Okay. So usually we choose Amazon Linux second AMI. So I'm going to select the Amazon Linux second AMI. Okay. And when we are selecting the Amazon Linux second AMI, they are using this AMI ID. So I will just copy this AMI ID and I will paste it somewhere here. So this is the AMI we are using. Okay. Now, after that, we fill the details of instance type, right? So take an example, we are filling the details called t2.micro, something like this. Okay. After that, we are going to select some key pair. So I'm writing the key pair, and mostly we are using key pair called Cloud 27 Key Mumbai, right? So I'm just typing this Cloud 27 Key Mumbai. After key pair, we have to select a security group here. By default, they automatically create a security group, but we can select the existing security group also if you want to attach any particular security group. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a security group now. Okay. And before that, so basically we'll require one thing in the network setting, that is about the security group ID. Security group ID, something we'll require that currently we did not create it. I will create a security group, then I will give the ID here. And then last thing, count, total how many number of instance I want to create, one, right? Number of instance, one, like that. Okay. Now the coming thing is security group. We don't have the security group currently. So I will come down. There is an option called security group. Come here. Okay. And whenever we are launching the instance, we create a security groups, right? So I'm just creating a security group here with the name called Cloud 27 security group CLI, something like this. And in this security group, I'm going to give two access. Take an example, allow SSH and HTTP port. It's totally your choice, but I want to create a security group in which I want to give both the access. Okay. So to give both the access, we have to click on add rule. Here first I will give the SSH access to everybody. Then I will create one more rule and I will give the HTTP access. HTTP access to everybody. That's it. So this two got created. In outbound rule, you don't have to do changes. In the inbound rule, only you have to do changes. So we created a security group with the name called Cloud 27 as the CLI. So see, there is a security group ID got generated. I will just copy this ID, okay, and I will paste it here. So now we have all the information, right? I have the name, I have the email, instance type, key pair, security group count. By default volume, they will attach it 8 GB only, so we don't have to worry about. Okay, so this much things if I provide to somebody, they will be able to launch the instance. Okay. If I'm not going to provide this many details, then how they will be able to launch? Okay. Now, how to write these things, right? So again, either you can take the help from here. So if you'll check something called run instance, start instance, something like that is there or not. So if you'll come down here, if you'll see something called run instance is there, run instances. Okay, a start instance and a stop instance is just like when your instance is already in the stop state, then you can use the start instance, right? If you want to stop, you can do the stop. So we are not going with a stop or a start here. We want to go with the run because I'm going to run it first time. So click on run instances. So here they will guide you that what type of the commands you'll be writing, right? So they're guiding us this many details. Or if you want to see it from the CLI side, so you'll be typing the command like AWS EC2. Command was help. Okay. So we'll find something related to run instances will be there. Here the run instances is there. So I will just copy this. Okay. And I will say AWS EC2, not this one, run hyphen instances help. So they are going to provide us help again. Okay. And see in the run instances, they are saying that to run any EC2 instance, okay, you have to provide me some details. And the details they are talking about is you have to provide me an image ID. You have to provide me the instance type. You have to provide me the key name. You have to provide me the security group IDs, right? This many details we want to provide, right? So now my command will be something like this. Let me write the command here. AWS EC2 run hyphen instances. Now in the run instances, they are saying you have to provide me the image ID, right? I have to provide the image. So I will just type hyphen image ID. And what is the image ID? That I will just paste the value section. I will just copy it from here that we already copied and we'll paste it here. Okay. After image ID, we have to find something for instance type. For instance type, they are saying hyphen instance hyphen type. Okay. So hyphen instance hyphen type. What is the instance type? T2.micro. Now after that, we have to find something for key pair. Key pair is nothing there. Key name they are using, right? So hyphen key name, key hyphen name. Okay. And key name, we are going to use Cloud 27 key Mumbai. So I'm just going to copy paste this. So this is also given. Okay. After key name, we have to write something called security group IDs. So let me just copy this security group IDs one. Copy this, write the command here. Security group IDs. What is the security group ID? Just now I copied. So I'll just copy this. And count. So is anything related to count is there? So if we'll check something called count, so here hyphen count. So let me just type it hyphen count. If I'm going to write this command will do the launch instance. Currently, I did not give a name or something, okay, because we are not finding any options there, okay, but I will tell you how to give the name in the later part, okay. So that's the thing. Now, once we got this right from here, you can see the examples also. Here also we took the exactly same value. We find the details of the image ID, instance type like that. But if somebody is not comfortable with this, you can come down. You will see some pre-created examples also, right? So here, if you'll see, they are talking about all the instance type, whatever the options we are available in the AWS, okay? And they are saying if somebody want to launch the instance or something, right? So they will write some examples there. Examples. Okay, so they are saying that to launch any EC2 instance, okay, what you have to do is you have to run the command called AWS EC2 run instance. Then you have to provide the image ID, you have to provide the instance type, you have to provide the key name. So see, we provided this type of the information only, right? If we'll keep coming down, so see, there are some other example, image ID, instance type. If somebody want to specify subnet name, we done this example, security group IDs now, okay, key name. So like this way we can do again another example you want to see. So like that, there are so many examples are there. See, hyphen count is one also they are using, right? Key name they are using, security group IDs they are using, image ID they are using, instance type they are using. So like this way you can generate the code, okay? Once your code is generated, okay, once your code is generated, then what you have to do is just copy this entire command. Just copy this entire command like this, okay? And now somebody is saying you that you have to run the instance, okay? What I will do is I will do Control C, clear the entire screen, okay? I will just paste this command. AWS EC2, you have the run instance with this image ID, this instance type, key pair, security group, okay, and count. This center, if everything will be correct, this AWS is going to launch an instance. And see, they launched the instance. And they are saying I launched the instance with the ID called 5337 in 1B, and IP address associated to that particular instance is 1.105. Let's refresh this page. A instance got created without any name because I did not specify any name, okay. But see, 1.105, it got scheduled in 1B. And exactly same information they provided us here, okay? And they are saying also currently your instance is in pending because you know that when instance will start, it will be in pending state. Later it becomes running, okay? So our instance got running now, okay? Now you will be thinking that why we are doing using this type of the method, right? What is the benefit? Benefit is the first time you done it is having, there are so many things you have to write, right? Now, if I will say you, take an example, you don't know CLI. I'm saying you that you have to launch one more EC2 instance, right? So again, you'll be clicking on launch instance. Again, you'll be filling all these details. Then your instance will be launched, right? But if I know the CLI, I will be typing this command one more time and that's it. One more EC2 instance will be launched in fraction of second. Making sense? All of you, this one. Just now we just run this thing that again that the exactly same command one more time and see one more instance got started. Make sense? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right? So that's the benefit here. Now you'll be thinking, okay, that instance got created. Can we get all the instance detail? So again, in the starting itself, I shown you the command that there is a command called AWS EC2 describe instances. It is going to describe all the instances, right? And they will give us the details that first instance is running in 1A. Then if we'll talk about come down. So this is about the second instance, which is running in 1B. Just now it got created 15.77.1. Okay, 15.17.7.1. Like this way. Currently this instance is running, right? And you can check it from the status from here also. It will say you that instance is currently in the running mode. See, here it is coming as running like that. Now the question is, if somebody is saying me that, can you stop the instance? So let's close this. Take an example. I want to close this instance. Okay, I want to stop this instance 53371. Okay, so this is the instance called 5337. I want to stop this, right? To stop this instance, we'll go again back to this example. Okay, and here there is an example called stop instances, right? So if we come here in this stop instances, they are saying if somebody want to stop instance, you have to write AWS EC2 stop hyphen instances, and then you have to provide the instance ID. Okay. So I'll be writing this command. Let me type it here itself. AWS EC2 Then I have to write stop hyphen instances. And then they are saying you have to mention the instance ID, right? They're saying us you have to mention hyphen instance hyphen IDs, hyphen instance hyphen IDs. And what is my instance ID? Either you can take the instance ID from CLI also, it is printed here, or you can copy it from the browser also. It's totally on it. Okay, so I'm just copying it from CLI and I'll paste it here. And that's it. Now, if I'm going to run this command, what this command will do? This command will stop this particular instance. I'm just run this command and see this currently they are saying your instance was running. Now I'm stopping it. And if I verify from here, now see this instance is in the stopping state. So how easy it is. Okay. Similarly, you will be thinking that how to give the name to this instance, right? So you know that how the name provided to this instance actually this instance got the name from the term called tags. There is a term called tags here. Okay. In this tag, there is a key called name. Key is equal to name. NAME. N will be capital always. Okay. And then whatever the value I am going to assign to this particular name variable, that will be the name of your EC2 instance, right? These two EC2 instance, you are not seeing any name because there is nothing created in this tag, right? If I'm going to create here manage tag and I will create a tag with the name key called name and value, then only this EC2 instance will get the name. Okay. So to get the name now, again, if we'll go to previous example and we'll check that is anything for tag related things is there or not. Okay. So if we'll check here, tag, there will be something in the create actually.
Can we search?
Come again.
Is there any search button?
Yeah, you can do the control plus F and then you can do the tag search, right? So this is the option for delete tag and create tags. See this? Okay. So I'll just click on this create tags. So they are saying again, they will tell us, okay, that how to create the tag. So they will say that you have to use the command called create tags and then you have to mention something, right? So I will be mentioning the instance ID or something so that you have to mention in the resource section. Or even if you're not getting clear, come down, see the example and see they're saying that if somebody want to create tags, you have to use the resource, then you have to give the instance ID and then whatever the tag you want to give. Okay. So I will take an example. I'm just going to copy this name. Okay. I will copy this code exactly and I will paste it somewhere here. Okay. And let me just keep it in a single line. I don't want to keep it in two different lines. So I'm just deleting that. And in this resource, I don't want to give the name to this resource. I want to give the name to this particular resource, which I made stopped currently. I will just copy this ID, paste it. And you know that instance name, if I want to write, so key will be always name, capital NAME, and whatever the name you want to give to your instance. Take an example, I want to give it as AWS EC2 CLI 1, something like this. If I'm going to copy this command, this will create a tag and they are going to add the name there. So just paste it, press enter. They will say that I done it. Okay. Come here, check whether name got added or not. See, name got added. Why name got added? Because in the tag, we created a tag with the name called name and this value. Make sense? Similarly, if I want to give the name to this one, I will just copy this instance ID. Okay. I will just replace this command or this instance ID with the new one. And take an example name, I want to give it 2 here. And again, I will run this command. Come here, paste this command, run it. They will give the name to the second machine also. If you refresh this, now they're given the name to this machine also. Okay. Similarly, you want to terminate instance or something. So again, if you come back, okay, here if you search something like called terminate is there or not. So see, there is an option called terminate instance. I'll click on this. And to terminate the instance, again, if you say they are saying us, you have to mention the instance ID. Okay. Or you can simply take any examples here, EC2 terminate instance ID. Just copy this code, paste it somewhere here. Okay. And I'm replacing this instance ID with this one. Copy this, paste it here, copy this entire code block and paste it. If this is true, then they are going to terminate the instance. And see, they are saying that I'm shutting down the machine. Similarly, I want to terminate the second instance also. So I'm just copying the ID here and I'll replace this ID with this one, copy the code, and I will just stop this instance also or terminate. So both the instance will be got terminated. If I'll refresh this, both are shutting down. So everything you can do it, right? But you know, right, why we are able to do all these things? Because we know what is the start instance, what is the terminate instance, what is the stop, how to create tags, how to launch instance, right? To launch the instance, what are the things we require? If you don't know that to launching the instance, there's many things we require, then we'll be never able to write this code. Make sense? So once as more and more you are going to familiar with the console, more and more you'll be able to learn this one. Okay. So I shown you how to see it. Okay. And maybe if you'll be not able to get this particular link directly, see, I try to find it, right? I shown you how to find this particular in the browser method. You have to simply search like this AWS CLI S3, something like this. Okay, you'll go to this particular page. They will directly open the S3 one. Okay, but if you want to go to the back one, okay, so what you can do is you can just refer this, remove the S3 there. Okay, and just again run this, you'll be landed to the main page. Okay, so and basically the URL is docs awsamazon.com -cli -latest. Wait, let me just go like this. If you're going with the docs, then they will be having a option called for CLI. Control F, CLI. On the CLI, they are not having directly. Again, they will ask you to go with any of the services. So wait, take an example. CLI user guide you are going. And in this CLI URL, okay, they are coming directly to the latest. After that, we are going inside the reference tag. I don't know, it is a little bit complex from here to find that. So that will be actually the better method, right? To go and just remove the previous tag and you'll come back to your previous page. Okay. Or even I shown you how to do it from here also. Just type the command called EWS help, everything you'll be able to get it. Okay. So just try up to here. Okay. Try to complete this. All the examples are written here, whatever I discussed. Okay. How to create the security group, then how to launch the instance. This command is little bit wrong here. Okay, I think in this security group IDs is there. Here I rewrite S extra, that is wrong. But here in the screenshot you can see it is group only. So that's the one thing. If you type directly copy paste it, then it will create problem. That's why I guided you also how to find this type of the commands. Okay. Then there is a last topic of the AWS will be remaining is the database that will be covering tomorrow. Okay, and VPC part will be covering during the Terraform lecture. Any other question? Anything? Anybody? All good? Okay, then thanks all of you. Have a nice day. Okay. Hi, all of you. Is my sound is audible? Is my sound is audible? Okay. So today we are going to see about the database. Okay. Yesterday we saw about the CLI part. Okay. So anybody have here already have idea about database? Like, have you heard about the word database? Do you know anything about it? No? Nobody heard about database? Okay, so basically, there are so many database available currently in the market. Okay, like MySQL is there, MS SQL is there, right? ClickHouse is there, MongoDB is there, right? There are so many different databases are there. Okay, but our goal is not to learn the database here. Our goal is to how to create a database on top of the AWS cloud. That will be our goal. Okay. So for giving you the idea what database can actually do, so if you'll come to this particular website w3school.com and if you're going to the SQL, okay, so SQL is just a database, okay. So here they are going to teach you, right, that the different work, syntax, select, right, everything. You can just come here, you can practice it, you can click on like try it yourself, right, and you'll be getting some page like this, and here you can run the script, they will give you some output, something like this. So this is basically the databases. Okay, so let me show you what I am trying to do here is what is the use case of data that I'm just going to show you now. Just give me a second. Okay, so take an example. I'm saying here, select a star from customers. And if I'm going to run this, right? So basically, whatever the thing, this data you're seeing now, this is actually the database here. Okay, so we store the data in this particular format. Okay, and why we use the database here? Because see, take an example, there are 92 records are there, right? It can be millions of record here. Okay, but now I want to find the people who belongs to the country called Germany, right? So you are not going to find them manually, right? Okay, this person is in Germany, this one is Germany, like that way you will be keep scrolling and you will be finding, right? That will be really difficult for you. So in that case, all these databases have some type of the statement, okay, where we can simply write like select. A star meaning is I want to show all the columns. That's why a star. If you want to see only a specific column, like I just want to see the city column, so you can just replace this star with city. Then only city will be visible. All other column will be not visible. Now, if I'm saying that you have to show me all the customers from this particular table, customer table, this thing, whatever you are seeing now, this is known as a table. So here I am saying that you have to show me the list of all the customer from the table, okay, and where country is going to be the country is equal to Germany. So now what is going to happen is they will try to show all the customers name, okay, basically all the entire column where this column is going to be matched with word called Germany. If I'm going to run this SQL, so see, there are no 92 records or something. There is just 11 records. And they are just printing the records where the country name is Germany. How easy it is to find, right? Similarly, if somebody want to go again with some other country. So first, let me just delete this line. Then again, I will print everything. So it is printing everything. This time, take an example. If somebody want to sort it out with something different way, or like take an example like country name Brazil or something like we are choosing, right? So again, we'll write like this, where country is equal to Brazil, like this. And I will do here run SQL. Now see, they are saying that total 9 records are there where country is Brazil, right? There can be a situation that you want to find the people from the Brazil country also and from one more country called Spain. Okay, so if I'm writing here like country is equal to Spain, and if I'm going to run this SQL, what happened? There is no result. Not and, basically it will be the or here. Okay, so run SQL. Now see, basically they are finding, or means I am saying that you have to print all the country name, either it is Brazil or it is a Spain. You can just print it. Okay, so see, they are printing. They are printing the Spain country also. They are printing the Brazil country also. Both the things they are printing. Okay, so that's the thing. Okay. Now, so this is about, so if you want to read like the things that how I am writing this type of the things, okay. So you'll see that SQL or a statement here, right? So see, they are guiding you, like you can write like this, select a star from customer where country is either Germany or country is Spain. Here I given you the example is where country is Brazil or country is Spain, okay. If somebody want to find that country should be Spain and city should be Madrid, right? That can be also condition. So if you are finding both the conditions so true, then only you have to just show me the customer name. Then that time you'll be using the and symbol here. Okay, and here I'm replacing that like CT should be equal to Madrid, like this. Now what is going to happen is they will find the column where CT will be equal to Madrid and country will be Spain. And I think only one customer will be, okay, 3 customers there, which is having the city is Madrid and country is Spain. So see, they sorted it out. That total 3 records are there in which city is Madrid and country is Spain. So like this way we can sort it out. We can do as per our use case, right? There are so many different statements are there. Okay, so and in free time you can just go through it. Okay, but as a DevOps engineer, it is not like you should be expert in all this. Okay, you should know how to create this database. Okay, that's the only goal here. So similarly here, now once we got the idea, everything, now you have to follow the document. In the AWS, there is a service called RDS. RDS full form is Relational Database Service. Okay. So if I'm going to search for this service, why that search option is not coming? That's weird. Just give me a second. Let me refresh the page. Okay. So yeah, now search box is coming. RDS. So manage relational database service. You can click on this RDS part. So when you will be creating a database should be a little bit secure, right? Because here you are storing all the data, everything. Okay, so you cannot create a database without configuring the password, everything. Okay. So if I want to create a database, first I will be clicking on create database button. Okay. Now in this create database, I'm going to select which database. I am just going with the MySQL database. So I will select here MySQL. Okay. I'm going with the easy create option because here we'll get the free tier option. Okay. Easy create MySQL. And now they are going to ask us that what will be your instance size or something. I think there is some internet issue or something where these pages are loading. I don't know. Okay, so see here we are getting the three options. Okay, one is the production, one is the dev test, one is the free tier. Okay, so you can go with any of the machine. This machine it will give you 32 GB RAM, 500 GB of storage. Right here they will be giving two CPUs, 16 GB RAM like that. We are going with the free tier. Okay, free tier will be more than enough for us. Okay, now they are saying that what will be the name you want to keep. So I want to keep the exactly same name, database one only. So let it be that only. Okay, username, that what will be your username. I'm not changing the username here, I'm keeping it admin, but you can write any username whatever you are liking for, but whatever the username and password you are writing here, that you have to remember, because without using this username and password you will be never able to log into your SQL database. Okay, so I'm keeping username as admin, password I am writing something. Okay, but make sure this password should not contain any single quote, double quote, or at the rate symbol. Okay, so your password should minimum 8 characters. Okay, so I'm just writing the password here. And then I am confirming the password. And that's it. So username I said, password I said, come down, simply click on create database. A database is going to create. Okay, and we are going to create the MySQL database. So database creation is going to take time, 3 to 4 minutes of time. Okay, then only your database is going to be fully created. Okay, database one is already there. Is that the case? Okay, let me just create the database now. I think sometime I created a database. That's why they are saying one database already exists. Let it be. Do the instance already exist? What is the problem here? Okay, just give me a second. Let me go to the RTS. Databases. Okay, database actually they created due to this internet problem. Okay, I am not able to see. So that's why, but see the database they created, both the database actually they created, database one also and database new also. I don't require both. So what I'm going to do is I'm deleting the database one for now. Okay, only I will keep it database new only. Some internet is slow. That's why I think response is slow. That's why they thought that it is not created, but actually it is in the creating state. I don't know why internet is behaving like this. Just wait. It is going to take 4 to 5 minutes of time to create this database. We'll wait for that. Meanwhile, I'm just duplicating this page. Okay. And to connect to this particular database, once this database will be created, once it will be become running, then only we can connect. It will become available here. Okay. So until and unless that it is not becoming available, we'll be not able to connect. Okay, so we have to wait for that. Meanwhile, to connect to this particular database, you will require a EC2 instance. Okay, from the EC2 instance only you are going to connect to the database. Okay, so we'll be using this particular EC2 instance to connect to that particular database. Okay, so let me just start the instance. Let's wait until this is getting created. Just give me a second. Yeah, so now it is in the creating state. You are seeing that configuring, enhance, monitoring, it is happening. So entire database creation takes time, 4 to 5 minutes, nothing to worry about. Okay, just we have to wait. Okay. Meanwhile, there will be some EC2 instance will require, okay, to do this connectivity. Okay. And we have to do some change, like take an example. I don't know how to connect with this MySQL database, right? So there is no worry. You can simply search here like AWS RDS as MySQL. I created the database in the MySQL. Okay. I want to connect with this. That's it. If we try to search like this in the Google, that AWS RDS MySQL connect. So see, they are giving the page here that connecting to a DB instance running the MySQL database. Basically, they are guiding us that how to connect to the database instance which will be running with the MySQL database. So if I click on this, this is the official documentation. They are going to provide us all the details, right? And they are clearly saying that if you are using the Linux 2023, then please use this command to install the MariaDB software, which will help you to connect. Else, if you are using the Amazon Linux 2, in our case, we are mostly using Amazon Linux 2, so we'll be using this command, sudo yum install MariaDB. That's it. Okay. And similarly, if somebody is using the Ubuntu or something, for that they are guiding us that you have to run this particular command. So we'll be focusing on this command. After that, they are saying that to check whether it is installed or not, you can type this command. Okay. After that, they are saying if you want to do the connection or something, then you have to go to the database. This all information, whatever they are talking about now, this all will be able to get it once the database will be created. This type of the information will be there. So this will try to find it. So just wait for that. But yeah, this is the process. First, we have to install a software with the name called MariaDB. Then only everything is going to work. Okay. So currently it is getting created. So meanwhile, what I'm going to do is, let me first check the security part. Everything good. So make sure in whichever the EC2 instance you are trying now, there is a default security group will be in your account that is attached to your this one. Okay, how to attach it? I think I already shown you one time, but you can click on action, click on security, click on change security group, and here you can just search for the default security group. Okay, like take an example, if I'm removing it and if I'll search here like for default, so you'll get one security group here. Just click on add, make sure both are added. Okay, and then dash do it. That's one. Okay, so this is the thing you have to do. Once that is done, that security group is attached to this, then simply connect to this machine. Okay, connect to this particular EC2 instance. I'm connecting directly from the browser. And if somebody missed the class in between, so you can watch the recording. In the starting, I guided you what actually the database is, these all things. Okay, so just see the starting part later. Okay, but connectivity part, it is now only I'm teaching, so you'll not miss anything. Okay. So currently still it is in the backing up state. Meanwhile, I am just coming here. First I will check become the root user. Okay. And then I will check that whether MySQL is installed in this or not. Okay. So currently MySQL is not installed. Okay. That means we are good to go. Okay. So you will see there is no command, nothing like that it is finding, right? So in this particular thing, they are saying that you have to run this command, sudo yum install MariaDB. I'm just going to copy this command. I will paste it here. Okay. And that's it. This is going to install the MariaDB software, and whenever you install the MariaDB, by default MySQL also get installed. Okay, so now if I'll type MySQL hyphen version, so previously it was saying command not found, but now they are saying, right, something they are saying that can't connect to the local MySQL server, something like this. That means at least MySQL is present. Now they are not saying command not found or something, right? They are telling that we are not able to connect. Okay, if this is coming, that means yes, MySQL is successfully installed. Okay, once the MySQL is successfully installed, now we have to connect to this database, right? So until and unless this will not available, we cannot do. Yeah, now this has become available. Once the database become available, just click on this database. Okay. And meanwhile, let me show you one more extra thing before going inside this. You can clearly see here currently number of connection is 0. No people is connected to your database. That's what they are saying. 0 connection. Database is just like a storage where we store the data in the tabular format. That's the only difference. Okay. So I'm just clicking on database new here. This is the database I created. And they are giving us some details here. Okay. And if as per the documentation, they were talking about this screenshot on that will require this endpoint and port. Right, whatever the endpoint and port we are seeing it here, these things will require to connect. Okay. And how to connect to this database, they are saying that you have to write a command. Which command you have to write? Someone's mic is open. Do you want to say something? Okay. So if you want to connect, right? So see, they are telling us here some command here, right? So here they are saying that you have to use the command called MySQL. Okay, -h is for host. Then they are saying that you have to paste your endpoint URL. Then you have to give -P. Then you have to mention your port, then username. Then you have to mention the password. This is the basically the command they are talking about. Okay, so you have to write like this. You will be writing first MySQL, become the root user, then become the MySQL. I want to connect to a database. So that's why -h. And what is the database URL? So my database is running on this particular URL. So I will just copy this URL and I will paste it here. So MySQL, please connect to this particular database. Okay. And this database is running on a port -P. Port is 3306. Again, how we are seeing it, port is here mentioned 3306. Okay. Now, once you got the port also, then you will require some username. So -u for username. In my case, our username was admin. If you forgot, you can again verify here by coming to the configuration page. Here you can clearly see your username was admin. Okay. So username is admin. Now we have to enter the -P for password. If I'll press enter, so they will ask us to enter your password, whatever the password I set. Okay. That I'm just going to type it here. Okay. And press enter. And see, we connected to the MySQL database. Okay, after giving all the information, giving the password, then only you'll be able to connect to the MySQL database. And this is the command MySQL -h, then endpoint URL -P, port, username, admin, and password. Exactly same thing I mentioned in the document also. Okay, so to connect to the any database, you will be using the command like this. MySQL -h -P 3306 -u admin small p. Then you have to enter the password and you will be connected to this. Once this is done, then you can run some commands, like there are some commands called show database. Again, this command perspective, I said you that you can go through this w3school.com to understand the command. Okay. But I'm just giving you the idea here. Okay. That how actually what we do. But up to here, if you done that, you set up the database, you connected to the database, basics, you know, right? That's your work of the as a DevOps engineer is done. Okay, now other part, creating the database, maintaining the database, will be taken care by the database admin team. Okay, so I'm just writing a command called show database. It will say that total how many databases are created inside this. Okay, then if somebody want to create another database, so there is a command here, right? Like this. Either you want to follow this command, well and good. If you don't want to do this, go to this particular blog. Here I just referred a blog. In this blog, they given a quick example how to create a table, how to add some data here. So just open this link. Okay, and here they will guide you. Okay, that first you have to connect to your MySQL. Once you connected to the MySQL, if you want to create a new database for movie, I want to store the collection of movies, okay, in a database format. When that movie is released, when that who is the director of the movie, what was the release year, title of the movie, everything I want to store in this particular format, right? So in that case, basically they are saying that first you have to create a database with the name called movies. So I'm just going to copy this command and I will paste it here. What this command will do, it will create the database with the name called movies. If I'll say that, can you show me the database? So see here, one more database now started to come with the name called movies because we just created it. Okay. Once the movies database got created, then there is a command they are saying is show database that we run it. Now this table, whatever the table I am going to create, that I want to create inside this movies database only. So first I will say that I'm going to use the movies database. So for that the command is use movies. Once we started to use the movies database, here you can see now we are using the movies database. Then what you can do is you can add the data here. Okay, so for adding the data, first you have to create a table format that I will require a title column, then director column, release year, like this. So here I'm creating a table with the name called movies, okay, in which there will be column will be title, then release year. Like this way, there are so many titles here. Just copy this command and just try to paste it here. This command work will be to create a table. It will create a table with the name called movies, in which different column will be there. That's it. Once this table is created, to check whether that table got created or not, okay, you have to see a command here, describe movies, describe and movies. Movies is our table name here, okay. So I will just write here, describe movies. So they will say that what are the data you are going to store inside this, okay, or how the column I designed. So they are saying basically you designed 4 fields here, okay, in which you are going to store some data here, okay, like this way they are saying, okay. So this table now got created. Now we have to add some data inside this table, right? So to add some data inside the table, they are saying, take an example, you want to add the data for the movie of Joker, right? So they are saying you have to run this command, then I will add the data. I will just copy this. And if I'll paste it here, so basically they are going to add a data. Now if you'll type the command like this, select a star from movies, like that I shown you in the W3 school one. Here I was writing, right? Select a star from customers, because here the table name was customer. In our case, our table name is movies. So I'll be just writing select a star from movies. That's it. And see, they are giving the data, right? Currently we added only one movie, but they are giving all the information here. If somebody want to add one more extra movie, they will be writing this command. You can change all the data here, okay. Like 2020, I'm writing a movie for 2020. Director name is, take an example, only Phillips, something like this, okay. Movie genre should be something like trailer only, take an example, okay. And this movie name is something like, take an example, anything like something like this. And if I'll press enter, what will happen? One more data got added. If I'll do select a star from movie, so see now there's 2 data. One is Joker, one is the Spider-Man, like that. Okay. Now, if there are can be multiple movies, you can add it now. Okay. But now if I want to find the movies which is released in year 2020, okay. So I know that only one movies is there in the 2020, but there can be 2000 data in there, right? In that we have to find that I want to list all the movies that was released in 2020. Okay. So in that way, you'll be writing the command like this, select a star from movies, okay, where release underscore year is equal to 2020. That's it. And if we type it, see, we are seeing only one movies. This only got released in 2020. And again, if you don't want to see all the column, you just want to see the title of the movie. That's it. That which got released in 2020. So in place of a star here, okay, you'll be just mentioning your title. That's it. Now see, they're just showing the title of the movie that, okay, this is a movie that got released in 2020. We got the idea, right? So like for this particular purpose only, we create the database. Okay, so just you have to do this practice, okay, and at any time in the free time, if you want to learn a little bit about the database, you can come to this, okay, and if you learn up to here like average and like, that's more than enough for you, okay. Just try to start from the SQL syntax, right? From here, just they will give you some example. You can click on try it yourself. At the later part, they test your knowledge also. You can simply here type it like this, select something like this. I know that select is the correct command, right? So if I'll try to submit answer, they will say that whether my answer is correct or not, right? So actually, in my case, I already completed everything, but they will tell you, right, that it is correct or not. And like this way, there are so many exercises they give, and if you complete all the exercise, it will come as tick only. Okay. In my case, everything is completed. That's why I say everything is coming as tick like that. Okay. But you can practice it here up to here. Okay. So anything you want to ask up to here? Anybody? Okay. You have to just come to this website and go to the SQL. You can learn it from here. Okay, try to run up to here, average like statement, up to like a statement. That's more than enough. This everything will be bonus for you if you are learning this. So yeah, anything you want to ask up to here? And since we connected to this particular database and currently we are connected to that database only, so you can see here the total number of connection you are going to see in the database. Okay, it will be one connection. Let me refresh this. See, one connection is there. That means one people is connected to currently my database. There can multiple people can connect this database. Multiple people can write the data, delete the data, add the data, right? Whoever will have the permission, who will be having the username, password, they can do it, right? So that's the benefit here. Okay, so that's all from AWS side. Okay, AWS lecture will be completed now. The only part remaining is the VPC that anyhow we are going to cover during the Terraform lectures. You don't have to worry about. Okay, and from the next classes we'll be starting with the DevOps topic, and the first topic we are going to learn is the Ansible. Okay, so that's all for today. If anybody have any question in mind up to here, you can just ask. Anything you want to ask up to here. No? Okay then. Thanks all of you. Have a nice day. And if you yeah, one more thing. If you want to delete this database now, I shown you, but make sure that once your practical is done, you delete the database. Okay. If you'll keep the database, then it can be costly up to 5 GB of storage only. They give it free for some limited time only. Okay. So if you'll keep it running and your time got consumed, right? So in that case, you will start to get the charges. Okay. So you can just delete this. And how to delete the database? So I don't want to store any backup or something because I know that whatever the data I stored here, that is not important for me. So I acknowledge that and I will just write it here, delete me, that's it. And it will delete the database. Okay. So that's the thing. So yeah, that's all. Thanks, all. Hi, all of you. Is my sound is audible? Am I audible to you? Anybody can confirm? Is my sound not audible? Or what's the case? Because nobody is responding. Okay. Okay, just give me a second. We'll start. Okay, so today we are going to start with the Ansible. Okay, new topic. So before that, anybody have any question, anything to ask in the AWS side? Okay, so let's start with the Ansible. Okay, so if you'll search in the Google like what is Ansible, so you'll get the answer like Ansible is a configuration management tool. Okay, so to understand that, how the Ansible is managing everything, how Ansible is helping you to do the configuration management. So first we have to think that what was the problem people were facing when there was no Ansible, right? Until and unless you are not going to understand that, you'll be not able to understand Ansible. So before that, like there was no Ansible, then what was happening was like system admin, the person who was managing everything. Okay, he was the basically he was the only one person that was responsible for updating the application. Like if some software require any update or something, so that system admin will take care manually. Okay. Similarly, if somebody want to change the operating system or somebody want to update the operating system packages, right? If you want to install some antivirus or anything type of the work, like whatever the things you want to do inside a machine, okay, or inside your server, everything he was have to do manually, okay. Like tomorrow, there are, take an example, 10 server you are going to manage as a system admin, okay. Three servers are running on the Red Hat system, three servers are running on the Ubuntu system, three servers are running on the some other Linux, or some are running on the Windows, right? So in that case, if somebody is saying you that you have to install the HTTPD package, okay? So if your servers are running on the Red Hat, then you'll be using the command called yum install HTTPD, right? Similarly, if it is Ubuntu, then you'll be using the command called apt install Apache 2, like that, right? So that means changing the Linux environment, the command is getting different, right? For installing the operating system, everything. And if there are hundreds server, thousands of server, and we want to manage everything, it was really difficult for them. Okay, and that's what people were facing, like managing all these things, copying the file, pasting the file to all the 100 server, deleting some files from 100 server, right? Everything was the manual task. Like until and unless I'm not going to log into all the 100 server one by one, how I can install the software there, or how I can update the software there, right? So these all things should be automated in nature. Okay. And for that particular purpose only, people thought that we should go with some automation tool. Okay. Which can automate this entire process. That means this system admin will hit just a single command, and that single command he is just saying that I want, my goal is to install the HTTPD package. That's it. Once this system admin will message that my goal is to install the HTTPD package, it doesn't matter that whether your server is running on the Ubuntu, Red Hat, right, Kali Linux, or any other Linux. It's the duty of the Ansible that he will type the correct command in all the machines. If it is running in the Ubuntu, Ansible is so intelligent that they will type the command there, yum install HTTPD. If it is running in Ubuntu, Ansible is so intelligent that they will be typing the command called apt install Apache 2. So as a system admin, now you don't have to worry about. Just you have to tell that I want to delete this software, I want to copy this file. Everything will be taken care by the Ansible in the backend. Okay, so that's the goal here. Once we got this idea that what Ansible can help us, okay, so basically Ansible is easy. It is not like any big scripting or big coding you have to understand or something. Okay, when I will type the Ansible code, everything you will see that everything will be easy. Configuration part of the Ansible, like setting up the Ansible from scratch, that is little bit hectic work. Okay, we'll be taking 2 days to entirely set up the Ansible. Okay, but once the setup will be completed, then learning the command, typing the script, everything is going to be easy. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. And Ansible uses a YAML file for scripting. Okay, like we write the code, everything in the YAML file format. Its full form is yet another markup language. Okay, so if I will show you what type of this YAML look like. So take an example, if I'm opening the notepad, okay, and here, uh, see how easy it is. Take an example, you have to say to the Ansible that Ansible, I am going to give you a task. So you'll be writing like this name, okay, and whatever the task, I want to give the task to the Ansible that you have to install the HTTP, okay, like this, right? Now inside, after this name, you have to write parallelly, and here you'll be mentioning the package name, something like this. Okay. I'm going to use the package name called HTTPD, right? And my goal is something like you have to make sure that this state should be present. Something like this. If I'll mention like this, right, that means, and it's the Ansible duty that they are going to install the package called HTTPD and they will make sure present. Okay. And if I'm saying that you have to go to the all the server machine, like in the top, if you'll be typing, again, these all commands will be understand. Currently, I'm just showing you what are the things you do. If you'll write package, whatever the package you want to install, and the state is equal to present, what it will do, it will install the HTTPD package in all the 100 server, whatever is connected with your Ansible. Okay. Tomorrow, if somebody is saying me that can you remove the HTTPD package from all the 100 server machine, I have to just do one change. This present, I have to make it as absent. That's it. Now it's the Ansible duty that what command related to uninstalling the software, they will run it there. We don't have to worry about. Okay. Similarly, tomorrow somebody is saying is that you have to copy some file. So I will be writing a module like copy. Again, these all things I will tell you, but I'm just showing you how it works, right? You will be using the copy, and here we'll be writing something like this src, that which file I want to copy, that I will mention. Take an example, a.txt file I want to copy. Okay. and at which location I want to copy. So I will just write here destination, something like this. And I will say that, okay, let's copy this inside this location, where/www/html. Now it's the duty of the Ansible that they will copy this file from your base machine, like from this particular laptop, they will copy this file and they will paste it at this particular location in all the 100 server machines. So this is a proper format. There is nothing to remember everything, right? This is a normal coding type of a thing. Anybody can understand. Even if somebody does not know, okay, we are talking about package, we are talking about state, like that way. Okay. And again, there is a Ansible Tower also. So there is a two software basically. One is Ansible, one is Ansible Tower. Ansible Tower is a graphical user interface of Ansible provided by the Red Hat company. But this is a paid service. For using the Ansible Tower, you have to buy the license, everything. Okay. And very few companies use the Ansible Tower. We have the partnership with the Red Hat like that. Okay. But all other companies prefer Ansible CLI only. And in our training also, we are going to learn the Ansible CLI only. Okay. And whatever the things you can do with the CLI, exactly same thing we'll be doing it with the Ansible Tower also. But here you don't have to write the script, everything. It is something like this. You are launching the EC2 instance by CLI and you are launching the EC2 instance by console. That's the only difference like that. Okay. So till now we understand that Ansible is a configuration tool by which we can install packages or we can configure packages to hundreds of server, thousands of server at a time. Okay. And Ansible is available for all different Linux versions, right? Either you are using the RHEL, that is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or Debian, CentOS, Oracle Linux. It is available for everything. Okay. You can use this tool whether your services are running on the on-premise also or it is running on the cloud also. Okay. So if it is running an on-premise, then it is basically, it is running on your local server. So there also you can run the Ansible. It is not like Ansible can run on the AWS cloud or GCP cloud only. It is any Linux machine you can run on the run Ansible there. Okay. For Ansible, there is a requirement that you should have a Linux machine, and on top of that Linux machine, Python should be installed. If both these two things are there, then you can easily install the Ansible there. Okay. Why Python is required? Because Ansible is written in the Python programming language. Okay. So until and unless Python is not present in your laptop, Ansible cannot run. Okay. Now, Ansible help you to turn your code into the infrastructure as a code. Okay. Why I'm saying this? Because with the help of the Ansible, you can launch the EC2 instances also. You can configure S3 bucket also. Okay, right. Ansible can help us to do so many things. But usually we don't use Ansible mostly for infrastructure as a code. Why? Because for that we have a separate tool called Terraform. Okay. And when I will explain you the Terraform, that time I will say you that these things we can do with the Ansible easily. But this is the limitation of the Terraform, that Terraform cannot do work of the Ansible and Ansible cannot do the work of the Terraform. Okay. But both they can do their work. Okay. And even they can do the work of each other also. But Terraform is expertise in managing the infrastructure. Okay. But Ansible is not. Similarly, Terraform also can do the configuration management. Okay. But Ansible is expert in that. Okay. But because in Ansible, it will do, again, these all things will little bit complex for you. So again, that I will explain you later. But till now, just understand both can do each other work. That means Terraform can also be used as a configuration management, but it is not meant for. Why? Reason will come later. Okay. Second thing, Ansible can also be used as an infrastructure as a code. Okay, but again, it is not that much good in infrastructure provisioning, but it is so good in case of the configuration management. That's why we use Ansible mostly for configuration management. Now, again, Ansible interesting thing is that Ansible follow the push mechanism. What is the push mechanism? So Ansible say that what you have to do is you have to launch, take an example, we are launching 4 EC2 instances, something like this. Okay. So one EC2 instance, I will be making it as a master machine, Ansible master machine. Okay. So in this Linux machine, I will log in, then I will install the Python there, right? Then I will install the Ansible, then I will configure the Ansible here, everything I will do. And this will be known as the master machine. Okay. And inside this master machine, this is a separate machine. Okay. And then we are going to have 3 server machines like that. Okay. One will be the server one will be the server two, one will be the server three. Take an example, on these server machines, our applications of the companies are run. Okay. Or these 3 EC2 instances are there in which all the servers, everything are already run. Okay. Now tomorrow, company's manager is coming and they are saying that okay, there are 100 servers or 1,000 servers are in our company and they are running all the applications of our company there. Okay, but there is a minor bug come in the environment. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to update all the applications running in this to the latest version, something like that. Okay, take an example. Currently, application is running on 3.2 versions in all the three EC2 instances. Okay, tomorrow somebody is saying me that can you change it to the 3.5 version. Okay, so the one way will be you will be logging to each EC2 instances manually, right? And then you'll be running the command called yum update that particular package, and that package will be updated. That is the one thing. Okay, but if there are three server, well and good, you can log in 3 times and you can do it. Okay, but in three, if there are three server only, but take an example, I am saying you that you have to update 10 software here, 10 software here, 10 software here, then you have to update 30 software, then it is going to take time, right? And if there are 100 servers and in each servers you are going to update 10 software manually, right? So just understand that how much time you will be consuming and how much headache will be for you, right? But Ansible say that since you have a master machine, so do one thing. Okay, just give me the IP address, username, and password. Why we require the IP address, username, and password? Because you know that to log into any Linux machine will require three things: IP address, username, password. If these three things I will have, I can log into any Linux machine, right? So now I am going to provide the IP address, username, password of this machine, this machine, this machine. Everything I listed inside a file here in the master machine. Okay, and I saved it separately here. Okay, now from the sometime like anytime manager is going to come and they will say that you have to update the software in all the three machines. I will communicate from this master machine. Okay, and I will be typing the command in the Ansible master and I will say that these are the software name and what you have to do is you have to make it to the latest version. That's it. As soon as I am going to say that, it's the Ansible duty that they are going to read that file in which I written the IP address, username, password. Okay. And they will log into all the three machine or 100 machine or 1000 machine. How much many IP address I provided? It matters there. Okay. So they will read all these IP addresses, everything, and they will start to do the login. Okay. They will log into that machine. They will make sure that all the software updated. Then they will do in the second machine, then third machine, like that way. We have to just wait and see. Once everything will be completed, Ansible will notify that yes, your whatever the things you said to me, everything is completed. Okay, tomorrow somebody is saying me you have to remove. I will just change the script here that I want to remove the software. It's the Ansible duty that they will log into all the machine and they will remove the software because IP address, username, password, everything we already provided. So from the next time, we have to just run the script. That's it. Okay. That's why I said you setting up for the first time, it is difficult because we have to maintain the IP address, we have to maintain the username, we have to maintain the password, we have to give the authentication permission. There are so many things is involving, right? But once I will provide everything, now it's the Ansible duty to log into these machines, everything. Okay. And the benefit of the Ansible is just give me a second. Yeah, so I was saying that some people say that Ansible is agentless. Okay, so why Ansible is agentless? So to understand this, just like I'm going to ask you a question, simple. That all of you transfer the file from one mobile phone to another mobile phone, right? All of you done that. Okay. Now just tell me that what are the way you usually prefer to transfer the file from one mobile phone to another mobile phone? Anybody? What are the ways you follow to transfer the files from one mobile phone to another mobile phone? Just be a little bit quick now, all of you. Simple question, right? What happened to all of you? Are you not ready to interact or something? Simple basic question, right? That what are the ways you follow? Because see, I have to tell something to you, right? Until and unless you will not say something now, I will not able to explain you. Because you have to understand now, correlate the thing. Because see, mugging up the definition, it will be really hard for you. You have to think. So just a simple question that, right? Like if you want to transfer the file from one mobile phone to another mobile phone, what are the ways you use? That's it. And nobody can say that I never done that, right? This is a basic thing. Everybody done that at any point of the time. That you transfer the file from one mobile phone to another mobile phone. Any application. Can you mention some application name? That's what the thing is. Google File. Okay, tell me now if you want to transfer the file but there is no internet connectivity, then tell me. Others also just try, right? A normal thing now. That if there is no internet connectivity, how you are going to save the files? Any other option? Anybody? Just give me a second. Okay, yeah, Bluetooth. So in case of the Bluetooth, what happens here is that in both the mobile phone, Bluetooth should be present, right? Then only you can share the files, right? Similarly, if the both the mobile phones have like Wi-Fi, then you can share the files using Wi-Fi, or like there are some applications like ShareIt, Genda, right? So this type of the applications also help you to share the files, but this all requires a local connectivity, some type of the thing, right? And both the mobiles should have ShareIt software, then only they can transfer. Or both the mobiles should have Bluetooth, then only they can transfer the files like that. Okay, so that's the basically the limitation here. So once we got the here, but in case of the Ansible, it is not the case. Okay. It is not like if you want to using the Ansible in this EC2 instance machine, you have to install the Ansible here also, here also, here also. No, because Ansible does not depend on their software. How Ansible will help us to log in inside this EC2 instance machine, everything. They are using the SSH protocol, right? And SSH is supported by all the Linux machine. Okay, by default. So it is not necessary that Ansible you have to install it in all the worker nodes. Okay, you don't have to install the Ansible to 100 server, 1000 server. There will be only one master machine in which you have to install the Ansible and you have to do the work. There is no limitation of doing that. Okay, so that's the thing. Just give me. Just give me a second. 1 second. Okay. So we are saying about this. So you don't require to install here. Okay. And that's why we say Ansible is eventless. Ansible need not to be installed in the node side. Okay. Now, then how Ansible works? So Ansible works directly through the SSH protocol. Okay. And to doing this entire practical, what we'll be going to do is we'll be launching 3 EC2 instance machine. Okay. And one machine I'm going to treat it as the Ansible master machine or Ansible server machine, and 2 other EC2 instance I will treat it as our server machine, worker node machine. Okay. And my goal will be that whatever the software I want to install, whatever the files I want to copy, right, whatever the users I want to create inside this, that means whatever the things you learned till now in the Linux, right, everything will be not doing inside this machine by login inside this. I will be saying to this Ansible master that do one thing, create a user with the name called Kisan in both the worker node 1 and worker node 2. It's the duty of the Ansible that they will log into this two machine and they will type the command like user add Kisan. User will be created here. Then they will log into this machine and they will type the command called user add Kisan. Okay, like this way it will do. Make sense to all of you? Up to here, is this make sense or any confusion up to here? Okay. So, I don't know, others people did not join only 3 years they are doing. Okay. And we are going to follow a lab file. Okay. Where is that lab file? Is it closed? Just give me a second. Okay, so basically, see, I don't know, like others are. Okay, so let me just give you an idea what are the things we are going to do the tomorrow. Okay, and just you have to do some quick revision before coming to the next class. That also I will tell you. Okay, so you can understand these all things. Okay. So the first thing, do little bit mug up of your Linux knowledge, at least of lab 4 and lab 5. This is the first requirement, okay? That whatever the lab 4 and lab 5 we done, na, like creating the user, setting up the user, creating the group, right? These all things just try to check. That's the first thing, okay? Second thing, the first thing what we'll be doing is that we'll be launching the 3 Linux machine, okay? And we'll be launching the 3 Linux machine, and in the security group, we'll be allowing that you have to allow the HTTP port, right? Because I said you why HTTP port we require. So it is not necessary because we are going to install the HTTPD package, everything, and to do the testing that whether HTTPD package is installed, whether it got started, we should access the port 80, right? Then only our website will be visible and we'll see that, okay, that means HTTPD software got installed, right? So that particular reason only we will be going to launch the instances and will be just for our sake, we'll be enabling the HTTP port 80 in the starting itself. So we don't have to manually do it later. Okay. And we are going to use the Amazon Linux 2 machine only, and we'll be launching the 3 machine T2.micro only. There is no problem in that. Okay. Once we done this, this 3 EC2 instance will be created. Okay, one machine name I will be giving it as a server, Ansible server. This is our master machine. This will be the EC2 instance in which I am going to install the Ansible software. Okay, and this too will be our worker node. Currently, we are not going with 100 server or 1000 server, something like this. We'll be going with the 2 worker node. Okay. And my goal is if I want to do anything inside this two machine, I'll be talking from the Ansible server. I will not going to manually log into this two machine. Okay. And as we are doing controlling this two machine, like this way only we can control 100 machine, 1000 machine. There is no necessity or something. Okay. And to understand this Ansible document, okay, I will upload this Ansible document. Let me just upload it here also, so I will not get confused. This is the lab file. I am going to upload Ansible lab document here. Okay, so this is the Ansible lab document I uploaded here. So to understand this Ansible lab document, just you have to understand the first thing, okay, that whenever you are seeing this black screen, okay, like background is black and the color is white, right? So just understand that this thing, whatever, whenever this screenshot will come, make sure that this is a screenshot of the Ansible server machine or Ansible master machine. Okay, just make a note of this, that whenever you are seeing this color, white background color like this, white color in front and background is black, then this is the Ansible server or master machine. Okay. Second thing, whenever you are seeing the screenshot like this, okay, orange color, okay, that means this is the worker node 1. And whenever you are seeing the screenshot as a green color, that means it is a node 2. Okay, why? Because there are so many screenshots are going to come in the picture, right? And we are going to work parallelly on the 3 machines. So you will get confused that which command to run in which machine, right? That's why I took this screenshot in this way. Okay, that if it is in the white color, okay, make sure that this is the master machine. That means all the commands which is coming in this screenshot, run it in the master machine. Other two, orange one and green one, okay, that you have to respective of the node 1 and node 2, like that. Okay. Now the first thing, again, after doing this all configuration, once the machine is ready, I said you that we have to install the Ansible. Okay, but again, Ansible I don't have to install in all the 3 machines, right? I have to install Ansible in only first machine, that is Ansible server. That's why you'll be going to see that when I will be starting with the practical, the first thing, like first I will be doing this command. Again, this command will help us to install some software. These all things I will be doing it in the Ansible server machine only. And that's why you are seeing here white color. Okay, here you are seeing white color like that, right? We are installing the Python software because I said you, until and unless Python software will be not installed, Ansible will be not installed, right? That's why we are installing this. These all things will take it tomorrow. Okay. I don't want to take a stress. Meanwhile, you can just practice the Linux class. Okay. And once everything will be done, it will see in this document up to 8th step, right? From the 7th step, we are doing everything in the Ansible server machine only. Okay. Once we'll come to the 8th step, then you'll see the screenshot are coming in the orange color and green color. That means these things we have to run it in the worker node 1 and worker node 2. Okay. So again, these all things I will tell you. Okay. Meanwhile, just practice this user add command, user group command, right? Changing the permission, these all things, whatever I taught you in the Linux class. Now just try to do a quick revision. Okay. Basically, I am saying you to refer this particular documentation, Linux lab. Okay. And in this, go to the lab 4 and lab 5. Okay. And just recall the things. If you're not getting time, at least read the document. Okay. Make sense? All of you? Okay, just lab 4 and lab 5 little bit basic. You have to just make sure that user add, group add, these all things. Okay, just remember these all things because these all things we are going to use it tomorrow. Okay, so I don't want to spend again the extra time on creating the user, how to guide you everything. Okay, that's why I'm saying you to refer this. Okay, and I will ask also team to let other people also join so everybody can see how to install the Ansible from scratch. Okay. Any question, anything you want to ask, or anybody is facing any difficulty in the Ansible, you can tell me. Or before that topic, like AWS. AWS, anybody like completed the practical or up to which part you done the practical? Anybody can tell that? Auto scaling group, anybody completed practical of that? No. Okay. Load balancer. Have you completed load balancer? Load balancer also no. That means entire AWS you did not done it. Is that the case? What about others? Okay, then try to spend some time. Okay, and try to complete it that part. Okay, because again, new topic will come. Everything is going to be stacking up, right? And it will be really difficult to manage. Because from now on, see, once we'll cover the Ansible, then we are going to start with Docker. After Docker, we are going to start with Kubernetes. After Kubernetes, we'll be going to start with the Jenkins, Maven, Tomcat, right? There are so many tools are going to come. Terraform. So you will be seeing every day, like you'll see, like in 2 days, 3 days, technology are getting changed, right? Because we'll be switching to the different topic. So that's why you have to spend a little bit more time now. Okay. So yeah, that's all then. Okay, let's try to revise this Linux concept. Okay, and if anything previous part is remain, just try to practice that. Okay. So yeah, that's all from my side for today. Okay, tomorrow we'll meet and we'll set up the Ansible everything from scratch. Okay, thanks all of you. Have a nice day. Hi all of you. My sound is audible. Okay, so let's just start. Today we are going to see the setup of the Ansible. Yesterday I given you this virtual path. So to start with this practical, the first thing what we'll be doing is we'll be launching the three Linux machine. Okay, and while we'll be launching, we'll be making sure that HTTP page will be made. That will be the these two things we have to take in consideration. So I'm coming here, I'm launching the machine, I'm giving the name of the machine as Ansible. We are going to select Amazon Linux second AMI on it. Then instance type is going to be t2.micro. Okay, no need to change. If here you can select anyone. Then in the network setting, just make sure you are allowing the HTTP traffic, and here the number of instances we want three. That's why we're mentioning three. That's it. Launch instance. Three EC2 instances going to be launched. Okay. Once these three machines are launched, make the first machine as the master machine, something like this. Second machine, make it as a node one. Okay. Master machine can be known as a server machine also. So you don't get confused between master and server, both are same only. Okay. Now we have three machine available with us. One is the master, two is the worker node. Okay, or slave node, whatever you want to say. Now once all the three machines are ready, okay, then what we have to do is the next thing. So we'll try to log into all the three machines. Okay, in the first machine, whenever you are logging to the putty, just make it like this white background color only. For the second node one, make it as a orange color, and node two, make it as a green color. Okay, so these are the basically the screenshots which we are going to take. Okay, now after doing this, once this is done, then what we have to do is we have to download these all commands. Like from the third steps, we have to do everything in which machine? I have to do in the Ansible server machine, that is in the master. When I have to run some command in the worker node, node one, node two, I will be mentioning that it is we have to run it in node one and node two. And you can see from a screenshot also, this is white color. That means we are doing it in the master machine. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm logging to the master machine. This is my master machine. Okay. And to log in inside the master machine, I will be copying the public IP, open the putty. Okay, so we logged into this machine. They are asking us to run the command for sudo yum update. So let me just quickly do that. talked in the Ansible server machine. Then we have to start with the third step. And in the third step, we are saying it. We have to run this particular command. This particular command will help us to download this particular FL release. FL release full form is extra package for enterprise Linux. Okay. So if you'll download this, then only you'll be able to install the Ansible or something. So I'm just going to copy it. The entire thing, if I'll copy in a single go, then it will be not copied. Okay. So here .rpm was missing. So I just type that .rpm. If I'll press enter, this package is going to be downloaded. Okay. Once this package is downloaded, you can verify also this got downloaded. Okay, so once this RPM package is downloaded, you have to simply install it using the command called yum. I want to install this FL release like this. Okay, press enter. Okay, first we have to become the root user also. We forgot to do that. Okay, all the commands try to run it as a root user only. Okay, so yum install FL release, and that's it. It is going to ask for installation. Now installation is done. Once this installation is done, yum install FL release guide, then you have to install some more packages, which is not necessary here. You can install it also, okay, but it is not necessary. But this Python, Python table, Python page, OpenSSL, and Ansible, these all are the necessary. So I'm just going to copy this all, and I'm going to paste it here, and this is going to download all the packages one by one. Why we are installing the Python? So because Ansible is written in Python programming language. Okay, so Python should be necessary like that. So once the Ansible will be installed, to verify that whether Ansible got installed or not, there is a command here, Ansible -- version. Okay, if you will type this command like Ansible -- version. Okay, and if you're getting some output like this, that means Ansible is successfully installed. And we are saying that, okay, Ansible 2.9.27 version. Okay, once this is done, then what you have to do is, and see, currently I installed the Ansible. I installed the Ansible in the master machine, right? In this master machine. Currently, I did not connect it to this worker node 1 or worker node 2. Okay, and I said you that Ansible should be installed only in the master machine. You don't have to do it in the worker node 1 and worker node 2. Okay. So once this step is done, that fourth step is completed, then the fifth step is, this is the master machine, right? So this master machine, I have to tell that what is my worker node, right? Where this worker node is located, this all information I have to provide this master machine, then only he will be able to log in, right? So for that particular reason, inside this server machine, there is a file /etc/ansible / host file. Okay, there is a host file here. If I press enter, so inside this, they are saying us to write something. Okay, so if I want to write something, take an example. If I come, any of the line you can come and you can start to write. Okay, I prefer to write after the example 2 here. Okay, and here you have to mention two things. You have to mention the private IP of your node 1, private IP of node 2. If there are 100 worker nodes are there, you have to copy the IP address of all the nodes one by one, right? So I'll be copying the IP address of node 1. This is the node 1 IP. I will come here and I will paste it here. Okay, this is the IP. And we can comment it also that this is the node 1 IP for my understanding. Okay. And I have to paste the IP address of node 2 also. So this is the private IP address of node 2. I'm pasting that. I'm writing hashtag node 2, something like that. Okay. So I just created these two IP address. Okay. But there can be a situation that you will be creating multiple IP address, right? Currently, you are writing two IP address only, but there can be situation that you are writing 100 IP. Or there can be situation that there are 10 IP address from, or there are 10 servers from some different DevOps team. There are 10 servers from testing team. There are 10 servers from the developers team. Like that also can be possible, right? So rather than writing the IP address directly, what we prefer is we create a group name here. Take an example. We created a group here with the name called demo. Okay. So from now on, whenever I will say to the Ansible that do one thing, you have to install the HTTP package in the demo node. Okay, so whenever I will say to the Ansible that Ansible, you have to install software in the demo node group, that means Ansible is going to install the software in only these two IP addresses. Okay, tomorrow I will create another group with the name called DevOps. Take an example. Okay, inside this DevOps also I am going to give some IP address. I'm just giving some random IP address here just for understanding purpose. Okay, so from tomorrow, then again, I will say to the Ansible that Ansible, you have to install this software inside the DevOps group. So then Ansible is not going to install the software in these two IP. They will install in these four IP because this four IP belongs to the DevOps, right? So similarly, you can create multiple groups. Okay, like I can create one more group with the name called testing also, right? And inside this also, I can give some IP address, take example 168.2. Okay, so like this way we can give it. If I say that Ansible, you have to install the package in all the nodes, right? So then they will install in this two also, this four also, and this three also. Okay. But if I say that you have to install only in the testing, then they will install it only in this. If they're only in DevOps, then they will be doing this for machine. Only in demo node, that means in this two. Okay. For our practical demo node is going to be the one group, okay, that actually we'll be going to use because this is the only original idea, right? These are just the fake ideas that I just taken for understanding. Okay. So let me save this file after writing this file. Okay. Once you edited this thing, here I mentioned also that you have to write the demo node, then you have to mention the IP address like that. Okay. Once this is done, then there is one more file you have to edit it. That file is located in the /etc/ansible/ansible.cs. Open this file /etc/ansible/ansible.cfg, and inside this file there will be a line called inventory. This is a line called inventory. Simply uncomment this line, remove the hash symbol from starting. Okay. Then there is one more line called sudo user. Okay. This line also you have to uncomment. So basically, why I uncommented this? Because see, this is the file that we just edited, where I written the IP address. I written the IP address inside this file only, right? So if Ansible will find the worker node or something where it is present, so they will read this particular file. That's why we uncommented this file. Okay. And should they require any root user power or something, that's why we uncommented this line also, because for installing the software, they are going to require the root user power. So once these two lines you uncommented, simply save this file. That is also done. Okay, and you can verify also I written. You have to uncomment the inventory and sudo user. Insert is also there. Inventory and sudo user should be uncommented from this. Okay. Once this is done, then what you have to do is now you are going to create a user with the name called Ansible. Okay, you will be creating a user with the name called Ansible. Why? Because we should not provide the root user credential to everybody, right? That's why we are going to create a separate user with the name called Ansible, and that I will provide to the Ansible software. So whenever Ansible software want to log in to this worker node like that, they will be doing as an Ansible user. So basically, my goal is in all the three machines. Okay, the first time I am going to do work in all the three. Okay, till now I was doing everything in the first. Okay. So what I want to do is I will create a user Ansible inside this machine also. We'll create a user with the name called Ansible in this machine also and in this machine also. Okay. The benefit of this will be that if this in the master, if I want to do something, I will not do as a EC2 user or root user. I will do it as an Ansible user. Okay. Similarly, in this machine, when I will try to log in, I will try to log in as an Ansible user only. I will not try to log in as a EC2 user or root user because I don't want to give that root credential password to everybody, right? That's why. So once we got that, what are the goals we are going to do? So first we'll be creating the user. Okay, so to create the user, all the node command, user add Ansible. This is going to create a user with the name called Ansible. To set the password to the user Ansible, we'll just type the command called password Ansible. They will ask you what is the password you want to set to the Ansible. I will set a simple password. Okay. Whatever the password you are setting, just make sure that you are remembering that password. Okay. So I just set the password, everything goes. Okay. Now let's clear all this thing. So to check whether that Ansible user got created or not, okay, you can type the command switch user hyphen Ansible. If you type this command switch user hyphen Ansible, then what will happen is you will be switched to the Ansible, right? I switch to the Ansible. Okay, that means this is one, right? We created the Ansible user. Similarly, we have to create the Ansible user in the worker node 1 also and worker node 2 also. Okay, so for doing it quick, what I'm going to do is rather than connecting using the putty to this worker node 1 and worker node 2, I'm actually connecting it from the browser. And let me just connect to the worker node 2 also. So this is worker node 1. Okay, you can verify downside it is node 1. Okay, so first they are asking us to do the sudo yum update. So let me just quickly do it. And meanwhile, you'll see in the documentation we clearly said first you have to create the user, okay, with this particular white colored screenshot. That means it is done in the master machine. Then I am showing you the screenshot of the and that. That means we done it in the worker node 1 as and worker node 2 also exactly same command. User ID and so once this is done here, so become the root user, sudo switch user root, create a user with the name called Ansible, set the password, and whatever the password you are setting to the Ansible user for in the starting phase when you are setting the Ansible first time, I will suggest you that set the exactly same password so you don't get confused. Okay, exactly same password. Okay, whatever the password you set it in the master, like that. Okay, so I accept the password, well and good. Now again I want to switch to the Ansible user. I will be writing the command switch user hyphen Ansible. I will be switching to the Ansible. Similarly in worker node 2 also, just do the sudo yum update. Clear it all, become the root user. Just try create the user add Ansible, then set the password. Again I'm setting the same password. Clear it all. Try to become the Ansible user. You see, I become the Ansible. Now in all the three machines we have the Ansible user as a login. Here also I'm logged in as an Ansible user. Here also I logged in as an Ansible user in worker node 2. And in the master also I'm logged in as an Ansible user. Okay, well and good. Now once we done these three things and the Ansible user is created and we switch to the Ansible user using this command switch user hyphen Ansible in the master configuration console. Okay. Now as an Ansible user, just tell me that will I able to install the software or not? Like if I will try to type the command like yum install httpd, what do you think? What will happen? Anybody? Will the installation will work or it will fail? All of you are present there, right? Will you able to install the software as an Ansible user? Yes or no?
Yes, sir, we can install.
Right? But I said you in the Linux class, right, that who can install the software? Only the root user can install the software. Cannot be done, right? Because if everybody can install the software, then what is the meaning of the root user?
Yeah, we have the routine.
Right? Ansible user will be not able to install the software because we'll be typing the command, then you need to be the root to perform it. That's why yesterday I said to all of you that go through the Linux class. Okay, that is the important thing. So once we got to know that okay, yum install httpd command is not going to work by default as an Ansible user, and if as an Ansible user you are not able to install the software, then how you can think that this particular Ansible user is going to log into this worker node 1 and this worker node 2 and here they will install the software? It cannot be possible. Even in this machine also, here also you will try to run the command called yum install httpd. This is not going to work because as an Ansible user you cannot run that. So now once we got that this is the problem. So in the Linux, they say that if somebody want to install something, okay, and you don't have the permission to do that, Okay. So what you can do is you can run that command with the sudo power. Sudo means extra privilege you are going to get. Okay. If I'll write the command called sudo yum install httpd and if I'll press enter, okay. So what they are saying is they are asking us the password for the Ansible user. Whatever the password I set for the Ansible user, that I am going to write it here. Okay. And before that, they are saying that you are going to use some extra power. So make sure that you have the actual power from the local administrator and make sure that you are respecting the privacy of other. Like that way, they are guiding us. Okay. And after entering the password, if I press enter, they will clearly say that you are trying to use the sudo power. Okay, but when I check the sudo file is a file in which they provide all the sudo permissions, information, everything. Okay, so they know that this is the sudo files. Okay, so now what is the happening here is that since this Ansible user is not added in the sudo file, that means you cannot use the sudo command. But still you are trying to use the sudo command and you don't have the power to use the sudo command. That's why this incident is going to be reported. That's what they're doing. That means as a Ansible user, I don't have the power to run the command sudo yum install httpd also. Even if I type the password here, this is not going because Ansible is not in the sudo. So the first thing what we have to do is we have to make sure that this Ansible user should run the command sudo. Then only they will be able to install the software out, right? So to add the Ansible user in the sudo file, there is a command called sudo. Sudo without any space or something. This will open the sudo file. If I press enter, so see by default you cannot open the sudo file. Why? Because Ansible user itself cannot add the permission, right, in the sudo file. That's why what you have to do is exit from here, become the root user. Okay, now I become the root user. As a root user, I am going to open the vi sudo. Just to make it network connectivity. Okay, if I'll open this, so now the sudo file open. Inside this sudo file, you have to find the line called root. You have to find the line where root is. Okay, and make sure vi sudo is a single command. There is no space in between. So see here the root is written. Downside this root, just mention here I for insert, right? And then write your username. My username is Ansible. For Ansible user, I want to give all power. That's why I will be writing as all is equal to all. Make sure that it is capital only and it is written like that only. Okay. And here they directly written as all, but here I will be typing the no password to all. Why I'm writing no password to all? Because every time whenever I am trying to install the software using the sudo command as an Ansible user, they were always asking us to enter the password, right? That I don't want that every time they should ask the password or not. Whenever I will use the sudo command, they should directly do that without asking me the password. For that reason, I given no password, colon, on, like that. Again, these all things are written here that what are the things you are going to do. You have to just write Ansible all is equal to all, no password is equal to all. Okay, you can have this also. These are only things I just typed it. Okay. Once you type this, and now I'm going to save this file. Okay, I've given the sudo file. Now, if you will try, okay, that again exactly same command. But let me first become the Ansible user, which user dash Ansible. I become the Ansible user. Now, as an Ansible user, I am again going to install the HTTP. You see, this time they are not giving the error. They are asking us if you want to install the software, you can press Y. Your software will be installed. I don't want to install it currently. I will press N. That's it. But now they are not saying that you are not added in the sudo file or you should be root user to perform, right? They are directly saying that, okay, you can install the software. Why? Because now sudo power I can use it. I don't want to install, I will press N. But this worker node 1, this worker node 2 still don't have the power, right? So here if I try to type here, still the command yum install httpd. So they will say, make sure you are the root user. If I try to use the sudo command, so they will say that give me password. See, they are asking the password here. I will type the password. They will say Ansible is not in the sudo, right? So again, I have to do the same thing in worker node 1 also. I will exit from here. Then I will open the vi sudo file. Then I will find the line called root. Downside of the root, I will be typing the Ansible. Okay. Then I will be typing all is equal to all. And then I will be typing no password colon to all. Make sure everything is in capital. Okay. Save this file. Now again, I will become the Ansible user, sudo switch user hyphen Ansible. And after that, again, I will try to run the command sudo yum install httpd. This time it is not going to fail. It is working well and good. I don't want to install. I will press N. Exactly same thing I have to do in the worker node 2 also. Okay. So first I will exit from here. I will open the sudo file. And here I will go for the line called root. And Ansible all is equal to all. No password. Save this. Okay, done. Now once this is done, again become the Ansible user. Try to run command sudo yum install http and always try to check that after changing the things whether sudo yum install http is working or not. So here also it's working well and good. I don't want to install it. Clear it. That means all the three machine now can use the sudo command, right? Ansible server machine also, master node one also, and here. Once this is done, that's what I said is that you have to do it in other machine also. Okay, so that's what they are doing the changes here in worker node one and worker node two. Once this is done, okay, then still if you will try to do the SSH connectivity, everything you will be not able to do so. Okay, well, how? Let me just show you. So this is the Ansible server machine. Okay, this is the Ansible server machine. If I want to connect from this Ansible server machine to this particular worker node 1 or worker node 2, because you know that Ansible always going to connect using the SSH protocol. So let's check that whether they are able to connect or not. If I say SSH, do one thing, try to log in as the Ansible user, try to log in as an Ansible user at the rate to which IP address of worker node 1, 172.31.9.153. So I'm manually writing the command here in my master machine. That master machine try to connect to the worker node 1 using the SSH protocol. SSH Ansible at the rate and then this IP address of worker node. Press enter. So they are saying, are you sure you want to connect? I will try to press yes here. Okay, but they are saying what? You don't have the permission. That means as an Ansible also, whenever Ansible will also try to do the SSH, they will be not able to connect. Okay, why? Because permission is. To make sure that everybody will be able to connect to this worker node 1, worker node 2, you have to do some changes here. What are the changes you have to do? So again, you have to do some changes, but make sure this changes again you have to do as a root user. Okay, that means again you want to become the root user in all the machines. So let me get it. After becoming the root user, make sure you are opening a file /etc/ssh/ssh/config. And inside this file, you have to find the line called permit root login. There will be a line called permit root login. Simply uncomment this line. Okay, then there will be a line called password authentication. Okay, downside. Simply uncomment this line and there will be a line called password authentication. No, it is already uncommented. Simply comment this line. These two changes you have to do. Basically, I'm saying that if somebody want to do the login using SSH, permit it. If somebody require password authentication, just make sure that they should be able to do the password. That's why password authentication no I disable and password authentication yes I enabled it. Simply save this file and after saving this file, simply do systemctl restart SSH. Okay, exactly same thing we have to do it in the worker node 1 also and worker node 2 also. So again, I'm becoming the root user. Then I will be opening the file /etc/ssh/sshd_config. And then I will be finding the line called permit root login. I will uncomment this line. Then I will find the line called password authentication. I will uncomment it and this line I have to comment it. That's it. Save this. Run command systemctl restart SSH. That's it. Okay. And after doing all these changes, let's again become the Ansible user. Okay. Similarly, in this machine also first become the root user and then go for this particular file /etc/ssh/sshd_config and then again go for the line called permit root login and comment is line for password authentication. Uncomment password authentication no, simply comment it. Save this file, restart systemctl, restart SSH, and then become the Ansible. That's all. So here also I become the Ansible user. Well and good. Okay, this is worker node 1, this is worker node 2, and from the master machine also again I am becoming the Ansible. Once this is done, then again exactly same command I will type ssh ansible @ 172.31.9.153. Again I am trying to connect to this worker node 1 from this one. Okay, I'll press enter. Now they are asking the password. Which password? They are asking the password for this particular node. Whatever the password I set to this Ansible user, that I will type it. I said you to save the exactly same password, so you can use the exactly same password here also. If you set the different password, then you have to set the enter the password here of this worker node 1 and this one. Okay, I'll press enter and see we connected to this one. How I can prove that I connected to this machine only? You can see the IP address. Okay, other than that, take an example. I'm creating a file. Okay, so see if file 1 got created. You can verify here also file 1 got created. Okay, if I will delete the file 1 from here, remove file 1, and if I'll do ls, file 1 is not present. From this putty also, if I'll try to do ls now again, see file 1 is. That means whatever the things I am creating, it is getting created here. Because from this machine I connected to this particular IP. Okay. Again I want to break the connection. I will simply press exit and connection will be break. Again I return to the master. This 6.15, this is the IP address of my master. Okay, and this is the IP address of the worker node 1 that we try to. Okay. Similarly, you can connect to the worker node 2 also. What you have to do? Simply you have to change the IP address. SSH Ansible. Remove this IP address and give the IP address of worker node 2. 172.31.1.164. Again, they are asking us to connect, asking for the password, and see, we connected. This time, whatever the command I will write, like mkdir directory 1, where this directory 1 got created. This is actually created in this worker node 2. See, here it is. If I'll delete this rmdir directory 1, so it will be deleted from here also. So I'll type the ls command. Now there will be no directory. Okay. So if you are able to connect from your master machine to this worker node 1 and worker node 2 by using this command ssh ansible @ this one, okay, that means it's done. Up to here you already completed the steps. Okay, up to this one. These all things I showed you. Okay, how to do the connect, right? And here I did not mention the username, so let me just show you. Even if you don't mention the username, okay, if you don't mention the username here, 172.31, I'm directly writing the IP address only. Still they will connect. How? By default, they are taking the username as Ansible only. Why? Because currently you are logged in as an Ansible user. So whenever you will try to connect to this particular IP address and you did not mention the username, okay, so they will automatically take your base username. Okay, but again, exactly same command if I'll try to run as a root user, okay, ssh 172.31.1.164. Then this time they will not take directly by default Ansible user. They will take as the root user. For the root user, inside this machine, I don't know the password. I know the password for only Ansible user because I set the password for Ansible user. That's why we'll be not able to. That's why it's better to do all the practical, okay, as an Ansible user. Let me just become the Ansible user, okay, and from there just type the command. As I said, I want to connect to this particular. They will ask for the IP address, just hit password and press enter. You will be connected. Again, want to exit, you can exit. Okay. So by directly writing the IP address, also you will be connected to the same username, but make sure you are doing the practical from the Ansible user. That's why all the Ansible command I will going to log in, I will be writing as an Ansible user only. Okay, and from there where they will get this particular IP address and this particular IP address. So if you remember in the starting of the class itself, I created a file with the name called host file, right? Inside that we already written the private node 1 IP, private node 2 IP like that, right? So they will take the IP address from there. So that's the thing, okay? And the problem here is, okay, the problem here is only one problem. What is the problem? Whenever I am trying to connect either to the worker node 1 and worker node 2, they are asking the password. Okay, whenever I am trying to connect to the worker node 1 or worker node 2, they are trying to ask the password. But as a human being, I can type the password here like this, right? And I will press enter. I enter the password, I connect it, right? But for Ansible, it is really difficult because how Ansible is going to type the password from the keyboard, right? So what we want to achieve is we want that if somebody will type this particular IP address using the SSH, they should directly connect to the worker node 1 and worker node 2 without entering the password. Then you will say that okay, then the security issue will come, right? Anybody can connect. No, I am saying that only from this master machine. This is the Ansible master machine, right? From this master machine, if somebody will type this command, then only connect to the worker node 1 and worker node 2 without password. If somebody is trying from another EC2 instance, then you have to definitely. Okay. It is something like this. You are working in a company, right? They given you a ID card. Okay. So every day, whenever you are coming to the office, you are just showing the ID card. They are not doing the verification every day, right? They are just showing your ID for seeing your ID card, and they are letting you to come inside, right? So exactly same thing we want to achieve here, okay? And that's what the 13th step means, okay? Since you are going to do the SSH connection to the hundreds of worker nodes, right? So to maintaining the password of all the worker nodes is very difficult. Okay. So for that particular reason only, we'll try to connect to this machine using SSH without asking for the password. For that, again, what you have to do is make sure you are become the Ansible user in the master machine. The master machine should be become as an Ansible user. Okay. And then you have to write a command called SSH hyphen will type this command, what is going to happen is automatically a private key pair is going to be created. Just keep pressing enter 3 times. Okay. Then a key pair got created. Okay, like this. Once this key pair got created, then you will type the command called ls-a. You'll see that there is a directory called .ssh. Go inside the SSH directory. So you will see here that there are some files got created, public key, everything, right? So what we have to do is we have to share this public key file to the worker node 1 and worker node 2. It is just like a ID, okay, to the worker node 1 and worker node 2. And from the next time, this machine will try to connect to the worker node 1 and worker node 2. They will show this ID only, and worker node 1 will not ask the password. Okay, like that. So to copy this ID to the worker node 1, you will be typing the command ssh hyphen copy hyphen ID, and I want to copy the ID to the Ansible user. Okay, I want to copy the ID to the Ansible user at the rate. Okay, and what is the IP address? So first I am going to copy in the worker node. I'm going to copy in the worker node. So worker node 1 IP address is 172.31.9.15. I'll press enter. They are asking the password. Okay, I will hit the password, and that's it. Now the benefit is since we copied this ID, right? So from now, if somebody will type this command SSH, I want to do the SSH to this particular machine, 172.31.9.153. Previously, what was happening? Every time they were asking the password, right? But this time I will press enter. See, they did not ask the password. They directly connected it. Okay, let's exit it from here. But still, I will try to connect to the worker node 2. Okay, this is the worker node 2i 1.164. If I try to connect to this 1.164, they will ask for the password because I did not copy the ID currently to this machine. So let me copy to this machine currently. As I said, I want to copy this ID to the 172.31.1.164. Once I will copy this ID to this machine after hitting the password and everything, then I will try to connect SSH 172.31.1.164. Again, they will not. They are back. Okay. So that is now goal. And once the Ansible is able to connect to your both the worker node without entering the password, then you are ready to do the platform. Okay. So try to set up all the things by following one by one step, match the screenshot, watch the recording parallelly, just try to do it. Okay. And once you are done with this up to this step, okay, then from the 14th step we are going to say it. Okay. Up to 13th step you will do, then your entire Ansible setup is completed. From the next class, we are going to learn the Ansible. That will be from 14th. Fine. Any question, anything, anybody? Is it fine up to here? Everybody will do it up to here. Okay. Thanks all of you. Try to complete up to 13 tests. Okay. And once your practical is done, simply what you have to do is you don't have to terminate the instance or something. Okay. What you will be doing is you will be just stopping the instance. Okay. And tomorrow when again I will start the instance, so practical is going to be continued from there on. It's not like that you set up everything and then you are going to start. Because else again you have to do everything from start. So just shut down the machine. Tomorrow again I will start. Everything will work. Okay. So yeah, thanks all of you. Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible? Is my sound is audible? Okay, fine. Just give me a second. So we are logged in the master machine of Ansible. Yesterday, all the setups we already done it. Okay. Now the first thing what I have to do is become the root user. Okay. But all the practical whatever we are going to do, we'll be doing it as a Ansible user. So to switch to the Ansible user, you know the command switch user - space Ansible. Okay. And once we switch to the Ansible user, okay, so currently there is no file, nothing. Okay. Similarly, we have to connect to the worker node 1 also and worker node 2 also. Okay. So this is the node. Okay, let me just sign in again. Node 1 and node 2, I'm connecting it directly from browser for now, but you can connect using the putty also. Okay, by changing the color, everything. But it will take time. So that's why we are not going to spend that much time here. So let me just connect to the node 2 also. Anyhow, at the downside, you will be able to see. Okay, this is the node 1 you are able to see. Here you'll be seeing the node 2. Okay, in the node 1 also, first let me just clear it, then become the root user and then become the Ansible user. So like this, I become the Ansible user here. And similarly in this also sudo switch user root and clear it all and become the Ansible user, switch user - Ansible. So I become the Ansible user here also, well and good. Okay. So these two are the worker node. Okay. I want to do something inside these two machine using our master machine. That is my goal. Okay. So the first command we are going to learn, like once the entire setup is done up to 13th step, right? So now from 14th step, you can jump. Okay. The first command you have to simply write is Ansible. Ansible, can you list me all the IP address that you have in your host file? So if you remember, there are so many IP address. Yes, yeah, whenever we are setting up yesterday's, I written there. And see, this many IP address they are talking about. If you remember, some of the IP address I given for the DevOps, some of the IP group I given it for the testing team, like that, right? So basically, there was a file we created with this name /etc/ansible/host file. Okay, and inside this file, we created some group here. We created a group with the name called testing, in which we given 3 IP address. In the group with the name called DevOps, I given 4 IP address, and then there is a group I created with the name called demo node, in which I given 2 IP address, like that, right? So that's why but I am saying to the Ansible that Ansible, can you list all the IP address? So they are printing all the IP address, okay? But if I say that Ansible, can you print the IP address that is associated to the DevOps team only? So then they will print only 3 IP or 4 IP address, whatever I written in the DevOps team. Similarly, whatever the IP address I written in the testing team, so if I'll mention here testing, so they will mention testing team IP address only. Okay, spelling is wrong. Okay, so they are just printing this 3 IP address. Similarly, for our practical, the original IP address I written in a group with the name called demo node. Okay, so see, they are just printing these 2 IP address 9.153 and 1.164, and you can clearly see 9.153 and 1.164. Okay, that means this is the IP address they are showing it here. That means if I want to do any practical, okay, in the Ansible, so if I'll type the Ansible all, this is going to happen in all the IP address. But if I'll type Ansible demo node, then it is going to happen only in these 2 worker node, these 2 node, because I just written 2 IP address in this particular group. Okay, so our all the commands is going to start with the Ansible demo node only. That means we'll be doing all our practical in these 2 worker node. Okay, once we got the idea that okay, we have to do all the practical in these 2 worker node only. Okay, like this, then also there can be a situation here somebody will be thinking that okay, take an example, I'm in place of demo node, I'm mentioning here DevOps. Okay, I'm mentioning here DevOps. Okay, so this is the IP address. Now see, currently if somebody is saying me that okay, you have to update the software of all the computer that is present with the DevOps team, then I'll be doing with this, right? But there can be a situation that they want me to do an update of the software, or they want to install some software only in these 2 machines. That can be a condition, right? Only in 4 and 5 itself. Okay. So if I want to do only in 4, so I will be just mention here DevOps square bracket 0, because counting is always going to start from 0. So this will be 0, this will be 1, this will be 2, this will be 3. So if I'm going to write 0 here, so see, they're just printing one IP address 1.2.3.4. That means if I'll type the command Ansible DevOps bracket 0, okay, that means they are going to install that software or something on that particular machine only. Okay, if I want to do in this 2 machine, then I will start the counting like this 0, and I'm saying that go up to 1. Okay, and see, they are printing both, right? If I'm to do in the starting 3, so I will start the counting from 0 and I will go up to 2. That's it. And see, they are printing a starting 3. If I want to do in the last one, right, 7.1, so anybody can tell me what value I should print? I just want to do in the 7.1. That's it. What will be the value here? I want to do it on this one. Are you understanding? Did you not understand the logic here? At least tell something, huh? Yes, no, did not understand, not interested, anything like that. At least something say, right? Have you got the question? For that, at least I will get yes or no. Okay, so question is that you should only have to do the work on the in the 1.2.3.7. So what will be the value here I will be keeping? It can be any numerical value only, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that only. So you have to tell me that particular one value. That's it. If 0 is printing 1.2.3.4, so what will print 1.2.3.7? This is normal one standard math, right? If 0 is printing 1.2.3.4, so what will print 1.2.3.7? Four dot 5.6. Why 4.5.6? What is this? It will be a single integer value, right? It cannot be decimal or something, no? I don't want to print all the 3 or I don't want to print all the 4. I just want to print only 4th value. That's it. 1.2.3.7. That's it I want to print. I don't know how you are understanding. All of you are saying we are understanding. It's normal 3, right? If you are starting the counting from 0, so 0, this will be 1, this will be second, this will be third number, right? Inside that particular list. So if I'll type the 3 here, so they will print 1.2.3.7 because 0 was printing 1.2.3.4. I said that you have to start the counting from 0 and you have to end up to 1. That's why they printed both the things. Here I said that you have to start the counting from 0 and you have to print up to 2. So they printed from here to here 1.2.3.6 here. But here I am saying that you have to just print the last one. That is the last counting. That is 3. So they are just printing the last number. So the normal counting 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. Is it clear now or still any confusion? Is this clear now? Okay. So now just tell me if Ansible DevOps -1 is going to print 1.2.3.7. -1 is also printing this one. Okay. So if I do in the minus format, then what will print this one? 1.2.3.4. If -1 is printing this one, so what will print this one? Anybody? I want to print 1.2.3.4 only. Only one value. So there will be definitely one value is going to be the answer. Okay. So if -1 is the last one, so what will be this one? 1.2.3.4. All of you know the integer counting, right? Like there are some numbers beyond 0 also, if you know.
So -3, sir?
-1 is this one, then this will be -2, this will be -3 actually, right? Getting this? See,
Yeah,
here the counting
-3.
is not starting from 0, right? Here the counting is starting from -1. So definitely fourth element will be -4. Okay. If we are starting the counting from 0, then the fourth element will be 3. Okay. So it will be -4. So you can go with the counting with both the way. If you want to count from last, always start with -1. Okay. If you want the counting from starting, then always start with 0. And this is the normal Python code example. Okay. So in the Python only the basic things, because Ansible is written in Python programming language. Okay. And Python we start the counting like this only. Okay. In the reverse order -1. In the correct order it will be 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. So this is the thing you have to understand. That's it. So similarly, whenever I am typing the Ansible demo node, so basically they are going to do in all the machine. But if there can be condition that I want to do some installation in only in the worker node 1, that is 9.153, then I will mention separately here 0, then they will do that particular work on 9.153 only. Okay, so that is the meaning here. That's it. Once this is done, now you know that how to list the host everything. Okay, then we are ready to do with the practical. Okay, so there are 3 types of the commands in the Ansible is. Okay, the first is the ad hoc command. Ad hoc command is basically you are going to type all the Linux command as it is. Whatever the Linux command till now you know. Okay, everything you can just run it in the worker node 1, worker node 2 without going there. Okay, like take an example. If I'm going to say you in normal command, right? Ansible. Okay, just try and see how I'm writing. Okay, Ansible you have to always write in the Ansible command. Okay, Ansible. I want to go to the demo node because demo node is containing the both the IP address, and I'm saying that after going to the demo node, you have to run a argument there, or basically run a command there. And command you have to run the ls command. I'll press enter. What they are going to do? They will try to log into both the machine. They logged into the 9.153. They try to run the ls command. They did not printed anything. Similarly, they done to the 1.164 machine. They try to print the ls command. They did not printed anything. Then you'll be thinking that why they are not printing anything. Because even if you will go to this machine and you will type ls, this will not print anything because this is a new machine, right? Here we did not created any file or something. So definitely output is not going to come, right? let's try to say that Ansible do one thing, go inside this machine and try to create a file with the name called touch file1. So what they will do, they will create a file1 in both the worker node in a single go. It's the duty of the Ansible. See, they done it. How I can verify that whether file1 got created or not? Do the ls again. So see, now this time ls is saying that file1 is present. Even we can manually verify in the worker node 1, see, file1 got created. Here if I'll check, file1 got created. That means contents are getting created. It is getting updated. Okay. Similarly, if I want to remove the file, okay, so again we know the command. We'll simply say Ansible demo node. You have to remove the file, remove -f file1. That's it. I'll press enter. That file1 is going to be deleted. If I do ls here, see, file1 got deleted from this particular machine. Also file1 got deleted. That means whatever the Linux command you can think of, you can just write it here directly. Okay. Simply you have to write the command called Ansible demo node -. Okay, but previously what was happening was manually you are typing the ls command, right? But now what is happening is in a single go, if there are 100 machines are also there, they will go and they will delete the file1 from all the 100 machines. Okay, if I'm installing some software, they will try to install it in all the 100 machines, like that way. That is the benefit. Okay, so that's what I say new to create a file. Okay, now to install the packages or something. So let me just show you like this. If I want to install some software or something, okay, so I will say that Ansible, go to the demo node. I want to do the practical in both the worker node. Okay, and I am writing a argument. Now you have to tell me the command to install the HTTPD package. What was the command to install HTTPD package? What was the command? We should write it here.
Ansible -y HTTP.
Ansible -y HTTPD. Why that? After here, that after this double quote, what basically you have to tell me the Linux command. It is not dependent on the Ansible now, right? Because we are came here in the double quote.
Oh,
It will be yum, right?
oh yeah.
Yum install httpd -y. Now tell me, is this command is going to be work, or who can run this command, yum command? Yum install httpd. Who can install the software? Is all the user can install the software, or only the root
Root,
user can install?
root,
Only root.
only root.
That means if you are going to run this command, this is going to give the error. Why? Because you are not root user. And since you are not the root user, they are clearly saying need to be the root to perform this command. Okay, and that was the problem we saw yesterday's also. To solve that problem, what is the command we written? In place of yum install httpd, we given some extra power, right? Sudo. Okay, because who is going to run this command? Ansible user is going to run this command, right? So for the Ansible user, if you remember yesterday, we activated the sudo file, then they will be able to run the sudo command, right? So now if I'll try to do the sudo yum install httpd -y, they will try to install the package in both the machine in a single go. And see, they installed it. And how to verify that software got installed? Go to this both worker node, type a command called which httpd. If it is giving some path, that means software is installed. Here also, if I'll type which httpd, software is installed, well and good. If I want to remove the software, again the command is simple. Simply, I have to simply say sudo yum to remove the httpd package. We have to simply say remove. That's it. They will remove the httpd package. And once the software will be removed in both the machines, see how easy it is. If there are 100 machines, there also they will remove it. See, software got removed. Again, I will type it here also, software got removed. So if I want to install the software, I will do sudo yum install httpd -y. If I want to remove it, sudo yum remove httpd -y. That's it. Okay. Now,
And
if you
to
want to
see the
install,
version, sir, to see the version -yy minus version,
for which one?
you know, to see the version of the Ansible dash
But
version.
you want to see it in the
Or
master machine. See, Ansible I did not install in the worker node. Ansible I installed in the master machine. Okay. So version you can see it here only. Okay.
okay.
If you are thinking that you can come here in this worker node and here you can type the Ansible command, no, it is not going to work. Because I said you, Ansible software we have to install only in the master machine. No need to install it in worker node. Right? Because they are doing the SSH connectivity internally.
Yeah.
Right? So version you can have to check, then you can check it to this master machine only. That's it. You cannot run that command with the Ansible software because that doesn't make sense. No, our Ansible was created in such a way that we should not required to install Ansible to all the 100 server, 1000 server, and that was the benefit Ansible is providing us. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So now again, if I want to install the software, so I'll be typing the command here install. But I said you that if I will not write the sudo, that installation is not going to happen. Okay, if I write the sudo, then only this command is going to run. If I will not write, then it is not going to work. Okay. But if somebody is not compatible with writing the sudo or something, here in the command, you want to write the command as yum install httpd only, and still you want that installation should happen, then before this double quote, okay, just add one more extra option called -b. That's it. B is for become. As soon as you will write the -b option, automatically they will make you to the sudo user. Okay. That means -b basically meaning is sudo. So either you write sudo inside this, or if you don't want to write sudo, use the -b option. That's it. Press enter. Okay, wait. I think we have to use it before this. -b. Just use it both together. Then it will work. Okay. After A, it is not taking the B. Okay, so before A only you have to type it. Okay. Before A, you have to write B. So either you can type like this -A hyphen B hyphen A like this. That will also work. And this time they will say that HTTP is already installed. So there is no need to do the changes. And see, Ansible is so intelligent, right? Previously, HTTPD was not present, right? So they tried to install it. But this time they found that software is already present, this particular version, right? And it is of the latest version. Then why I will do anything? And that's why they are saying nothing to do for me. Okay. And let me show you one more interesting thing. Take an example. Currently, HTTPD is present in both the machine. Okay, both the machine HTTPD is present. If somebody manually went to this worker node 2 or something, okay, and what they done is they removed the software from here, okay, manually here by typing the command sudo yum remove httpd -y. Okay, I manually removed this software from here. I know that from worker node 2 software got removed, right? But Ansible perspective, they know that software was already installed in that. Let's try to run this again and let's check whether Ansible will able to install or not. So if we'll press enter, so Ansible are saying in the first machine 9.153, okay, when I went, nothing to do because software was already present. But when I checked the 1.164, I found that software was not present. Then I again done the installation. That means at any point of the time now we don't have to worry about. If I'll run the Ansible script, if software is already present, Ansible is going to skip that part. If some software got manually deleted or something, Ansible is going to update it as it is. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. So this is about ad hoc command. Okay. In ad hoc command, basically whatever the command you know till now, okay, everything you can run it. And I showed you -b option also. If you don't want to type sudo, use -b. Else you have to use the sudo. Okay. If you don't want to use sudo, use the B option here. That's it. And other than that, yeah, that's it for the ad hoc segment. Okay. Ad hoc is basically whatever the Linux command you know, you can just run it. Now the next thing comes is the Ansible modules. There are some persons definitely, right, who don't know anything about Linux, okay? Or there are some complex work is in the Linux is also present, okay? And we don't know the command for that or something, okay? So rather than Googling or something, it's better to use the Ansible modules. What Ansible say that I already designed the modules for most of use cases. Okay, that means you want to use, you want to copy the file from one location to another location. Don't write the cp command or something. Use a module that I already created, copy module. If I want to install the software, don't use the yum command or something. Simply use a module called package module. Like that way, they are saying so many things. Okay, so if I search for the Ansible modules in the Google, okay, like this. So they are going to guide us about the different modules. Okay, if I'll go in the all modules section, so there are so many modules available here. Okay, I don't want to go with all the modules or something. Okay, first what I'm going to do is let me just remove the software from all the machine. Okay, I'm just removing HTTPD first, and then I will show you the use case of the module. So let me just remove it. and manually let me verify also which HTTPD. It's not present. Okay, not present. Which HTTPD? Not present. Okay, it got removed. Once the remove is done, now in the module section, we'll find that is any module present here to install. Okay, so all of you know that there are different Linux flavors are there, right? So basically there are some Ubuntu based system is there. There are some CentOS based system are there, right? So you know that in the Ubuntu, you cannot type the yum install httpd command. All of you know that? Yes or no? Yum
Yes.
install httpd is always going to work in the CentOS or Red Hat based system only. In Ubuntu, we usually use the apt command. Okay. Similarly, there are Alpine Linux in which we use the apk command. Okay. So similarly, we have here, if I'll search for Control F and we'll do the search for yum. So there is a yum package that we usually use, right? So either I know that I have to use the yum module, well and good. So I will come here in the yum package manager, yum module. I will click here. They will guide us how to use this yum module. Okay. If we'll come down, so they are saying that you have to use this type of the syntax to install. Okay. So once we got the idea, now I will type the command Ansible. Do one thing, go to the demo node, and then definitely you are going to install the HTTPD package, everything. So you'll require the sudo power. So I'm using the -b. And then definitely you are going to use a module. So module name, you are going to use a module with the name called yum. What is my module name? Yum. In the starting also you can see what is my module name? Yum. Okay. So you are going to use a module name called yum. Using the yum module, you want to install the software. So definitely you have to write some argument there. Okay. The first argument, you will be mentioning the name of the software. Which software you want to install? Name. So I am mentioning name is equal to HTTPD. Do you want to install this software? Then state should be latest, right? They are saying to install the latest version, you have to do state is equal to latest. There are some other option also you can write in the state. Either you can write absent, installed, latest, present, removed. They are saying present and installed meaning is they will ensure that software is installed. Latest meaning is they will update the package. Absent or removed means they will remove the package. So if I say that Ansible, you have to go to the demo node, okay, and then you have to use the sudo power, use the module called yum. I'm not writing the command called yum install httpd or something. I'm simply saying to the Ansible that I know that you are going to use the yum package manager, and inside that simply make sure that httpd software should be installed present. That's it. That is my goal, that it should be present in my both the worker node. I'll press enter. Now it's the Ansible duty that they will go to both the machine and they will try to install the package. And once they done it, if I come here, so see, software got installed, software got installed. Okay. Now I want to remove the software. Take an example. I don't know the command now, how to remove the software, but I know the module concept, right? Here in this module, it is clearly written, if somebody want to remove the software, you have to use the absent or remove. I will simply say state is equal to absent. Press enter. And now what is going to happen? Your software is going to be uninstalled. Okay. And again, you can verify it here. Okay. You can verify it here, which HTTPD. So software is not present. Okay. Which HTTPD? Software is not present. That was it got absent also. So whenever I will type the command -a state is equal to absent, they will remove it. But what will happen if I type again one more time? I know that software is already uninstalled, right? So what Ansible is going to do? It is clearly saying in the green color. Previously it was showing in the yellow color. Yellow color means whatever you said to them that was previously not done, they try to do it. Okay. Green color means whatever you asked them to do, that is already done. So they don't have any task or something. That's why they are saying HTTPD is not installed. So we don't have to worry about anything. Okay. If I'll say again state is equal to present, so they will make sure software will be present like that. Okay. And this time again, it is going to come as a yellow color. Okay. But again, if I'll run this one more time, state is equal to present. So this time they will say that software is already installed. So nothing to do. And it is going to give it in the green color like this. Okay. Again, to remove, state is equal to absent, it will be removed. But the problem is there can be a situation, right, that there are some of your worker nodes machine are running in Ubuntu, some of the worker node machine are running in the Red Hat machine, right? So then how you will install the package? Is this a problem is getting visualized to you? That there can be situation that there are 10 worker nodes are running, 5 are running in Ubuntu system, 5 are running in the CentOS or Amazon Linux, right? Now you have to tell me that which module you will be using. Like what you can think. YAM module is going to help us to install the software in all the 10 machines. Yes or no? All of you?
Yes.
Oh, 5 are running in Ubuntu, right? And 5 are running in the Amazon Linux or Red Hat. So is the yum command will help us to install the software in all the 10 machines? Do you know the
No.
command? APT command is the command, right, to install it in the Ubuntu machine. So when
APT.
somebody will try to type the command, the yum or something in the Ubuntu, it is not going to work. That means yum module can only help us to do in the 5 machine only. I cannot do it in the 10 machine or something. So for that particular reason also, Ansible say that, okay, if you are not decided with one server only, there are mix of servers. Okay, so rather than using the yum module, APT module or APK module, just search for a module. Module name will be package module. Okay, go for package. It will be in the P sections. Okay. So this is the package module. Generic OS. Generic OS means it is available for all the operating system. So here they say that if you use the package module now, so now it's Ansible headache. It is not your headache that your worker node is running on the Ubuntu or Amazon Linux or some other XYZ operating system. Okay, except the Windows. They say here clearly that if your machine are running in Windows, then I cannot do anything. You have to go with the win underscore package module. But if any other operating system you are using, so I will take care. I can use the package module. Okay. So package module is the generic. Okay, whichever the operating system will there, they will execute it automatically. We don't have to worry about. Simply we have to say that Ansible do one thing. Go to the demo node. Use the sudo power. Use a module called package module. I'm not using yum module or something this time. Okay, and I will say name is equal to httpd and state is equal to again the same thing, like whatever here also they are saying state can be either present, absent, latest. Three option only we are getting it here. Okay, so state is equal to present. That means they will make sure that software is present. I'll press enter. Again we done something wrong. Yeah, we missed the -a option here before this, right? We have to write the argument -a. That's it. Now they will do the installation, well and good, but this time we are using the package module. So even if some of our worker nodes are running the Ubuntu machine or something, they will be able to find it, okay? And they will run their apt install Apache command like that way they will run there. Okay, so we don't have to worry about. And here also the example they are talking about that you have to use the package module, I have to name the software name, then you have to write a state is equal to present like this. Okay, so this is about the package module. Similarly, if somebody want to uninstall it, you can do state is equal to absent. Okay. Now, since the HTTPD package is installed here, right? You know that software is installed. Here also software is installed. But you know that after installing the HTTPD package, what we do usually, we have to start the HTTPD package, right? And for that, we use the command called systemctl start HTTPD. But if I'll do the currently status here, so currently it is inactive. In this worker node also, if I check systemctl status HTTPD service, so they are saying it is inactive, right? In both the machine, it is inactive. I want to start this using the Ansible only. So for that, Ansible have again another module. They will not say to run the command, right? We'll find is anything related to service module is there, okay? Because I want to start a HTTP service, right? So we have to find something for service. So if I'll find here, there is a module called service. If I'll click here, so they will guide us that there is a module with the name called service. In this, if you want to start the service, stop the service, you have to simply say name is equal to httpd, state is equal to started, or name is equal to httpd, state is equal to stop. That means if I'm going to say here, that do one thing, Ansible, go to the demo node and use the b power -b, module name will be service, and use the argument and do one thing, name of the software is HTTPD, okay, name of the service is HTTPD, and you have to make sure state should be started, okay, that you have to make sure that software should be in the running state. I'll press enter. Now it's their duty. If I'll come here, I will do status HTTPD, well and good, it is running. It is running, right? And since this HTTPD web server is running, so now if you'll copy the public IP from here, right, of the worker node to, you'll see that your website will be visible, right? Because we started it and we already opened the port 80, so our website will be visible. Who deployed this website? Okay, like let me just again copy the public IP of this worker node 1 also. So basically Ansible installed the HTTPD package, Ansible itself started it also, and then we are able to see the website here like this also in both the machines. Okay, as soon as I will say to the Ansible that you have to stop this, state is equal to stopped, then it's the Ansible duty that they will stop this. And as soon as this service is going to be stopped, now we know that if somebody is going to refresh this page, this website is not going to come. It will give some error like this, right? If I'll refresh this also, it is going to give error like this. Okay. Again, I want to start this. I will do state is equal to started. Okay, and it will start. And also, you know, one thing that we do the systemctl enable HTTPD also, right? So to do the enable also, they are saying if you want to make the enable, then simply write enabled is equal to yes. That also they are saying. If I'll say that do one thing, clear it all, Ansible, go to the demo node. Our name is HTTPD. You have to start it. State is equal to started, and enabled is equal to yes. That's it. So they will start it also and they will enable it also. Okay. And now if you'll come here and you will type the command systemctl status HTTPD. So see, it's running also and it's got enabled also. That means I don't have to manually come in all the 100 worker nodes and I have to type the command systemctl start HTTPD, systemctl enable HTTPD, like that 100 times. And as soon as it is started and enabled, this website will again started to come. So everything we can manage it from the Ansible side. Make sense up to here? So anybody who don't know the command also, they know the concept also, they can come in the Ansible modules, they can read the documentation and they can use it. Okay. All of you making sense up to here? So if you'll see in this documentation perspective, I shown you about the service module, package module. You're saying something? Okay, so now if I want to create a user, anybody remember the command to create a user? If I want to create a new user in the Linux, anybody remember the command? Yesterday also we done that, right? To create the user. User add was the command, right? To create the user add. So similarly here, see everything is dependent on the Linux. If some previous topics you are going to forget or something, I don't know, but you have to keep revising, okay? Because everything is dependent there. Yesterday's topic only user add, right? So that's the thing. So user manage user account. If I'll come here, if somebody does not know the command, then they will use this module. It is better to use the module. So in this module, they are clearly saying at the downside, if I'll go for example, they are saying if somebody want to create a user, just mention the user name. Okay. And if I'll say something called a state is there or not. So yes, a state, they are saying if we'll make it %, then I will make sure some user will be added. Okay. So if I'll do here and okay, first let's add the user. So I will say that Ansible, do one thing, go to the demo node and then use the sudo power and use a module, use the sudo power, use the module with the name called user and use a argument and make sure that a user with the name called Gilroy Okay, and state is equal to present should be created. That's it. I'll press enter. Now it's the Ansible duty that they will create a user with the name called Kroy. Okay, and if I'll come and verify both the worker node that is any user got created. So again, I don't know. Do you remember the file name or not? But in the Linux, I said you that there is a file with the name called /etc/password. Okay, if you'll read this file, then you'll see all the username list. And at the downside, we are clearly saying Kira user got created. Similarly, in this machine also, if I'll say cat/etc/password, right? And Kira user got created. But till now, I did not show you any command to remove the user, right? Till now, I did not show you any command to remove the user. But if you want to remove the user, then also you know the command, right? You have to simply say state is equal to absent and remove is equal to yes. These two things you have to do. That's what they are saying to remove the user. So I will simply say, do one thing, make the state is equal to absent and space remove is equal to yes. That's it. Whatever they will tell us, that only will do it. And username will just change it. And since we removed it, so now you'll find it in this particular file. So see, there is no KRI. Here, if I'll try to find it, there is no KRI. That means user also got deleted. Okay. So like this way, we can find so many different modules. There are one or two more modules are there that we'll see it tomorrow. Okay, about the copy module, and there are few more modules, setup modules, everything. Okay, and then we'll start with the playbook concept. Fine. So just try to practice these Linux commands, okay, and Ansible commands, and then in the Ansible I shown you ad hoc command, how to type the Linux command directly, and then try to find some modules also as per your use case and try to use it. Okay, and then tomorrow I will show you the playbook, then you'll understand everything. Okay, so that's all from my side for today. Any question, anything?
No, sir.
Okay, then thanks all of you. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi all of you. Is my sound is audible?
Mm.
Okay, let me become the Ansible user. Okay, so yesterday we saw some commands here like Ansible demo node. It will create the user, it will remove the user, right? To check the status. There was a service module, right? Then we saw about the package module, yum module. These all things we saw. So today we have to see it from here. To create a user, I already shown you. Now we are going to see the copy a file or something. Okay. So sometimes what happens is like this. This is the master machine. Okay. Inside this master machine, here currently there is no file. Okay. And in this particular machines also you'll see that currently there is no file. Okay. There is no file here. Okay. My goal is here I created a file in the master machine with the name called file.txt, something like this. Okay, inside this I'm writing that this is a file created in Ansible master machine. Okay, and this three line I written, that's it. File.txt got created, right? Now somebody is saying me that can you share this particular file.txt to all the worker nodes that are available? So in my case, currently only two worker nodes there. So I want that this particular file should be moved to this machine also and this machine also, right? So to do that, what you can do is, okay, to do that, what you can do is, first we will search for the Ansible modules. Okay, so there is a good Ansible modules. That's name is the copy modules. Okay, which is going to help you. So if you'll come in the C section, and in the C, if you'll go for the copy module, copy files to remote location. Okay, so it will help us to copy. And if you'll come down here, they will see that how to write this code. They are saying that you have to mention the SRC destination And if you'll see what is the meaning of src and destination here, by seeing the destination is the path where you want to copy the file, okay, and src is going to be the directory, okay, where from where you want to copy the file, okay. And in this src and this one destination, you have to mention the path, okay, of your file where you want to paste it. So once we done this, we know that there is a copy module. Then we can simply write the command that Ansible do one thing, go to the demo node and use a module called copy module. Okay, use a module called copy module and use the sudo power and use a argument. And in the argument, what you have to do is there is a source file, src file, and that particular file name is file.txt. Okay, that you have to copy to the destination location, and in the destination you have to copy it in the /home/ansible path, because this is going to be the path for the Ansible user, right? So that's what I am writing here, and that's what I will close it. And I will press enter. Now it's the Ansible duty that they will copy this particular file.txt file to both the machine, and see, they are saying that we've done it. That's why it is in the yellow color. Okay. And if I will verify here that is the file.txt came. So yes, file.txt came here. So ls, yes. Why I retain /home/ansible? Because this is the path, that one only. Okay. And even if I'll try to read the content, cat file.txt, okay, content is also there. Cat file.txt, so content is also there. And now you know one interesting thing, that how Ansible is intelligent. If somebody is going to say to the Ansible, can you copy this file one more time? Okay, so this time Ansible is going to give the output in the green color. Why? Because they are saying whatever the things you asked me to copy, that is already copied, so we don't have to worry about. Okay, so I did not done anything, I skipped that part. That's why it is in the green color. But see, currently they are saying that size is 52 bytes. I copied at this particular location. So file was already present, so we don't have to do anything. But as soon as somebody is going to add one more extra line in the file.txt, till now Ansible know that file is already copied, right? I'm changing that particular file only, and even not changing, I'm just adding one more extra line. Okay, new line error, something like this. Now we have to check whether Ansible will be able to know that this particular file, whatever the file is present here, this file contains some extra line. That means I have to copy it again. Okay. Let's check that Ansible will able to understand that or not. If I press enter, Ansible is going to give the output in the yellow color, because this time Ansible know that size of the file got changed, data got changed, right? So they are going to copy it again, and that's why it is in the yellow color. And now if we'll again read this file, you will read the latest content, new line added. Here also, if you try to read it, new line added. So this is about the intelligence of the Ansible. Okay. So this is about the copy module. Then there is a setup module. In the starting, if you remember, I said you that if I want to use the package module, then we don't have to worry about that whether our worker nodes are running in the Ubuntu or Red Hat or CentOS like that. And Ansible will itself know that okay, this is the Ubuntu operating system. Then they will hit in the backend apt install Apache command. If this is CentOS, then they will hit the command yum install httpd like that. But now the thing is how Ansible know about this, right? So there is an interesting module. That module name is setup module. Okay, so if you'll type the command Ansible, do one thing, go to the demo node group. That means all both the IP address, and then use a module called setup module. This module is going to provide us so much information about all the worker node. Okay, so they are going to provide the information. If you'll try to see here what are the information they provided. Okay, so I written the command here, Ansible demo node -m setup. So the first thing they are saying is, first I am talking you about the 31.1.164 machine. Okay, in that particular machine, I found that this is the IP address, this is the IPv6 address. I found that this is the operating system you are using it. Okay, Amazon based one. Okay, if we'll keep coming down, so I say that they are saying that okay, I checked the date and time also. This was the current date and time in that particular machine, right? Today is Thursday, that they are telling everything. Okay. Uh, Similarly here, see default IPv4 address, everything they are telling us, right? But you know from where this information is getting extracted? Actually, if I go in 31.164 machine, this is the 31.164, and here if I will type the command ifconfig, okay, so see they are providing us so many information, right? But without going to this particular machine, without typing that, right, I'm able to find all the information. If you'll see here, let me just go up. See here, address 31.164 alias ETH0. Okay, broadcast 15.255. So if you'll see here, the broadcast IP will be 15.255, right? So basically they are running some internal command, they are storing the data, and they are creating a document here. Okay, and by seeing this document, we are able to find so many things. Even they will tell you that how much RAM is available. So let me show you that part also. Okay, Ansible host name. So they are telling here host name, everything. If we'll come here little, okay, wait. The problem is that scrolling up. Okay, wait. Okay, see here the storage they are talking about. We have the 8 GB storage is that for that particular thing they are giving us the information. Okay, if we'll go a little bit up, here they were giving the IP address, and then if we'll keep coming down a little bit, timestamp, fiber channel. Here see memory they are saying total 952 MB RAM because we have 1 GB RAM machine, right? So that's what they are telling, which processor you are using, x86, right? How much memory is used, how much memory is free. So everything they are telling us, and not only this, they are saying us which CPU our EC2 instance is using. They are using the Intel Xenon CPU E5-2676 up to 2.4 gigahertz. So all the information they are telling us, that is much more than. And even see that package manager, I said, that how Ansible will be able to know using the package module. They quickly got it when they will find this thing setup module. They will find, okay, for this particular machine, package manager is yum. That means I have to run the yum command here. Okay, for this Ubuntu, the package manager is apt. So I have to run the apt command. So Ansible will intelligent. They will read all this file and then they will take the decision as per that. We don't have to worry about. Okay. So that's the thing. And see, this is providing you so much details, right? But sometimes what happens, I don't want to see this much details. I want to see only few details, right? So in that case, you can write a argument here and you can mention here that filter is equal to a star IPv4 star. We are basically filter the result, and I just want to see the IPv4 result only. I don't want all the extra information. Okay. So this time they went the machine, they just only found the IPv4 address only. That's why you can filter all the result. If you want to just filter about the RAM, if you want to filter the CPU, everything you can just write like this and they will show you that particular thing only. I just said that just find me about the IPv4 address. They're just telling me about the IPv4 address. So that's the benefit of the setup module. They will provide you all the information regarding your worker nodes. Okay. Now to check whether all the worker nodes are available or not. Okay. So there is a command called Ansible demo node -module ping. If I'll type this command, what is going to happen is they will check. If it is saying in green color, that means both the worker node are reachable. Okay. If any of the worker node is going to be shut down, like take an example, what I'm going to do is I'm shutting down one of the machine. Okay. I'm shutting down node 1. Okay. So as soon as I am going to stop the node 1, okay, I am stopping the node 1. So definitely it will be going to be shut down. And since it is going to be shut down, so now if somebody is going to say that Ansible, go to the demo node and try to ping all the machine present, all the worker node. So they will try to go first machine, they are success. There is no any problem in that. But the second machine, when they will try to reach it, they will say that I am not able to reach it, and that is fail. So we can get it easily, right? Okay, the 31.9.153 machine is in shutdown state, and that is correct, right? This is in the stopping state. Once again, this machine will be active. Okay, like I'm going to start this machine. So again, Ansible will be able to reach to this particular machine. And once Ansible will be able to reach, then they will give the output in the green color that yes, I am able to reach it. Okay, so let it be started. Okay, so this machine got started now. Now if I'll come here and I will type the command Ansible demo node -module ping. So this time is going to say that pong. That means both are success. Okay. So it's completed. Okay. So by in the starting, there are 100 worker nodes are there. You can just type this command to check all the 100 worker nodes are connected to the internet. They are active or not. Okay. So it's the easy way to find it. So this is about the module section. You can go with different modules. I shown you how to find the modules, everything as per your use cases. Okay. Now the next thing is I will show you the last way to communicate with the Ansible, that is by writing the playbook. Okay. So how to write the playbook? So let me just show you here. Let me clear all these things. Okay. So playbook, we have to write it in a YAML format. Okay. So in the YAML format, the spacing matters most. Okay. So whatever the spacing you are following, just make sure that you are following in a good way. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a file with the name called target.yml. Take as an example. Okay. First, let me delete this file.txt so you'll not get confused. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the target.yml file. I'm creating a file with the name called target.yml. Okay. So basically, whenever you are writing a YML file or you are writing a playbook for the Ansible, the first thing they always say is you have to write the dash. Okay, dash. Then you have to give a single space. Okay, host. Okay, and then in the host you have to mention your group name. My group name is demo node. You can mention IP address also directly here. There is no any problem in that. Okay, you can mention directly IP address, but we already set the IP address in the demo node group name, so I'm just writing the group name. Now this Ansible is going to connect to your worker node, right? So how they are going to log in, by which username? So they are going to use the username as Ansible. So that's what I am typing here. Okay. And make sure everything we are writing parallel to this HU, everything will become parallel to this. Now the thing is become, if you remember, we were using always the option called -b, right? To give the pseudo power. So if I want to use the pseudo power, I will say that yes, you can use the become power, become is equal to yes. Which connection they will be using? They will be using normally the SSH protocol. Either you write or either you don't write. By default, they will use the connection is equal to SSH only. The starting 3 line is must. Okay. Connection is equal to SSH. This is optional. Either you write, don't write. They are going to use the SSH protocol only by default. Gather facts. Basically, we are saying that whether you are going to get some information of that particular machine or not. So again, this thing, either you write gather facts is equal to true, either you don't write it. By default, they will try to gather the facts only. Okay. So if I will save this particular file after writing all these things, what Ansible is going to do? Ansible -playbook. And then I am saying that there is a file called target.yml. Can you run it? And there is no space here. Ansible-playbook. Press enter. What happened? Connection is not validated for. Okay. Is it? I written something wrong. Okay, spelling is wrong of connection. Okay, wait. Save it. Run it. So say this time they are going to run and they are saying we are going in the demo node and we are gathering the facts. See, and they gather the facts. They done the information and they done the work. Okay, everything is green. They are able to reach to both the machine. There is no any problem in that. Okay. But even if I'm going to remove this gather facts is equal to true lines from here, right? Still you will see that they will gather the facts. That's the thing here. That's why I said you either you write this line, either you don't write this line, right? They're automatically going to gather the facts only. This is the first thing, right? They will try to gather the information that whether both the machine are available, both the machine are reachable or not. So they will try to gather the facts. If you want that Ansible does not check for gathering the facts or something, then in that case manually you have to type it here that gather underscore facts is equal to false. If you type false, then only Ansible is not going to gather the facts. Now if I'll try to run it, this time Ansible did not done anything about gather facts. Okay, so that is the thing here. But my goal is that yeah, they should gather the facts, so that's why I will make it true like this. And again I will try. So they are going to gather the facts. Okay. So this is about the first basic file. Okay. Now I'm going to create a file. Okay. For installing the HTTPD package. Okay. So I am going to create a task file. I'm going to give a task to the Ansible. Okay. So that's why task.yml. The first line I said you that we have to write is dash. Then you have to mention the host. In the host, I will be mention the demo node. Then we'll be writing the user and we'll be writing the Ansible. Then we'll be writing the become and giving the become power. Then we'll be using the connection. Either you write it, either you don't write it. No use case. Okay. Even gather facts, you can let it be also, still they are going to do the gather facts. I already shown you. Now I'm going to give some task to the Ansible. So I'm going to write task. What task I'm going to give? So to install the HTTPD package, we have the two module I shown you, right? One was the yum module, one was the package module. Now you can tell me which module should I use here. Should I go with yum or should I go with package? Anybody? What do you want me to do? Yum or package? Both can do the work, right? Because we know that our all the machines are on the Amazon Linux only currently. But take an example, you are going with the package module. Okay. So you can just come down. So this is the package module for generate. Okay. So for all the operating system, it will work. If you come down, so they are saying by this, like this way, you have to write it. Okay. So I will come here. I will try to see this. Okay. They are saying to write like this. Okay. So I will write here task, then I will give the dash here. Make sure this dash will start inside the task column only. Then I'm writing here name. Okay. And the name of the task I'm saying is, okay, what you have to do is you have to install the HTTPD package. Something like this I said. Okay. Now how to install this? So they are saying a parallel to this name, you have to write the package. So I'm writing the package here. Okay. Because I'm going to use the package module. Inside the package module, we always specify two things. If you remember, we specify the name and then we specify that state is equal to present or absent. State is equal to present. And if I am going to run this package playbook, okay, so what this playbook will do, they will use the package module and they will make sure that HTTPD software is present. Let's run this. Ansible -playbook task.yaml. Press enter. Now it's their duty that they are gathering the facts, then they will try to install the HTTPD package, and currently they are saying it as okay, okay. That means package was already present. That's why it is showing as a green color. Okay. And similarly, take an example. I want to remove the package, right? So I will just make it here absent, something like this. Task name you want to do the change, you can do it like install the HTTPD package. So I'm just making it right, remove the HTTPD package. Remove, just give me a second, remove the HTTPD package. That's it. I'll save this file. This time I will try to run this task. This time this task duty is to remove the HTTPD package. Previously it was installed, so definitely this time yellow color is going to come, and once the package will be uninstalled, they will say yes, I done it. Okay. But here you are saying that they are not providing that much information that what they are doing in the backend or something. So they say if you want that little bit more logs you want to see, then use a -b option. Press enter. So this time they will provide little bit more details here, right? And they are saying that I did not remove the HTTPD package. It is showing in green color. Why? Because HTTPD is already not installed. So there is no make any sense that I have to remove it or something. That's why it is in the green color. Okay. If somebody want little bit more information, then you can add one more, two more extra V, something like this, right? Then they will provide little bit more logs like that. Okay. So when we do some debug or something and that time we require some extra information, so we follow this way only. Okay, so hope this makes sense to you. Okay, so we saw about the task.yml file also, to how to install the HTTPD package or something. Okay, and we saw how to remove the HTTPD package also. Okay. Now I'm going to create a web server with the playbook. Okay, so this will be the last example for the Ansible. Okay, so my goal is, see, currently HTTPD package is not installed in both the machine. Okay, if I'll copy the public IP of, okay, one machine I restarted, right? Yeah, this machine got restarted. So wait, let me just close this, because if you remember, I shut down that machine, right? So 9.153, let me connect to this particular machine one more time. Okay, and meanwhile you will see here, currently HTTPD package is not present here. We will verify which HTTPD not present. Okay, similarly in this machine also, sudo switch is Ansible, clear it all. And if I'll say that which HTTPD, so here also HTTPD package is not installed. If I'll try to copy this public IP, okay, and I will paste it here, so website will be currently not busy. It went in the next tab. So here it is not opened, and similarly I will try to copy the public IP of the node 2. Here also if I try to paste it, this will also not open. My goal is that it's Ansible duty that they will install the HTTPD package here, they will start the HTTPD package, they will copy a website, and they will show a website at this particular position. In both the URL, I want to see my website using the Ansible. I don't want to manually go in this worker node 1 and worker node 2 and I have to do the installation, everything. Okay. So for doing that, what I'm going to do is first, let's create a file with the name called index.html. I want to deploy a index.html file. Okay. Inside this, I am writing simple and HTML syntax, something like this. This website is deployed using Ansible. Something like this I just written. Okay. And just I'm closing this /h1 tag and /s3 S3 deployed. Okay, I'm closing this. So basically some content I written here. Well and good. And I'm just saving this content. Okay, so this is the index.html file I created. Okay, now I'm creating a file with the name called webserver.yml. And again, we'll do the exactly same way. First, what we have to write? First, we have to write the dash. Then we have to write a space, host. Then we have to mention demo node. Then we'll be mentioning the user, that you will be using the user called Ansible. Then I will say that become, you have to use the become power because you have to install the package, everything. Connection, you will be using the SSH only. Gather facts, I can write, I cannot write, that's okay. Then I am writing some task here. I am saying that I'm going to give you some tasks. The first task for you will be, okay, that you have to install the HTTPD package because currently HTTPD package is not installed. To install the HTTPD. Okay, and the module which we will be using for doing that was the package. Again, I'm just taking the reference of that documentation only because I already shown you yesterday, so I'm just writing directly, but you can always come there and you can reference it. Okay, so package, then we have to write the name of the software, HTTPD, and then I will say state is equal to present, and make sure it should be parallel to each other. Okay, this name and state should be parallel to each other. I shown you that you can take the reference from here. It is written like that only, so we have to write like this. Once the HTTPD package got installed, right, what is the next task I am going to give? So once the package got installed, what they have to do is they have to copy a file. Okay, so for that I am saying that do one thing. Okay, after installing the HTTPD package, you have to copy a file. Okay, copy a file. So for copy a file, which module we are using? We are using the copy module. Okay, in the copy module, we are writing two things. Source. I'm saying that there is a file present with the name called index.html that you have to copy it to the destination location, the /var/www /html. If you remember, this was the path where we have to copy the file. Then only it will be visible in the HTTPD website, right? Once copy the file is also done, then I'm writing one more task here. Again, see, all these tasks are parallel to this. This dash is coming parallel to this. You cannot write this dash from here, this dash from here, not like that. It should parallel to this. This all names should be parallel to this. Okay. And I'm mentioning that now you have to start the HTTPD package. You have to start the HTTPD package. And to start the HTTPD package, yesterday I showed you that there is a module called service module, and in which there is a name called HTTPD, and you have to write state is equal to started. That means they will start the HTTPD. If I will do these three things, what they are going to do is they will install the HTTPD package, they will copy the file, and they will start the HTTPD package. And once this all three work will be done, we'll able to see our website there. Okay, so let's save this file and say that Ansible go to the playbook, go to the web server.yml. Okay, and again there is no space here, and it's Ansible duty that they are reading the file. First the work is they have to install that HTTPD package, right? Again they have to copy the file. Okay, again they will try to start the HTTPD package, and see, they done it. All the things are in the yellow color, right? If I'll come here and I will do the refresh to this particular website, see, this website is deployed using Ansible. It is deployed. how great it is, right? In a single go, we deployed in both the machines. Tomorrow somebody is saying me that can you change some content here, like after this deployed, can you write your name here, something like this. So what I have to do, I don't have to do anything. I will simply come to my master machine. I will edit this index.html file. Somebody is asking me to write the name here. Okay. So I will just type my name here like this. Okay. And that's it. I will save this file and I am going to run this script again, Ansible-playbook. I don't have to touch anything. I just change the file and that's it. Now it's the Ansible duty that they will make sure HTTPD is installed. They copied the file again because content got changed. Okay. I'll refresh this. Now my name will be visible in both the websites. Okay. So any changes, if somebody is saying me to do tomorrow in my website, I have to just edit that particular file and I will run this script. I don't have to touch the script because all the things will be taken care by the script. So whatever the things I written there, that you can write in this format also. If somebody is not good with the proper spacing or something, because see, let me clear this all. If you'll try to read this cat web server.yml file, so this file and this file work is exactly same only. There is no any difference. Even if you write this, it will work. Okay. First thing is you have to install the HTTPD. Here I am using the yum module, but here I use the package module. So action, if you write the action statement, then you can write everything in a single line. You don't have to do this proper spacing format. But actually, it is suggested that you should write the playbook in this proper spacing format only. But in the starting, if somebody is facing any difficulty or something, then you can write like this: yum, the name is equal to httpd, state is equal to present. But here, if you'll use it, you'll be writing yum, name, state. It should be parallel to like this. And even in the documentation, you'll see that they will always give you the reference of like this only that you can write. If somebody want to install multiple software, then you can mention the multiple software like this. So they are telling us everything, all the different scenarios. Okay. So this is about the thing of Ansible. So yeah, any question, anything? Anything in this playbook you want to ask? No?
Mhm.
Okay then. So practice up to here and see what is completed. Okay. If any question is there or something, then you can ask by tomorrow. And then we'll be starting the new topic that will be the Docker. Fine.
Okay, sir.
Okay then. Thanks all of you. Have a nice
Yeah,
day.
thank you. Thank you.
Is my sound is audible? Is my sound is audible? Is my sound is clear to all of you? Am I not audible to you? Yeah, so please response right that game audible. Okay, so in the Ansible, anybody have any doubt, any question? Do you have any question in Ansible? Anybody? What happened today? Nobody is responding. Do you have any doubt in Ansible? That's the only thing I'm asking. Yes or no? Then that's why I require the clarity from you that the previous topic good. Should I start new one? That's why I'm asking. Just try to understand now, like from teacher perspective also, if somebody is asking, you just have to type, right? I'm not even telling you that you have to speak on mute. Just you have to type it from your keyboard in a chat, right? Even if you don't want to type it, you can just send a message directly to me also, right? If you don't want to send it to the everyone, but at least that you can do, all of you. So I can get, okay, you don't have the any problem thing, or you are understanding, so I can proceed ahead. Because just think like this is a virtual training, right? So as a teacher perspective, also just think that if somebody is just going to speak, so I don't know now who is in other part of the thing, how you are understanding, whether you are there. So that's my duty also that you have to ask. That's why I keep asking. Other than that, there is no any problem, right? And whatever the question you ask, I never said that I'm not going to answer or something. Whatever the doubt you ask, I try to figure it out. I try it any way possible. So just you have to be little bit attentive. That's it. And just a 30 to 40, 45 minutes classes we always take, right? So just be little bit attentive. That's it. Okay. So we are going to start with the Docker. Okay. So before starting the Docker, you have to understand some point. Okay. Because the practical, I can start it. I can complete it in 2 days. Okay. But little bit theoretical knowledge you will require. That only we'll be going to cover today. Okay. So the first question, basically, if somebody is going to ask you that you are using the laptop or computer, right? What is the reason you are using the computer or a laptop? Anybody can tell me that any answer coming in your mind? That what laptop or something, laptop or computer? What is the purpose of that? Okay, yeah, for using different apps. Yes, so we use the laptops, everything for using different application only. Either we are using the internet, so we'll be using the Google Chrome, Firefox, right, to watch some video, we'll be using a video player or something XYZ like that, right? That means we are at last we are using some applications or software only. Okay, even to see the files, to do the meetings, to write the known some text file, everything we are requiring any software only. Notepad is itself is a Word document is a software like that only. Okay, so to run any application or software, okay, because see our final goal is to run any application, right? So to run any application, the first thing you are going to require is an operating system. Can you tell me operating system you can run you can run application? No, that cannot be possible. Even in your mobile phone, if you are running the application, that means there is some operating system is there, either Android or iOS, Symbian, like that. If operating system is there, then only yes, sir. Okay. So then, after understanding all these things, first we have to now understand that, okay, then the first thing we have to do is we have to install the operating system. Then only we can install the application. That is the actual way, right? Whenever we buy the laptop from the market, so they comes with the installation of operating system. Then only on top of the application, right? So now there are different ways to install the operating system. Okay, and to installation of operating system, we say it as a provisioning. Okay, how to install the operating system, we say it as a provisioning. Okay, so rather than saying that we are installing operating system, we say the operating system. So basically there is a 4 ways of provisioning. Okay, the first method is bare metal, second method is the cloud computing, third is the virtualization, fourth is the Docker. Okay, Docker or containerization, whatever you say. Okay, so what is the laptop currently you are using? That this is my laptop in which I have all the RAM, CPU, hard disk. On top of that particular laptop, I installed all this operating system, right? So this is known as a bare metal. Bare metal means you have the hardware present with you. Okay, you have the hardware present with you. Particular hardware, you install the operating system. Okay, so basically I bought the RAM, hard disk, CPU, everything, and on top of that I installed the operating system. This is known as the bare metal. Second way is the cloud computing. In the cloud computing, we don't have the hardware physically present with us, right? If I'm going to EC launching some instance, right? So we are launching the instance, but we are launching it in the AWS server, right? It is not like they are providing me this particular EC2 machine at my home or something. That means we don't have physical access. We are accessing using the cloud. So we see it as a cloud computing. This part is not cloud computing. Is a virtualization. Okay, so when the virtualization came in the market, actually after the bare metal, the second technology came in the market was the virtualization only. And whatever the cloud computing you are using, that AWS or GCP or right, they are internally using the virtualization concept only, okay, to provision the different operating system. Because if you are asking for 1 GB RAM or something from the AWS, so do you think that AWS is going to going in the market and they are buying 1 GB RAM? No, they will be definitely buying 100 GB RAM or 200 GB RAM. And in that 100 GB RAM, 200 GB RAM, they will divide it to 100%. For each person will getting 1 RAM, right? It is not like they are buying 1 GB RAM stick every time. Okay, so the concept of virtualization is basically there will be hardware will be present, okay, and you are basically virtualizing the software. So the problem was with the bare metal was what people were facing, that I have a laptop with me, okay, on top of this laptop I installed the Windows operating system. So this is a bare metal concept, okay, but now I require to use the operating system. I want to use the Ubuntu, want to use a Red Hat for some time. So it is not like I'm going in the market, I'm buying a new laptop and there I am installing the Ubuntu, right? So if there are 5 operating system I want to use it, so there are 5 laptop I have to carry, right? And that is not feasible, okay? So with the idea of the virtualization, okay? So basically before virtualization also there is another concept is also there in the bare metal itself, that you do the dual boot of your laptop. I don't know how many of you heard about it, but if you search for the dual boot, okay, so you'll see basically you can install 2 or 3 different operating systems. So whenever you will power on your laptop now, in the starting only they will ask you that whether you want to log into the Windows 10 or Ubuntu, okay. So again, this is also known as a bare metal only, okay. But the problem here is if I'm using the Ubuntu. If I'm using the Ubuntu, I cannot use the Windows 10. Okay, and I cannot do the multiple boot or something here. That if I want to run 5 operating system, 10 operating system, it is not possible here. Okay, 2 to 3 is maximum. Okay, in this case. And also we have to choose. Like if I'm working on currently the Windows 10 and want to do work parallelly to the Ubuntu, it cannot be possible. I have to shut down the machine again. I have to power on. Next time I will be logging to the Ubuntu machine like that. Okay. But when the virtualization comes in the picture, they say that what we can do is, okay, you have to Oracle VM or VirtualBox, this type of the software I'm talking about, like Oracle VM VirtualBox. You will be installing this type of the software. This software is going to create a hypervisor type of the concept, okay, which will directly communicate with the hardware of my laptop, okay. And using this software, you can install multiple install the Ubuntu operating system, right? So my Windows is running parallelly. I can start the Ubuntu operating system, okay, and it will be started. So I will be using Windows also. I will be using Ubuntu also, and that's the benefit in case of the virtualization, right? When I want to use, I can use it. There is no any problem in that, okay. So we can use it, and also one more extra benefit of this Oracle VirtualBox or this VirtualBox concept is like this. Take an example, in this Ubuntu operating system, I installed 50 software, okay, because I was doing some project I had to install. So I installed all the software, everything, right? Now, one of my friend is also working in the same project. So rather than he will install Ubuntu in his Oracle VM VirtualBox and again he will manually install the 50 software, okay, rather than doing that, we can create a snapshot of this particular image. Okay, a snapshot I already shown you in the AWS how to create it. So that type of the things we can do it. And this particular image, I can share it to my friend using the pen drive or something, right? And once that image he will get it, so he can operating system from that particular image. Now the benefit will be whatever the software I installed inside this Ubuntu machine, he don't have to do it. He will be already getting all the software installed when he will be using my image. Okay, so that started to happen with the help of the VirtualBox machine. People were liking it. Everything was going good, right? People are able to use multiple operating system. Then what is the problem here? Why people required some other technology also? So shut down this machine because I already shown you one time how to run this Ubuntu everything. So basically the thing is provision on operating system I am talking about. Okay, the concept is bare installation of Windows operating system. If you are going to do directly on your laptop, it is going to take 50-60 minutes of time. Okay, second thing is the virtualization. Okay, what is the virtualization? So in the virtualization, what happens is installation. So in the virtualization also it is going to take time only 40, 50, 60 minutes. It is going to take time to install any operating system on the virtualization also. Okay, but in the virtualization, what you can do is you can run multiple operating system parallelly. You can run multiple operating system parallelly. Installation is going to take again the same, will take differently, right? But you can run multiple operating system parallelly. So basically, take an example. In my laptop, I have 20 GB RAM. Okay, in my laptop, if I have 20 GB RAM, and inside this Oracle VM, like currently I installed Ubuntu, right? I installed two Ubuntu. So like this way, take an example here. I installed system. One is Ubuntu, one is Red Hat, one is Kali Linux, like that. Okay. So for Red Hat, I allocated, take an example, 6 GB RAM. Okay, so 6 GB RAM is gone for the Red Hat. Okay, another 6 GB RAM I given to the Ubuntu operating system, and another 4 GB RAM. So total how much RAM I provided? 16 GB RAM I provided, right? Now I'm remaining with how much RAM? 4 GB. Okay, so what if all these three operating system running parallelly, then they are going to take 6 GB plus 6 GB plus 4 GB, total 16 GB RAM from my, and total how much RAM I was available? 20 GB RAM. So the remaining 4 GB RAM who will be using? It will be getting used by the Windows laptop, right? Because this Oracle VirtualBox everything is running on top of the Windows, right? So if this Ubuntu is taking 6 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, but this entire operating system you are seeing, right? This Brave browser, this thing, this all will also take RAM, right? So basically other 4 GB RAM or something is getting utilized by the Windows operating system. Okay. But now the problem here is this type of the setup. That take an example, tomorrow I want to run some heavy software in the Ubuntu machine. Okay. And for that particular reason, this Ubuntu require 8 GB RAM. Okay, this Ubuntu require 8 GB RAM or 10 GB RAM, something like this. Okay. And currently this Red Hat is using only GB RAM is free only because in the Red Hat I'm not using that much any work or something. So 5 GB RAM is free here. In Kali Linux also 3 GB RAM is free. Currently, take an example. Okay, and this Ubuntu required 2 GB extra RAM because they have to do some heavy tasking. Now the RAM is not available. Okay, so this Ubuntu will not able to ask the RAM from the Red Hat or the Kali Linux. They can ask directly from the virtualizer machine only, but this particular 6 GB RAM we reserved it for the Red Hat. So this Red Hat is not going to share this particular RAM to anybody other person. Either I have to shut down this operating system, then this 6 GB RAM will be freed and it will be given back to this operating system, Windows operating system, and from there they will be taking. Okay. But if I want that parallelly this three operating system is running, if RAM, so he should share this RAM to the Ubuntu, right? Once the Ubuntu work will be completed, he can again give back RAM to the Red Hat. But this type of the things does not happens in the virtualization. And that's why in the virtualization, we have the limited number of operating system I can run, right? If I have 20 GB RAM, so maximum 3, 4, 5 operating system I can run it, right? Because at least 3 GB, 4 GB, 5 GB RAM I have to provide to each operating system. Then only they will run perfectly fine, right? So if there are 20 GB RAM or 30 GB RAM, so we can share it to 5 parts, 6 parts, that's it. We cannot create 100 of operating system parallelly. We cannot run like that. Okay, so that's the limitation of the virtualization. Third thing was the cloud computing that I already said. It takes that launching of the EC2 instance, everything, that takes 2 to 3 minute time only. But this is a paid service and also the resources are present in the AWS server side. Okay. But it is faster in provisioning in that there is very good as compared to the bare metal and virtualization, but we are paying the charges for that. Okay, and even the cloud compute is using the virtualization concept only, but they are using little bit good virtualization. That's why they are little bit faster. Okay. So up to here, it was the normal scenario. Now the fourth thing was the containerization came in the market. It came in the market to solve this particular problem. Okay. They are saying that, okay, you are running multiple operating system well and good. But the problem here is even if this Red Hat is not using 6 GB RAM, still they are reserving. And that doesn't make sense because if this Red Hat is using 1 GB RAM and we are reserving 6 GB, that means this 5 GB is just getting wasted, right? We are just paying some extra charges for this and we are not able to utilize this RAM. Okay. So for that particular reason, containerization technology came in the picture. Okay. And there is a tool available in the market who introduced the containerization technology, that is the Docker. Okay. So the first thing Docker say that you are taking 50-60 minute time for installation, you are taking 30-40 minutes, you are taking 2 to 3 minutes time. Let's forget about all this. Let's do everything in less than 1 second. Okay, so Docker say that I can launch the entire full-fledged operating system. I can install everything, make it ready in less than 1 second. Okay. Second problem, everybody is reserving the resource. In the starting only, they are asking that how much RAM I require, right? If I'll give 6 GB RAM and if they are not using 6 GB RAM, so they are not going to share it. So Docker say, okay, then let's do one thing. I'm not going to reserve the resource also. Okay. So Docker is now beneficial in two ways. They are saying that I can provision the entire operating system in less than 1 second, and I'm not going to reserve the resource also. Okay. Then how the Docker is going to work? Okay, if this is the case, then how the Docker is going to work? So Docker say, I'm not going to ask you in the starting itself that I require 6 GB RAM, 10 GB RAM, 100 GB RAM like that. Maybe when you will start me, that time I will require 200 MB RAM only. So that time only I will ask to 200 MB RAM. Okay. If I will require 1 GB RAM, that time only I will ask you 1 GB RAM. Once my work is completed, I don't require 1 GB RAM, I will give it back. Okay, I will just run it in 5 to 6 MB only. I don't require any enough resource also. Okay. And due to this limitation, now we don't have to reserve the resource. Whenever our operating system requires the resource, that time only they are going to ask it. So due to implementation of the Docker, even in the 1 GB RAM machine, I can run 100 containers easily. We don't have to worry about. Once the container will get the load, that time only they will require the resource utilization from the base machine. Else everything will be fine only. Okay. So now the thing is how Docker is able to launch everything in less than 1 second. Okay, that is the interesting thing we have to understand here. Okay, so Docker say that you know about the Linux. So everybody know about the Linux, right? So if you remember our first or second class of the Linux, I said you that Linux based operating system. I said you that Linux is not an operating system. Linux basically we say it as a Linux based operating system. All of you remember that? Remember everybody? I explained you the concept there. Yes or no? Okay. So there are different operating system available in the market. So that time I said you that Linux based operating system is nothing. They are just a Linux kernel. Okay. Plus collection of free software. So everybody is using the Linux kernel only. Only the collection of free software, whatever we are getting in the Ubuntu or Red Hat, that is only the different. Okay. Now, if we'll say that if I want to install the Ubuntu, take an example in my this particular laptop, right? So what I will be going to do in the market, I will be going for the Ubuntu ISO installation, ISO image like that. If I'll search in the Google, I will go to this particular Ubuntu website and they will say that to download the Ubuntu, what you can do is you can click on this and a file of 4 or 5 GB is going to be downloaded. And once you will download that particular file, okay, like 4.69 GB, something like this, then Ubuntu is going to be installed. So now I got that, okay, Ubuntu, if I want to install the Ubuntu, then I have required at least, basically I written here, so let it be. So it is like approx 5 GB storage is there, something like this particular ISO image, okay. And this bare metal or this virtualization, what they were doing, they were installing the entire operating system, entire 5 GB operating system they were installing in this 2 method. Even in the third method also they do like that only, okay. They try to install the entire ISO image, okay. So since they are installing the 5 GB file or something, so definitely it is going to take time, right? So that's why they are taking this much time. Okay. But Docker is a little bit advanced. Okay, so the first thing Docker say that assume that Docker is just created for the Linux machine only. Okay, that means you have to understand here that when the Docker was launched in the market, Docker was launched for the Linux machine. Okay, that means you bought a laptop from the market. Okay, you bought the laptop from the market. On top of this laptop, take an example, you install the Ubuntu. Okay, on top of this laptop, you install the Ubuntu. On this Ubuntu operating system, you install the Docker. Okay, so basically on Docker is running on the Ubuntu operating system, Ubuntu is running on your laptop, and this Docker is going to run the multiple operating system, whatever you are going to say, Red Hat, CentOS, Alpine, like whatever the operating system you're saying, that Docker is going to run it. Okay, even the Ubuntu also they can run it. Okay, whatever the version you want to do. So this Docker is running on top of this Ubuntu operating system. Okay, so basically Docker say that rather than installing this entire operating system, that 5 GB everything again, because I know that Linux is nothing just the Linux kernel plus collection of free software. So kernel is going to be same, right? Either I am using the Red Hat, I am using the CentOS, I am using the Alpine, I am using the Ubuntu. Everybody is using the same kernel, right? So only the collection of free software is different. So they are saying basically here that if somebody is asking me to run the CentOS operating system, right? So CentOS is going to have two things. One will be the Linux kernel, second will be the collection of free software. Okay. So I will not download the kernel code. I will just download the collection of free software code because kernel code I already have. Where they have the kernel code? They have the kernel code at this particular Ubuntu, right? Because this Ubuntu is also having the Linux kernel plus collection of free software. Okay. So whenever they will require the kernel code, okay, so they can just take the reference from the base image, collection of free software. Okay, so basically they will take the things from the base image. So Docker, what they do is they say that I will download only the collection of free software side only. Okay, and you know actually what happens that in this approx 5 GB size, okay, 90 to 95% size comes from the Linux kernel only. That means in this 5 GB, 4.5 GB size, 4.6 GB size directly comes from the Linux kernel only, and only that 200, 300, 400 MB software you are getting, that is only coming in the collection of free software set. That means the heaviest work is the kernel code only. Okay, and if we are not downloading this kernel code, we are sharing it from our base image only. Whenever I will require, this Docker is saying that I will help you to communicate directly with my base operating system. You can take the reference of kernel from there. Okay, so I have to download only the collection of free software. So then again the problem came that Docker said that some people asked basically that from where we'll be downloading this, right? Because this Ubuntu is not giving me any way that I can directly download only the collection of free software, because they are giving me always that bigger file only, right? So Docker say you don't have to worry about, we created our own website with the name called Docker Hub. Okay, inside this Docker Hub, I will be going to provide you the image of all the operating system. Okay, like if you want to find the image of the Ubuntu, you can just come here, you can search for it, you'll be getting this Ubuntu. If I'll click here, you can simply run this command, your image will be downloaded, and this image is only going to contain the collection of free software, but kernel code they will not have. That means this will be the a smaller image, and when I will download this image, everything I will show you, image size will be less than 100, 200 MB. Okay, all the images will be less than 100, 200, 300 MB, like that only. Okay, so it will come in very less size itself whenever we'll download everything. So that's the benefit here. Okay, so now we got the idea that okay, whenever this Docker is going to run any operating system, they will directly download the image, custom image from the Docker Hub directly. Okay, which will be very less size, and if they will require the kernel code, they can take it from the base machine. Okay, so now we got to know that why this is faster, why they are provisioning in less than 1 second, right? Why they are provisioning in less than 1 second? Because they are not installing that 5 GB, 6 GB file, right? They're installing very less software, and that's why it is faster. Second thing, do not reserve the resource. Why they are saying that do not reserve the resource? Basically, here they where problem was facing was in the starting only you have to reserve the resource. But Docker say, if you'll say me to run all the 4 operating system, I can run it. If you'll say that you have to run Red Hat itself, 5 different laptop of the Red Hat, that also I can do. Okay, 5 different laptop Ubuntu, that also I can do. But take an example, in that 5 laptop, if one laptop requires more RAM, Okay, so that time only they will request that I require high RAM, then they will ask it to this base image, Ubuntu image, and from there they will take the RAM and share it. Okay, once this work is completed, he don't require now enough RAM, then he will again give it back. Okay, so they are not reserving. Here they are saying that they are thinking that this 6 GB RAM is their personal property. I don't want to share something. Okay, but here it is not like they are, whenever they will require, they will ask. If they don't require, they will again give it back. So that problem is also solved. Multiple operating system I can create it whenever we require. We don't have any limit everything in the starting only. So this is the flow. Why containerization become popular? Like even in 1 GB RAM, there are multiple containers you can create. Okay. But before understanding all these things, like why we understanding these all things, why we require that our operating system should be installed in less than 1 second, right? That will be also a question in mind, that what was the problem people were facing if the operating system is getting installed in 30-40 minutes, 50-60 minutes, like that. So all of you remember the auto scaling example in the AWS? We discussed about the auto scaling. Have you remembered that, all of you? So in the auto scaling, when how much time AWS was taking to scale the new EC2 instance when the load was coming, if the CPU utilization was become high, so how much time it took around to scale the instances to 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, like that? Remember? It was not instantly, right? They were taking some time. Yes or no? So it was, how much time it was taking? Anybody? All of you done the auto scaling practical, right? It was taking around 5 to 10 minutes of time to scale the new instances, right? So that means now if there is one web server is running and currently people are able to see my website, suddenly in the next 1 hour, 1 million people have started to come visit my website. Definitely I will require multiple web server, right? But if the auto scaling is going to take time, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, if we are going to run it in the virtualization, they are going to take 30-40 minutes time. So is my customer is going to wait for 30-40 minutes or 10 minutes that, okay, let's wait, after 10 minutes this website is going to come back, then I will do the purchase? It is not like that. Customer perspective, it will be a very bad image, right? So that's why we require some way that this particular web server, everything can be scaled in fraction of second. That as soon as load is coming, they should scale up quickly, right? And I said this web server is nothing. This is just an application. And to run any application, the first thing what you will require an operating system, right? So now we have to find a way in which way we can install the operating system fastly. The best solution is the Docker, okay? Because they are taking less than 1 second. So as soon as Docker will install the operating system, will quickly run the web server there in fraction of second, right? And in less than 1 minute, our 100 server will be ready. We don't have to worry about. That means customer is saying that website is not opening. Again, they will refresh 1 to 2 times and they will see that website is opening. Okay, and this type of the response will be good as compared to this 30-40 minutes waiting or 10 to 20 minutes waiting, like that. Okay, that's why we went in a technology where we can scale the things so quick. Okay, so that's about the containerization. How they are going to do it, or how the commands we are going to learn it, that will be start to see it from tomorrow. Okay, so till now if you'll see, we discussed about the 4 ways of provisioning, why we require this faster provisioning, that I given you the example of that client web server one. If load is going to increase, definitely will require more web server, and for that particular reason we'll require a method in which we can provision the new operating system in fraction of second. Okay, and then we'll start with running the commands, everything, docker ps, docker psfn. These all commands I will show you how to install the operating system, how to run it, everything. Okay, one by one from to next class, basically on the next week. Okay, so next week mostly we'll be covering the docker also and kubernetes also. Okay, after that we'll be remaining with the two topic, that is Jenkins and Terraform. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So just practice up to here. If something previously completed and you are not able to complete just now, try to complete it over this weekend. Okay. So when we'll start with the Docker, everybody can do the practical parallelly. Okay. Like after classes, you can do the practical parallelly. So whatever the things are remaining, just try to complete it over this weekend, all of them. Okay. And this document I uploaded it, so you can go through this theoretical one. Fine. Anything? Any question? Anything? Okay, then try to complete up to Ansible, all of you. Okay. Thanks, all of you. Have a nice day. Hi, all of you. Is my sound is audible? Okay. So today we are going to start with the Docker. Okay. So in the last class we discussed about the Docker theoretical part, that how Docker is fast. They can help us to provision the entire operating system in fraction of seconds, right? These all things we saw. Today we are going to start with the Docker. Okay. So to start with the Docker, the first thing what I will be doing is first I will be launching the Linux machine. Okay. And when I will be launching the Linux machine, that time only I will be allowing the security group HTTP port also. So later we don't have to allow it. Okay. And then we'll be connecting to that machine using the putty. Okay. So this is the first thing we'll be doing. So I'm coming here. I'm launching the instance. And we are going to use the operating system Amazon Linux 2nd AMI. Instance type, let it be t2.micro only. Key pair, let me select. And in the security group, just make sure you are allowing the HTTP traffic from internet. And that's it. Everything will be as it is. Just launch the instance. And once the instance is going to be launched, you have to connect to that particular instance. Okay, so I will be connecting using the putty. Okay. After connecting to the machine, again, the first thing you'll be becoming the root user. Okay. And to use the Docker, we have to install the Docker software. Okay, so again, you'll be following this document after connecting to this particular machine, becoming the root user. Okay, you can check for any update, that is any update required or not. I don't think that any update will require. Okay, so update -y, you can do it to check for any update. But okay, there are some updates are there, so let them do it. Okay, once the update will be done, then we are going to install the Docker. Okay, update is installed. Now we are going to install the Docker. So simply for that, we'll be writing the command call yum install docker -y. It will install the Docker software. Once the Docker will be installed, to check whether Docker is running or not, again the same command, systemctl status docker. This is the command which will help us that whether Docker is running or not. Okay, if I'll say systemctl, can you check the status of Docker, something like this. So they are saying currently it is inactive. Inactive means it is not started, so currently you cannot use the Docker. Okay, so to use the Docker, you have to make sure that you are starting the Docker. So to start the Docker, you can type the command called systemctl start docker. Okay, now you will check a status, it has become running. Okay, but still it is not enabled. Why we have to do the enable? Because if our machine is going to be restarted, so I don't want that every time I will come here and I will start the Docker. So for that, you can just type the command called here systemctl enable docker. So benefit of this will be, even if your machine is going to be restarted tomorrow, day after tomorrow, like that, you don't have to start the Docker again. As soon as machine will restart, Docker will also automatically restart. So that's the benefit. Simply type the systemctl enable docker command also. Once up to here you done, your Docker is started, it is running, it is enabled, right? Then you can start to learn the Docker commands. Okay. So to install any operating system, okay, if you remember the topic, I said you that first thing will be required is the ISO image. Okay, image. Either going to the Windows website, from there you are downloading the ISO image, or you are going to the Ubuntu website, from there you are downloading the image, right? So these all are known as the ISO image. Okay. So because all the metadata related to your operating system are stored in the ISO image only. So once ISO image got installed, others are able to hear the audio, right? Others are you able to hear my audio, right? Okay, so you can join back again. Let me just type it. Okay. So I was saying that ISO image is important. Okay. So I said you that if you are going to download the entire image, then its size will be 5 GB, 6 GB around, right? So rather than downloading that much size of the images, Docker, what Docker done is they created a software called Docker Hub. Okay. And there they also store all the images, but these images are very less in size because we are sharing the kernel data from the base machine only. So these all things I shown you, right? So exactly same way here, if I want to see that total how many images are currently present in my Docker, like in my local Docker machine. So if I'll type Docker images, so they will say currently no images is present. There is nothing they are listing, right? But tomorrow, if somebody want to use any operating system, like I want to use the CentOS operating system, or I want to use the Ubuntu operating system, right? So I can come to this Docker Hub, I can search for the CentOS operating system. CentOS is exactly equal to the Amazon Linux 2. If you are going to use the CentOS version 7, so that is exactly equal to the Amazon Linux 2. Okay. So here you are seeing that CentOS image is available. If I click here, so they are saying 1 billion plus people downloaded, right? And basically 1 billion times it got downloaded, and it is Docker pull CentOS is the command to pull the image. But if I do the Docker pull CentOS itself now, they are going to pull the latest version. Okay, they are going to pull the latest version. That will be the 9 actually. Okay, it will come in the tag section. So for each of things they are saying, if I'll do Docker pull CentOS, by default they will pull the latest version only. Okay. If I want to pull a specific CentOS version 7, something like this, so we have to specify Docker pull CentOS 7, or Docker pull CentOS 7, right? So it will download the CentOS version 7 like this. So if I'm going to copy this command, because this is exactly equal to the Amazon Linux 2. Okay. So if I'll copy this command and I will write it here, Docker, can you pull the CentOS 7 image? So Docker is so intelligent, they will directly come to this dockerhub.com and they will try to pull this image from here. If I'll press enter, a image is going to be downloaded. So see, they are downloading the image, they are extracting it. Now if I'll do the Docker images, so see, we are clearly saying that a image CentOS 7 is there, okay, which was created 2 years ago. Size is 204 MB, right? Now, currently, if I'll see that currently in which operating system I am present, like let me just clear it here. If I'll say Docker images, so we are seeing that one image is downloaded CentOS 7. Currently, I am using which operating system /etc/os-release if I'll type. So currently we are using the Amazon Linux too, right? Now let's start a container, or basically see, whenever we start any operating system from the Docker images, we say it as a container. Okay. So currently this is the CentOS 7 image. And if I want to start a container, container is just like a running laptop. Okay. Running laptop. Like you went to the company, some store, and there you are saying that I want to buy a laptop of Windows 10, right? And another person is also going, they are also want to buy a laptop of Windows 10. So basically both the person are going to use the Windows 10 operating system only, but the data or the content, whatever percent will be in your laptop and whatever percent in the other person laptop, that will be different, right? Because both of you are using the Windows, but you will be using it for some different purpose. He will be using it for some different purpose. You will be installing some different application there. You will be installing some different software there, right? Exactly same way, CentOS 7 is the image, but from this particular image, you can create multiple containers. That means multiple laptops, something like this. Okay. So you can create 10 containers, 15 containers, and in all the containers, you can install different software. Okay. And the person who is using the second container, that will be not dependent on the first container like this. So let me just show you. If I want to start a container from this CentOS 7 image, I have to simply write the command here, docker. I want to run a container. Okay, I want to run the container. And after running the container, how I can communicate with that computer or that container? So we'll require an interactive terminal. So for that, IT is for interactive terminal. And I want to start the container from which image? CentOS 7. That's it. If I'm going to type this command, what is going to happen is they are going to launch a new container or a new full-fledged operating system. Currently, I'm using the Amazon Linux 2 operating system, right? But as soon as I will hit enter, you will see that I will go inside a new operating system. Okay. And there I will type the exactly same command cat/etc/os release. It will not show Amazon Linux 2. It will say CentOS 7. If I press enter, so see, in fraction of second, they started a new container. This terminal is coming from the new container, CentOS 7. This is not root at the rate IP. This is totally different. Okay. And here, if I'll type the command cat/etc/os-release, so it is not saying Amazon Linux 2 or something. It is clearly saying that it is CentOS Linux version 7, right? And currently, if I'll do ls, so this many files are present here. If I want to create a directory with the name called Kisan, right? If I want to go inside this Kisan directory and I want to store some files here, touch file 1, file 2. So everything I can do it, right? And once my work is done, I want to exit from this container. I don't want to use this laptop further. I just created it for two purposes. First, to check which operating system we are using. Then I created a directory and then I created some file inside the directory. That's it. I will exit from here. That's it. Again, I came back to my local machine. And here, local machine, I will do the LSC. There is no directory Kisan got created anything because that I created inside that particular container. Okay. So again, let's clear it. If I'll do the Docker images, still that image is available. From this image, again, I can create another container. But now you have to tell me if I'm going to write the command again, like Docker, I have to run the container, give me the interactive terminal from the CentOS 7. So again, the exactly same command, but now you have to tell me that if I will start it this one, so will we able to see the directory Kisan inside this container? Yes or no? Will I able to see directory Kisan inside this if I'll run it again? What do you say? Are you there, all of you? Have you got the question, all of you? Do not got the question. Would that you are saying no? The question is, if I'm going to start the container again, so will that directory keysen will be present inside this? Yes or no? See, I am not explaining anything. I am just asking a question that I just back I created a container, right? Inside that container, I created some image. Okay, see, you can say yeah. That time only I created the image. This is the image that I downloaded from the Docker hub, right? From this image, I created a container. When I went inside that container, I written the command /etc/os-release. What it was showing? It was saying that this particular container is running from the CentOS 7 image, right? There I created a directory with the name called Kisan, and inside that directory we created some files. Okay, and then I exited from that container. Now I'm not using that container. Now the second time I'm asking is, again I'm going to start a new container from this exactly same image. Now will that particular directory will be present inside this? Yes or no? That's the normal question I'm asking. What happened? Are you not able to understand these all things? Everything is going out of your mind like that. Just tell na, I'm not understanding anything, zero thing like that. That also you can tell at least. Then we'll talk to the management and we'll decide like that what to do. But just say something, na, that whether you are understanding, whether you are not understanding these all things. We can take a call on that, na. Have you went through all of you that theoretical class yesterday? Like whatever the last class we done, have you tried to see that lecture again? All of you? At least for that you can respond yes or no, right? I don't know what is happening with all of you. In the starting, all of you were very good. All of you are responding. Suddenly, you all of you are not responding. Have you gone through that theoretical classes? That theoretical class was clear. At least for that, can you say yes or no? Theoretical class was not clear. Great. What about others? For others also, theoretical class is not clear of the Docker. I don't know, other two are even not responding. Okay, so what are the things you did not understand? Can you tell me? Like, what was the thing you were not able to understand in that? That was just a normal theoretical things, right? So have you tried to watch it one more time, or you are not able to understand any terms there? Can you unmute yourself, Arvind? Can you unmute and talk? So how you want me to continue if you are not able to understand, even you did not watch the recording, right? So how you want me to continue with this? You tell me now. I don't think anybody can explain you better than that. What are the three different or four different way? Well, I clearly explained you that how the technology came, how the bare metal came, how the virtualization came, how the cloud computing came, how the containerization came, what was the problem was solved by them. If somebody is starting with the Docker now, they will directly explain Docker. They are not going to explain you the history or anything, right? But I tried to explain you everything. Like in the bare metal, problem was there that it was taking so much time in the installing. People were not able to use multiple operating system. In the virtualization, I clearly said that we are able to run multiple operating system, but we have to fix the RAM in the starting itself. That if one operating system I given the 4 GB RAM, but they are not utilizing it, and other operating system I started in the same laptop which requires 6 GB RAM, so other operating system is not going to share their remaining RAM with that. These all things I explained you. Then I explained you about the cloud computing also, right? That they are taking 2 to 3 minutes time only to provision, but that is a paid service. Then the fourth way I said is the containerization, that they can create a new operating system in the fraction of second. That's the fourth thing only I explained in the class. Now the thing is, in which part you are not able to understand, that you have to tell me, right? Okay, by just saying that we did not understand, that doesn't make sense now. Like if you are going to some restaurant or something, right? You cannot say that I did not like the food. You have to tell na that this is this component of the food I did not like it, or I was not able to understand what was this food about, right? So until and unless you will not say that this particular line or this particular topic I did not understand, how I can understand that? Okay, this part you are not understanding, so I can repeat that. But if you'll clearly say that entire lecture I did not understand, that doesn't make sense, right? So just tell me now that in this four way of provisioning of operating system, which part is difficult for you? Which part you are not able to understand? Or even you are not understanding what is provisioning of operating system? That also tell me. All of you know what is provisioning of operating system we are talking about currently? Yes or no? Provisioning of operating system, do you know that? Understanding this term, or this is new for you? Nobody know what is provisioning of operating system? That's the problem here. I try to speak 10 minutes and we are getting response in just 1 minute. See, I will talk to the Madhu sir, okay? And you can communicate with them because I'm not able to solve your problem. So maybe he can, okay? In the documents, I clearly said here, right? It is written, even if you'll go to this PDF also, you'll be able to understand that to run any application. See, even in some 10th standard student also, I will tell them that for running any application like Google Chrome or Firefox, you will require a operating system. So this part they will also understand. And installation of the operating system is known as provisioning. This is the directly the term I written. So still you are not understanding the provisioning. And now I clearly said here that there are 4 different ways of provisioning. That means 4 different ways are there to install the operating system. The one way is the bare metal. Then I explained you, right? That if the hardware component is present with you, that is known as the bare metal. Currently you are using the laptop, that is the concept of bare metal. Cloud computing, you all of you are using the AWS cloud, GCP cloud, that is comes under the cloud computing, because here I am creating a Linux machine on the cloud. So this is another way of installing the Linux, right? Third way is the virtualization. Many times I shown you about the Oracle VM, right? So this is the concept of the virtual box in which a single operating system, this is my Windows laptop, inside that only I'm running the Ubuntu, Red Hat, Kali Linux. So this is known as the virtualization. And the fourth way was the Docker that I am currently starting to teach you. So this is the fourth thing I explained in the last class. So now just tell me, after seeing this also, which part you did not able to understand in these 4 things? Just tell me. Or you did not go through the video. There can be 2 possibility only, right? So just tell me what is the reason. Did not go through the video, okay. Others? Have you tried to see this PDF at least? Anybody who went through the PDF? I don't think anybody went through the PDF also. See, then how you can say that I was not able to understand, right? Because it's you don't went to the through the videos, you don't went through the PDF, it not was the recording, right? So it's not the mistake from my side, no, it's the mistake from your side that you are not able to give the time. And now the thing is, even if I will start the new topic, now you will be not understand, because in the last class only I explained you that there is a Docker from here we can download the image. Previously in the virtualization, we are downloading the image from the Ubuntu website. It was taking around 5 GB size of storage whenever we are downloading it from here. That I shown you, right? Like if I'll click here, so what is the size of the file? It was coming 4.69 GB, something like that. So until and unless you are not going through it, you'll be not able to understand. If you are thinking DevOps is simple, so it is not. Okay. It is not the Linux class or the AWS class. We came in the DevOps topic. And exactly same image, whatever the image it is going to download it from here, that 4.69 GB or something. If I'll try to download it from this particular machine, like I'm going to restart the session. So don't switch user. So currently you are saying that only one image is present. Tomorrow I want to download one more operating system, so I can simply do the command here, Docker. I want to pull the image Ubuntu. If I press here, what is going to happen? They are going to pull the image Ubuntu, okay, from the Docker app. And this is not 4.69 GB size or image or something. It will be less than 70-80 MB. If I'll do the Docker images, so see, they given the 77 MB size. Okay, and I said to you in the last class itself, what is the difference between kernel, what is the difference between GUI, right? Why the size is smaller? This all part I tried to explain you. And if you are not understanding that, then how you'll be able to understand Docker? Are you getting this, all of you? You see, if I click here, the exactly same download now button, here the size is 4.69 GB, right? But exactly same thing, we downloaded it here in the less than 77 MB. Why? So this all I tried to explain in the last class. There was Saturday, Sunday was also there. Even if you just given 1 hour in this weekend, you have done this. Well, let it be. I am explaining you again one more time whatever I done today, but I will talk to Madhu sir, and Madhu sir will talk to you. Okay, and then they will decide what to do with these classes, remaining classes. Okay. So see, first we have to download some images. Until and unless you don't have this image, you cannot start a operating system. Because if Microsoft company is not going to provide the Windows 10 operating system to HP company, then how the HP company can build their laptop with the Windows 10 operating system, right? So once the Microsoft Windows company is going to provide this type of the image, then only this HP company can install their Windows 10 in their laptop, and then they can sell it in the market. So exactly same way I am saying here that currently, if I'll check that currently which operating system I am using, so I'm using Amazon Linux 2. Why? Because currently I am running this particular EC2 instance, right? And this EC2 instance I launched with the Amazon Linux 2. That's why when I'm running this command, it is running the Amazon Linux 2. So this is just a single laptop. This is just a single laptop, this EC2 instance, right? In which is running on Amazon Linux 2. But inside this particular laptop, I want to run multiple operating system. I want to run the Ubuntu operating system here, right? So Ubuntu operating system, to run the Ubuntu operating system, what I can do is I can simply say Docker, can you run a container, okay, IT for interactive terminal from the image called Ubuntu. If I press enter, now what is going to happen? They will start a new container. This is a new container. This is a new laptop that is running inside this EC2 instance. And here if I'll type cat/etc/os-release, so see, this is clearly saying that you are using the Ubuntu 22.04. Whatever the directory I am going to create here with the name called test directory, right? If I am going inside this test directory and I am creating some files here, touch abc.txt, right? So this file got created in the Ubuntu operating system. Once I done with my work, if I want to exit, I can exit it from here. So that's the only thing I shown you, that I can start a container from any image, whatever the image is available here, then I can do whatever the thing inside that. Okay. Now again, if I want to start a new container, again exactly from the same image, if I'll try to press enter, I will do the ls. So this is a new laptop. Here you will be not able to see the test directory again. Whatever the directory I created in the previous container, that you will be not able to see, because it is just like you bought another laptop of Windows 10 operating system. So it is exactly like we created another container of the Ubuntu operating system. But if I want to see the previous operating system only, in which I created a directory with the name called test directory or something. So for doing that, you can just exit it from here. You can type a command called docker ps-a. It will show you all the container that you created till now. So first container I created from the CentOS 7 image with this particular name. They given some random name here. Okay. The second time I created a container with the Ubuntu, and the third time again I created with the Ubuntu only. Okay. So in this I created a directory with the name called Kisan. In this I created a directory with the name called testdir, and in this I did not created anything. Okay. So if I want to see the Kisan directory, so I will simply say docker. Currently this is in the exit state. That means currently it is in the stopped state. So I will simply say docker, do one thing, can you start this particular laptop? Because until and unless you cannot start this container, how you can go inside this container, right? So I will just copy this command. I will type this. Docker, can you start this container again? It is something like this. In our EC2 instance also, there are so many instances are stopped state, right? So if I want to use this particular instance, I have to manually select it and I have to click on start. So exactly same way we are just saying docker, can you start this particular container name? Press enter, this container is going to start it. If I'll do docker ps-a, it is clearly saying this container is now in running state, up state. Okay. Once it is started, it is running, like here also if this instance is running. So how to connect to this particular instance? I simply come here, I can click on connect button, right? And then I can use any of the way to connect. So similarly here also you can simply say docker, I want to attach to this particular container. Okay, and I will copy this name and I will paste it. As soon as I'm going to press enter, what will happen? I will go inside this container. See, I went inside. Now if I'll do the ls, here I will be able to see the directory called Kisan is there. Now if I'll try to go inside the Kisan directory, we'll be able to see file1 and file2 that we created previously. Okay. Here I want to add some data inside the file1, that also I can do, whatever the work I am doing. That is saved inside this particular container only. Again, if I will do exit, I can do exit. Again, I came out. Okay. Similarly, in the second second container, whatever we created with this one2 name, angry one. Okay. So this one, if I want to go, I will simply do docker. Can you start this container? Because again, it is in the exit state. So I will just copy this and I will paste it here. So it will be started. Then I will say docker, can you attach me to this particular container? That's it. And here I will be able to see the test directory will be there, whatever I created. Test dir, right? So cd test dir. And inside this, I created a directory with the name called file called abc.txt. That is also present. That means we are able to see the data from here. Okay. And in the last one, this funny Carson one, in which I did not store anything. So there will be nothing will be present here. Okay. So whenever you do the docker run command, what they do, they start a new container. Like again, if I'll clear it all, currently how many containers are running? So total 3 containers are present here, right? If I want to start one more container, I can simply and I want to start a container from the CentOS 7 image again. Okay, so I'll press enter. A new container got started from the CentOS 7 image. I don't want to do anything. I will do exit from here. But if I'll do the docker ps-a, we'll be clearly saying 4 container. One more container got started CentOS 7 because this one the last got created. So if I'm going inside this container, then only I'll be able to see the Kisan directory. Kisan directory I never created in this container. So this container is basically just like a laptop. So now you have a 4 laptop inside this particular EC2 instance, in which 2 are running on the Ubuntu, 2 are running on the CentOS 7. And whatever the work you are doing in this particular container, that is independent with these containers, right? Similarly, whatever the things you will do it here, that is independent to here. Is this thing getting cleared? Up to where is this clear? Okay. So see, again, take an example. I want to start this container, right? So again, I will do the exactly same with Docker. Can you start this particular container? So now what will happen? This container got started. So to see only the started container, sometimes what happens here, currently we'll see all the instances here, right? Currently we see all the instances, but if I want to filter only the running instance, right? Then we just type it here running, then they are only showing one container which is running, right? Similarly, here if I do the docker ps-a, what they are saying, they are showing all the containers in which 3 are stopped and 1 is running, right? But if I want to see only the running container, then you have to simply write docker ps command itself. If we do docker ps, then it will show only running container. And see, it is showing just one container which is running currently. Okay, if we'll do docker ps-a, they will show all the container. If we'll do the docker ps, they will show only the running container. If I want to go inside the running container, because you cannot go inside the stop container, first you have to start it, then only you can go. So if I want to go inside this container, I will simply say docker, can you attach me to this particular container? That's it. We done it, right? So docker run is a command which is just like this one, launch instance, and then we are filling all the details which image to use, everything, right? So this is equal to the docker run command. And docker start command is something like this, that if some container is in a stopped state, I want to start it. So this is docker start. And docker attach command is if some container is in some EC2 instance is in running instance, and then I want to connect using the putty or using the SSH method. So you simply use the connect button. So that's exactly equal to the docker attach command. So if these 3 things is remember, then you will be easily able to understand docker start, docker stop, docker attach. Okay. Again, I attached to this container. So I came inside this here, whatever the command I want to run, cal command, date command, pwd command, whatever the Linux command I want to do, I can run it here. Once my work is done, I can exit. Okay. But if I'll do the exit, then what will happen? It will stop the container, right? It always go in the exit state. But if you want to exit from this container without stopping it, then you can simply do the control plus P plus Q. Control plus P plus Q. See, I came out of this container, but if I'll show you the docker ps command, okay, or ps-a, you'll see that this container is still running. Okay, if I'll do the exit, then they will exit the container. That means they will stop the container and then we'll come out. But if you'll press the control plus P plus Q inside this particular container, then the meaning is you are coming out without stopping it. Like I went inside this, I'm doing control PQ. I came out. If I do docker ps-a, container is still running. But if I do docker attach and this time to exit, I will press the exit button. Then what will happen? This time this container got stopped. Okay, so if you don't want to stop the container and you want to come out, you have to use the control plus P plus Q to exit without stopping container. So just try to complete the previous theoretical class and try to practice it up to here. Okay, and that's it. Okay, other part I will talk. So just try to complete the last class, theoretical class, and try to do the installation and try to do the practice at least up to here. Okay, thanks all of you. Have a nice day.